Check. If there's a concern, it's the injuries. The O-line is a mash unit. Chris Godwin not back yet. Mike Evans got hurt on Sunday. Emeka Egbuka is banged up. Jalen McMillan is out with a neck injury, and Kalijah Kancey is out with a torn pec. Is that all? Can next man up allow the Bucs to keep pace in the race for the top spot in the NFC in the regular season? That is the question that they have to answer.
Has Baker Mayfield officially become he'll just find a way to win guy?
Yes.
Has he become that?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, then no stopping them. They have a great head coach.
The injuries is what stops them.
You know what I'm saying. When health,
Yeah.
I mean, we're assuming
he can't
health,
overcome
obviously.
all of that.
You can't. It's a lot to overcome, man. You don't have both your starting tackles.
Understood. But the fact is, when you have at the quarterback position he'll find a way to win guy, I mean, that puts you in that. Shefty picked them to go to the Super Bowl, 8 a.m. Eastern with us today, brought to us by ZipRecruiter. When he picked them to go to the Super Bowl, like, oh, come on, Adam, that's a little much. I don't think it is. I don't think that's a wild
When
pick.
it comes to head coach quarterback pairings, are we going to start elevating Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield?
You better.
They are the most underrated head coach quarterback pairing in the entire NFL.
Actually,
I don't think that's cap. I think that's legit.
And I'll tell you why. Nobody knows Todd Bowles' name. He never comes up. I think I'm the captain of his fan
Let me
club.
tell you who knows Todd Bowles' name.
Me.
Nick Sirianni.
Well, yes.
Oh.
Nick Sirianni. I bet you he know his name.
Well,
He gonna know his name.
I'm just saying, I feel like, I don't think there's hyperbole here. I feel like I bring up Todd Bowles more than anybody on our airwaves.
You're a big Todd Bowles guy.
Because
right.
he just wins.
That's a deeper conversation, but we're in my power rankings, sir. This is not your segment. This is my segment.
Sorry, I
we're
talk
in
too
my
much.
power rankings. Next.
Number 3.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Ooh.
We're seeing a different version of Justin Herbert, and everyone needs to take note. Jim Harbaugh said, and I quote, "He's the greatest. He's one of one, the best I've ever seen at the quarterback position," end quote. Herbert completed 8 of his final 9 passes for 93 yards in the final 5 minutes of the game that they played against the Denver Broncos. The win, engineering 2 scoring drives and completing his first fourth quarter comeback this season. Herbert leads the league in passing, is second in passing touchdown, and third in QBR. And oh, by the way, the Chargers are the 3rd team since division realignment in 2002 to start a season 3-0 with all wins against division opponents. The last team to do that was the 2006 Bears, who lost to the Indianapolis Colts in Super Bowl 41. So a good sign for the Los Angeles Chargers that they were able to get out to this 3-0 start against the AFC West teams.
Are they the scariest team in football right now?
Yes.
When you think about it, you just said it. They beat 3 division opponents to start the season, give themselves very comfortable position moving forward. Justin Herbert is a guy that we've all waited to be that dude. Seems like he is right now, as you mentioned, leading the NFL 860 passing yards this season. Oh, and by the way, his coach wins everywhere, and always gets the best out of his quarterback. For them to be out to this start with those 2 guys, that should put everybody in the NFL on notice.
Next.
Number 2.
The Buffalo Bills. The Bills have scored 30 or more in each of the first 3 games while averaging 3.2 points per drive. It's the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL, number 1 total offense in the NFL, and no turnovers on the season, extending their NFL best 25 games without losing the turnover battle. With an upcoming schedule of the Saints, Patriots, Falcons, and Panthers, the Bills have the inside track to the number 1 seed in the AFC, and they're the favorite in the latest Super Bowl odds. So Buffalo has a clear path to making sure that the postseason runs through Orchard Park. Right now, I don't see a loss on their schedule for the foreseeable future.
2-1 seem relatively easy in the power rankings, but I'm going to point out that 2 needs to be exemplified or magnified, because who's their peer? Their peer is Baltimore. Baltimore should be right there with them, and Baltimore is so far away from them, and they beat Baltimore, that I'm going to magnify the fact that the Bills doing what they're doing, I now give them credit for it because they're one peer in the league. The MVP quarterback team that's on the verge doesn't look like they're on the verge anymore.
Well, and if we think about the true contenders in the AFC, who are they? The LA Chargers? The Baltimore Ravens?
Are they?
I believe the Ravens are a true contender.
Oh, I was listening to the show for the first 40 minutes, so I didn't think so.
But I'm only frustrated because they can do better than what we've seen.
Yeah.
They're capable of it. I wouldn't get mad if they weren't capable of being so much better than what they showed last night.
The Chargers, Buffalo, the Ravens, the Chiefs, and Buffalo looks better than all of them.
But that's my point.
Yeah. No, I
and
know,
Buffalo
I'm
has the easiest path to being able to win their division and having home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
And their home field advantage is a lot different because of weather than the Chargers' home field advantage.
No doubt.
If they were to get it, right?
I mean, you have to question whether or not the Chargers actually do have home field
I thought
advantage.
they were loud this week, actually.
Yeah, well.
I'm just saying.
Next.
Number 1.
The Philadelphia Eagles. They scored 26 unanswered points to rally against the Rams after giving up 26 unanswered points in that same game. Not sure the last time we've seen a Sean McVay coach team blow a 3-possession lead in the second half, but it happened. Jalen Hurts shined despite not having his best offensive lineman, Lane Johnson, and both Georgia defensive tackles made their presence felt in the comeback win. Arguably the best defensive tackle tandem in the NFL. They remind me a lot of the Williams-Wall from the 2000s Minnesota Vikings, Pat and Kevin Williams. But maybe my biggest takeaway was the dominance of A.J. Brown, who on any given Sunday can be the best wide receiver in the league. Philly can play any kind of game they need to in order to best that week's opponent. They have more ways to win than any team in the NFL, very reminiscent of the early 2000s New England Patriots. So that's my power rankings going into week 4. Philadelphia Eagles number 1, Buffalo Bills number 2, followed by the LA Chargers, Tampa Bay Bucks, Green Bay Packers. Smalls, you are my accountability partner. I will get your objections and omissions on the other side of the break.
Plus, could there be a QB change for non-injury reason? We'll get to that next. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
This is Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Evan Cohen, and Michelle Smallman.
I think the regular burrito is overrated. I have to go with the breakfast burrito.
Oh, I love a breakfast burrito.
The regular burrito, but the breakfast burrito, to me, chef's kiss.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why, this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow? Ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of the nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply for pets out here.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
An opponent. But even with that said, their defense still showed up in a major way against Cleveland. So I just think that the defense will be what carries the Green Bay Packers, and the offense has enough talent, enough good coaching to be able to figure it out.
We mentioned that there could be a quarterback change somewhere in the league for non-injury reasons. That somewhere is with the New York Giants, that they could be potentially open to a QB change moving on from Russell Wilson. Their head coach, Brian Daboll, addressed the media yesterday and addressed the QB situation with reporters.
Russ remains the starter moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're working through, all personnel decisions, and we'll do that over the next few days.
You're not saying Russ is the starter, right? You're saying you're still working through that?
Yeah, we're doing what we normally do, which is watch the tape. We're just watching it with the players right now. So, we'll have staff meetings after this, but when we come in, we watch the tape, offense, defense, kicking game as a staff, and then we go meet with the players. That's where we're at right now.
When you say what you normally do, most Monday afternoons, you know who your quarterback's going to be the upcoming week if everyone's healthy, though. It just seems a little different, your responses.
Yeah, well, look, we're going through the tape right now. We're evaluating everything.
So quarterback change is on the table.
I'd say we're evaluating everything.
There's Brian Daboll, head coach of the New York Giants. Before we get to who the replacement is, let's talk about who the starter is. Can Russell Wilson be a backup?
No.
Okay, so if Russell Wilson is not the starting quarterback, one of two options. They release him, and they could do it positively, like, hey, for your sake, we don't want you to have to sit around here, or they try to trade him elsewhere.
If you're Russ, you want them to release you because there's an opportunity for you to go start somewhere else.
Where?
You threw it out there, the Cincinnati Bengals. Going into that organization, it's not going to upset the apple cart. It's not as if Russ presents a problem for them in their quarterback room in 2026. It is a Band-Aid on a bad situation with Jake Browning as your guy for the majority of the game. So, yeah, if you're Russell Wilson, it is what it is. At this point, you're a bridge quarterback. You're a very, very decorated bridge quarterback, but nonetheless. And so I just think that if you're the New York Giants, if Russ isn't your starter, then Russ isn't on the team. It ends up being Jackson Dart with Jameis Winston as your backup.
All right, so then let's listen to what Brian Daboll had to say about the possibility of the rookie first-round pick out of Ole Miss, Jackson Dart. Is he ready to start?
Well, we put him in the game for the last 2 weeks, so we wouldn't put anybody in the game we don't feel confident with.
Doesn't mean he's ready to start in their eyes. As we've heard from Dan Graziano, who's going to join us in about a half hour or so, that ESPN NFL reporter and insider, that they have a specific timeline based on whatever those things are that Jackson Dart has to hit, those accomplishments, obviously practice-based, I would assume, work ethic-based, whatever those things are. If he has not accomplished those, I've been saying all along, I wonder if they just start Jameis and then still wait for Jackson Dart to accomplish those things. And you could say...
There's no way they could do that. Not from a PR standpoint. Otherwise, why was Jackson Dart your number 2 quarterback?
Yeah.
There's no way that they can make a change at the quarterback position and go with Jameis over Jackson Dart. No shot. There's no shot. Jackson Dart has to be the guy. And let's not understate the influence of ownership in this situation. Now, I'm not going to purport this to be fact, but I will say this. It was a tough optic watching MetLife Stadium with all the Kansas City Chiefs fans in the house.
Yeah.
It's tough for ownership to hear in the first half, we want Dart after Russell Wilson throwing a pick trying to hit Wan'Dale Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough for ownership to digest Russell Wilson in the red zone, knowing your team is down late in the game, throwing the ball out of the back of the end zone on 4th down. You're going with the veteran quarterback so the guy under center doesn't make those types of mistakes. What we saw from Russ on Sunday, those were rookie mistakes. Throwing a jump ball up to Malik Neighbors in the corner of the end zone that had no chance at being completed, ends up getting picked, that was a rookie mistake. Russ has got to find a way to be better against opponents not named the Dallas Cowboys. And as we saw in week 3, when you put up the numbers against the Dallas Cowboys, doesn't mean much.
Mm-hmm.
And so I could absolutely see a scenario where the Giants, as an organization, knowing that the Chargers are rolling into their building, Justin Herbert, a quarterback who they wanted back in 2019, a guy that ended up going back to school when the Giants were poised to draft a quarterback to replace Eli Manning, I could see a world where Giants brass wants to show off their shiny new toy because the guy who Giants fans thought they were getting once upon a time in Justin Herbert is now with Jim Harbaugh playing at an MVP level and going to be on full display at MetLife Stadium. So, again, I think it's time to turn it over to Jackson Dart. The Giants need a spark. They need somebody that can be a force multiplier, and it's clear that Russell Wilson is no longer that quarterback.
Yeah, you can't go with Jameis Winston if you move on from Russ. You simply cannot. That's an odious approach because...
Odious.
It means pointless. It's pointless. What's the point of going with Jameis Winston? It's pointless. Yes, it is the word of the day. Shout out to odious. But if you're moving on from Russ, it's because, as you said, you need a spark. You know who Jameis Winston is. You do not know who Jackson Dart is. The fans want Jackson Dart. You have a regime who's trying to save their jobs. Jameis Winston is not going to do that. It's only Jackson Dart. And by the way, forget sparking the fans. How about sparking the guys in the locker room? They're going to get that with Jackson Dart. We saw how they responded to him in the preseason. He's already been out there in some spots during the regular season. He wouldn't be utilized in that way if they weren't considering bringing him in. And for Brian Daboll to sit there and say, we're evaluating everything, it's similar to the rhetoric we saw from him when they moved on from Daniel Jones. It's time. It's time for them to open their hearts to Dart, CC.
I'm curious to know, are they protecting Jackson Dart or are they protecting their plan? I'm trying to figure out why Brian Daboll is not open to letting everybody know that a quarterback change is on the table. Because it's clear that one guy is your future and one guy is not.
Right.
I think you did that yesterday, though. I think change could happen today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why, this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow? Ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of a nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out. Woo. Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Along with Tyler Rocky in for Kap, I am J Hood. We've got Shay. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning with open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. YouTube.com, look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe. What we do on YouTube, also on Twitch. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Tyler, good to see you this morning. How are you, sir?
Always fun to be in with you, this hoodie. This is 6 a.m.
Yes, it is.
New venture for me.
It is 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, and I don't know if you know, we've changed our times here at ESPN Chicago. Our morning show starts at 6, you see.
Yeah.
And so
I've been told.
So there is nothing unfamiliar to you with this early time slot, because if it's not doing a show, it's you golfing. So you're up this time anyway.
That is true.
This is not holiday sneaks up on some people around here, so I'm glad that you were able to make some time for us this morning.
Same time every year.
Yeah, I've noticed on my old
Calendars come out January 1st.
On my desk calendar, it said the same thing. It's been there the whole year, as a matter of fact, this day, for some to be off today. So glad you're in today because it's an opportunity for you and I not to text about the Bears, but we actually could talk about it on the air, about the Bears and their win against the Dallas Cowboys. We're in the afterglow of the Bears and their first victory in the Ben Johnson administration. You know, when I leave here and when you leave here, the building, there's still sports radio that's on. There's still ESPN Chicago. There's still national outlets talking about our team. And so as much as we like to let it go, you turn it on and you hear other opinions about the teams that you and I cover. And so what I've been hearing when we left out of here at 9 o'clock yesterday is the Bears won, but Dallas is really bad, or Dallas's defense is really bad. And I was just thinking, you know, there are some that actually played the game that are saying this, right? Those that were in the trenches, that had their hand in the dirt, Tyler, that are actually saying things that some fans would say. And it's like, well, it's only Dallas. Do people realize that the Cowboys were a favorite at Soldier Field? Yeah. That the Bears were staring down the barrel of 0-3? This team was not necessarily favored to win the Bears, and they were able to dominate the Dallas Cowboys. I will just not accept the fact that the Bears won, but it's just Dallas. It's hard to win in this league.
For sure. And there were two desperate teams in this game. Dallas was just as desperate as the Bears. When you play in a division that also features the Eagles and the Commanders, like that could have been a big swing game. There's a big difference starting your season 2-1 versus 1-2. And on top of that, sure, Dallas's defense is leaky. They're not going to be a good unit for the rest of the season. But that doesn't mean their offense is bad. Their offense, even without CeeDee Lamb, still has potency. It has good running backs. It has George Pickens and Jake Ferguson. And this was a banged-up Bears defense. And that's, to me, why I took more from this game from the defense and what they showed against Dallas, albeit a team that was compromised very early on with the loss of CeeDee Lamb. But for the defense to go out and hold this team to 14 points and shut them out in the second half, too. Couple of turnovers, couple of fourth down stands, all of it was good. And that's why I was coming away from this game very impressed, because you were able to just lock down a very good Dallas offense after giving up 52 points. That, to me, showed me everything I needed to see about the defense. How do you respond from that lashing that you got from Detroit the week before?
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. And, again, I'm not here to tell you how to fan, but what I am going to tell you is that the Dallas Cowboys were a team that was favored in the game against the Bears. And the question marks we had on Friday going into the game last Sunday, Tyler, was, okay, so what is this defense going to do about it after getting their ass kicked by the Detroit Lions? What were the Bears defense going to do about it? Because relinquishing an 11-point lead against Minnesota and then surrendering 52 points against Detroit. So what's the happy medium? Are you going to give up 30-plus points? Are you going to lose that game? So there's question marks about that. Then we found out after the game that there was a meeting with the defensive unit with Grady Jarrett and Jaquan Brisker and others, and they all sat and they talked and they kind of flushed out their issues, which was a real positive. So that's one thing. The other thing is that we thought that Caleb Williams was good in the Minnesota game, better in the Detroit game, but we didn't know what to expect there. We had no idea that Dallas would have zero pass rush and that the offensive line was stellar to help Caleb Williams in the offense cook. Those things you don't know before the game. You could guess, but we didn't know it was going to be this, a 31-14 victory, the way the Bears won.
Haven't we seen Bears quarterbacks in the past fail in this spot?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot.
Bad defense on the other side. The field is your runway. You've got a path to 30 points, and you get 6, or you get 13. Instead, this Bears offense went out and put up 31, and it looked clean. I mean, you had no procedural penalties. You had no turnovers. Like, all of that is the recipe to show that this is working, and you're taking a step in the right direction. And everything with Ben Johnson is, I mean, you're probably in the 101 stage of the Ben Johnson offense right now. Sure. And I think that's what's encouraging as a Bears fan is you've seen 3 solid to good to even great games offensively, and you're in the early stages of this. What's it going to look like when we get to the 201 and the 301 versions of this offense?
That's going to be a good question, and hopefully part of that will be a better running game.
Yeah.
That would be a good part of it.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess my overarching point this morning is I was driving past Soldier Field, saluting Soldier Field. I'm like, yes, first win since last October. I gave them a good salute this morning in the darkness.
There you go.
Driving through them just like, yeah, first win since Carolina, a game I can't even remember. I don't even remember what happened in that game. Tyler, I said, you know what? Good for the Bears. Good on the Bears, as the olds would tell you. Good on you that you're able to find a way to win that football game. And so, with Caleb Williams, the way that he was steady in the pocket, didn't have to run all over the field and go backwards and forwards, the way that he was – and again, there were some things that I'm sure they looked over in the film yesterday and said, oh, you missed that. You missed that. You threw a hospital ball to Colston Loveland with a hip injury now. But there's some things that Caleb Williams has to continue to work on. But to connect to Odunze, to connect to Loveland, to Zacchaeus, to DJ Moore.
Luther Burden, too.
Luther Burden. So it's one of the best games Caleb played. And, again, you could say what you want about the Micah Parsons deal. I think it was nonsense. I think that is an issue of Jerry Jones getting much older, and you might have to take the keys away at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Dad, I think that's enough. That's my Cadillac. What do you mean? That's my Cadillac. No, I think that'll be all. I think that's and so when you make that deal, your pass rush was going to suffer. But I didn't know that was going to be a problem against the Bears.
Yeah,
I know Dallas's problems, but I know the Bears' problems even more so.
For sure, and you never know how it's going to inevitably match up because it's not like the Bears' offensive line has been the Eagles' offensive line through the first couple of weeks this season.
Yeah.
You never know, and I think you saw some good things out of guys like Braxton Jones and Joe Tooney and Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman, and some Darnell Wright when he wasn't committing penalties. Like, that unit had one of its better games so far this season.
Thank you for saying that about Braxton Jones in particular. Thank you for saying that.
I think he had the highest PFF grade of all the offensive linemen, too.
Well, you don't hear his name. That means he's done the job.
Yeah.
And so there were no problems. I think that he definitely regressed in the Detroit game, but in this game, he was a model offensive lineman where you didn't hear his name at all, which is great. That means he'd held his position. And even that, with the questions about the offensive line, also questions because you didn't know if Jack Sanborn had revenge in his eyes. Who knew? We didn't know. So, but I guess my whole point is that don't judge the Bears based on where you place them in the AP poll for college football. We're not trying to judge the Bears, the 1-2 Bears, on ahead of Notre Dame, Texas A&M. Are
they better than any 2-1s right now?
Yeah, let's take a look and see where that is. That's not the game. The game is to get better every week. And finally, we got a victory. And again, it's not just a victory. I want to make sure I underscore this. It's a victory at home. People leaving Soldier Field with a smile on their face for the first time since October of last year, where it was a happy locker room. Tyler, we look at college all the time, and you go back and forth, and you can win. You could be a bad football team in college and still win at home.
Yeah.
Find a way, non-conference, or you just end up winning. But in the NFL, when you've almost had a calendar year of not winning at home, you know how damaging that is for a team that every time that you come to the crib, you can't win?
Yeah.
And then you finally
3-5
did?
at home. They were 3-5 at Soldier Field last year.
Yeah.
You got to go out and protect your home field because that's where it starts. It starts by you take care of those games, and then I think a reasonable goal for a lot of Bears fans this year was take care of your home games and split the division because I think that would signal progress for this team.
Yeah.
After being so bad in the division last year.
I'd be totally fine with that. And there's something to build on with this. And I'm not here to tell you this morning that this is a complete team, that they're ready to go. What I can tell you is that anytime that you win, you could build on something. It just seems like you're climbing up a side of a slippery mountain when you lose, the way the Bears lost against Detroit, the way they lost against Minnesota. In this scenario, it was some really great things that we saw on both sides of the football for the Bears that they can build on going into Las Vegas.
Yeah, you found two different and embarrassing ways to lose out of the gate, and I'm sure some Bears fans felt when it was 14-14, oh boy, here we go again. But you never saw the Cowboys score again after that. I mean, this defense locked things down. I think you got to feel good if you're a Bears fan coming out of your Week 3 game. Now, you have a chance to piss it all away on Sunday because, boy, you're going to lose a lot of goodwill that you may have built up, some equity that you've built up if you go to Vegas and you let this one slip away because that Vegas team isn't very good. That Vegas team has a lot of warts on it, and you can. This is a very gettable game, but it's also a trap game in a sense, too. You've got the bye week ahead of you. You've got that primetime game against the Commanders ahead of you. So you've got to exercise those demons on top of all that. But you can't look past Vegas because it's the NFL. I mean, we saw the Browns go out this past week and beat the Packers, a Packers team that some people definitely thought was the best team in football before that game. Mm-hmm. And they let that game get away from them. So this is going to be, there's no easy games in the NFL. There's no layups in the NFL, but this is one that you kind of have to have if you're the Bears, or otherwise, I mean, 2-2 and 1-3, that tells a very different story through the first quarter of the season for you.
Just think about it from this standpoint. If the Bears would have lost on Sunday, Silvy would have been asking for draft guests. So
Matt Miller.
So just think about that.
Do we have a number on Miller?
I mean, think about that. You would have had to
Kuiper,
be
wake him up.
Kuiper.
Yeah. I mean, so that's what it would have been. 0-3. You were reviewing, getting guys in to talk about the draft. So at least you don't have to worry about that. I mean, at least you have that kind of piece.
Yep.
I can't speak for the rest of it, but at least you don't have to pick up the phone. Matt Miller, right? Would you like to come on and talk about the Bears? We're done and cooked. And then him looking for vacation time because there's no need to be around here. But now at least we could stay. We're not going anywhere because the Bears are 1-2, getting ready to take on Las Vegas. Of course, all the coverage, full coverage on Sunday for the Bears and the Raiders right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Let's open the phone line, Shay. 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. Why can't the Bears get credit for the victory? Just over the last 24 hours, let Tyler and I know about your conversations, texts, or on the telephone or through email or social media about what people are saying about the Bears. The Bears deserve credit for winning the game. How do you take it as we talk to you here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show?
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago. Bears and Raiders. Joniak and Thayer call the game. Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears.
Pick up
ESPN Chicago.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Right now, they've got a crazy deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and yep, 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest for 2 years. Seriously, give them a call at 866-90Nation or check them out at windownation.com for your free estimate.
Think you've got what it takes to pull a plane? The Illinois Plane Pull is back September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 go head-to-head towing a 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Register now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, the trust and belief and the hard work and just all of it together. Been able to have that moment for him and his family, the organization, this historic organization. It's just a constant growth mindset that we're on. But to be able to have this moment for him and us is really important, and like I said, it's important for us as a team, organization, to be able to keep building this momentum and have this growth that we want to go on in this run that we want to go on.
Caleb Williams talking about giving the game ball to Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, as the Bears defeat the Dallas Cowboys 31-14. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Tuesday, along with Tyler Rocky in for Kap. I am Jay Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-377-6 is our phone number. Caleb Williams, 19 for 28, almost 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, and the key stat for that, Tyler, was 0 sacks.
Yes.
0 sacks. 142.6 on your dial as far as a quarterback rating. That's what you call a terrific day for QB1.
Everything was clean. First time in his career, no sacks, no turnovers, highest passer rating of his career. Everything about it felt good coming out of that game.
Yeah, it felt as good as Joe Milton throwing the football.
Bazooka Joe.
Holy bleep. Dude. So when I was growing up, there was a man named Vince Evans who was a quarterback for the Bears. And the reason why that he was not sustainable as a starter is because he threw the ball so hard he was breaking the fingers of his receivers. They were like, okay, Vince, you can't. If you got no touch, you can't be here.
Brother.
He was throwing it hard, Vince Evans. And that's what it reminded. Joe came in there. It's like, yeah, I remember my first pass too, Joe. Yeah. My God. Sheesh. He comes in there and backs up Dak Prescott, and he was getting it done, wasn't he?
Oh, he could have been a closer in the MLB.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
He should have stayed here for the stretch run for the Cubs.
So we're talking to you about the Bears if you're just joining us. And we're just talking about giving the Bears credit for the victory. They earned that victory. They were not given that victory. They earned it. Remember, the Bears were the underdog in the game. The Bears we could be sitting here today talking about a Bears team that's 0-3. They won their first game, and it feels good for the Chicago Bears on both sides of the football. I've been leaning a lot on this defense, a lot. While my partner looks at the fly of the football and looks at Caleb Williams and looks at what happens with Ben Johnson, I've been on this defense saying that there's not enough playmakers or not enough effort defensively. Well, I can't do that today because I just thought it was a complete win, and it starts with getting the ball out in a big way by Tyreek Stevenson. He's the star of the secondary now.
Didn't that set the tone right there? Because and he even talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I've never seen a ball ripped away like that. I mean, and then you tiptoe the sidelines too. I mean, it felt like you were a receiver making a catch out there, but in reality, you were taking the ball away from Javonte Williams. And that, to me, like, this defense was down 3 of their 4 best players in this game. And that's why I had my fears about whether the Bears could win this game. And again, it helps certainly when you have CeeDee Lamb go out very early in the game, but I didn't think that you'd have the personnel, even with a team that was down CeeDee Lamb. I didn't think you'd have the personnel to match up with them defensively. But they went out and proved a lot of people wrong. Tremaine Edmonds stepped up.
Yeah.
You had Tyreek Stevenson do what he did. You know who's really impressed me out of the gate that I don't think people talk about a lot, and I heard you guys mention him yesterday, but Noah Sewell. Noah Sewell, I mean, has he out Jack Sanborn?
Oh, I don't have anything for Sewell. I had something for Sanborn, but for Sewell, as I called him the wrong Sewell for years with the Bears, he actually, that's what happens, Tyler, when you maximize your minutes. You've been a special teams guy, back up, never get an opportunity. Then you got there and you make plays, and he has.
Yeah, he's been flying all over the field, and he's stepped in very nicely for TJ Edwards. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when Edwards is back, because that's a guy that you need to find ways to get him on the field.
Jack Sanborn, you're unbelievable. Yeah, I felt bad. Like, he had a couple of tackles, and I did tweet out Jack Sanborn just like as a just as a memoriam to Jack Sanborn. He was supposed to be the guy, man. He was supposed to be on 294 and all the billboards,
Did he get a video tribute? Because that's the thing about these days. I mean, Albert Almora was getting him when he came back.
A thought for Jack Sanborn, good old number 57 for the Chicago Bears. He was supposed to be the guy. He's supposed to have as many billboards on 294 as Brian Urlacher with the hair. But Sanborn, Chicago, he's tough. He was supposed to be a star. He's supposed to have his own show here at ESPN Chicago. And now he's a Cowboy. So we just want to say all the best to Jack Sanborn, who died. Now that he's with Matt Eberflus in the Dallas Cowboys, he's no longer with us. Thank you, Sanborn, for all the memories. Thank you, Sanborn, for being blue and orange. Thank you, Jack. Moment of silence for Jack Sanborn in his career. Thank you very much. Good job, Tyler.
Man, Matt Eberflus is his shepherd. He's just going to follow him around wherever he goes next, too. He'll be there. The Jets come calling.
I could see it, too. I need one of my guys, right?
Right.
Come on with me, right?
That would be me.
And by the way, we should mention that one of the unsung storylines of all this is Matt Eberflus, who I know you're probably looking for the sound. Shay, you might be looking for the sound. Like, I couldn't find Eberflus, like, on the Cowboys' social media.
Oh, you should have seen Charlie panicking.
The presser, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't find it.
Charlie was digging everywhere, looking, and he could not find any Matt Eberflus sound from the week.
I read quotes, but there was no sound or no video of him saying to the Dallas press, I know everything and every angle of that building. You do recall that. He said he knew all the guys in the building, so he's familiar. So imagine Schottenheimer and the rest of the coaches saying, all right, coach, have a seat.
Right.
Okay, so you're in that building. We got to take on Caleb Williams. Can you give us any insight?
That would be me.
No, I mean, so what tendencies can we look for Caleb? Because you coached him. You were in the room, right?
Dragon Slayer.
Okay, so what about the defense? I mean, that was your defense, right? So what do you think? Okay. All right, so what about the game plan? I mean, what can we look for?
Let's go, man. Damn.
Okay, was there any advice that you would give the players?
Love the brother next to you.
Okay, get out. Get the F out. Get the F out. You can't help us. So that, and by the way, that's what it sounded like, and I think that those were the answers because Dallas only had 14 points and they lost to the Bears.
It was funny, too, in the Ben Johnson locker room after the game, there was a very pronounced right that he gave the team, and it was like I had a PTSD moment for a second.
Oh, my God. It's just what you do, man. It's just what you do. I was afraid, by the way, as we go to the phone lines, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. There's only one player on the defense that would have done this, and that was Tyreek Stevenson. I really thought that when he got that ball out that he was going to give it to Eberflus on the sidelines. I was afraid.
Yeah, he's the guy that would do that.
The only one.
Oh, yeah.
Just like, here you go, coach. Here you go, coach. You want the ball?
He'd do the LaDainian Tomlinson flip to him, too.
Like, that's just 15 yards right there. But if anyone was going to do that, I was very afraid. But you could tell that Stevenson is growing up because that's the only guy that would be like, all right, hey, coach, boom. Since you blamed me for last year, take the ball. Seriously.
He should have just stood in front of Eberflus and waved at him.
Hey, coach. Hey, coach, I see you. All right. Right. That's one of my guys, right?
Oh,
right.
Al Harris would have beat his ass if he did that.
That would be me.
That's the whole thing with that. So let's go to the phone lines and talk to you, the Bears fan. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. How much credit do you give the Bears for the victory against the Dallas Cowboys? I think they deserve it. Their first win of the season. Marcus in Woodstock is on Kap and J Hood. Marcus, good morning.
Good morning, brother. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Oh, man, I always love talking to you, and your Silvy impersonation is spot on.
Sylvie's always here. It's not an impersonation, right? Tyler?
Dude, you are the best. I definitely have to say that there should be no Bears fan out there that is not celebrating the team. They have to focus on the Raiders starting today, but as a fan, we get to celebrate until Sunday, and that's what we should do. We not only got a Bears victory, but Caleb balled out, and the defense bounced back, and the Packers lost. What more better week could we ask for?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Because imagine,
have a good one, guys.
Imagine being 0-3, Marcus.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you. Have a good one, Hoodie.
It'd be a whole different story. That is for sure.
Oh, 0-3 and could throw in the towel on the season. I mean, 0-3 and having to do these shows this week, boy, we'd be asking a lot of questions about it. Hey, did we get quarterback right? Did we get head coach right? And now at 1-2 with a win and everything looks good, you start to feel a little bit better about everything. You can at least see the arrow pointing in the right direction, even at 1-2.
You and I both have friends in the business that are from New York and New Jersey. Mm-hmm. Imagine that.
Oh,
0-6.
Yeah.
Nothing to show for and to start the NFL season. Imagine that.
Back after this.
Yeah, exactly. A little 0-6, a little jet, a little giant. Could you imagine?
I didn't even do the math on that. Oh, my.
Well, there's no wins in Gotham.
Yeah.
Nothing to show for it.
When did the Knicks start, huh?
Well, again, no wins. We go to Jay in Yorktown on Kap and J Hood. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's
the
up,
memoriam for Sam Byrne was epic. Instant classic.
A sky point for Jack Sanborn.
That was a classic. But what I wanted to say was the mindset that Ben's bringing to the team. If they adapt that, because you see it in Detroit with Dan Campbell. That team balls out like they're him on the field, all 22 guys or whatever. If the Bears can play like that consistency is what the Bears fans want. If we can get a little bit of that every week, we can all get off the suicide watch on Mondays and go to work and be happy and have a productive week and quit kicking our dogs and love the wife and be happy, you know?
Jay, you are so right when you talk about any given Sunday, right? You just never know in this league.
Never know.
All right, man.
Thank you, guys.
Jay?
Sugar, Rockefeller, y'all.
We appreciate your telephone call, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. More of your phone calls coming up. Just your overall thoughts. Tyler and I are in the afterglow of the Bears and their victory against the Dallas Cowboys. We're just wondering, how much credit do you give for the Bears for the victory? And what stood out most about the victory? For those that didn't get a chance to call us yesterday, we have open phone lines for you this morning. Coming up, we're going to hear from Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears. It's all part of the mix. Kap and J Hood weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
No.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dips at your local grocery store.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit 7bridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite. Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us tonight at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me?
No! Whiskey you!
Save big money on doors at Menards. Mastercraft makes great doors inside and out, building the highest quality doors in a wide variety of styles. Add beauty to your home's entryway with an exterior door from Mastercraft. Shop the best in-stock selection or design your door your way, in-store or online. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy, but the ones that are rising to the challenge, Grainger has your back. From professional-grade products you can count on to fast, dependable delivery, they're always here to help you keep things running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. J-Mo.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Together, ride together. I swear to God, I hope we die together.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tyler Rocky in for Kap. Thanks so much for being with us here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We do on YouTube, youtube.com. You guys hang out and you make your comments on YouTube. While you're there, just hit that like button. That would help. Hit that like button. Like, share, and subscribe. We do on YouTube. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We're with you till 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by the Rich Eisen Show at noon. Bleck Abdalla uninterrupted at 2 o'clock as they play 12 songs uninterrupted from 2 to 3.
10 hits in a row.
10 hits in a row. 10 hits at 2 with Bleck and Abdalla. Also, it'll be Waddle and Peggy at 3. And then White Sox baseball as the Sox take on the Yankees. A 5:30 pregame, a 6 o'clock start as the Sox take on the Yankees right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Tyler, were you able to decipher the war cry from Ben Johnson in the locker room yesterday?
The good, better, best?
Yes. Did you guys look this up yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you know where this comes from.
The good, better, best, never let it rest until your good is better and your better is best. Did you guys look that up and where that came from?
So, yeah, Silvy did the quick Google search on it, and I think with the AI, that's the first result you get now when you Google something. It's the AI-generated search, and who was it again? It was like from the 1400s, I want to say.
St. Joseph?
St. Joseph. Mm-hmm. And then it's also been attributed to, I think, Tim Duncan, too. I mean, isn't that the most Tim Duncan mantra?
St. Joseph, Tim Duncan. I think the same. I think the same person, actually. Sure.
Yeah.
Stalwart and great for his community. Sure, I can see that. The big guy. It's also like an army refrain.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay. Some kind of army refrain. And so we've heard some kind of militaristic words from Ben Johnson here or there in some of his press conferences. So, yeah, I just think that's an obvious shirt pretty soon here.
Oh, yeah.
That whole thing.
I think I've seen the drafts and the mock-ups already.
I think that's kind of cool. It's something different, that's for sure. It is not it's not the Eberflus thing.
I will say this, though. Like,
you don't like
do it now.
Yeah.
Okay? Because when the honeymoon's over, if you drop in that, people are not going to like it. Like if Eberflus was doing this last year, we would have crushed him for it.
Yes.
I mean, it's an old like youth sports cliche.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember hearing that in baseball and basketball and like in high school sports. And you're going to bring that into an NFL locker room? If it wins, it wins. Like if it wins, we ask no questions. But
so this or the hits principle? I think probably this, right?
I think they're in the same team picture. They're standing on the same podium together.
Good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good is better and your better is best. I mean, the team knows it because they knew chapter and verse, and they were hyped after that victory. So, listen, I always believe in life and in sports you have to have a mission statement. You just can't go through life, Tyler, without having to have some kind of standard of something.
For sure.
So, if that's the standard, fine, as long as you win with that standard.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if the Bears were winning, we would praise the hits principle, right?
Sure.
If the Bears were winning.
Sure.
But they didn't win. So all of a sudden it becomes the punchline for every single Eberflus joke.
Yes, it is moving the letters around.
Yeah.
And a different principle starting with an S-H-I.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Right.
So, T. We now go
Good
to...
spacing, buddy. Well done.
You see that? That's a professional right there. Kids still in the back of the car wondering, what am I spelling, you see?
Yep.
That's how you do that. That's what happens when you work mornings. We turn now to Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, as he talked about a number of things, including Caleb Williams' developments.
Yeah, I don't use the media a whole lot to talk indirectly to the players. I talk to Caleb directly, and yeah, that is something that we've talked about is how do we...
Talk to him directly about Dak last week?
I don't think we talked about... No, we were focused solely on how do we attack that particular defense. So that's all we really were worried about. But no, he's doing a much better job getting us in and out of the huddle. I said that last night. I thought we weren't as pressed on the shot clock as maybe what we had been the first two games. We still have some room for improvement just in terms of our alignments and all being on the same page. I think there are a few plays we would want back just as an entire unit that we didn't quite get off as clean as we wanted to from a procedure standpoint. But I do see growth there.
I do remember the question, Tyler. The question was, maybe Finley, I'm not sure. Someone asked the question when Ben Johnson last week talked about the vision that Dak Prescott has to be able to survey the scene, how he's able to connect his receivers because he sees the field well. Was he indirectly talking about how Caleb has to do that better? And that's why Ben Johnson said...
Yeah, I don't use the media a whole lot to talk indirectly.
Yeah, so that's why he started that cut that way.
Yeah, I don't think Ben Johnson or really any coach, like, you'll use the media to talk to your team. I don't think you do it with your quarterback.
I think that's fair.
Right.
However, this is the same head coach that said that we do not have championship practice standards or abilities right now.
Yeah.
And there were some players that I'm aware of that took offense to that. Well, you don't. Clearly.
Yeah.
You were at training camp, weren't you?
Yeah.
I saw it too.
Yeah.
Like there was so many mistakes there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I think they use that for fuel, I think, to help them win on Sunday.
Yeah. No, I think that was like a full team targeted message that he was trying to put out there. And I'm sure whatever he said there, he also said to his team as well. He seems like a pretty transparent dude who, yeah, he's going to tell the media stuff like that, but it's nothing that he wouldn't have already told his own team. I don't think he's not saying that stuff behind closed doors as well.
You know what I like about Ben Johnson so far? I don't know if it's just about Ben Johnson or the press at Hallis Hall. You know, when Eberflus is here, it is all about offense. They asked him, like, a 99% was about Caleb and offense. You get a balance now, as I look on this board here, of offense and defensive questions, like asking Ben Johnson about the defense, in particular Tyreek Stevenson.
I mean, he's always been a super talented player. There's a reason why he was drafted high. I think a number of teams really liked him coming out of college, and it's really just been a consistency issue with him. You know, there are times where he looks like a Pro Bowl type player, and there's other times where he'll let his guard down just a little bit, and we can't have those snafus. But I thought yesterday he took a step in the right direction. He strung together more good plays than what he had so far this season, and I think it's a great opportunity for him to build on going from week 3 into week 4.
You know why, right? You know why they're asking him about defense.
No, why is that?
God forbid you ask Dennis Allen about last Sunday's game on a Thursday.
That seems to be a problem for Dennis Allen, asking questions about the previous game. It seems like it's a problem.
Yeah.
Bro, your availability is Thursday.
Right.
We have nothing else to ask you except last week's game.
Yeah.
He's so chesty.
I think don't a lot of teams have the coordinators on Tuesdays?
It all depends on the team, yeah, that we noticed. But Dennis Allen, I'm glad that someone asked about defense because you're not going to get anything. Even on Thursday, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah.
So that's just strange. Also, talking about Caleb's execution. Through 3 weeks, it's been up and down with the execution of QB1.
In terms of the execution, he's getting a lot better, a lot more comfortable with his footwork. It's repetitions, not just for the concepts that we've been doing from the springtime to training camp, but also we're putting in new ones each week. And so he's got a good system in place right now that he's adhering to, and it's showing up on game day to where we're starting to reap some of the rewards from that.
Lewis and Lyle on Kap and J Hood. Lewis, good morning.
Morning, Tom. Good morning, Hoodie. Hey, so a couple things about this game. One, people aren't giving the Bears enough credit. That wasn't exactly a friendly stadium. I was in that north end zone. I was surrounded by more Cowboys fans than Bears fans. I was watching people trickle out at halfway through the fourth quarter, and it was all Cowboys fans. I could tell by the color they were wearing. Mm-hmm. By the time they were gone, that stadium was maybe even more than half empty. That wasn't, which makes the lack of procedural penalties by that Bears O-line so much more impressive. It wasn't quiet. I don't know if you could really hear it on the TV, but it was never quiet for them on third down or on fourth down. It's a big sign of improvement from this team. And you know what, Tyler, you're right. Our defense was down, four of its best players, and we still managed to shut down a top 15 Dallas offense, and not just beat them. I mean, shut them down. This is the only one person that I heard with a negative take yesterday was on Waddle and Silvy when our old favorite cynic, Eddie on the North Side, called in and just said, after saying last week that the Cowboys would beat him by 10, that he wasn't impressed that the Bears won by 31 minus 14. By 17.
Quick maths.
Try your toes.
I'm so tired
Mike
right now.
Francesa joining us.
By the time the game was over, I was so tired that I wanted to go home and have a glass of wine, and I couldn't even do that.
Hey, you know what, Lewis? Can we talk about this for a second? I know you listen all day, so you've heard me say this, but I want to ask you about this. You know, it is our city and the Chicagoland area is very interesting. Just the melting pot of different fandoms. Like, I know that the amount of Cowboys fans you saw did not all fly in from Dallas-Fort Worth. They are among us, you know. Like, they are from, like, Lyle, and they're from your area, my area. There's a lot of Cowboys fans in the city. It's strange, isn't it?
Honestly, I'm not surprised that Cowboys fans are everywhere. I'm not surprised that there are fans from other areas here. I mean, that's kind of what makes America nice. It's so easy to travel. It's so easy to move. But
it is interesting, though, that you said that they were pouring out of the stadium, that there was so many that the stadium was quiet. That there's a lot. It's more than it's. I just think that's interesting, Tyler, that you can go to Wrigley, go to the Rate, and then you see, especially like Dodger fans, right? Well, last time the Dodgers were here playing the White Sox, the place was just filled with Dodger fans. And I go, I know you didn't come from Orange County for this. Like, you live among us.
When we used to do shows on the ground floor here at State and Lake, you always knew who the ones were traveling were because they would be the ones that walked by the window.
Yeah.
Because they were the ones that were staying downtown in the Loop or River North, and then they were taking the L to the game either way, north or south. And those were the ones that came from out of town.
Yeah.
The native ones, they're spread out in the neighborhoods or in the suburbs and stuff like that. But they're not down here milling in the Loop.
Right, exactly. They're not waving, saying, hey, that's ESPN Chicago. Look at that. No. If you're walking by the glass, you already live here. You're just a fan of a different team.
Yeah. Chicago sports teams has been so bad for years that people outsource other teams. And that's the reason. I mean, because it's just that we haven't won any championships in a while. Yeah. And so they have to fan some other way.
It's crazy that my neighbor down the street just turned into a Packer. He's an older gentleman. He's retired. Yeah. He's like, I'm a Packer guy. He's always giving it to me about the Bears. Uncle Cliff down the street, right?
Cliff.
And I'm just like, hey, Bears said they ain't going to lose no more, man. I heard they ain't going to lose no more. It's like, how'd you just turn into a Packer fan, man? It's just like, hey, man, I just got fed up. A guy that's been watching since the 60s. He's like, I'm just tired. That's something,
That's
man.
your pivot, too.
Yeah. Oof. But when you're old, it's like, you don't have much time left, so you want to just have some joy. So I guess that was his angle.
Right. My brother-in-law's a Packer fan. Born and raised in Chicago. How did that happen? I have no clue.
Did he grow up that way, or did he just flip?
I have no idea, but he loves the Packers. And he's from here.
I get it when you grow up that way, because sometimes you get the snot-nosed kid who just wants to be the contrarian, right? Contrarian in the family, whole family's Bear fan. You know what? When I'm 5 years old, I'm going to be the Packer fan. And I get that, all right? That's just, it is what it is. That's kids being kids, and then it just becomes a part of your life. But to pivot to the rival like that, when you're, in your 60s, 70s, like Uncle Cliff is?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
I don't know.
What goes on?
All right, we got Chase Platform and more of your phone calls coming up. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. You're listening to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 8 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yuengling Beer.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Crash, bang. You know, I've been saying that to Chicago sports fans for the last few seasons. Lisa, why don't you give it a try?
Crash, bang. That's what that feels like.
Of course, personal injuries feel much worse.
They do. That's why the Chicago Personal Injury and Workmen's Compensation lawyers at Maurici Longo are here for you.
I'm Jim Maurici, and she's Lisa Longo.
Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com.
We're in your huddle when you need us.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. J Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for Shay's Platform here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Here's Shay Norland.
Shay's Platform, as always, brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. A friend of the program, a man we'll talk to in a little bit, Jesse Rogers, is the subject of today's Shay's Platform because I think that he's committing a friendship sin. Over the weekend, Jesse repeatedly sent me unsolicited text messages to let me. All right, calm down.
Oh, my.
All right, everybody relax.
Oh, my.
Everybody relax.
Hardwood floors.
Not those.
Mm-hmm.
Not those.
That one go in the protected folder?
That would be a friendship sin, though, I'll tell you what.
Shag carpet?
Probably really would have to zoom in. I think it'd be okay.
Hey, buddy.
Check this out, buddy.
Hey, little buddy.
More like, hey
buddy.
little buddy. Exactly.
Hey, buddy.
Little buddy, big buddy.
Now I can't even be mean to him. All right. Anyway, I digress. Hoodie, Jesse over the weekend kept sending me texts with run updates from the Cleveland Guardians games, run updates from the Tigers games that I was watching. And at the end of every game, he would send me how many games the AL Central lead was down to every single day. And he'd say, oh my, because the Tigers would strand the bases loaded or something. Just would shoot me a text every single time. Dang. And I had typed out basically, shut the F up. And I decided not to send it and just leave it alone. Aww. I needed him to leave me alone. And the worst part is, I would type out responses of all the angry feelings I was having about the Tigers just doing nothing at the deadline and getting a bunch of 6 ERA pitchers. Mm-hmm. And I would type out thoughts and send them to him. And he wouldn't respond to the thoughts. He'd just respond with a score update whenever Cleveland scored.
Oh, my God.
That's a classic Jesse move, though.
It is, but it's a-hole behavior.
It totally is.
He has to understand that Shay's suffering right now because the Tigers are free-falling losers of their last 6. For those who have not seen the standings this morning, Detroit's still in first place, but they're a game ahead of Cleveland, and it's not looking good for the Tigers. But you don't need Jesse Rogers, national baseball man, to start digging in on Shea Norling, who's suffering.
Oh, and then he texts me and tells me how irritated he is because as a result of this, Bristol's sending him to Cleveland.
Here's a man, Tyler, supposed to be, right down the middle. Toronto or the Angels, right? Seattle or the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's supposed to be a level-headed analyst, reporter, and he's going after Shea Norling unnecessarily.
You can't text stop to opt out.
No, I could just block the number. But I can't do that because I need it for work.
I never
here's
heard
what you
anybody
do.
say I'm going to Cleveland on vacation.
That's right.
Here's
Joe
what you
Gabe.
do. You block the main number, but then you only text his work number.
Oh, yeah, because he has like 17 cell phones. I can just figure out the other ones to talk to.
Hey, buddy, promote my appearance with Brian Kenny.
I got a book.
I thought it was a friendship because I'll tell you what, the only times I hear from Jesse is if he asks me for a college football play and I'll send him my bets.
Oh, my God.
And then he will only comment on the ones that lose.
Oh, yeah.
He will never be like, hey, great shout on Kansas. What were you doing feeding me Utah? That's what I'll get from Jesse. I never hear from him during the week unless it's about my team collapsing or a bet he tailed me on that lost.
You know what, Shay? You have every right to cut him off. Cut him off on all information.
Well, now he's in Cleveland, so Karma's you-know-what.
Exactly.
That's how I would do it. We would just have a business arrangement. What time are you coming on? Okay, thank you very much. And the rest of it, we can't have a conversation.
Come on, Jesse.
Can't do it. You know why? Because he's a bad guy for doing that to Shea Norling. So I would cut him off for the rest of the year. I would. No plays. No betting advice. You work for ESPN.
Yeah.
Can't you call Fortenbaugh and ask him?
Right, exactly.
Ask the mustachioed Fortenbaugh. He can help you.
The worst one was I was making lunch and the game was on, and I didn't have it on in the room I was making lunch in. And I look at my phone and I get a text from Jesse, and all it says is 6-0 ? Oh my God! And I was so pissed.
See, when you blend the neutral reporter with the little splash of editorial in there, those are the ones that sting.
I'm one, as you well know, Tyler. I will cut you 1,000 times, and you don't know you're bleeding until you bleed out in the car and then die. I don't do it directly. So what I would do is you need picks, Jesse? Oh, I got a hot one for you. I love Massachusetts plus 43.5 against Mizzou. Go ahead and give him some of that nonsense so he can lose his money. You know what? That's what you get for good after me after my Tigers.
That's right.
That's how I do it.
Serve him 10 losers.
Nobody's better about this than Hoodie because Cap will admit, I'm not even paying attention, kid. I didn't even know it was a close race. But then he'll troll me about it, which is even worse because I know he had no clue. But Hoodie, I just when something good happens, I'll just text Hoodie. Kerry Carpenter, man, that was awesome. Yeah. And I get the thumbs up and the like back.
That's right.
That's all I need
from
a friend.
Right. You don't need a long commentary, just I'm with you, right? Mm-hmm. So Shay's platform every morning here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. And speaking of baseball collapses, you can catch one in person today.
Oh, my God.
The National League New York team up on the north side, you might see an all-timer from that team. You can take the CTA right to the field. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5. Less money spent on travel, more money for food and merch. No searching for parking, no random surge pricing, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. No need to purchase a ticket ahead of time. Just tap and ride. Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Were you satisfied with the Bears' performance on Sunday? 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We want to hear from you, the Bears fan, as the Bears defeat the Dallas Cowboys. We'll get your phone calls in here. And also, the Cubs are back on the field. We'll talk about that in our next half hour as well. But first, we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the ESPN Chicago Kap J Hood Radio Network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago, And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Summer might be over and the kids are back to school. Doesn't mean the fun has to stop for the family. FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41, keeps your backyard and driving buzzing all year long. Stop by their Northbrook showroom for the latest in basketball hoops, trampolines, play sets, and fences. I bought my basketball hoop for the family from FenceWorks, and my kids love it. And the customer service, superb from purchase to install. I only recommend the best for my family and yours, and that's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. Visit theguyon41.com today.
Summer is here, and so is the seasonal traffic. If you've been injured in an auto accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve. With over $3 billion recovered, we fight and win for you. Chicago, don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law now at 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Along with Tyler Aki in for Kap, I am J Hood. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Tuesday. Still to come, the aforementioned Jesse Rogers will be on with us to talk about the Cubs and Sox and everything else MLB. That's at 7:35 right here on Kap and J Hood. But, Tyler, we've been talking about the afterglow of the Chicago Bears and their victory against the Dallas Cowboys. Looking forward to Bears and Raiders. It's going to take place in Las Vegas. Full coverage on Sunday right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. And by the way, I understand that there is a young guys dinner that will take place in Las Vegas.
This is sparked a little flame in the office.
Yes, ageism.
Yeah.
So could you tell us who's involved in this young guys dinner and how come I was not invited?
All right, so I believe it is Bleck Abdalla, which I think a lot of people have a bone to pick about that.
Okay.
They think that they've aged out of the demo. Then there's Charlie, myself, and Shay. Am I missing anyone, Shay?
Believe that's it.
That's the 5.
So I was not invited. I skew young. How come I wasn't invited in that?
You're going to have to take this up with Chris Black.
Well, that's what I said, because it became a firestorm.
Somehow I think everyone's catching shots on this except Black.
And he's the only one who should. Because, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not like invitations were sent out. Nobody was asked, hey, you guys want to do this?
Yeah.
It was just a text to a group where Bleck said, got us a reservation. We're taken care of. There was no invitation process.
Which I appreciate.
I do too. He's a great friend for that. He's a good guy.
I wasn't forward thinking like that. But yeah, Chris Black, if you've got a bone to pick, that's your guy to
Hoodie, don't feel bad. I wasn't invited to the trip at all. I wasn't told I was going or not.
Here's Danny Zetterman. Danny?
Crickets. Thanks.
I just think that there's something strange about that. Because I guess the problem is that I'm associated with Kap, so there's no way that I can go. So I'm X'd out. I think that's the reason.
I'm trying to think.
Hoodie, given your choice, dinner with Cap on Friday night or dinner with us on Friday night?
Can't do that one.
All of us and Cap are both sinking, and you can only save either all of us or Cap.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't want all you guys to go.
It's a numbers game, right, Hoodie?
Cap's older, so I think he's okay.
He's lived a good life.
He's lived a good life. Insurance,
done everything.
Insurance paid up. Money going to his dogs, I'm sure. So I think that I don't want the staff to die, because now if that's the case, then we might as well be ESPN Omaha. Just doing syndicated programming all day with one local show. Can't do that. So I would have to save the crew.
Charlie appreciates that.
I'm sure he's got a tight five on that.
Charlie's got so much life left to live.
So there's that. So I was just wondering about that. I'm fine either way. I just know that there's going to be a group of people that's going to miss out on me and Jay Moore giving you a good time.
Well, I couldn't go anyway. It was a conflict because I had something booked in Florida, so I couldn't go anyway. But the offer would have been great to turn it down.
So
Jay Moore loves a good empty offer, right?
Hey,
it's the invitation that means everything.
Yeah,
it does. See the controversy this dinner caused around here. People were upset.
And you know what?
How you didn't invite me?
To Tyler's point, Chris is ducking all of the smoke and by far deserves it the most. Because, again, there were not invitations sent out. It was just a group chat that he set up, and he said, this is what's happening. I'm like, thank you. That's awesome. Thanks for doing it. It was a nice thing. But when the expectation then, and it wasn't talked about, that if somebody asks me what my plan for Friday night is, I was supposed to, sweep it under the rug or pretend I don't know because nobody wanted to brag about how the young guys are going to... What are we doing? How is Chris, who set this up by himself and included no one else but us, the only person who's not taking smoke for this reservation? It makes no sense, and he threw me under the bus on the air.
See? You know what that is? That is just knowing that Chris is a good guy, and so that's why he's not going to get any smoke about it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He's got enough equity built up that no one's going to go after Chris because it's Chris.
You should have seen when Zed found out about this and then came to ask Charlie and I about it.
Uh-huh.
And he comes storming out of the office, right?
Yeah.
And he comes into that little bullpen area where we're sitting. And he goes, "Are you guys going to this?" Charlie saw 3 ghosts. Charlie saw 3 ghosts.
I just got this gig.
I have nothing to do with it.
He saw his career flash before his eyes.
Oh, my God. That's what happened.
I actually listened to the actual Bleck and Abdalla story, and they made it seem like Shea can't hold water. And they was like, "Oh, he went and told everybody that we was doing his dinner."
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, "Wow."
Black portrayed it like I'm walking around the office
with a billboard up.
Yeah, exactly. I got a sign.
He basically
I'm going to dinner and you aren't.
He basically called you Cap. He indirectly called you Cap.
He's like, hey, he's like, Mini Cap is walking around the office with a sign. I'm going to dinner, and you can't come, and you can't come, and that's not what was happening at all. I was asked what my plans were, and I answered the question.
Yeah, but see, you're the loudest megaphone, so of course they're coming after you first.
Well, you know what it is for whatever reason, Danny decided to be angry about it and make a scene about it in the pre-show fist fight for Tyler's afternoon show. So then everybody hears it happening down the hall, and I'm the person who let Danny know that this was a plan. So I take the blame.
You are the messenger, and you have been shot.
Yes, exactly. And what's the old adage? You don't shoot the messenger.
Yes, I understand.
Tyler, I think our dinner might be the most explosive of all the dinners occurring on Friday night in Vegas.
What other dinners are taking place?
Well, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So I'm not at liberty to reveal the other dinners.
All right.
Any hookers?
Well, that's why me and Cap are getting together, of course.
It's legal.
Yes.
It's legal.
Yes, that's why Cap and I are getting together. Because you don't think it's just going to be a dinner over a nice soup. You know, we're going to have some other things involved.
But is that a shared menu? Small plates?
Well, for him, it's tapas. For me, it's the whole deal. It's Golden Corral for me. That's
all you can eat.
That's usually the case, yes. But I love the idea that Charlie is just backing off. ESPN Chicago's
I think we're going to dinner. I don't know. Am I not supposed to go to dinner that night?
Charlie and I are going to end up at Chipotle.
I love that. I love ESPN Chicago's Will Forte backing off, not showing Charlie not knowing what to do. That's the best. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. I'm just looking forward to having peace, just being able to do our show and have a good time in some nice warm weather, wherever I am.
Are you rolling the all-nighter once you get off the plane?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Someone's got to drive this show. Rob in Sugar Land, Texas. You think it's going to be the bearded wonder over there and then Cap? Absolutely not. Someone's got to be able to be sane, sober, and have some kind of rest.
But am I going to be able to turn down the complimentary drinks while I'm all-nighting at the blackjack table after we
Absolutely
land?
not. That's why I'm going in with the sad rolling suitcase and then going in and getting a nap beforehand because someone's got to be able to speak English on the show. I'm just telling you for the 18th time. I just telling you, kid. I don't need that.
Buddy, I was playing blackjack earlier this morning.
Yes.
And then he'll tell the same story again.
Yeah.
2 segments later.
Yes. No one resets his own story like my partner. Unnecessarily. So that's why I'm going to get rest. Because someone's got to have a good show.
That's the professional.
Yes.
The professional.
That's right. That's why someone's got to have a good show between 4 and 7 Pacific. Sure. Sugar Land, Texas, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Rob on Kap and J Hood. Rob, good morning.
Good morning. I think it's time for Jay Moore and Mr. Hoodie to reach out to Aiken Law. It just doesn't sound right.
Well, I would agree with that, yes. Now Jay,
dial him up.
Now Jay Moore knows about my career for 15 years here. for at least 15 of the 20 years here. Go ahead, Rob.
Comment on the Bears.
Yes.
A couple comments on the Bears. I love the way they threw to the ball all game on Sunday. They need to repeat that performance all year. I was telling Shay that 2-2 obviously is a whole lot better 1-3 at the break. But my bigger question is, does Chris Canty ever watch any other football other than the Bears? I'd like to get his take on the performance of C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love and some of these other quarterbacks and their great performances, even Lamar Jackson last night. But I don't hear him talk about those guys. It's only Caleb Williams. I'm just kind of wondering why. These generational quarterbacks like Stroud and Trevor Lawrence and not so hot after a year.
Well,
so that's all I got to say.
I think that what you're saying is 100% factual. I know that New York and Chicago are the biggest markets, along with Los Angeles, on Sportsmanlike. But they make sure on Sportsmanlike at 47 after the hour, going into the 6 o'clock hour, that they designate time to rip Caleb Williams, because that's what it's on the log, by the way. It's like whatever, Titans offensive line, and then Raiders, and then you get to 47 after, and it's ripped Caleb Williams time. And so I would just say, I'm not taking the cheese on that anymore. We've had a battle with Chris Canty and Michelle Smallman and Evan Cohen about the Bears. For me personally, I'm speaking for me, I'm not taking the cheese, because they'll never know exactly chapter and verse what's happening with the Bears because they don't live here. And no one ever calls us to say, hey, what's going on with the Bears? You know how that is, Tyler. You text or you call and find out, hey, can I get some intel on this so that way I can speak intelligently about whatever the topic is? We never get that call.
For sure.
So you might as well just, as a baseline, Caleb sucks. And so if you just say Caleb sucks, it's good enough, because that's going to get clicks. Instead of Caleb's getting better every week and these other quarterbacks are struggling, but the headline's got to be Caleb sucks.
It's an interesting point, too, that Rob brings up, because he brought up some of those other names, like Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud. You want to talk about two guys who have to be very, very happy that Caleb is as polarizing as he is? Those two. Because the way that they have played so far this year, and the expectations that both of those guys have had ever since Stroud's rookie year and ever since Trevor Lawrence was at Clemson, a freshman. I mean, nobody clings on to their college pedigree like Trevor Lawrence. Talk about a guy that needs to close the yearbook, Trevor Lawrence.
That's a very good point. 312-332-ESPN is our telephone number. Coming up, the Cubs are back in action. Can they win for the first time since they popped the champagne? We'll talk about that, and also Jesse Rogers at 7:35 on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
It'll be long, it'll be hard.
Hey everyone, big news, exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Jay Moore, have I told you about Whiskey U?
Yeah, but tell me again.
All right, then. New friends and old favorites, it's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson is Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey making its Whiskey U debut with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The Classroom, Sovereign, and Plainfield, an old favorite, and a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join Professor Carmen DeFalco tonight at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign tonight, and as always, please drink responsibly. Jay Moore.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Jurko, the good kid. Sometimes you all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Right now, they've got a crazy deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free.
over before, haven't you?
I have, but then I start working mornings. And I can't do that anymore.
No, I mean, it wasn't good, especially when it's bookended by 1-0 losses, too. And like that first one, it's, all right, Hunter Green, you can live with that. But the last one is, all right, this is a little Sunday lineup type of deal. Like, what are we doing here? So, is there momentum now? No. But that's what the Mets and Cardinals are for, right?
Yes.
I think you're getting the perfect cure coming to town right now because I know Shea's crashing out over his Tigers, but, I mean, for the Mets, I mean, this is rinse and repeat with them. Every single year it feels like we see some sort of September swoon out of this team. And we could be witnessing another one of these epic collapses down the stretch.
This could be one of the worst things we've ever seen in baseball. And I'm not doing like the hyperbole over-the-top take. I'm not doing that. I'm saying when you have a payroll that's over $340 million and all of the pomp and circumstances with Soto, and you don't make the playoffs?
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, look, I've always been taking the microphone saying I want my teams to spend money because spending means quality, better players, increase your chances to get to the playoffs. I've said that for years on here. But when you spend and you still don't get results, that's pretty horrible.
Now, listen, I root against the Mets. I am not a Mets fan. However, is there something to it with the sport itself where you do want to see, to a degree, and I'm not saying you want to see them win every single championship, but you want to see the Mets get into the playoffs. Is there something to that? Because other owners look at it as, like, what did we always hear Ricketts say about the Diamondbacks, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they got in and they got to the World Series and they did it low budget, so we don't have to go out and we don't have to spend all that money.
Yeah.
But is there something to, maybe there's a little part of you that looks at the Mets and says, all right, they spent all that money. Can that be the little kick in the ass? Like, all right, if we spend this money, then we're guaranteed a slot in the playoffs and then anything can happen after that. I'm kind of wrestling with it because I don't want to see the Mets in the playoffs. I laugh at their collapse.
Yeah.
I love seeing this. In 2015, when I'm in college and I'm surrounded by Mets fans,
yeah,
and the Cubs face them in the NLCS, and I'm thinking to myself, there's no way the Cubs are losing this series. They have all this momentum right now, this young, up-and-coming team. They don't know any better right now. And then, bam, hit with a sledgehammer, swept by the Mets and that great pitching staff that they had. And then you see the Mets get aced out in the World Series. And I think now you're looking at it, I almost look at it from the other lens of, if I want to see the Cubs go out and spend money, there's a part of me that says, the Mets, seeing them in the playoffs is a good thing because of the optics of spending equals playoffs.
Yes, I understand that formula. But what's going to come down to, I'm not trying to fast forward through this season because we got to see how the Cubs are going to fare in the postseason, but what's going to come down to this offseason is, do you pay Tucker or will you see Owen Casey or Ballesteros in the outfield or at DH? That's what it comes down to. The kids or actually paying for what we believe was a top 10 player coming to the Cubs via trade.
Right.
That's your choice. Because what other payroll are you adding? Because the Cubs will say, well, we're set. We're set at third base. We're set at first base. We like Ian Happ and
set up the middle.
Pete Crow, and we're paying Dansby Swanson for a speech and a Gold Glove. Sounds familiar. Like shortstop Hayward over there that you have. So you've got what you want. So I know that in the offseason you're going to want more seasoning, starting pitching, definitely bullpen. But you know what the Cubs are going to tell you if you get to the playoffs and you fall short? Yeah, you know what? We have one choice. Either go with our right fielder, Tucker, or not go with him. And then there's going to be a kid in there, and then you won't be spending the kind of money that you're talking about. You won't go up significantly in payroll like some of these other teams.
I look at this, though, with the whole Kyle Tucker situation. The choice is obviously clear. You have to go out and pay him. And I think you're seeing it play out in real time over the span of him being on the IL, over the time where he was dealing with injury but was struggling. When he's not performing at his best or he's not in the lineup, this lineup breaks.
Yep.
It breaks. I mean, he is the motor for everything. He makes everyone else's at-bats easier because he's in the lineup. And if you pull that out, what is this team going to be next year? And I'm with you. Like, I'm not here to fast forward past that, but I think you're going to see it play out in the playoffs where you could see this offense get hot as long as he's in the lineup and he's not experiencing any sort of effects of the calf injury or any of his other prior injuries from this season.
So when we do the hierarchy in baseball, the Dodgers are in a sport by themselves.
You're talking spending-wise.
Yeah, spending-wise, as far as what they do financially.
Yes.
But then just think about me still doing this show but watching the Padres every night. A lot of money spent. And you look at that lineup, hand it to a baseball fan. Like, here's the Padres lineup. Like, holy bleep, okay. You can win with this.
Yeah.
Can't win with it. Can't win with it. Again, with a commitment to winning financially.
Yeah.
Mets lineup. Oh, you got Soto? Oh, well, yeah. You know, Cedric Mullins, okay, he sucks, but okay. Yeah, we can work with that. But then you're always a bridesmaid. So it's not always the elixir of being able to be the top spender, but you want to have balance. I know Shea has talked about this too, like hating the Diamondbacks fallback of, everyone's got to be the Diamondbacks. You should be your own team. You should spend money, have a financial commitment to winning, but you don't have to spend like a drunken sailor either.
No.
There's a happy medium.
You can do both.
Of youth and veterans and knowing that 7th, 8th, and 9th are so vital to your team. 7th, 8th, and 9th, the guys that lead you into the bullpen, if you don't have that, you're sunk. I'm a Sox fan. I know that.
Yeah, especially in this day and age where you only get 5-6 innings. And then you get to the playoffs and it feels like you only get 3 or 4 innings out of a lot of those guys. I mean, playoff pitching, they're managing a different game. They're managing a completely different game. And I'm intrigued to see how Council handles that this postseason. But the way, I mean, yeah.
Let's go, man.
The spending of everything right now. Yeah, you've got your teams like the Diamondbacks. But how about the success that we've seen the Phillies have for years now? I get that there hasn't been a ring in there yet. I think they very well could be that team this year. I would even probably peg them as the favorites to win this whole thing.
Could be.
But they've spent out the ass. And you're seeing it year after year after year. They're winning the NL East. They're perennially getting deep into the playoffs. They're making runs. And I'd rather be giving myself a chance that way as opposed to rolling the dice every year like the Diamondbacks are.
We're going to pull out the I know, Jay Moore, I'm sorry. Jay Moore hates this. He hates when I have him do this, but we're going to pull out the spinning wheel coming up. You know, it's in the old
dust it off.
It's in the old Jude studio over there in the corner. So I don't know, it's heavy.
Needs the stool to get to the top shelf.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm sorry, Jay Moore, but we had to pull this out for Tyler coming up. But first, Jesse Rogers on baseball. Kap and J Hood weekday morning starting at 6 a.m.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Howard Ankin has been part of the Kap and J Hood Show for years now and brings us a sidebar. Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, a partner at our fan favorite Grip It and Sip It Classic, and the list goes on and on. And now, my guy is our guy. That's right. I'm proud to spread the word that Ankin Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. They have more than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. 312-6-million, 312-6-million injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Save big money on your next project now at Menards. We've got it all, from big to small. Honeywell home thermostats keep your home's temperature comfortable through every season while saving on your heating and cooling bill. Hurry in today and save big money on Honeywell thermostats at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidda Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidda helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidda 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Have you heard Nutrafol and thought, do hair growth supplements work? Ask the 1.5 million people taking it. Go to Nutrafol.com and get $10 off your first month plus free shipping. It's Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Now time for Jesse Rogers here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And Jesse Rogers is brought to you by Automatic. Yes, Automatic. Automatic Mechanical Services, making people comfortable since 1945. As we go to the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
And someone that should be blocked from sending text messages rattling Shay Norling is Jesse Rogers, joining us here on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
Who doesn't love a collapse? As long as it's not the team you're rooting for, right?
I don't love a collapse, Jesse. I don't love it.
Jesse, you need to leave Shay alone. He's going through a tough time. His Tigers are free-falling in the American League Central, one game ahead of the Guardians, who have been red hot. Tigers have lost their last 6. You need to leave him alone.
Well, because of that collapse, ESPN is sending me to Cleveland this week for this series. Anything that causes me to go to Cleveland, I've got a problem with, and that's the Detroit Tigers, Shay Norling's team. Without that collapse, I wouldn't be going there, but it should be fun, a little mini playoff series a week before the playoffs begin.
Good heaping bowl of karma for you.
Yeah, seriously. But I'll be keeping an eye on what's happening at Wrigley Field. Why? Because Cade Horton is pitching for the first time in a week. And I think it will be telling what is he sharp, because this is what's going to happen a week from now. He's getting another week off before game 1 of the playoffs. So let's see how he responds after a full week off. These guys are creatures of routine. When you pitch every 4 or 5 or 6 days most of the year, and now it's 7 days, what does it look like? Because it's going to be exactly the same a week from today, of course, most likely against the San Diego Padres, who clinched last night.
Tyler and I were talking about the economics of baseball, and if the Mets do collapse with a $345 million payroll, so, Jesse, what does that say for all of baseball? Will all of baseball look at this and say, hey, we've spent a lot of money, like the Padres, a number of other teams spent a lot of money. Is it worth it if we can't sustain ourselves as a playoff team?
Yeah, it's an age-old question now. It's a great debate, J Hood. It's a great debate because the league will say, look, we need some competitive balance in payroll because the last 10 World Series winners have come from big markets. But the other side of the coin is what you just said. Many smaller to mid-market teams continue to make the postseason, have good years, like the Milwaukee Brewers, and not all the high payroll teams get in. So there's this back and forth. I think the point is if you want longevity over time, you probably need to spend money. And if you want to go deep into the postseason every year, you do need to spend money. There's the rare occasion like the Diamondbacks where you can go far without it. But I think there's arguments to be made both ways. I will tell you, Tom Ricketts, Jed Hoyer, Carter Hawkins probably are emboldened by seeing what the Brewers do, or if the Guardians, get in again. And they're like, you know what? Young players are the commodity in this sport, and young players just don't cost money. And there's some sense to that. Like, you want players in their 20s helping you. That doesn't cost you a lot of money. What costs you money is players in their 30s, and they're not as good. There's some sense to that, but that doesn't mean you don't go out and try to get a great free agent because those guys are the stars for a reason.
Speaking of great free agents, Kyle Tucker has been on the shelf for the last 10-plus days. There were rumblings that maybe he could be back for this Mets series. What's the latest with Kyle Tucker's return?
Yeah, I think the latest he'd be back is for the Cardinals series. So I think, okay, he's not going to play tonight. He's going to test everything. So we're looking at returning tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday, in my estimation. Now, obviously, that's without a setback. I don't know what that workout's going to look like today. So it all depends on what happens today. But from everything I've understood, Friday would be the latest. Wednesday or Thursday would be nice. And I think that's enough time to get in a groove. It's not perfect. You'd want him playing this whole time. But I think it's enough. You just don't want him out until next Tuesday. That would be rough. But so I think today's a huge day. How does the workout look at Wrigley Field? He was in Tampa. First time the Cubs, whole training staff will be able to see him. First time he's going to run the bases potentially. So I think it's Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, and I think that's probably the best possible news we could get.
Talk about some of the Cubs that you think need to be able to step up because, as I was telling Tyler before, Jesse, you need to be able to ramp up and win some games going into the playoffs because you want that momentum. You just can't slip-slide your way in there. So some guys that really need to be able to take another step for the Cubs to help them move forward into the playoffs.
Well, obviously Kyle Tucker will be one when he comes back, get into a rhythm. But Seiya Suzuki is the next one that comes to mind. I think PCA is going to be PCA. He's going to have some big moments, and he's going to have probably some bad moments, especially if there's a lefty on the mound. But a guy like Seiya Suzuki should be able to hit both sides of the rubber, and he hasn't done a lot of that in the second half. So I'd love to see him get hot again. Otherwise, it's kind of like keep Nico Horner going, keep Ian Happ going. They've been going well. Dansby will run into a home run every so often. I mean, I was looking at some of their infield defense numbers now that we're at the end of the season. I mean, it is tremendous. And you include the outfield as well, especially with PCA. It's absolutely an asset for this team going into the postseason. So, look, there's going to be some ups and downs offensively. It happens with every team in the postseason. But they can win it on the mound and on defense, especially when they're playing at home, J Hood. So it's not like you have to step up on defense. Just be yourself. And I do like their chances against San Diego, especially at Wrigley Field, especially with Cade Horton, who the Padres have not seen. But those are a couple of the offensive guys, starting with Seiya Suzuki, who just hasn't been as impactful in the second half.
Tyler, here's where Jesse was right. One of the first stops that Jesse made was he had to go see his buddy Terry Francona. And today I had to see Francona. Francona, here we go. Look at him, Jesse. Right there in the mix, 80-76, 5-game winning streak. And Jesse told us in March, he goes, you can put on +4 for Terry Francona. Yeah. He's going to help you win at least 4 or 5 ball games. Look at him now, Jess.
A little bit of a perfect storm over the weekend, right? The Cubs party their butts off in Pittsburgh and then lay an egg for 4 days. I could see them losing a couple games. They probably should have revved it up a little bit better. But regardless, they have plenty of time to rev it up this week. But it was the benefit of the Reds, who now host the Pirates, have the tiebreaker against the Mets, and the Mets might get the Cubs at the worst time here because, like I said, I think they're going to take it seriously after a bad weekend. But part of it is a little Francona magic, but it's just obviously timing as well. That's a great starting staff, and they're going to go. They're going through a little bit of a surge right now. We'll see if it continues. But they got the Cubs at the right time for sure.
So tonight's starting pitcher, Cade Horton, the current favorite to win Rookie of the Year, if he just goes out and delivers 5-6 innings of what he's been doing over the past 2 months, do you think he's got this award locked up?
I do. When you consider he's one of 6 pitchers with a sub-1 ERA in the second half of a season in history, that wins it right there. Jake Arrieta is one of those 6, and Cade Horton would be the 6th. That should win it. Now, that's if he keeps it under 1. But even if it jumps over 1 in the second half, I think he's got it. So I expect more of the same out of him. I mean, there's a good Mets lineup, no doubt. They're playing desperate, but they haven't seen him. And his stuff is just so good. But I want to see him early because that's the thing about not pitching in a week. So, yeah, I do think he's pretty much got it locked up, Tyler, yes.
Tyler was telling me earlier that he feels like the Phillies might be the favorite, maybe not just the National League, but everything. So if I give you the Phillies or the field in today's baseball, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to say the field, right? I think we talked about this recently. I do like the Phillies. I've said it so many times. This is their last hurrah. Schwarber's a free agent, might come back, but Real Muto, the whole team is getting older. Castellanos is, out to lunch half the time. He's upset. He might be traded. They're going to break up that team in some manner, a little bit at least. I do like the Phillies a lot. The field is 11 other teams, so it'd be hard to take field. But I think you asked me this recently, and I took the Phillies. I did pick the Dodgers to repeat in March. I should probably stick with my original opinion there. But, man, the Phillies are going to be tough even without Zach Wheeler. Duran puts them over the top in my mind. So, it's hard not to take the field when you have 11 other teams to choose from, but the Phillies are going to be really good.
The way that it sets up currently, too, in if the season ended today, playoff bracket, the Cubs wouldn't see the Phillies until the NLCS. Do you think that's best case scenario? Like, the way I feel as a Cubs fan, I want to see the Brewers in the playoffs, especially with the Woodruff news now, too.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, be careful what you wish for, right, Tyler? I'm sure a lot of fan base, Milwaukee, they're not that tough, and then they're going to, they're a 95-win team, and you wonder how they beat you. But I don't disagree with you. I do feel like a best of 5, 90 miles north, Cub fans up there, maybe a few Brewer fans down here. It's like Vegas will make that an even series. Maybe Milwaukee's a slight favorite because they've got the home field. But, the teams know each other so well. It'll be a coin toss. And you're right, the Woodruff injury, Mizorowski's just been okay in the second half. It'll be an even series. So I don't disagree with you. Philly's a much different animal. Going there will be difficult. Cade Horton in Philly, as much as I love the fact that he can handle any big moment, it's a little different than Cade Horton in Milwaukee, a little bit more familiar territory. So I don't disagree with you. I could see why a Cub fan might want Milwaukee in that second round. But be careful what you wish for. They are still a really good team.
Jesse, as always, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for coming on the show.
All right. Talk to you from Cleveland. Be well.
All right,
guys.
Jesse Rogers, brought to you by Automatic on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Mad that he's got to go to Cleveland. Still didn't address why he went after Shea. That was just unnecessary. All right, coming up, we got Shot or No Shot at 8 o'clock. But first, we put Tyler on the carousel. When's the last time you were on the carousel at Great America?
Oh, probably physics class in high school.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get back on there again. We're going to put you on the college carousel coming up next on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Hey,
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Yes, ESPN Bet. Your fantasy roster set, the Smack Talk is heating up, and ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. ESPN Bet Fan Center, that's where you go. ESPN Bet Sportsbook is helping you make that connection. ESPN Bet Fan Center on the ESPN Fantasy app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. J. Moore.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheap, or builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free. Plus, you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I was pretty hungry and looking at a menu when I named my boat Change Your Tuna. The backup names were Trick or Trout, I Salmonly Swear, and, oh, it gets worse, New Squid on the Block. It wasn't my best day.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it. And start with a quote from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Are you tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month. Price locked in for 3 years. Plus, get up to $200 for an Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi. It just works. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Tyler Rocky in for Kap, I'm J Hood. We are Getting close to shot or no shot at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. We're going to hear from Albert Breer, by the way, on the NFL and the Bears at 8:35. But now it's time for what we are calling the College Carousel. That's right, the College Carousel where we spin the wheel. Jay Moore, I know that you get upset at me when I ask you to pull out the wheel from the old Jude studio back there. I know it's heavy and it's bulky, but we had to do this for Tyler because Tyler teams with Shay Norling for Pick a Side and, of course, Chicago's College Tailgate every Saturday here on ESPN 1000. So
great show.
It is a great show because you need your gambling fix and you need your college fix, and we have to do this now because Cap's off, and you can fill Cap's thoughts on college in a thimble and still not fill up that thimble. So that's why we have Tyler here. So here's what we're going to do. We have some topics that are on the board. And so, Jay Moore, I can't see it from your end. So I'm just going to have you spin it here. And Wheel of Topics. Yeah. Cedric Mullins. Huh, that's weird.
Illinois, a fraud?
Yeah, so top 12 team, huh? Did I not preview this with you? Top 12 team for Illinois before the season started and then laying an egg against Indiana?
Boy, belt to ass, right?
Yes, it is belt to ass. Yes, it is.
I think that game probably said a little more about Indiana than it did about Illinois. Sure, there's the shock value of seeing your team give up 63 points. I think absolutely. But now you've got a chance to go up against another very good offense, your defense to lick their wounds a little bit. I still think that Illinois is probably one of the 15 best teams in the country, but they're going to have to prove it this week against USC.
23 here against number 21. 23 Illinois against number 21 USC in Champaign. Interesting. Boy, what a fall. But it was just a loss. It was a huge loss. All right, let's spin the wheel again of other topics we've got here. Oh, Georgia Tech. That's odd. Why is that on the board?
Old Bruce Pearl. Bruce Pearl stepping away now to away from Auburn. I just think it's really late in the game. The season is right around the corner for college basketball. So Bruce Pearl is resigning, and his son is going to step in as the head coach.
I hate this new trend. We saw it last year with Virginia when Tony Bennett stepped aside. I think even later in the cycle. It was probably like a week or two away from the season. Just so he can appoint the successor so the successor can be a head coach. I hate it. I think when you're the head coach of a program, it is your duty to get to the season. Now, if you get fired, you get fired, is what it is. But you should not be the ones calling the shots of who succeeds you. It should be the university and the athletic director.
Correct.
And that's what rubs me the wrong way with this whole thing. And I don't even care that it's his son that's taking over. Because I have the same gripe that I do with Tony Bennett appointing someone else on his staff to take over that program. It's all a joke. It's all a mess. And it ultimately does a disservice to the kids, too. I get that there's still continuity with the staff, but then you got to hire someone else in. It's just you create an unnecessary mess right before the season starts.
I thought at first when I first saw it health-related, but apparently that's not the case.
Oh, no.
So Bruce Pearl is not going to be an analyst, right? Oh, it's going to be in this country situation, huh? So he's not going to be an analyst. It's not health-related. It's Bruce Pearl in this country.
By the way, are you surprised that Jeff Goodman did not get this scoop? They only hosted together on SiriusXM for how long?
I am surprised.
And our buddy.
Field of 68, lacking. What happened there?
They'll get the exclusive. They'll get the first exclusive. But don't you want the scoop?
Yeah. Ole Miss. Go ahead.
Wow. Dabo Swinney.
Oh, Dabo Swinney. So Dabo Swinney, okay. So this is what we heard before the season from Dabo Swinney, big and chesty.
I mean, it's really pretty simple. Most of the guys in the portal aren't good enough to play for us. Yeah.
Oh. And now Dabo Swinney.
Disappointed, painful. I mean, hurt. I mean, I'm human. I mean, I'm not a cyborg. I mean, this is my life, man. I mean, I've been here 23 years. I love this place. I give this place the very best I got every single day. Every day. There's never been a day that I haven't given Clemson every ounce of everything I have. I hurt. I mean, I've invested my life here. And when I don't get the job done, I'm responsible. And I feel the pain. You know, it's not just my pain. I feel everybody's pain. And, you know, but that comes with my job. And I don't run from that at all. I mean, I've been in these situations many times. I've had a lot of great days, and this is a very, very...
Oh, too bad. Dabo.
I mean, it's really pretty simple. Most of the guys in the portal aren't good enough to play for us.
Yeah. Didn't he say that regardless, he going to coach somewhere else if they get rid of him?
Yeah, you won't get rid of me. You can get rid of me. That's fine.
You're tired of winning.
And if you're tired of winning, go ahead. Go find someone else.
You know he's down bad when he's using Cyborg in a presser in week 4.
Got that ass whooped by Syracuse.
That one felt good.
How about that?
I've seen so many of those games where it doesn't end that way. Syracuse-Clemson, I've seen that exact game play out 4 or 5 times where it doesn't end like that. Felt good. Even against the, you know, there's moments with your own college team where even when you know the opponent isn't good, it still feels good to beat them. Like this happened a couple years ago with Florida State. Florida State was really bad a couple years ago, and Syracuse beat them. I didn't care that Florida State was down. It felt good just knowing you beat Florida State. I feel the same way about Clemson this year.
17.5-point favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, doctor.
Yeah.
How about that, Jay Moore? Talk all that smack, right? Caps guy, Dabo Swinney, resume guy, LinkedIn resume guy, telling you how great he is, and then you get belt to ass, which is the absolute best.
Open to network.
Do you... It is... That sad little picture on LinkedIn.
With the little green ribbon.
That's all.
Open to network.
Open to network.
Brent Venables, bring me on.
Jay Moore, do we have time to slide in one more?
Yeah, one more.
All right, let's spin the wheel. A&M. Strange. Why is that on the wheel?
Mike Gundy.
Mike Gundy says this.
College football, as we all know, has changed in a very, very dramatic fashion, and it's really not the old college football. This is a paid game, okay? So whether I agree with it or not makes zero difference. It's like being in an argument with your wife and you know you're right, it makes zero difference. You're wrong. You might as well just get over it, give in, things are going to be much smoother.
Yep, there's a guy there who's going to lose to Baylor coming up on Saturday. You're fired.
Passing the hat like that when you put QR codes to donate to the NIL fund on your players' helmets is pathetic. Wow. Zero sympathy for the guy. Zero sympathy. And he's had a great career there. But the old saying, what is it? It's you live long enough to become the villain or you die a hero.
Yeah.
Like, just go out. Go out this way.
See?
This is what it is.
So what we just gave you here with our college carousel is when you sound old, this is what happens. Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State, right? I'm a man, I'm 40. Viable in college football. You have someone like Dabo Swinney, viable with Trevor Lawrence and with Deshaun Watson. You know, good program. And you sound old. I don't need portal. Well, I need portal for? I don't need portal. And then you have this guy here losing to Oregon and Tulsa.
On a Friday night. That got buried.
Tulsa, 19-12, and you're going to get your ass whooped by Baylor. That's what happens when you sound old and out of date. That's it. Mm-hmm. Or you run for office like Bruce Pearl. And that, folks, is our College Carousel. Don't forget, Pick a Side. The podcast available now on the ESPN Chicago app, as well as Chicago's College Tailgates. All there for you, the college football fan. All right, we will give you shot or no shot. That's in 2 minutes. But first, we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves across the vast ESPN Chicago Kap J Hood Radio Network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite. Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us tonight at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me? No, Whiskey you!
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Tyler Rocky in for Kap. I am Jay Hood. We've got Shay. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you here this Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Watch the show and all the shows here on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Still to come on the show, we'll hear from Albert Breer from SI.com and Monday Morning Quarterback. His thoughts about the Bears and some of the storylines around the NFL. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay.
Good morning, boys, on a Tuesday. How we feeling?
On a Tuesday. We're good, man. We're good. Shay, very careful in the mic, usually very squeaky. But I'm glad that Shay made it in for the show from his time at Hoffman Estates. He finally made it in.
Quick turnaround.
Quick turnaround. That was my deal, by the way, when I was calling Winnie City Bulls basketball, the G League team. Mm-hmm. They played at the formerly known as Sears Center.
That's right. Yeah, the old Sears Center.
Long drive to the south side. Oh, doctor. Oh, man. A lot of good bars there, though, to take up your time. Hoffman Estates, yeah.
If you like the little pregame festivities, that's their Gallagher way.
You had to. Had to. Is that, by the way, in the G League, like being able, as you well know, as a play-by-play guy, set up your board. Mm-hmm. You got your stats all ready to go.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, Gar Foreman says to the coach, hey, I've got 2 Euros flying in to O'Hare. You got to play them 30 minutes. Well, who are they? And you're just scratching the name in.
Yeah.
Like, who is it now? And so as a G League coach, it sucks because you got your practice laid down and all of a sudden, I need to see him for about 20 minutes. Just put him in the lineup.
Yeah.
Who's this now? And you're meeting him for the first time on game day? Yeah, it's tough.
You know, Coach K burned me once with that.
How's that?
He had declared that they were redshirting Joey Baker for the year.
Yeah.
Nope, we're going to play him a conference game. Only game he played all year, burned his red shirt. And didn't have the guy on my board because he was redshirting for the year.
Yeah.
There's the little 12 Joey Baker at the bottom, height, weight, all that.
Yeah.
That's all I needed. Nope, puts him in the game. And we're like, what the hell's going on here?
And so now
only K would burn a guy's red shirt like that.
So now, Shay, we know the anger that this man has for K because of that story right there.
There's breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
Plenty of breadcrumbs.
I knew that there was a villain origin story for Coach K in Tyler's life.
Mm-hmm. All right, here is the Tuesday edition of Shot or No Shot.
All right, let's get started. Ben Johnson opened his press conference yesterday talking about the Bears being underdogs on the road in Las Vegas, making it very clear. Ben Johnson knows the number. Shot or no shot, it's a good thing for Ben Johnson to embrace the underdog role as they go on the road to Vegas.
That's a shot. Whatever you need to be able to get the team going, that's great. I know that some people are very uncomfortable with coaches being able to speak about the line. Did we just go through this with the Ole Miss coach? Did we just go through
Lane
this?
Kiffin?
Yeah, Lane Kiffin apologized to gamblers because he didn't cover a spread, I believe, in their opener.
That's amazing, but it's what it is. So because Ben Johnson knows that they are underdogs going into this thing, I guess when the line opened, I see it now as Bears 1.5, by the way.
As favorites?
As favorites, yeah. But sure, whatever you need, right, to be able to inspire the team.
I 1,000% a shot for me. I like, and again, I think the public perception of this game is that the Bears should be favored in this game. And for him to dig up any sort of bulletin board material to still make it feel like, hey, you're the underdog, just like you were last week, and you had to respond. Because this is a big response game. You need every bit of motivation. And maybe some of the players in that locker room look at it as, it's the Raiders on the other side. This should be a cakewalk. Sure, we're on the road, but we're going to fill up that stadium with our own fans. I think you're looking for any single thing that you can find to motivate this group right now.
Sure. So I think that is a shot, Shay.
All right, I want to bring up the Athletic Power Rankings, which are not the Snorling Power Rankings, but
different.
The Athletic has vaulted the Bears up 7 spots after a win, from 25 to 18. And what I found more interesting was in the blurb, they said it's time to have confidence, that Caleb looks good, and that you feel like this Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams offense is ready for takeoff. So shot or no shot, a win in Vegas and a return to 2-2 would vault the Bears into the top 15.
Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot. There's no doubt that they would be a top 15 team. And so all that I want to see is what you want to see, Tyler, and that is for the Bears to be able to replicate what they did against Dallas, having confidence offensively, where the offensive line holds up enough for Caleb Williams to be able to get the ball down the field, where he doesn't have happy feet, where he doesn't have to run all over the yard like Lamar Jackson did last night. What I want is for them for Caleb Williams to be comfortable in the pocket and being able to connect to all his receivers. And on the flip side, if the defense can be able to get a takeaway or two, that only helps both sides of the football and increases your chances to win. If the defense just does what they do and just go out there to block and tackle and do nothing else beside that, then that's going to be difficult for the Bears. The Bears defense has to be able to make a play, several plays. I think that's important.
Yeah, I need to see how guys respond. Specifically Stevenson, specifically Tremaine Edmonds, and I'll even lump Montez Sweat into that group as well. I think it's a shot, but I think it depends how it looks. If you win this game 19-16, you're not vaulting into the top 15. But if you go out there and you win this game 27-20, I think absolutely that's a shot that you're one of the 15 best teams.
I think that's only fair. I wonder what Geno Smith looks like against the Bears defense.
Well, it was good Geno last week, which means bad Geno is coming up. It's an every other week thing. He was good week 1, bad week 2, good week 3.
Hopefully.
Bad Geno's loading.
So the trend's your friend in that spot. If the Raiders can't run the football, and they can't with Genty, they bad offensive line. Genty has been. We gave the stat yesterday about how far behind he is behind the line of at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage, negative yards. Mm-hmm. It's not good. So if you can't run the football, the ball's in the air. What was it, Shay? 64% of the time for the Raiders.
Yep.
Okay. But what are the Bears going to do about it? That's what I want to know. Will they be opportunistic in the secondary to be able to make plays? That's important.
That's what Stevenson, do it again. That I think is one of the big mantras heading into this game. Show me it again, because I thought he was fantastic. It wasn't just the strip that he had on Javonte Williams. He made a number of good plays in the run game. I thought he did well in pass coverage too. But I need to see it again, because that was the whole track record. We've seen flashes of brilliance from Tyreek Stevenson over his career. We just haven't seen consistently putting together good performances, not even great performances. Can you string together a couple of good ones? A couple of games where it's just like, all right, that's a plus. Can you string together a couple of those? And this is a perfect opportunity for him.
Shay?
All right, an old friend here in Chicago has come under a bit of fire in Jacksonville. Former Bears offensive coordinator Shane Waldron, current passing game coordinator with the Jaguars, coordinated Seattle's offense in 2023. Jackson Smith-Njigba did not have a good rookie year that year and made his feelings on Shane Waldron public during the Super Bowl media row, where he said that basically this guy's no good. Broke out in 2024 after Waldron left. Waldron was here last year when Rome Odunze underwhelmed. Rome Odunze currently undergoing his stardom breakout after Shane Waldron leaves. Last year in Jacksonville, Brian Thomas Jr. broke out into superstardom. This year, bad regression. Maybe the worst regression happening to a player year over year in the entire NFL. Simple shot or no shot. Shane Waldron is a wide receiver killer.
Yeah. Is the 33rd team still a thing? Is he writing a column with Mike Martz?
Yeah.
I haven't been to that site all year.
Yeah.
Let's see if that's still a thing. I think that might be a shot.
This stretches back too. I saw like some of this going around social media, but even Cooper Kupp, he was a sub 1,000-yard receiver, and then the next year he had almost 1,000 more yards. The year after Shane Waldron left, he put up the best year of his career with almost 2,000 yards and 16 touchdowns. So yeah, that's a shot.
I think that's true. But see, if that gets around the league, he will be out of a job. Like, no one is going to hire him.
I have a feeling Jacksonville is going to axe him here pretty soon.
Yeah, like if this doesn't work, that'll be all.
Boy, if you're the passing game coordinator and you're getting axed in the first half of the season, look inward.
Yeah.
Look inward.
Yep.
Okay, so what we have here, Shay, and this is my first time being on this site. So we've got Rondé Barber, Rich Gannon, Jay Gruden. Okay.
Dear Lord.
These are some good immaculate grids.
There's Mike Tannenbaum. Well, I mean, there's a thing there. Those are the names. Andy Benoit or Andy Benoit. Used to be on The Athletic, right? Was that
name
writer?
The name rings a bell.
Yeah, so those are some of the names and Dean Blandino. These are the names, by the way, that's part of the
Dean doing there?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing there, but he has a column. He writes for them.
What's the headline of his latest column? Like Dean Blandino, stay on the Fox set. That's a nice, cushy job right there. Think about how fun that would be, by the way.
Yes.
Like you talk about the golden hammock of radio. You work 18 Sundays a year.
Yes.
And then plus into the playoffs. And they just toss to you. You've got all the games up in front of you, and then they just toss to you whenever there's controversy.
Who's the leader on the NFL Sundays? The old man. What's his name, Shay? The guy that's on the NFL, that's the lead referee, the lead official, the king of the referees on the NFL. On Fox.
Mike Pereira.
Mike Pereira.
Yeah.
He's got it made in the shade.
Yeah, he just does one game.
The king of the referees.
The kings of the referees, man. You know why he's the king of the referees, Shay? 3-piece suit, hair slicked back, lives in Los Angeles. My God. He's doing it. Besides Sundays, he's good for the other 6 days. He's at 5-star restaurants. You know who I am? Mike Pereira.
Yeah.
King of the officials.
Him and Terry McCauley. McCauley doesn't even have to leave, so he doesn't even get to complain about having to go to Pittsburgh for a game.
No, he's just right there.
In the middle of December.
That's a bad call. Thank you, Chris. That's it. It's something, man. That's what a gig that is. That is the golden hammock.
Yeah.
Shay hates that, by the way. He hates those people because as Shay has described it to us, you're seeing the obvious.
Yeah. No, the thing that bothers me about it is you'll get, like, the officials will get a call wrong, and then it does me no good as a fan to pivot to Dean Blandino or Mike Pereira to tell me, yeah, they got that one wrong. What does that do for me? It's the same thing as the last 2-minute thing in the NBA. They put that report out the next morning. I'd rather you blow it out your wazoo. I don't need it.
It's just fan rage bait.
Yeah, it's all it is. It's like it doesn't go back and change the result.
Right.
If I know that somebody was fouled at the end of a game, it does me no good to then see the report where the NBA's like, yeah, hand up, we screwed you. I'd rather you just keep it.
Boy, God bless the admin that runs the NBA officiating communications account.
Yes.
When they have one job to tweet out that link every day to the 2-minute report, and then it's just a sea of fans in the comments saying how they got screwed the day before.
That's a great slogan, by the way, for Washington State football.
Blow it out your wazoo.
I like that.
I actually really like that's what they're doing with their quarterbacks. Blow their quarterbacks out their wazoo. Cam Ward to Miami.
Watch
John
him win
Mateer to
Heismans.
Oklahoma. Yeah, blow them out and watch them become Heisman favorites.
I mean, he just gave us blow it out your wazoo, right? Because he didn't want to use the other word.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking for Washington State, for the Cougars, blow it out
Blow
your
it out
wazoo.
your wazoo.
That's not bad.
I like it.
I like that.
I like it.
I think that's something that they could utilize. Blow it out your wazoo as you lost to North Texas 59-10.
That's a game day sign. That's a game day sign.
Right. With the guy with the
Big
flag,
picket fence.
with the big flag that travels.
That would have been great for the Apple Cup last weekend. A Washington, if they would never get game day because that's an atrocity, but a Washington fan holding up "Blow It Out Your Wazoo" would be fantastic.
We have got Around the NFL, Albert Breer at 8:35, Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and ESPN Chicago on Instagram.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
These nuts.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's Home for Sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
No, I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Tua Tagovailoa.
It's now time to go around the NFL here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tyler Rocky is in for Kap. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, it's Tuesday, so it's a don't be surprised if day. We'll look forward a little bit. Some bolder potential predictions.
Let's go, Shay.
So let's start with don't be surprised if Caleb Williams breaks every existing Bears passing record this year. He's on pace for 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns right now. That would obviously be by far the best passing season in Bears history.
Please let him not be PCA in that spot.
40-40.
Yeah, 40-40.
40-40 went out the window quick, huh?
We tried. We pushed that out there because we want to root for PCA, the face of Chicago sports, we think.
At least we don't have the cooler in here today to go, that's not going to happen, kid. He's got no shot of 40 touchdowns.
And my retort would be, what did you think of him last year? Remember?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd be disappointed if he doesn't have 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, kid. And I asked Ryan Poles when we had him on, is that a thing? And Ryan Poles said it's not a thing. So just be disappointed, bro, with your 5 wins and your underwhelming football team.
When's the last time a Bears quarterback has led the league in touchdowns at any point in the season? Like,
well, you're not on Carmen Jurko. We can't help you. Look, you're gonna have to. You have to look it up, boys.
Exercise my Google.
Yeah, look it up yourself, buddy.
Look it up, boys. Go ahead. Next.
Next, don't be surprised if the Cleveland Browns finish with more wins than the Cincinnati Bengals. At least the Browns have an elite defense. They got a win in the tank with the win over Green Bay. And Tyler pointed something out to me yesterday. I went back and watched a little bit of the Bengals-Vikings, specifically the end of the game.
Yeah.
There is some checkout in those wide receivers. The body language on the sideline from Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they know what this is. Trey Hendrickson might get traded. They can't stop anything. And with Jake Browning, I don't know that they can score. It wouldn't shock me if the Browns end up with more wins than the Bengals.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah. When you put it that way, I mean, I think it'll be a tie at best. I don't know if they'll end up with more because at the same token, like the Browns still have to win some of these games too. And you won one, albeit against one of the best teams in football, but it took a damn near miracle to do so.
But honest to God, say it out loud. Jake Browning or Joe Flacco?
Yeah.
Think about it.
I'd rather have Flacco.
Flacco will just he'll keep it steady. It's not going to be great. You know it's not going to be spectacular, but he'll keep it steady, if nothing else.
Shay and I were also talking about this yesterday too, but don't you want now in a backup quarterback, don't you want it to be a failed starter at this point? Just at least a guy who has kind of seen everything. Like look at the guys who succeeded. We had 5 or 6 backups play in the NFL on Sunday.
Carson Wentz
Went out there. Didn't look awful.
Right.
Mac Jones has been serviceable these 2 weeks. He's gone 2-0. What you saw with Tyrod Taylor, I mean, he wasn't awful, wasn't great, but gave you a chance to win.
Yep.
And then
Daniel Jones,
what he's been doing.
Might get MVP votes.
Yeah. Your partner over here has a prayer candle out for Carson Wentz to keep that job in Minnesota. He's got the per circle out.
May do it himself.
Speaking of which, well, it's also Cap. It just bleeps all over me when I say I don't really buy the J.J. McCarthy injury. It's incredible. They're already saying, like, they started this with 2 to 4 weeks. Immediately finish the game and they come out Monday. He's out for 2 to 4 weeks. Then it's week 7. We think he'll be back. Then they blow out the Bengals with Wentz, and suddenly it's week 8. They're already extending his runway. Like, come on. Carson Wentz is going to end up keeping that job. Or don't be surprised if Kirk Cousins is a starting quarterback again by week 7. Because there are teams that have urgency. We just talked about all the backup quarterbacks. The Bengals could get involved. There's been rumor that the Vikings could get involved. And now there are people writing in Atlanta that Kirk might get his job back after Penix was as bad as he was this past weekend.
No. You can't go back now. This is your decision. And Cousins is all confused about the offense. So, no, this is what it is, Shay. You don't go back. By the way, Commanders, Bills, 49ers. The next 3 for the Falcons. So long, everybody.
And I'm not telling you it would be a good decision by them. I'm just saying people in Atlanta are writing Kirk could get his job back.
Jay Moore?
Hey, man.
Brother.
Not paying it out.
Oh, my God.
See how quick they are, Jay Moore? See how quick they are with it?
It's not looking good for Penix.
Hold on a second. Stop the music. Stop the music. Who's they?
The Falcons.
Oh, go ahead. I thought he was coming over. I thought Brother Norling was coming over.
Everybody was sweating.
I will say,
He's
though.
coming over to the meeting.
A sign of change in times. The Vikings were quicker with JJ.
Oh, stop the music. What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just, quick decisions being made on some quarterbacks here. That's all.
2 African-American quarterbacks.
Here's Shay Norling. Well, I tell you what, man. Shay was in the picnic there for a second. He said they.
I'm with you.
As if me and Jay Moore would have the conversation.
You know I'm with you.
Oh, wow. How about that? How about that, Jess?
That's exactly right.
And I had this pick with the fist in there. I'll give it to you. There you go, Shay. Use it for your beard, man.
Jay Moore, I'm standing around like the Tom Brady statue, brother.
Hashtag new profile pick.
Penix is being mistreated in Atlanta.
Wow. How about that?
Brother.
You know how they do it. Shay Norling, how about that? Lift every voice and sing. Here's Shay Norling.
All right. Don't be surprised if the Offensive Rookie of the Year is already wrapped up, and it is Emeka Egbuka. He has earned Baker's trust.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing here is, they will get Chris Godwin back, but Abuka's been the go-to guy on big downs. Critical downs, got to have it, late game. He was the guy in Houston. He was the guy last week on the final drive against the Jets. He has all of Baker's faith. Got to have it moments, end a game on the game-winning drives. And he's already on pace for 80 catches, over 1,000 yards, and 17 touchdowns.
Well, not just that, but now you've got Mike Evans dealing with yet another hamstring injury.
Yeah.
So all the targets are going to be flying his way.
The Baker story is just tremendous.
That
comeback
whole
story.
Bucs team. I mean, none of them get enough credit for how good they've been over the last, 5-7 years?
Yeah.
And Todd, going from Brady and Arians to Bowles and Baker, and it being pretty much seamless, that's a well-run organization that does not get nearly enough credit for how good they have been over the last almost decade.
Well, I would also add, 'cause Cap laughed at me when I said I think the Bucs could be the 1 seed. The way they've weathered the storm of offensive line injuries, they will get Wirfs back sooner than later now. They're already 3-0. They've already beaten the Falcons. Don't be surprised if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win the NFC South by 4 or more games. That division is terrible. And Todd Bowles is your NFC Coach of the Year.
All that is on the table. There's no question. Big test against the Eagles coming up on Sunday now. Big game.
This is the game where Tampa can announce themselves truly as one of the elites in the NFC.
Like Philadelphia is the top of the top shelf, not just because of champions, because of the way they're able to wait. That was a big game for the Eagles to be able to come from behind and win that ball game. But Tyler, this will tell a story about Tampa.
Yeah.
Right now, Eagles are a 3.5-point favorite on the road. Let's see what Tampa can do here.
How about this? Tampa 3-0 with a point differential of 6. Plus 6.
Wow. Strong, man.
Yeah. Find ways to win.
This is why this NFL is so good, man. There's always a matchup that you look at. This is 2 undefeated teams. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
2 African-American quarterbacks.
Well, Baker, Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
He's in?
Yeah, because of the comeback. It's because it's a new Baker. Sure, you're welcome.
I told him yesterday, when they blocked that field goal and returned it for a touchdown, the Jets, and you had Aaron Glenn dancing down the sideline, there was never a doubt in my mind that the Buccaneers were going to come back and win that game. I texted one of my group chats. I said, they're just aura farming for Baker to get yet another comeback drive. They're going to force feed him the MVP by putting themselves in comeback situations, knowing Baker's nails.
What did you say? That this is like Brian Kelly getting Jaden Daniels the Heisman?
Right.
Yeah.
Guys, just fold up the defense. Let's get exactly a 1-point trailing here, and we'll let Baker win us the game. Or farm him an MVP.
Aaron Glenn, man. You're not a coordinator anymore, man. I know you're excited. Got to stay still. Have to. You didn't win the game yet.
Yeah.
Do that when there's zeros on the board.
I do feel bad for him a little bit. They should have beaten the Steelers. You have a lead with a minute to go against the Bucs. They could be 2-1 easily, but Jets going to jet.
That's the thing. He says we're not the same old Jets. Yes, you are.
Yep.
Yes, you are. And you got to change that narrative. Albert Breer from SI.com and Monday Morning Quarterback is next. Along with Tyler, I'm Jay Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Blackhawks.
TGIF? Nope. Now it's TGI DPBF. Thank God it's Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. All season long on ESPN Chicago.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com. Read their testimonials and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
It's football season once again.
And the collision of the week.
Sounds more like a rear-ender on the Dan Ryan to me.
Maybe when you hear collision.
Exciting on the field, not so much when you're behind the wheel.
Aiken Laws help thousands of people across Chicagoland and Illinois injured in car, truck, and rideshare accidents get the compensation they deserve.
Yeah, but can you help the offensive line?
He's Howard Aiken, our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
New Beyond Raw Lit V2 pre-workout. GNC's #1 pre-workout. Now with harder hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance support. This isn't just pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. Turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations are never easy. But for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hello. Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it.
What?
You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it? Well, you see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it.
Okay.
On Chicago's home for sports.
But Bert is it.
Albert Breer from SI.com and Monday Morning Quarterback joins us every Tuesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Go to SI.com right now, click Albert Breer, and you're right in there. And read that as we talk to Albert on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Albert. How are you?
Good morning, guys.
Albert, all sunshine and rainbows and balloons that the Bears were able to win a home game for the first time since last October against Carolina. That was a much better operation for the Bears on all three phases against Dallas.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, just seeing a little bit more rhythm to their offense. And look, Dallas is playing well defensively, so that certainly helps, right? But seeing Caleb a little more comfortable, seeing them a little more rhythm to their offense, seeing them being able to run the ball. I mean, it's simple stuff, but I think we've mentioned it. Like I said, one of the things to me that was most encouraging about that game against Buffalo in the preseason was how Caleb seemed to be playing on time and within rhythm. And I don't think it was perfect on Sunday, but I think you saw a lot more of it on Sunday, which is again you're trying to get him to a place where he can make the routine play more and, try to be Superman a little bit less.
Albert, there's so much made of, all right, how long does it take for quarterbacks to fully adjust to a new system? But I want to talk about the other 10 guys on the offense because there's something to this past game. Caleb was not sacked once. There were no procedural penalties. There were no turnovers in this game. For when you hear people talk about the Ben Johnson offense, how long it takes to get acclimated, what about for the other 10 guys? How long does it take for them to kind of find their way within this system?
I guess it's hard to say because it was so, in Detroit, it was a little bit different in that, they got there, Anthony Lynn was the coordinator, Ben took over halfway through the year, and then in year two, it wasn't like they were loaded offensively. Now, they had the basis of a good offensive line there, which really helps. But, you're integrating pieces. Jameer Gibbs was year three. I think Jamison Williams was year two, but he had the torn ACL, so he didn't really play much as a rookie. Sam Laporta, the transition from TJ Hawkinson to Sam Laporta. It took some time for them to build up the personnel where I think, what you're walking in on in Chicago is probably a little bit closer to a ready-made product. So it definitely took time in Detroit. And I think it will take time, and I think there will continue to be some bumps. That said, I do think, you're seeing some signs that it's coming along a little bit quicker, and it should because, you've got some more established, players on hand in Chicago than you did maybe at the beginning in Detroit.
What is happening in Las Vegas with Pete Carroll? I expected the offensive line and running the football to be kind of the hallmark of what Carroll wanted to do, but it looks like Geno Smith and the Raiders are having problems being able to run the football. What's happening there?
Yeah, I would say the offensive line personnel is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and it was always going to take them a little time to get the roster right. they had a lot of problems when they got there, and so look, I think that piece of it, is still very much a work in progress. Offensive line was a huge problem for them the last few years. I think it's in a better place now than it's been the last couple of years. And your hope is that young players like DJ Glaze and Jackson Powers Johnson and Dylan Parham continue to come along. But I would start there. And I know a lot of people are going to put a lot of things on Ashton Genty. He's not even out of his first month as a pro yet. So I still think, by the time we get to the end of the year, you're going to see some of the hallmarks of a Pete Carroll offense. And, that being there's going to be a physicality to it. And Chip Kelly subscribes to all that too. It's going to look a little different than it did in Seattle. I just think you have to give it some time to allow for some of those young pieces on the offensive line to come together.
Albert, a lot was made in this city about, Tom Brady's on the call, and now he's going to face the Bears with the team that he's the minority owner for. But nothing really, it seems, came out of that. But what are some of the tangible things that have touched the Raiders with Tom Brady being a part of this? Obviously, a lot was made of him being in the booth on Monday night, but outside of that, where is Tom Brady making a difference in Vegas?
Everywhere. I think this goes back to his ability to attract some of the bigger money owners, and Michael Meldman, I know people don't know these names. Michael Meldman is the founder of Discovery Land. Discovery Land is the parent company for the Yellowstone Club. Tom Brady is a member of the Yellowstone Club. So Michael Meldman comes in as a huge money minority owner. Egan Durbin is a huge private equity guy in the Bay Area. There's that connection to Brady. Egan Durbin's now a part owner. And then there's Brady's own business partner, Tom Wagner. They own the Birmingham, I think it's Birmingham City. I can't remember the name of it. The English soccer club. So you have those pieces. You have how he's influenced ownership, and that's brought an influx of cash, which is part of why they're able to attract, not just prime head coaching candidates, but they paid to get Chip Kelly out of Ohio State. He's making $6 million a year. I don't think that would have happened with Mark Davis all on his own. So there's that. And then, I think just as far as setting the organizational philosophy, Brady's had a hand in that as well, and kind of what they're looking for with players. He had a big role in picking, Pete Carroll as the head coach. John Spytek, their new general manager, is from Tampa, and Brady was very, very close with him in Tampa. They played at Michigan together. So, you're seeing that, and then I think it's the type of players that they're looking for. I can tell you, those guys that are running the organization now on a day-to-day basis are very aware of the types of players that Brady wants there, and kind of the overarching thing, the football character piece of it, and so they're cognizant of what they're bringing into the building and how it lines up with what Brady wants. And I think over time he's going to become more involved. It's not day-to-day yet. But he's got a good idea of everything that's going on there. And, he's got a very strong influence on what happens on a day-to-day basis, even if he isn't there day-to-day.
Albert, lastly, that game last night, Monday Night Football,
yeah.
Lions defeat the Ravens 38-30. What does that say more about the Lions' resolve to win on the road or the Ravens' deficiencies?
I think the Ravens are fine. I wouldn't worry about the Ravens. I think it's impressive from the Lions' perspective, just in that. And you guys saw it last week, right? They came off the opener. It wasn't great. There's some communication issues. There's the adjustment with the two new coordinators. And to be able to straighten things out as quickly as they have. The identity of that team's run through the offensive line the last few years. And they're starting a rookie up front, a second-year guy who's a starter for the first time, and Ratledge and Mahogany. And those guys last night were part of a group that was really dominant. And that looked like a Lions team. And then you see the creativity, too. That touchdown run on David Montgomery that had, kind of the option look, the handoff and the option look. That was pretty interesting. It looks like the Lions have looked the last couple of years now. And maybe it took them a week or two to get there. But, I think the Lions remain a force to be reckoned with. And a big piece of that is they've got, better players than damn near anybody else, Jared Goff's a very good quarterback, despite what some people might think. They still have one of the best offensive lines in football. the skill group is diverse and talented with guys like Gibbs and Laporta and Montgomery and J-Mo and St. Brown. And now the defense is, getting healthy, and, you see what they're capable of with Aiden Hutchinson and Jack Campbell and some of the highly drafted guys they have there. They don't even have William McNeil back yet. So I think the arrow is pointing back up on the Lions. And, I think coming out of the first 3 weeks of the season, I don't know. I mean, everybody was talking about Green Bay like they were a Super Bowl team after the first 2 weeks. I think the Lions are right there with them.
As always, Albert, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on with us.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Go to SI.com, Monday Morning Quarterback, and check out the latest from Albert Breer as he joins us on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Coming up, we'll give you the Kap and J Hood cut of the day with Tyler. I'm J Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dips at your local grocery store.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price, 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit Astound.com today.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite. Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us tonight at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me? No, whiskey you.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I liked Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's NUTRAFOL.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
What if a quarterback completed 4 out of 5 passes, or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots beyond the arc? Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Because when you're hiring, you can play at that level, because 4 out of 5 employers who post at ZipRecruiter, they get a quality candidate within the first day. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. J-Mo.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for the Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day. Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Make sure you reach out to David Flom, because David Flom will take care of you. Think about it. Eating at the patio, inside, fine dining, great for Jay Moore! Jay Moore!
Yo. Yes, it's
Jay
boring,
Moore!
but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
Jay Moore!
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Jesse Rogers is the subject of today's Shay's platform, because I think that he's committing a friendship sin. Over the weekend, Jesse repeatedly sent me unsolicited text messages to let me... All right, calm down. Everybody relax.
Hardwood floors.
Not those. Not those.
One go in the protected folder?
That would be a friendship sin, though, I'll tell you what.
Shag carpet?
Probably really would have to zoom in. I think it'd be okay.
Hey, buddy!
Check this out, buddy.
Hey, little buddy.
More like, hey,
buddy.
little buddy. Exactly.
Hey, buddy!
Little buddy, big buddy.
Now I can't even be mean to him.
And that's all, folks.
It is the Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day, brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Go to the website, ChicagoCutSteakhouse.com, 300 North LaSalle Drive in Chicago. 312-329-1800 for reservations. Tyler Rocky, today is National Great American Pot Pie Day. When's the last time you had a good pot pie?
I haven't had a good pot pie in probably 15 years. It's been a long time.
How about that?
Yeah.
So a pot pie day. Also today is National Teal Talk Day. So National Teal Day. So the first time we saw teal was the Charlotte Hornets, right? Is that the first time in sports that we saw a team that had a teal in the uniform?
Like the old Charlotte Hornets. And now they've brought it back. Yeah, that's one of the great throwbacks.
Yeah,
one of the great throwbacks.
I don't know why teal was never a thing before 88, 89, because I believe that's when they came into the league. Everybody want that Charlotte Hornets starters.
I was just thinking, great starter jacket.
Pullover was amazing.
Man.
I love it.
It was a rare color. So everybody wanted it. Everyone wanted that. The Orlando Magic, when they came into the league, well, that was the reason why they wanted Orlando, because of the 5-point star.
That's right.
They want to have that, and people would take that off your back on the bus. By the way, I saw that happen. Yeah, people would take that off. They take your hat off and steal your jackets back then.
That's right.
Because it was such a valuable item. But teal was so unique, because we saw it as just like, that's an interesting color. And so, what are we looking at? The Coastal Carolina Chanticleers?
Yep, that's a good one. Yep, it's got a hint of teal. A hint of teal.
Anybody else that I'm missing?
I'm trying to think. The Hornets picked it up, but I'm trying to think who else.
And it's both at Carolina, so they're both in the same state.
Yeah.
Anybody else wearing that color? I don't think so. But it was so odd at the time, that color, when I was growing up in high school.
I'm sure some NBA team has it with their City Connect uniforms, because you never know who's playing who when you turn on an NBA game and it's the City Connect.
Yeah, black is.
What's the color for the WNBA team in San Francisco? Is it purple or is it teal?
I thought it was like black and purple.
Is it Valkyries?
Purple, okay. Yeah, Valkyries.
It's purple,
black and purple.
Do the Jags have like a teal alternate?
It is.
Yeah.
It is kind of teal and green, right? Yeah, the Jaguars.
Yeah, the Jags,
is that
kind of tealish?
Kind of teal green?
Yeah.
Yeah, in that same family, I would say.
Yeah.
So those are the national today. By the way, it's a longer conversation, but we got to talk about Lamar Jackson.
He looked like Justin Fields last night.
No one plays like him, and I can't take the MVPs away from him. I'm watching that game yesterday, Tyler. Just going backwards 15 yards. I know that he's elusive, and he's been able to get away with going 15 yards backwards and still get a first down. We see this on Saturdays on low-level college.
Yeah.
This is, you know what it is? It's a regular season juggernaut, and then you know what that looks like in the postseason.
Tried too hard to be Daniel Jones last night.
Little game Lamar, man. I tell you another thing, they got to stop running that sprint out play at the red zone because either Lamar double clutches the ball and takes a sack, or Mark Andrews drops it. Enough with that play.
Yeah. You'd think Zay Flowers is the perfect guy to run that with.
Shay, it's like the dance move or the magic trick that you've seen. When you first saw it, it was amazing from Lamar Jackson, the way he can bob and weave and get the first down. It looked toward the end of that game sad.
Yeah. I mean,
sad.
How many times he saw the pocket collapse and then he just tried to escape? And
Jay Moore, you can't take 7 sacks, bro.
Can't. What was wrong with the defense yesterday?
The Ravens?
The Ravens
defense
defense
blows. That defense is just bad.
I'm like, what?
And they were missing Matt Abuike in the middle. Kyle Van Noy didn't play, but they're just not very good to start with.
We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program. Thank you, Tyler, for getting up.
Anytime, Hoodie.
Thanks for coming in. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. Carmen Jurko are next. We'll talk to you tomorrow. So long, everybody. From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
Take that.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
I've got the best job, Carm.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, away we go on this Tuesday, week 3 in the books. All the time. It's like the old days with the Chiefs. And even though they lost, what a game that was. Put the Lions and the Ravens in primetime a lot. A couple times we've seen the Ravens in primetime here in the start of the season. They've had an opportunity to win games. They found ways to lose them, but they've been thrilling football games. And we saw an offensive display out of the Lions last night.
Let me tell you what needs to happen. Derrick Henry needs to take care of the piggy.
5 points of contact, right?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Who am
Steve Mariucci, 5 points of contact.
Who am I
Tom
to tell?
Rathman was his running back coach.
Yeah.
5 points of contact. The ball got punched out.
It did, but it still looked like it wasn't that
It was
secure
easy.
in his arms.
Well, that's because it was away from the body.
That's what I mean.
It was secure in his arm, but it didn't have one of the contact points is right under the boobit.
There you go. And it's almost like he took it for granted.
And he kind of swung it out because that's, he was that's his running style. He kind of swung it out a little bit, and it left from behind. And that's where you got to be careful when it comes from behind, Carm.
Yeah.
You got to sit there, and it got poked out right there.
If you don't have some awareness or that ball security, Aiden Hutchinson just...
It's on the carpet.
Bam.
Yeah. And how do you do that? If it's in your body, you can shield, but you got to sense that. I saw a couple guys get hit from behind yesterday. I thought the football was coming out. That's what happened. But the Lamar Jackson fumble, where he just had it in his hand, and loaf of bread. You want to talk about a loaf of bread? At least it was somewhat secure with Derrick Henry. He's one hand in this thing, swinging around. Woo, look at me.
Look at me.
Yeah, that was not good. So they were a little cavalier once they got down to the red zone. And then the last touchdown was a meaningless touchdown. Who cares? 38-30, Mark Andrews come down.
There's 30 seconds left. That doesn't matter.
Nobody cared about that touchdown except for the good kid who had Lamar Jackson.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah.
This is a guy in Derrick Henry who, over the course of the majority of his career, almost never put the ball on the ground late in games.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you think about it, in two of their two losses, just huge key fumbles. And I'm not saying it's the only reason. They couldn't stop Detroit all night, so maybe if Detroit had the ball last, they were going to score and win anyway. They couldn't stop the Lions. I heard Joe Buck say at one point, there was a stat that Buck gave last night, that the last time the Ravens allowed a 95-plus yard scoring drive at home was in 2001. They gave up 2 of them last night.
Wow.
And I know Matabike was out, and I know Kyle Van Noy was out. And they're very good players. They're Pro Bowl caliber players.
Sure.
But you can't tell me that with the other players they have on that defense, the other personnel they have on that defense, that because those 2 guys are out, somehow
all of a sudden the whole defense is compromised.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
So something that never happens in Baltimore happened not once but twice. So it almost feels like no matter what was going to happen, if Detroit was going to have the ball last, it was going to score.
Would they have 200 and some odd yards rushing?
They had just over 200.
Montgomery had like 100 and something.
Yeah.
He had the 2 big
He
ones.
had the 2 big
night.
ones.
Yeah. He got caught behind, though. They gave chase. They caught up quick yesterday on David Montgomery as he got through there. Yeah.
The Lions averaged nearly 6 yards an attempt. They obviously, this is not going to surprise anybody, and those 2 big runs are going to make a big difference.
Yeah.
But still, they finished first for the week, for week 3 in rush EPA. That's not going to surprise anybody after last night. Nearly 60% of their runs last night were graded successful. That is also the highest number of the week. So it was an impressive performance out of the Lions.
How did you like the option play on the goal line?
I thought that was great.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
You're talking about the Gibbs touchdown.
Yeah,
I thought
absolutely.
It was great. Yes.
St. Brown gets the ball,
yes.
and boom, they run the option on the end man, the line of scrimmage, and Gibbs beats everybody to the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
That's what they call being inventive.
Yes.
You can line up in the tush-push style and just sit there and be
jump off sides.
Yeah, jump off sides and have a legal procedure and never get a call because you're the Philadelphia Eagles. Or you can get something wonderfully inventive like that.
Yeah, and then this was the moment of the night. I thought it just kind of sums up who Dan Campbell is. This is why you got to love the guy. It's not always going to work. Sometimes he'll take criticism, and I think he'll gladly welcome it. We've already seen instances of that during his coaching tenure. But there was never a doubt, ever, that the Lions weren't going to go for it at midfield on 4th and 2. There was never a doubt. And this was, in case you missed it last night, this was it.
Yeah, and 4th and 2, and the Lions, Troy, look like they're going to go for it. They're 2 for 2 on 4th down tries in this game.
Yeah, maybe they try to hard count, draw them off sides, but didn't appear to be any hesitation from Dan Campbell. Not surprised. He's got big onions. I mean, this is a bold move. Even with a first down, they cannot run out the clock because the Ravens still have all 3 timeouts.
Montgomery in the backfield on 4th and 2. Goff keeps, floats. Amon-Ra! Throw and catch! Unreal!
It was unreal. There was never any doubt. There was never we're going to try to draw them off sides. Anybody that didn't know the lines weren't going for it. Give me a break. This is who Dan Campbell is. This is what he does. This is what they do. He'll live and die with it. If he has to, if they would have failed.
He just said, it was on me. That's what we do. This is how we do business.
That's right. And I think as a fan,
period,
you've got to love that and just embrace it and know that sometimes, it might come back to bite you. This is the way they do it. There was no way he was punting that football back. Then they end up getting the touchdown anyway. I mean, that really sealed the game. That throw was great from Goff. Again, it's good creative design. It's a good play. There was a flag on that play because I think Humphrey was grabbing Amon-Ra. He knew he was beat. Amon-Ra made the catch anyway. They declined the penalty.
Yes.
But I don't know how to explain.
You know why that play works? Because he's such a good blocker. And he's such a willing blocker.
That's a good call.
So the guy sees Amon-Ra with the run fake coming at him. Now he's got to brace himself for what's going to happen. And then when he gives him the old slip, the old Dixie-do or Dixie-do, and now he's by him, guess what desperation mode comes in? Let me get a grab on him. Let me try to get back. Because he's so effective as a blocker, you've got to play it honest, and you've got to be willing to engage. Otherwise, you're going to get your ass kicked, and you're going to get blown out of there.
That's a great call.
There you go. That's why he can do that, and that's why their play action is successful. Because if you take it for granted and you think he's going to run a pass, and all of a sudden he's up in your kitchen, now he's going to destroy you.
That's a great call.
And he'll make it a point to try to take your will from you during the game.
He does do that. Yeah. Plays with a lot of fire, a lot of passion.
Yes, he does.
You heard that on the cameras after his touchdown.
Yeah. I didn't know he was German-born.
I didn't know that either, actually.
Yeah, I found that out last night.
Were his parents his military or something?
His mom's German.
Oh, his mom's German.
And it could have been, military. I'm assuming it could have been military.
Yeah. A lot of times that's, I did not know that
but
either.
He goes back to Deutschland.
Just like you.
Leverkusen. Leverkusen is where he's from.
In common, you and Amon-Ra.
Well, there's only a handful of us that were born in Germany, Carmen, that played in the NFL.
Only a handful.
It's a distinction of joy and pride that we have, all us German-born. I'm Croatian, though, but German-born.
After the first week of the season, there's always like these overreactions. And even now, we're only 3 data points in. There's not a lot. It's just not. We don't really know what it's going to look like come December, who's really going to be good, who's going to be bad. Yurko and I certainly said, hey, it's fun to overreact after week 1, but we won't overreact about the way the Lions looked in Green Bay. And we said mostly through the summer, there's way too much talent on that team for this thing to implode. I know they lost 6 coaches, and including both their coordinators. But I think we've all started to believe in Dan Campbell, and there's just too much blue-chip talent on that team for them to be bad. And I think they're going to be very good again. And I think the first week of the season, and I explained it this way as I gave out the Packers as a best bet going into that game, I think that was more like the Packers had lost 3 in a row to the Lions. Division opponents don't go into Green Bay year after year after year and keep winning very often.
And just start handing them their ass.
Yeah, and plus the excitement and the jubilation wrapped into Micah. And Micah, knowing he was going to have some plays in that game. I think he ended up playing about 25, 30 plays.
29 to be exact.
29, thanks, Yerk. But made an impact. And the fact that they wanted to get off on the right foot and they wanted to make a statement to Detroit and they were sick of losing them to Detroit. I think a lot of that game was just some of that. The emotion of week 1, getting Micah, stopping a losing streak against a division opponent. I think that's what a lot of that was. I think the Lions are pretty damn good, Yerk. And I think we knew that.
Well, I had them winning the division.
I know you did.
I had Green Bay missing. And
right.
After you watch them play against Cleveland, that makes me feel a little bit better about what I think. But Green Bay's still a damn good football team. They fell asleep at Cleveland.
They did.
They went to Cleveland. They got lulled to sleep. A boring city. Michael Simon shut his restaurants down. There's nowhere to go. Do you know what I'm saying? There's nowhere to go. You used to go on that one street that had the party on it when we were there for the World Series and the good times that we had.
Does 4th Street not exist anymore?
Everything's boarded up now, yeah.
I don't think that's
true. Just depressing. It's the depressing mistake on the lake once
Michael Simon did close one of his restaurants.
Yeah, he did.
I hope the barbecue place is still open because that's good.
Most certainly he closed down his places.
So the NFC North, York, is now a combined 7-5. You've got 3 2-1 teams and 1 1-2 team being our beloved Bears. Hopefully they can get to 2-2 this weekend.
Get above water. That's trying to get your head above water here.
What's crazy is
then
that
the bye week comes, Connor.
Through a quarter of the season, after week 4, Yerk, either the Rams or the Chiefs are going to be. Excuse me, either the Ravens or the Chiefs are going to be 1-3.
That's coming up, man.
Because they meet in Arrowhead this weekend.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
Let me get to week 4,
So
Carm. I didn't even
either
see
the
that.
Ravens or the Chiefs
By
will be
God,
1.
Carmen, you're
will be
right.
1-3, and you know what that means, Yerk?
I mean, somebody's going to be 1-3.
Well, more I was looking big picture, like for talk about early to do this, like it's the last week of September. But hey, what the hell? The race to number 1 in the AFC, and forgive me, all you Colts fans out there.
Yeah.
But
We'll be
I know
Buffaloes.
they're 3-0.
But we'll be Buffaloes.
It's coming down to Buffalo and the Chargers.
Yeah.
Buffalo's 3-0. The Chargers are 3-0. Yes, the Chiefs are. The Colts are 2. I'm just not buying the Colts as much for now. They're good.
Before it's all said and done.
They've also played the easiest strength of schedule so far in the NFL through
Before
3
it's
weeks.
said and done is the Denver Broncos are going to make noise in what's happening in the AFC.
Yeah, but you've got 2 3-0 teams.
I got you.
And again, I'm throwing out the Colts.
None of these teams are going 15-2.
No.
This year.
But the
let's be
race to the
realistic.
number 1 seed, I think, is going to come down to Buffalo or the Chargers. Do you agree? Just knowing the way the season's gone here with the Chiefs stumbling out of the gate and the Ravens losing 2 games, including a game in Buffalo already, and now those 2 teams meeting this week. Through a quarter of the season, barring a tie, one of those teams is going to be 1-3.
Okay.
So it feels like that race is going to...
I think what I said before still stands.
Nobody's going to be 15-2.
I think Denver is the
think
team.
Denver can be number 1
Yes,
seed?
I think
They're
Denver.
1-2.
Okay, that's 3 games, Carm. Wow. We haven't even reached less than a quarter of the season. They played some good football teams. They've been very competitive in their games. They're on the road. They lost.
I don't like the
I
offense.
was disappointed. Yeah, well, listen, it's not perfect.
It's not.
It's not perfect. I didn't like the Bears' offense through 2 weeks.
That's true.
They got better against a lousy football team. They got better against a terrible football team. The Dallas Cowboys defensively.
And I think the Broncos' offense got a lot better as last season went on, and Bo Nix got more comfortable. Maybe that happens again. He kind of figures it out a little, gets through some of the bumps here early in his second season, and they play better.
The obvious thing is you feel like Buffalo's going to be the team that's going to get there.
I think so, and I think
Buffalo.
even in week 1
I'm
with
saying
the win.
team that's going to challenge them, I
think it's
believe,
the
will be
Broncos.
the Denver Broncos.
That's interesting.
The Chargers.
I don't know, man. Herbert's playing well. I can't believe I faded my guy. Can't believe I didn't pick the Chargers.
I know why you faded
to
him,
make the
because you didn't
playoffs.
believe in him. Throw me that microphone thing right there. Yeah.
Can you believe it, Yerk?
I'll tell you. Give me less than 30 seconds to get in here and prep my station. I mean, what the hell's going on around here? I'm fine now, though. Everything's good. Everything's good.
I told Danny, I said that
Buffalo's got New Orleans. That's an automatic.
Well,
New Orleans
Buffalo-
up at Buffalo. Geez, that's a victory.
And the Chargers have now the Chargers have to cross the country. They're on the road, but the Chargers have the Giants.
Yeah.
And Brian
that's
Daboll.
not easy. Let me tell you something.
I know, you're right.
And you're saying it too. And their offense may stink.
But their defense is really
But
good.
their defense is going to be relentless.
Their front seven's good.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Giants' front seven
I
is
think your guy
legit.
Herbert's going to be under duress.
It
here.
is legit.
Yeah.
They deserve better probably than the record. It's just Russell Wilson stinks.
If I'm the Giants, I just start smacking people around defensively.
Yeah. Daboll kind of left the door open to maybe a Jackson Dart start here or at least some playing time in week 4. We'll see. But, yeah, the Giants are at home against those Chargers. But still, L.A.'s a big favorite in that game with a chance to move to 4-0. And the Bills are a 2-touchdown favorite, a huge favorite at home in week 4 against the Saints. So you'd think they'd get to 4-0.
The Colts play the Rams. The Rams look very good, and then they collapsed.
That's true.
Which is not fun.
Yeah. The Colts
against
are
the Eagles.
Against
the Eagles. How do you get a field goal blocked and let the guy that blocked it break through the line, pick up the ball, and run all the way to the end zone?
You just gave up.
I mean, what the
They're
hell
like
are you
game's
doing?
over. They knew the game was over. Just gave up, but it affected the spread in a huge way.
Yes, it did. Houston gets a victory. Tennessee goes to Houston this week, so congratulations on their first victory this year.
We'll see.
Green Bay goes into Dallas to play Dallas, a place they historically do not win. Historically, the Packers do not win in Dallas.
Yeah, you're right about that. Although they beat him in the playoff game a couple years ago when Jordan Love lit him up.
Yeah.
Those games are always
Light
great.
them up.
It takes me back to when you were in some great matchups with them when I was a kid. Not a kid. I was in high school.
You were a youth.
But in the 90s, when that matchup was great, there were two that always, there were Cowboys and 49ers, obviously, when I was a kid. 49ers and Packers and Cowboys and Packers. Those were the big NFC.
Sure.
It takes you back, and they're both really good again, and that should be – no, I shouldn't say that. I mean, obviously.
Is that a 15.5-point spread that I'm looking at?
The Bills?
Holy heavens. It's a little early for that type of chicanery, isn't it? Wow.
That's the betting market.
And the somebody has to win game, Carolina against New England.
Yeah.
Somebody has to win that game.
Yes. Well, unless a tie, yeah.
Boy.
Right.
No, I mean, but we know that. Ties rarely happen in
Very
the NFL.
rarely.
If you get one or two during the year, it's a miracle. But in the somebody has to win game. I'm looking at this week's slate of games. 2 Monday Nighters.
So
Jets at Miami.
Yeah, there are 2 Monday Nighters again this week.
And the hapless Cincinnati Bengals going up against Denver, playing in that thin air.
Neither one of those matchups is particularly sexy.
It is not sexy. And this is the historic 6:15, 7:15 start, which means you got both games bleeding into each other.
That's right.
Which absolutely sucks. Why couldn't you do it the way you did it last week?
Right, they staggered week 2.
I mean, this stinks.
I don't know why they do that. I'd kill that if I were the NFL.
I would too.
I mean, what do I know? They probably know infinitely more than I mean, they're the ones making billions, but I'd kill that. I don't like that. And yeah, you got to stay up late if you're in the Central Time Zone or on the East Coast for that West Coast game, like we did last week. I dozed off in the second half of that game. Maybe that's why they do it. They're afraid people are like, it's too late. It's 9:15. It's 10:15. The second half starting.
Jets or Miami, who gets to win? Both teams without a victory right now.
Flip a coin.
Who gets the what is that called?
I feel like the Jets.
Not a life raft, but what's that thing? That little circle thing, the life preserver. Who gets the life preserver
life
this
raft.
week?
I feel like the Jets are slightly better. In my power rankings, they're slightly better, but they are going on the road.
Carmen's power rankings, are those available somewhere?
Those available to me.
Are those secret? Are those in your brain and you just keep them up there?
No, I haven't.
How come we can't figure out exactly what's going on in Carmen's power rankings?
I tell you about them all the time.
Yeah, but I don't see them put anywhere.
Well, they're right
there might be a special website we could utilize, you know? Something to drive traffic somewhere. Carm, what the hell's going on, dude? Miami's a 2.5. Hey, Miami's a 2.5-point favorite.
Miami is a 2.5 point
Let me
favorite.
see that. Let me retail this, man. Let me get this thing out in the real world so people can take a look at it.
Week 2s.
All right, let me see this.
Yeah.
Obviously, this thing's going to have to be updated. I'm not taking it out of nothing. Relax there, senor.
So,
Baltimore. Yeah, great number 1 team.
Well, that was last week.
You are such a jackaloon.
Well,
Hold on, let me see where Chicago is. Quit ripping this thing away from me. You want a piece? 32, 31,
I've
30.
got the Bears.
28, 27, 26, 25. 24th last week.
Yeah.
You're moving on up, I hope.
I've got the Bears as close to the Raiders as possible.
I get it. It's your Bible. I mean, I wasn't going to burn it or spit on it or anything like that.
I've got the Bears about as close to the Raiders as possible going in here.
Do you?
Half-point difference for me between the Bears and the Raiders. That's why they have to go in and take care of business this weekend.
They got to come in strong.
You know,
kid.
games like you always say, winning on the road in the NFL is hard, and anybody can beat anybody in this league. I mean, for the most part, you really do see that.
New
in this
Orleans
league.
is not going to beat the Bills in Buffalo right now. That's
Probably
not going to happen.
But you know what I mean. Like there's not a lot that separates the overwhelming majority of teams in this league.
Right.
Maybe a few at the top, maybe a few at the bottom. Right.
Yeah.
And then everybody else is pretty close together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why you have to take advantage if you're the Bears of this situation. And if you want to stay in a race this year, this is the kind of game where you're so close and you're about a half point better. Go on the road. I know it's hard. Maintain the momentum that you built with a home win and win again. Because this is one of those that you really, to me, like you circle and you say, if we play well, we're better than them. If we don't make mistakes, we're better than them. And you can't let the momentum of last week just poof, disappear like a fart in the wind if you're the Bears. And we kind of touched on that point yesterday of how important now this game is. And if they can finally start to string something together, and if they can prove that they're going to be a different ascending competitive football team, go in and take care of business against the Raider team that got run over by Washington. And we'll talk about that as we preview the matchup all week. I sent Yerk some video last night of that game, of the All-22 of that game.
I appreciate. I thought it was going to be a different style of video, but you sent me football highlights. I'm like, geez. I go, this guy's having a boring night.
We'll talk about it coming up. If you want to talk Bears Raiders, last night's Monday Nighter with us, the Lions, how good they look, how strong the NFC North appears to be again, even with a backup playing in Minnesota. We'll see how long that lasts. 312-332-3776 is the number. Lots of NFL today. I almost said Jeff Joniak. Tom Thayer will join us. I wish we could get Joniak every once in a while, but I think he's like committed to Waddle and Silvy. But there will join us at 11. We'll have the brunch rush a little bit later on and lots of fun. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
All right, new friends and old favorites get together tonight. That's right, it is the September Whiskey U. Don't be late, 6:30 sharp at Sovereign in Plainfield. I will see you there. Right downtown, it's a great spot. We've done a bunch of whiskey U's out at Sovereign, so I hope to see you tonight. We're drinking some delicious American single malt whiskey from Brother Justice. They have exploded onto the scene. American single malt, that whole category is just blowing up. We're going to learn all about them. Plus, they have a cold peated whiskey, which I don't know much about, but we're going to learn all about it tonight. We're going to drink some great whiskey and have some great food. So I'll see you at Sovereign in Plainfield tonight with Brother Justice starting at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you tonight. And as always, drink responsibly.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW. With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer apply arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Get organized with new Dakota Closets storage solutions at Menards. Dakota Closets are versatile and can be installed in any room. From home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets and so much more. Use the You Create Closet Planner available in-store or online to design a closet system that maximizes your space and matches your style. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
So, you think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Plane Pull. Join Special Olympics Illinois Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare for the ultimate tug of war against a 95,000-pound United Airlines jet, all to benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign your team up now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Week 3 in the books. We start to turn our attention to week 4. The Bears have a trip out to Las Vegas, and we're all going to be there live. Remember to come see the shows. Starting pretty early Vegas time, obviously, with Cap and Hoodie, 4 a.m. Yurko and I will be on from 7 until 10. And then Rich Eisen show. Bleck and Abdalla and Waddle and Silvy have the sweet spot. I mean, the pool's going to be rocking Friday at Mandalay. The boys will be doing their show live. That is the sweet spot. I think I'll just be kicking it by the pool, watching Bleck and Abdalla.
It's the sweet spot, baby.
You're doing Macho Man over there.
Elizabeth.
That's pretty good Macho Man.
Oh, I used to be able to do it real good, but I got to hear it. You got to hear the Macho Man to be able to do the Macho Man.
Do it tonight, Jake.
Oh, man, Elizabeth, wait till we get back to the room. Oh, boy.
I got to know Jake is dead snake fix.
You're going to pop
know
a
what
blood
I'm
vessel,
talking
man.
about?
I know.
Somebody is. They're going to strain something in there.
That Jake the Snake Roberts is an evil man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Get a beef jerky.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Yeah. But it's going to be thick.
He just
creamy
really
and
sounds
white.
like he's trying to poop.
He does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So good. I love it.
Poffo is his last name. Minor league baseball player.
Yes,
his
he was.
brother was Leapin' Lenny Poffo.
Yeah.
Out of Illinois, right here, suburbs of
I
Chicago.
believe so.
Yeah.
He played in the Cardinals system, if I'm not mistaken. Played minor league baseball in the Cardinals system.
Was a shortstop behind Ozzie Smith.
I don't think so. I think he was an outfielder, truthfully.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Behind Vince Coleman. It didn't get better than that. And Willie McGee.
Tough to crack the big leagues when
Yeah.
you're behind Vince Coleman
Yeah.
and Willie McGee back in the old days. We'll all be in Vegas on Friday live at the Mandalay Pool. It is going to be
And
great.
Lonnie Smith, right?
And Lonnie Smith,
was
yes.
out in left field, I believe.
Yes.
Boy, St. Louis Cardinals for 1,000, Alex, of the 80s, right? That was it.
That's a lot of the great teams in the 80s.
Oh,
those
man,
Cardinals
I'm
teams.
telling you. I don't know what happened. A synapses just burst in my brain and figured out who the hell was playing for the Cardinals way back when.
Well, that's like your wheelhouse for baseball,
Yeah,
as
it
you
is.
always say.
It is,
You were in
'cause
high school.
I cared.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's when you cared about your baseball team.
I still care about my baseball
Well, you
team.
became a young adult, then you had other things to be concerned about, you know?
This time of year, I care a lot about football, but baseball will get good again here with October coming up.
Oh.
That's another fun time to watch.
I can't wait. I mean, we're getting to the baseball playoffs, the beginning of hockey, the beginning of pro basketball.
Yeah.
College basketball is going to kick off here in November. I'm telling you, it's going to be a whirlwind of activities.
Yeah, I mean, last night I was searching for something to put on TV. I did put some baseball on, but like this stretch here, like for a little while, the only other thing on TV too was Braves and Nats. It's even me. I'm like, Sale was pitching, so I watched a little of
Chris
that.
Sale? Yeah.
And then the Padres game I had on for a while. I did not stay up for the end of it, but the Padres did rally and they clinched their playoff spot.
I think
last
we
night.
all realize like July is the worst sport month of the calendar. It is just hell.
A little bit of a grind.
Absolute hell. Well, there's nothing.
Yeah.
It's just baseball. And then they break for the All-Star break was just pure garbage.
And it's kind of like baseball's in the dog days a little bit.
yeah.
So, I feel you.
Yeah.
The Padres did clinch their spot last night as they rallied. The Reds, I believe, are in. I have to double check where the Reds are. I can't remember. They're at home, I think. Let me double check. But the Mets are here in Chicago. The Cubs could play spoiler to the Mets. Jesse Rogers is going to join us tomorrow. They've sent him to Cleveland because, believe it or not, the Guardians are just a game out of first. But the Mets are here. The Cubs could play spoiler to them, Yerk. And the Reds are at home against the Pirates.
Cubs still have to win 2 games to keep Cappy away from having to pay me $300.
They have to win 2.
2. Yeah,
So if
they
they
have
get
to
to
get
2,
to 90. They've got to
he
get to
owes
90.
you-
If he gets to 90, he owes me nothing.
Oh.
If they get stuck on 89, he owes me $300 American dollars.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So you're really cheering for just one more?
No,
Cubs win?
I'm not cheering for anything. However it finishes, it finishes.
Wow.
You know, I'm not cheering against the Cubs. I want the Cubs to make sure they get, that home field that they're going to get for being the best wild card team.
Yes.
I want that to happen for the Chicago Cubs. My pocketbook and $300 would not put me in a situation where I would cheer against the Cubs.
Okay.
That's absolutely
All right.
ridiculous.
Okay.
But the thought of Cappy paying me $300 after I've already paid him $100 this year does kind of.
I bet.
It does kind of brings a tingle to my little guys. It
I
does.
bet it
Yeah,
does.
So
next week we'll have Cub playoff baseball here on ESPN.
I know.
1000, and we're your home
Can't
for the
believe-
playoffs.
And I can't believe we'll be taken off the air.
I don't think we'll be there.
I think we are. It's a 9 a.m. contest they're talking
What
about.
we should do at 9 a.m. What we should do is do like a live show in Wrigleyville, like breakfast at Wimbledon. Do a little live show.
Some
getting
strawberries and cream?
Exactly.
Little strawberries and cream, guys?
Why not?
Everybody?
Let's go, Yuengling. Let's
Order
go.
4 rounds of that. Carm wants blueberries, though. He needs his acai.
I do love blueberries.
Yeah.
I eat blueberries almost
Is that
every
how they
day.
say that? Acai.
Acai.
Ask Tyler. He's still here.
Acai. There he is. I see him. The
I
golfer.
love my
The
blueberries.
golfer. Hey, when we going to play some golf together, kid?
Oh, by the way, you know who I saw?
He never talks to me.
I saw our buddy Dave Abrams. Who's
part of that young crew at the station here. That's what I've come to hear. I come to hear there's factions. Are there factions? I thought we were all one.
Yeah,
I thought it was one big giant team.
Here's what it is. There's the young guys.
Yeah.
There's the cool guys.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And then there's the great guys.
And then there's the team.
And there's two of us, me and Tommy.
And there's the old guys.
Me and Tommy, the great guys.
Oh. I saw our old friend Dave Abrams, who's at he works at Harborside.
That he does.
And he's like, come out before the season's over.
International Harborside.
I love Harborside.
Yeah.
I was down there.
Which one's your favorite, the port or the starboard?
I don't think I could pick a favorite. I think they're both pretty spectacular. I haven't played in a long time, so I need to get down.
Golf.
I was
you haven't
down,
played golf in a long time.
I haven't played Harborside.
It is on the south side, a little rougher neighborhood. A little rougher neighborhood. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was there on Friday.
That's my guy Willie Beal, the 9th Ward right there. You're going to be okay down in the 9th Ward?
I was just there. That's why I saw Dave. I just wasn't playing golf. I was helping with the charity.
Bring a lot of balls if you're playing Harborside.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
usually bring a lot of
Especially
balls.
when the grasses are tall. When the grasses are tall. Oh, my.
Let's see what Eddie on the north side.
That's the old Pullman district over there.
It is the old Pullman district.
right across from 94 right there, the old Bishop Ford Freeway.
It's the historic Pullman
I don't know if
district.
you've been there lately, man. They've got a lot of things up and coming up there.
I was there Friday.
For what?
I was helping with the charity event for a great family
Which charity,
friend.
Carm? Let's do
It's
that.
it's a scholarship to Marquette. Half of the money goes to
Beautiful.
Marquette in Kevin Cooney's name, and half of it goes to the
Wonderful
CF Foundation.
Jesuit school.
Oh, yeah,
Marquette.
wonderful
Yeah,
school.
Loyola,
Absolutely.
same way.
Yeah. Let's see what Eddie on the north side's got for us.
Eddie,
real quick.
talk to
I know
us.
we're late, but go ahead, Eddie.
Hey,
I don't want Eddie to go.
Blow it out of the
The
water.
favorite thing at Mandalay Bay is that wave pool. I don't know if they took it away.
I
but
was
that's
asking that last week. I haven't been to Mandalay in some time, but they did used to have a wave pool. It was fun.
Yeah, it's great. So the thing about Detroit with Ben Johnson last year, same record as Detroit has this year. The Bears last year have the same record that they have this year with them.
Well,
and I believe them big calls that were being called in Detroit wasn't from Ben Johnson. It was from the head coach.
Well, of course. Ben Johnson wasn't the head coach. That's not. You're not breaking news there, Eddie. Everybody. I mean,
Yeah, but that's what made Detroit, going on fourth down here, doing all kinds of these crazy plays. I believe it was from the head coach, and maybe it will bleed down to Ben Johnson and bring it over here because you're seeing a little bit of it. But that's good. But hey, guys, have a great time in Vegas.
Thanks, Eddie. Of course, that comes from the head coach. Nobody expected them without Ben Johnson to suddenly not go for it on fourth down. That's all Dan Campbell, of course. But I'll tell you one thing.
That's
We'll
Dan
talk about
Campbell,
this.
baby.
We'll talk about this when we come back. Whatever their records are identical, the Bears' records identical. Waddle and Silvy were making this point yesterday, and it's a point we've tried to drive home. I don't know when people are going to get it, but I'll circle back to it coming up next. That I think bodes well for the future of the Bears, if you want to glean something from what the Lions have been the last couple of years. And I'm sure what they'll continue to be. They're very, very good. But there's a big takeaway from those Lions teams, and I'll tell you how it relates to the Bears coming up. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
College football is back. Bleck Abdalla, we love college football. We love Yuengling. That's right, Abdalla. Yuengling.
That's right, Chris. Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yuengling crisp classic and always refreshing.
See, what that was for the intro was making sure Abdalla was still ready because he was answering phone calls here on the Carmen and Jurko show. So I was filling, trying to make sure that Abdalla is ready for that. Whether you're at the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
That's right. It just makes sense. That's your line. Hey, did you know now that Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics?
See, and that's why I was stalling to make sure you were ready because Because it makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition. And Illini football and champagne is one of the best traditions around.
See, and that's how you know, Chris, these aren't recorded. These are live. So raise your glass, celebrate every touchdown, and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
Celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Injured in an accident this summer? Postman Law can help. Call us at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve fast. That's 844-POSTMAN. Your summer shouldn't be spent panicking about medical bills or stressing over legal documents. With over $3 billion recovered for our clients, the Postman team gets you the results you deserve. Ready to get started? Call 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation now.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark. Get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Even though the Lions are 2-1 and look great, I don't think that means, they're just fine without Ben Johnson, and the real genius to everything up there was Dan Campbell. Of course, Dan Campbell is the tone setter, the head coach. They take on his personality. I think we've learned that he's got a feel for this job. He knows how to relate to his players. He's very, very good. And it was a big joke when he was talking about biting off kneecaps 4 years ago. He's getting the last laugh. Dan Campbell's a good coach.
Yeah.
And they will continue to have success while he's there. And if Brad Holmes continues to make good decisions in the draft, he's a good coach, and they have blue chip players. That doesn't mean that they won't at times miss Johnson, but regardless of that, we're totally regardless of that fact, what's important for the Bears is Ben Johnson being here and being good at his job. And I think he will be. And I think he's got some skins on the wall with what he did in Detroit, whether you like it or not. Ben Johnson was not an assistant on a team whose head coach was an offensive genius calling the plays. Ben Johnson was their play caller. He designed the offense. When Dan Campbell got hired in Detroit, Ben Johnson was not his first offensive coordinator. He was a young coach on that staff. Anthony Lynn was the coordinator.
Yes.
And it lasted all of 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan Campbell promoted Ben Johnson to OC.
Right.
He was entrusted with building that offense and calling the plays. How did it work?
Perfect.
They were the best offense in football the last 3 years. That's Ben Johnson. That means something. And so it doesn't really matter what Detroit does or doesn't do, or are they, they're going to miss him or they're not going to miss him. How much have they missed Aaron Glenn? Aaron Glenn's very good at his job. And the Jets hope that he can breed the same type of success in New York. How's Calvin Shepard look so far with that defense? Look pretty good.
Yes.
They looked good last night because they're good. They're talented. The organization is well run right now. They have a good GM. They have a good head coach. And there's a trickle-down effect. What do we always say? Starts at the top, and it rolls down. And I'm hoping that Ben Johnson can bring that same thing here to Chicago. That's what's important. I think he'll be able to. Ben Johnson's offense works. We saw it work in Detroit for 3 years. That was his offense. He called the plays. He designed it. And, yeah, it was great in Detroit in part, not in part, I mean, in large part because you've got great players. You've got blue-chip players. They need more of that here.
Yep.
And if they continue to build that out, I think we're going to see similar type of success here in Chicago. At least I'm hopeful.
Carm, confidence is a big thing. When you play with confidence, good things start to happen for you. When you play with doubt, you play with hesitation, you're always a step behind. Hopefully, this victory helps build confidence for the Chicago Bears. That's what you want. That's what you're hoping for. And then the belief starts to come with the confidence. Then you start to believe a little bit more. And you believe things will happen for you. They won't happen against you. Right? And it's a mindset. You almost got to trick yourself into believing that.
You know, find ways to lose.
But when you play well, that starts building that confidence. And then you need another confidence builder this week. Mm-hmm. You said they're next to each other. I probably agree with you. They're probably next to each other.
They're so close.
But you've got a little bit of mo. You got a little something happen for you. Your skill receivers are healthy. Right?
Yeah, yes.
The 3 wide receivers are healthy. You still have a good tight end in Cole Kmet.
And Loveland, it doesn't sound like is anything major. Ben Johnson said it should be fine.
Even if it was something a little bit more than a week or a week and a half or 2 weeks, whatever it would be, he's still got Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet is a veteran tight end that's been in this league a while that's not fighting the football anymore.
That's right.
Okay, that's what you have with him.
Yeah.
All right, so you've got something that's viable. Now you just got to go in there and you got to believe. You got to go in there and you got to believe, and you got to bring that same attitude you had last week, and it's got to come out in the play, and that's wonderful. And the way 29 played, you said he was your MVP, player of the week, player of the weekend last week. Tyreek Stevenson had a game that he came back and said, "Hey, yeah, I got my ass kicked.
Yeah,
I did. I got my ass kicked against Detroit. Now I'm going to try to respond. Hopefully he and the rest of the fellas respond."
I hope they continue to do that. You're right. Viking Scott's in Crown Point. What's up, Scotty?
Scotty.
A couple things before. You guys are going to Vegas at a great time. Let me get to a couple things. I think Lamar Jackson, that fourth quarter, had some Justin Fields in him. He held that ball forever and ever to take 7 sacks.
It's a lot of sacks. Yeah, it's the most. It's the most he's ever taken in a game. It's tied for the most, and it's the most that in a game since December of 2021 against the Steelers. So it doesn't happen often where you get him on the ground 7 times. But, yeah, I don't know what was going on in that fourth quarter between the fumble and Lamar maybe holding the ball a little bit too long and receivers not being able to get open. That was a complete disaster for the Ravens in the fourth quarter.
And then just real quick before I get to your Vegas schedule, because I got all laid out for you guys with watching the Ryder Cup and football, but the Minnesota Vikings will make the decision. They play the 2 games overseas, have their bye week, and then they come out of the bye and play the Eagles.
Yep.
But the Vikings aren't afraid to hold on. If Wentz is on a heater, they'll keep him in there. Why not? It's only McCarthy's second year. You're not forced to make him go back in if he's not ready and Wentz is playing well. But getting to your trip this weekend, you guys are in a great spot. On Saturday, you guys get Ryder Cup morning, Ryder Cup afternoon. You got Notre Dame, Arkansas. Then you got LSU, Ole Miss. And then you got the 2 games at night between Georgia, Alabama, Penn State, and Oregon. And it's perfect for your time frame because think about the 6:30 kicks here are 4:30 for those 2 late games.
Yeah.
So you guys will get done with football, still be able to enjoy the evening. Then you get to wake up for your morning coffee. And at 6:30, you get to watch Steelers and Vikings out in Dublin, Ireland. So I'm going to watch that game in Kansas City because then we are going to the Ravens-Chiefs game that afternoon.
That's awesome.
So,
you got a hell of a weekend planned.
All the Ryder Cup and that, you guys have a great time, enjoy, but you guys got one heck of a sports weekend where it worked out for you to enjoy it all and just live life in Vegas. So have fun, boys.
Thanks, Scotty. Talk to you later, buddy.
We got Ryder Cup action.
That's right.
It starts Thursday.
Football season in
Beth
Vegas.
Page Black.
Yes. Football season in Vegas, just fabulous.
Yeah.
You get that early window and you're up early that Sunday morning.
Don't forget about all your soccer wagering, too. You're going to have to be up at 4.
Just about to say that.
Yeah, I knew you were. You get your bets in Friday night is what you're going to tell everybody. Don't wait till Saturday morning because you're going to miss it. You don't want to be that guy, Carm.
You have to get your bets in Friday night before you go out on
so
Friday
that you're
night.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Don't miss out on Wolves. Don't miss out on Wolves this week.
I got you.
Good things
happen. I mean, on your way in on Friday night, you can set the bets.
You could,
but what are you? But what are you then?
Inebriated. But that's when you make the best bets. Come on, Yerk.
Oh, man, I don't know
Vegas?
about that.
Walk into the window, a couple hundo in your hand.
I don't know about that, guys.
I love it.
Let's take a look at what the EPL schedule is for Saturday morning.
Right, you look and tell us when we come
United
back.
plays early on Saturday.
You look and tell us if there's anything good for our listeners that are going to Vegas with us. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Let's face it, guys. Getting the haircut you want, the haircut that you're happy with, it seems like something simple, but it's very important. You don't want to go in the chair and worry. That's why I go to White Buffalo. I choose the expert barbers and stylists at White Buffalo because they're the best of the best. I know I'm going to get it right every single time. And they're going to get it right, and I'm going to get the cut that I want every single time. They're part of the Zazu Salons family. You know you can trust that name here in Chicagoland. They've got 2 locations, Hinsdale and LaGrange. You can book using the Zazu Salons app. That's Z-A-Z-U. They do kids' cuts as well. I take my son there. Just got his hair cut on Saturday. Getting ready for picture day at school at the end of the week. White Buffalo isn't just a barbershop. It's an experience. Born original, just like you. So book today with the app. That's the Zazu Salons app, or go online to whitebuffalobarbershop.com.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Yurko, the good kid. Sometimes you all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Hey, it's Kap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Football season's back. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Think you've got what it takes to pull a plane? The Illinois Plane Pull is back September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 go head-to-head towing a 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Register now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
So did you identify an EPL game that everybody should have their eye on Saturday morning when we're in Vegas? If they're going to get up early?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's Manchester City, Burnley.
That's the good one?
I would take Manchester City at home at the Etihad Stadium. Did I just jinx you?
Yeah, look at Adam.
Look at Adam.
I will tell you this. I would be wary of that because the rumor is that Erling Haaland is going to get the week off.
Why is that? Just because?
Because
the odds haven't been adjusted.
Because it's Burnley.
Because it's Burnley.
Because it's Burnley, and they should be fine without him.
All right.
They could probably win 1-0. And it's also
how do they do in soccer? Is it like a goal line? Is it -1.5?
No. Yeah. Well, you got that, but you've got win, draw.
Yeah.
Win either way, draw.
Okay, so normally
and I'm
just
sure
making a money line, win, or draw.
I mean, they're -700.
Oh my God, they're a pretty heavy favorite. This sounds like it's the Bills versus the Saints, -700.
Well, I mean, listen, what you're going to get in is, Brentford's at home against Manchester United, and you'll probably get some plus money there. I like Crystal Palace, but they're not going to beat Liverpool.
No,
the best you can hope for is a tie in that situation, and Liverpool's 5-0 in 5 matches. So you can't go crazy there.
Yeah.
Leeds United plays Bournemouth. Tottenham plays Wolverhampton, but they're at home.
I love that name, Wolverhampton.
Wolverhampton. Chelsea plays Brighton, and you get kind of a different version of Chelsea every once in a while. You don't know what you're going to get out of Chelsea. Terribly inconsistent club over the course of time.
Is that right?
Yeah. Then Nottingham Forest against Sunderland.
This is just part of the fun about being in Vegas on the weekend, too, when there's sports
You'll get all
nonstop,
of this.
golf, EPL, college football. There are some really good matchups. We talked about that yesterday. There's some really good matchups this week. Georgia, Alabama at night. We have a very late dinner as a group, too, on Saturday. So we'll be able to – we're hanging with listeners from at a little get-together from 5 to 7. We'll be watching games, and we can watch some stuff after that. And we have a late dinner downtown. We're going down to – I haven't been to Old Vegas in forever, Yerk. So I look forward to that. I haven't been to Circa yet and all that. I can't wait to see it. But we're going I don't think you're going, but you're not going. But I haven't been downtown in a long time.
I don't know if Circa would be considered downtown. Circa's just a little bit north of the Strip. That's all. Circa?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Circa's Old Vegas. Yeah, it's
downtown. Absolutely.
It is absolutely downtown.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
don't believe that.
Okay. Well, we'll see you at dinner.
I know the location, and I haven't been there, but I know
why don't you come to dinner and tell us if it's downtown?
Yeah, that's definitely.
I've never been to Fremont Street.
It's funny because it's uptown, because the Strip is south.
Yeah.
But it's called downtown Vegas. That's old Vegas. That's old downtown. Before they built up the Strip, before they started building, like the old days, the Sands and the Sahara, whatever else was, the Flamingo, all those that made up the original Strip. So it's uptown, but it's downtown, if you get what I'm saying. Let's say I had a Philly Sid on ESPN 1000. Boy, your team, I don't know, man. I don't know how they keep doing it, but geez.
It is what it is. They just win the way that they win. I don't really know how to tell you. I mean, you should probably put money this week on the Bucks because I think they've lost 4 straight to the Bucks.
Go figure. That's the one team that's got their number.
They've all been in Tampa too.
Yeah.
So, no, I called actually to talk about your guys. I watched the whole game when I got home on Sunday, and I got to tell you, I think everything you guys talked about last week that you didn't like in last week's game against Detroit, they addressed in the first quarter of this game. You were talking about not getting Colston Loveland involved. I think the first pass of the game went to him.
It was. Probably a pass that Caleb should have hit, but yes, it was to him.
Yeah, so they try to get him involved immediately. Caleb looked a lot more relaxed in the pocket. He still had moments where he had a little bit of happy feet, but not nearly like he did the week before. And Ben Johnson got even more creative with his play calling, particularly as you have that moment later in the game where it's like, all right, we can stick the dagger in these guys now. Let's just do it. And he called a play to make it happen. So give them time, guys. I know patience is not the word that Bears fans want to hear. You guys have been patient since 1986.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is you got to be with this guy. You got to be with the quarterback. I think he's the right genes, what you need to run an organization. I think he's even going to do it in spite of the GM. And I think the quarterback is just going to continue to get better and better and better. So.
Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it, buddy. I agree with a lot of what Sid said, and I made this point. I tried to drive this point home yesterday. The biggest sign of growth here is Caleb's willingness to start to play in the pocket here a little bit the last couple of weeks. Let's see if he reverts back under the face of mounting pressure when they face a real ferocious pass rush or a team that's a lot better defensively than the Cowboys. I get all that. And that's why we still need to see a little bit more of it. Let the sample grow, see how he adjusts. But I think he's shown us the last couple of weeks a willingness I think he's being coached. You got to do whatever you can to stay in the pocket or reset it. Do the little subtle things that the great ones all do to reset the pocket and give yourself just that extra click. But we can't be ejecting all the time, and we can't be going backwards. You can't do it in this league. You're not going to thrive that way over the long haul. And I think we've seen some signs of that from Caleb the last couple of weeks, which is very encouraging. And I think Ben Johnson's offense, I love it because I think he's very good at the deception part of things. I don't mean gadget trick plays. Like, I'll come out and it's a couple times you saw this, and you've seen it already. These bigger sets, looks like run, 3 tight, 13 personnel. Oh, they're going to run the ball. 2 receiver out, he throws it. That's doing things that break tendency. It's doing things that aren't traditional. And that's what I like about his offense. I think it's what made it so successful in Detroit. I think it's what all the good offensive coordinators do in this league. They do things that break tendency. They do some non-traditional things. They'll give you a look that says, this has got to be run, this has got to be passed, and then he does the opposite. And I like that. I think he's the right man for the job, Yerk. I really do. And nothing I've seen, even with a debacle of a game to start in week 1, and I'll put some of that on the coach. The decision at the end of the game to not kick it out of bounds, crazy. I think you learned a lesson from that. But everything we've seen, even through a couple of ugly games, I think he's the right man for the job.
As do I.
So
he's the top offensive mind in last year's coaching carousel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you targeted him, you went after him, you got him. That's it.
Yeah.
And now you're going to live and die with this guy for the next 4 or 5 years.
Let's hope he makes it
and
work.
hopefully it's live.
All right, we want to know what you think about the Bears through 3 games and looking ahead at this Raider matchup. Got some tape stuff to talk about with Yurko about the Raiders' ugly game that they had at Washington this last weekend. 312-332-3776 if you want to jump on and join the conversation. An hour from now, we'll talk to Tom Thayer. He joins us every Tuesday a little after 11. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit 7bridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Summer might be over and the kids are back to school. Doesn't mean the fun has to stop for the family. FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41, keeps your backyard and driving buzzing all year long. Stop by their Northbrook showroom for the latest in basketball hoops, trampolines, play sets, and fences. I bought my basketball hoop for the family from FenceWorks, and my kids love it. And the customer service, superb from purchase to install. I only recommend the best for my family and yours, and that's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. Visit theguyon41.com today.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone's having a great morning. It's Carmen and Yurk. We're on till noon. Then it's Rich Eisen show. Bleck and Abdalla back with you at 2. Waddle and Silvy at 3. It's Waddle and Peggy today. And they're going to get you until 5:30 into White Sox baseball. The White Sox are in the Bronx playing out the stretch this week against Aaron Judge and the Yankees. I think Judge one shy of 50, Yerk, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's sitting on 49 bombs. Well, it is real close between he and Cal Raleigh. I mean, Raleigh might get to 60. Raleigh might win this thing after all. Even as recently as like 10 days ago, Judge was like minus 500. This thing is like neck and neck. I think he's minus 150 now. It's crazy. Like I said, I think he's just a
When you had good odds about halfway through, you should have put the money on Raleigh.
You know who's got a ticket on Raleigh? Big Cat, when he was like 20-1, I think.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see how many home runs.
Good
Judge
for him.
has. I think Judge is sitting on 49, right? Yeah, Judge is sitting on 49 home runs.
What's our guy have, Schwarber, over in the other league?
Judge has 9 wins above replacement, by the way.
Okay.
Schwarbs is at
53 or 54?
Yeah, that sounds right. You're 53. You nailed it. And he leads the league in RBIs as well, 129. Our guy Schwarbs. Wish he would have been a White Sox.
Could have been.
So that's the action for you throughout the course of the day. Tonight, 6:30, downtown Plainfield. I am with you for our September Whiskey U. Yes, it is tonight on a Tuesday. I know it's a little early in the week, but just with the schedule, and we're leaving for Vegas at the end of the week for Bears Raiders in Week 4. We are doing Whiskey U with Brother Justice tonight in downtown Plainfield. So if you're in the area, stop on by. Hope to see you.
Beautiful.
For a lesson in some
Have fun out
American
there.
single malt.
Have fun out there.
Oh, we will, for sure.
I didn't garner the invitation for this one.
I hope you get the invitation for another one soon.
Well, I hope so, too. We have so much fun, Carl.
We might have another barrel pick in the works, too.
That's what I heard.
Ooh, I love it.
I heard. You know how you and I like to thieve the we like thieving the bourbon from the old bunghole.
Thieving it.
We bet we do.
We do, Yurko.
Woo-hoo.
If you
good times.
If
man.
you follow me on my social pages, you can get the info on my Instagram at Carmen DeFalco 5 and on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco. I've got some of the locations on where you can find our single barrel pick that we did with Woodford.
Yeah.
That is now on the shelves throughout the Chicagoland area. It's a double oak pick. And, you know, Grand and Western Armanetti has it, and a lot of your local Jewel Oscars are going to have it. Joe's Beverage out in Romeoville. I love Joe's out in Romeoville.
Sure.
They have a great single barrel program.
Well, you're going to be close. Stop by and pick one up. You're going to be in
not
Plainfield.
far.
Yeah.
They have a really good single barrel program out of Joe's. I've had a couple of their Four Roses picks over the years. They're always good. And recently had a, what did I get? Oh, they had a Rebel pick, I think, over the summer that I got.
Sure.
Very, very good. Where else? The Green Valley Wine and Spirits. So there are a bunch of different locations. I put a bunch of them on my social page with a note on where you can find our single barrel pick of Woodford. So make sure you do that if you're starting to think about the holiday season and maybe some gifts. For the whiskey lover in your life, say, hey, this is supposed to be good. Carmen and Yurko picked this one. And it's delicious. It's not supposed to be good. It is good.
It is scrumptious.
So go get it.
We did a nice job on that pick.
Yes, we did. I
think
we got another pick in the works.
Gabe Aguirre. I'm giving him credit for that one.
Back to the phones here in a minute. If you want to talk Bears, Raiders, week 3 and a week 4 in the NFL, anything about last night. Dan Campbell all fired up in the locker room after a big Lions win on the road in Baltimore. I told you last week, it's hard to trust Baltimore laying these types of numbers against good teams. They've had trouble closing. They haven't covered these spreads against really good teams in the last couple of years for whatever reason. I had it as a very close game anyway, And Yurko and I both said Lions plus 4.5 would be the side that we were on if we were going to bet it last night. Yep. I think Yurko actually had it in his cover 5.
I did.
The Ravens just have had a tough time in these spots where you think they're, I don't want to say a pretty clear favorite at 4.5. That's not a pretty clear favorite. But for whatever reason, they've just struggled to close these opportunities. And I can't pinpoint why that is exactly. But the Lions are very good. But this has been a recurring theme here for the Ravens the last couple of years. So anything you want to talk about from Week 3 going into Week 4, ring us up at 312-332-ESPN. Washington ran all over the Raiders in Week 3. And they played with a backup quarterback. And maybe some of that, you could say the design of things with Mariota sort of lent itself to the game plan a little bit more, not having Jaden Daniels back there. I don't know. But the Commanders racked up 201 rushing yards. They averaged over 7 yards per play on offense here. The Raiders finished Week 3, ranked 31st for the week in defensive rush EPA on early downs in the first half. I mean, they got absolutely gashed.
Right.
And I sent you and Waddle some highlights from the All-22 last night, and Yurko identified a couple things right away. I mean, first of all, Devin White's been a pretty good player in this league.
Yeah.
45, the linebacker. I mean, he got caught up in the wash a few times. You noticed some safety issues they were having. But it was just, the fits were terrible. The discipline was terrible out of that run defense by the Raiders.
I mean, the first thing I'm analyzing is those that are there that can make plays that don't have a man blocking them. You're the guy that's unblocked. You need to make the play. So that's the first thing you notice. Then you notice the guys that are Velcroed on and can't get off.
Right.
That's a problem. Then the guys that are free because of their footwork or their lack of, commitment to what they're going to do get caught up in the wash.
Mm-hmm.
And getting caught up in the wash is no fun.
You're going nowhere, right?
Nobody blocked you. You ran into traffic.
Yeah, you ran, and you're out of the play. You ran into traffic.
Out of the play, and the next thing you know, there they go.
So can the Bears do some of that? I know they're built a little differently than Washington, and the Bears haven't been particularly successful rushing the football. But do they look at that tape? And I mean, Washington came out in a bunch of heavy sets, bunch of big personnel, and just kind of rammed it down their throat. They used their play action off of that then, which was quite successful. I mean, can the Bears do a little of that? Can they get the ground game going based off of what I'm sure Vegas is trying to clean up its mistakes as they're in film study this week, but can you do some of the same stuff?
Anytime you can run the ball or you're willing to run the ball, you force them to buy into it. The opposing defense then has to buy into, okay, we're moving forward. We're moving forward. We're moving forward. And when you get the defense moving forward because you're willing to commit to the run, that'll open up the passing game. And it'll give you that void that you need in the area, especially Ben Johnson likes to hit the middle of the field.
Mm-hmm,
it gives you that void between the linebackers and the safeties. That's the area he likes to exploit, and that's what he wants to go after.
Ashton Genty's early struggles. He's averaging only 3.1 yards per attempt. He has a rushing success rate of just 38.3%. It's been pretty ugly. Out of 48 qualified running backs, Genty is number 42 in rush yards over expectation per attempt. And if you want to know where DeAndre Swift ranks in that metric, he's 31st out of 48 qualified running backs. So it's not great, but it's not nearly as bad as what's happening.
Where's Saquon on that list?
He's pretty far down.
I know.
Yeah.
I
can look, but he's pretty far down.
No. It's been bad.
Yeah.
Philadelphia has not been able to run the ball this year.
They haven't.
They will not lead in that stat, and I don't know why. Did they change their offensive line?
Yeah, well,
did they change their philosophy?
They have a new right guard, and Lane Johnson's dealing with an injury, so that doesn't help. But I don't think so, Yerk. But it has not been they have not been nearly as successful for Genty, and I'm not even really putting it all on him. I'll get to one critique of him here in a second, but their offensive line just hasn't played well either, and they're struggling, like the Bears are, to really generate anything in the run game. Quite often, from what I've seen, Genty is getting met at the line of scrimmage, in the backfield. The few opportunities where he's had some space, you see his talent. I mean, that's evident. He can make guys miss. But it's been a slog for him right now. I mean,
the running back is relying upon the offensive line to be able to do anything for him. It doesn't matter who you are. Whether you're Saquon, whether you're Derrick Henry, whether you're Ashton Genty, whether you're any running back in this league, you are dependent upon the offensive line making blocks to allow you to maybe get a little bit. Now, there's something to be said for vision, a running back with a little vision, maybe a running back with a little pop.
Like Saquon.
Yeah.
That's where he's, you love a guy like that. But.
The best running back that, for me, ever played in the league was Barry Sanders. and Barry Sanders could stop, start. He could make people miss.
Right.
That skill.
That's rare.
Makes a running back unbelievable. Right. That's the one thing that makes him unbelievable. You go back and watch some of what he used to do, where it looked like somebody had him dead to rights in the backfield, and all of a sudden, there he goes.
His
How'd he get out of there?
Was really
unbelievable.
Right? Yeah.
Unbelievable. So, I mean, unless you see somebody like that, maybe Peterson, Jim Brown way back when. I loved Walter. Who didn't love Walter?
Yeah.
But Barry Sanders was unique.
Yeah.
That's the guy that was unique.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think you're right about that. Like, Genty hasn't had much room to operate. The few opportunities where you could see him out in space, you see an ability to make guys miss. But there's just not a lot going right now. Here's the one real critique, though. Forget about some of the raw rushing numbers. I think Yurko's right. A lot of that is just a bad Raider offensive line right now and a bad run-blocking offensive line. Here's where they've got a little issue on their hands. He was barely on the field in week 3 on third down. He's not a 3-down running back. He has been destroyed in pass pro, and it was so bad in the first 2 weeks.
They had to get him out of there.
They had to get him out of there in Washington. And I'd be real interested to see the same thing this week in week 4, what that looks like. Zamir White is the guy they were turning to in third down situations and passing down situations when they knew when they were in blitz pickup situations. I don't think they trust him one bit in his young career. Maybe he'll learn that skill at some point. Maybe he's just not big enough for it. I don't know. Technically, I'm not going to pretend that I can look at it and tell you what he is or isn't doing wrong.
Right.
But I can tell you it's been a disaster. A disaster. You see that clear as day, and you saw Washington go away from him in those situations. You know, and I, again, track that and watch it this week and watch it going forward. They don't trust him one bit in pass pro right now because it was awful in the first couple weeks of the season. 312-332-3776 for Carmen Jurko. Peter in Miami, he's a big soccer guy. He's got a soccer bet for Jurko. Go ahead, Peter.
Not only for Jurko, for everyone. It's based on the numbers you put out. Follow the trend, right, Carm?
Yeah,
how's it going?
Go ahead.
You know, I'm a big Olympiacos fan. I'm Greek. I follow the Greek soccer. I follow my team religiously. So, my team has played 5 games this year, starting this season. 4 in Greek League, 1 in Champions League. All games, the first half, have been 0-0. So, the bet to play is total goals for Olympiacos on Saturday morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't know what it is going to be in Vegas. Is under 2.5 goals. It's at plus money.
Under 2.5. Wait a minute. In the first half or for the game?
No. Total for the whole game. It's plus money.
Under 2.5 plus money. And what's the team?
Olympiacos.
Olympiacos.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's the bet. Peter. All right. He's giving us the wager. I might make that bet.
They play Levidaikos.
Under 2.5 goals.
Yeah.
How are you getting plus money on that if all the goals are going on?
Under 2 goals. I don't know.
All right.
They just played Panathinaikos, I think, and there was a 1-1 tie last week.
Good pronunciation, Yerk.
I'm trying. It's not easy. If I had Vasily on there right now, it'd be easy.
We'd need Nick the Greek.
Yeah.
Adam's in Vegas. What's going on, Adam? You better come by Friday morning.
You know, I'd love to. I will be at the game. I might just have to stalk you guys instead.
Wait, say that last part again. You'll be at the game, but what?
I said I'll be at the game, but I might just have to stalk you guys around town.
Oh,
instead.
yeah. Well, please.
Well, you know what? Listen, you know where we're going to be.
Stalk
so
away.
We're going to
Come
be
hang
at
with
the
us.
Mandalay Bay.
Yes,
so we'll
sir.
see you there, my friend.
Yeah. Well, I'm just up by the Sphere, so I'm close.
Love it.
But 32 years in Chicago, so I'm a huge Bear fan, so I can't wait for the game on Sunday. But Jurko, if I know you're a food guy, but downtown there's plenty of good spots that you need to eat at.
Oh, like in Old Vegas?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you talked about Circa. You got places like Downtown Prime for a great steak. And then, I know you guys like a good cocktail, so you can't miss out on the Legacy Club upstairs, the rooftop.
Legacy Club. See, now this is good because we're going to maybe get downtown early before dinner. And I like the sound of a good cocktail bar. Legacy Bar? Is that what you said?
It's called the Legacy Club.
Legacy Club. Okay. And where is it?
It's on the rooftop of Circa.
Oh, it's at Circa. Oh, all right. Nice.
Yes.
Oh,
great cocktails, great selection. The views are fantastic.
That's perfect. That's what I'm talking about, Adam. That's the kind of rec we need. Hopefully we'll see you Friday, okay, buddy?
Sounds good.
All right, see you, pal. It's a lot of Bears fans out in Vegas, baby. They live there. A lot of them going out there. Tom Thayer thought, I heard him on Bears Weekly last night with Joe Nick. He said he thinks it's going to be 60-40 Bears fans.
I like it.
I wonder what it was like a couple years ago when the Bears were out
like
there.
that
I know Waddle
scenario.
Silvy, I think, were there.
Were they?
Yeah. And if they felt that vibe, if it could have been as much as 60-40 Bears fans. Ooh, that's going to be fabulous. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears and Raiders. Joniak and Thayer call the game. Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears. Pick up ESPN Chicago.
All righty, Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators. Explore financing options and stop on by. The value and your time. Getting in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi just works. Visit astound.com today.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. We have everything you need to update your window treatments with Window Images blinds and shades. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and full wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, get them trimmed to width in store for free. Also, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Where the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Football and pizza. Not sure there's a better combo this time of year. They go hand in hand. For me, it's all about Nancy's. Whether it's the original stuffed or the thin crust, which is great, crispy crust, gooey cheese, loaded with flavor and fresh toppings. I love it. Order now at nancyspizza.com or hit up their flagship restaurant in the West Loop. Nancy's Pizza is the real deal.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Tom Thayer will join us just after 11. We'll do the brunch rush here in a little bit. We're taking your phone calls. Bears going into week 4. against the Raiders in Vegas. Bears are going to probably close as a short favorite in most places, although there's been an interesting little battle back and forth between the Bears and the Raiders. Pretty high total, 48.5. I think that's maybe a statement about the defenses of both of these teams. And Geno's accumulated some yards, and look, they were down a lot of the game. They were down pretty early in Washington. He had to throw it a lot. But as Jurko pointed out in our meeting, Geno leads the league in passing yards. I think that's still the case even after last night. Leads the league in passing yards. Had to throw the ball a lot last night, this weekend, excuse me. Caleb threw for almost 300 yards. I think you have another defense you could take advantage of here. Outside of Max Crosby, there's not a lot of thunder on that defense right now. So do your job against Max Crosby and do whatever you do.
Take advantage of him.
Chip.
Put another 30-plus game point effort up there.
Yeah.
Have your defense do enough just to kind of keep them in the under 20, under 21.
Yeah.
And go ahead and win the game. That's all we're looking to do.
So Caleb is tied for the league lead in touchdown passes. Jared Goff pulled even with him last night. So it's Goff, Caleb, and Old Man Rodgers, Jurko. They each have 7
Looks like Herbert,
touchdown passes.
Herbert's number 1.
Oh, in yards?
Yeah, in yards. Number 1, 850.
Geno's second. Yeah, you're right.
Geno Smith, Daniel Jones.
Well, think about their offense.
Dak Prescott, Drake May, Russell Wilson, Jared Goff, Josh Allen, Stafford, Lamar. Number 11, there he is, Caleb Williams.
He is on pace for a little over 4,000 yards. So what, you got about 11 guys or so? Probably have about 11, 12 guys on pace for like 4,000 yards.
Yep,
We'll see if that
that's what
holds.
it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, Daniel Jones completing nearly 72% of his passes. 9 yards an attempt, Jurko, a little over. 816 passing yards, only 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, a very impressive 111.7 quarterback rating. They have played the easiest strength of schedule in the league so
Which
far.
will catch up to you.
Yeah. You know who's got the best quarterback rating in the league? Lamar Jackson, even after last night's debacle.
And it was a debacle.
7 sacks, yeah. He hasn't thrown a pick yet, and that helps, obviously.
141.3. That's not sustainable.
It is not. Caleb Williams has a top 10 quarterback rating right now. Is that sustainable? Caleb's at 107.6. I sure hope it is. 107.6 for Caleb. He is. I think the completion percentage is an area where, look, this is still a little bit of a concern, right? And for a while there, he was last or second to last in completion percentage above expectation. He was obviously well below expectation. He's only at 63.4% on the year. Ben Johnson talked about 70. Now, maybe that's a little lofty. You'd love to see this settle in at 2/3 through his second year. And it's the one area where I think Caleb still has to get better and prove some things to some people. A little bit more accurate, right, Yerk?
Yeah. I think Daniel Jones comes down to earth here against the Rams.
I think he might. I think they're facing a really good defense, and
I think
they're going on
they
the
are.
road again, and I think he might.
They're coming back to earth this week.
But so far, that offense is, again, the schedule's got something to do with it. When you play the easiest strength of schedule to 3 weeks, that's adjusted strength of schedule. I think that says something.
They don't play the Jaguars until December. 2 games in December, it looks like.
That race is going to be maybe a lot different than people thought.
Yeah.
With Houston now 0-3 at the bottom of that division with Tennessee. Let's grab some more calls. If you want to talk Bears, ring us up at 312-332-ESPN. Curtis is in Beverly. What's going on, Curtis?
Carm, Yerk, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I was there in 21. It was more like 70-30, Carm.
Wow.
It was. We were flooded.
Wow.
We were flooded, and if you just walk up and down the strip, you see Bears jerseys everywhere. Chicago comes out and represents.
Hell yeah. I mean, they travel well anyway, let alone a weekend in Vegas at the end of September, plus all the transplanted Chicagoans. Are you going again this year, Curtis, or no?
No, that's actually my birthday, so not this year.
Well, happy birthday, buddy. Have a good birthday weekend.
Happy birthday, kid.
Curtis said it was more like 70-30 a couple of years ago when they were there.
So it'll be a home game.
Oh, my God.
It'll be a home game.
It's a home game.
That's what it's going to feel like, a home game.
Take advantage
Make
of
sure
that.
you step on by the Mandalay Bay. We'll be by the pool.
And we will be by the pool.
Yeah, get yourself a cabana.
So do they have a bridge across the highway? They have like a walking bridge across the highway?
It's a bridge over troubled waters.
Yes, it is a bridge over troubled waters, yeah.
Bridge over the River
Bridge
Kwai.
over congested highway.
Yeah, right. That's what it is? And what's the tailgate scene like, Adam?
Massive.
Massive. I didn't get a look at the parking lots, but I know you can walk into when we got there, there's like a big Uber lot. You know, there's a huge Uber lot because everybody's coming from different hotels and everything. So there's an area where you scan your ticket, and there's a huge parking lot area where they sell beer and alcohol and everything outside of the stadium.
Outside the stadium, okay.
And so you can stand outside of the stadium, and they've got a bunch of stuff, like all this, like, you know, like activation stuff, you know, like, like they've got stages with bands, and they've got like games and stuff if you're bringing kids and all that kind of stuff there. So they've got like an area where you can hang out and party and stuff like that before you go to the game, before you walk into the actual stadium. So when I went with Waddle and Silvy like 4 or 5 years ago, there was a bunch of stuff. We got there like 2 hours before the game started. And so we hung out outside of the stadium for about 45 minutes before we went into the actual stadium because we wanted to get a good look.
Any flying Elvises or anything like that?
There's no flying Elvises. There was a flying Chris Angel.
Do they do? Yeah, Chris Angel, I heard. And, like, you know, everybody says what they do at the Golden Knights games is incredible. Like,
I was just about to look up to see if I could find out what was going to be happening at the game this weekend.
But they do it up, right?
Yeah,
yeah. It's Vegas.
Yeah,
they go crazy,
I don't know what happened the last time Waddle and Silvy were there. Or the last time I went with Waddle and Silvy, it was Chris Angel was the pregame, and he was hanging upside down in midfield, and he had to get out of a straitjacket.
I love it.
And then they had the guy who I'm not allowed to say the catchphrase.
Yeah. Well, you can say his name, though.
Can I?
You could say his name, like Michael Buffer.
Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah.
You just can't say what he says.
I can't say what he says.
Right.
I can't say.
But they had Michael Buffer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, his brother does the MMA too.
Don't even pretend.
It's weird that him and his brother were in the same profession.
Yeah.
Well,
like Ray Flores and his brother.
And his brother, yeah. They got a family thing.
Oh, Ray's brother?
Ray's brother does it too. Oh,
yeah, Miguel does it.
Yeah, Miguel does it too. Yeah.
It's a family affair with
last time I saw those two was at Mustard Donuts.
Really?
Yeah, just
randomly?
Random.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think
it looks like Michelle Williams is singing the national anthem.
Wow.
Okay.
That's
Michelle
lovely.
Williams.
All right.
Oh, that's lovely.
And then
that's
at
Vegas.
halftime, we got Ludacris Bridges.
Is that who you guys had?
Yeah, it was a medley. Ludacris did like a medley.
That's what I mean. Like only in Vegas.
Yeah.
In week 4.
We got Ludacris.
And here's your halftime show, Ludacris. What?
Yeah. It was great.
Here to perform the national anthem, Michelle Williams, like only in Vegas. That's why it's great.
Hold on. We may have been AI'd.
Oh, we got maybe.
Yeah, so Michelle Williams sang the national anthem on Monday Night Football for the opener.
Oh, okay.
Because I clicked on the link. So the what I read online said that she was singing it for Bears Raiders.
Yeah.
And then I clicked on it, and it's clearly a story.
Got it. We got
heading
AI.
into the season.
Chris is right. We got it.
So it's so she sang it for that game against the Chargers, and Little John was the halftime performance.
Little John, but that's what I mean. It's
so let's see if we can keep digging here.
Little puppy.
Like the Bears have, I don't know, the Bucket Boys. They've got Ludacris. They got little John.
Sometimes they send out the drum line.
That's what I mean. That's Vegas for you.
Yeah, love the drum line.
If the Bears make the playoffs, occasionally you'll get a local band.
You get something big
like
time.
I've seen
but
Fall Out Boy before.
But not like in week 6, like a random game.
No.
And in Vegas.
I mean, the highlight would be if you get the dogs chasing the Frisbees. That's always fun.
That is kind of cool. Better outside than it is. They used to do that at the UC for bowls sometimes. It's not as fun inside. There's not as much room.
I'm not seeing anything on the Raiders' website right now for week 4.
Maybe they're going to surprise us with something big. Kevin's in New Buffalo on ESPN 1000. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. How you doing, boys?
We're great, man. How are you?
Long time. Always been a long-time fan of the good kid.
Thank you.
I got a Caleb Williams comment, but first, Batista's. Have you been there in Vegas? Batista's.
No.
Have not been there.
Batista. No. All right.
It's old school. It used to be a mob run thing. I guess Sinatra hung out there.
Oh, really?
The strip built around it. It's like one of those houses, you know what I mean, that like the person would never sell.
Yeah, Batista's hole in the wall?
Yes, Batista's. It's like $30 you get 3. It's fixed price, $30 you get pasta, salad, dessert. free wine if you want it. It's a house wine, but if not, you can upsell.
Free
but
wine. I mean, come on.
You walk in, it's like you're walking in a Goodfellas set.
It looks like it's it looks like it's by the Flamingo. You're not kidding.
It's amazing, dude. Our bartender's like, I go, where do you guys go? And he's like, we go to Batista's. We don't go to these places. Spend a lot of money.
Love it.
You guys will love it. So anyway, check it out if you have time. If not, so my thing about Caleb is I feel like he spread the ball around. He didn't have a crutch necessarily. I know he likes Rome in general, but that was the progress I saw. Where I'm like, he checked his reads, boom, boom, boom. I know the Dallas D is not the best, but I mean, what do you guys think?
No, I think that's a fair point. I mean, we can frame all of this like a couple of things can be true at once. Like we say that a lot. Maybe that's getting trite at this point. I'm sorry if it is. I know that expression is used a lot, but they can be true. Yes, the Dallas defense is bad. I think we all know that. We'll all recognize that. We'll all remember it if there's some major regression over the next couple of weeks. Be like, I'll see it was a mirage against the Dallas defense. But we're acknowledging that Dallas defense is not very good. That said, I think on tape there are still some good things with Caleb showing a willingness to stay in the pocket, his eyes and his feet a little bit more quiet, which is good. How many different receivers? Was it 7, 9 maybe that caught a ball? Or 7 different players? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. 8 different receivers. 8 different players caught a pass. That's spreading it around a little bit. And you had 4 different guys targeted at least 4 times. So there was a pretty good, I thought, distribution of the football on Sunday. And not getting, you don't want to get too locked in on one guy all the time. You want to trust the progression of the offense, I guess, right, Yerk? I mean,
that's the ideal world, yes. Right? Yeah. The offense to work the way it's supposed to. If they try taking something away, something will be open, or it'll be less covered.
Yeah. Boy, man.
And that's where you're looking to go.
Jake Ferguson had 13 catches for a whopping 82 yards. That's a 6 average.
It's not good.
That's
6 and change.
6 and change. Yeah, you don't see that very often.
I mean, if you're in a PPR league, that's fantastic.
That's true. That's true. Coming up, we got the Brunch Rush. We got Tom Thayer joining us. His thoughts on the win and a look ahead at the Bears and Raiders in Week 4. We'll do that in about 35 minutes. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Cairo One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Glenview, Wheeling, and Libertyville. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Summer's here, Chicago. If you're in an accident, call Postman Law. Over $3 billion recovered. We fight for what you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Hope everyone's having a great morning.
Bump, bump, bump.
Feel it, Jurko.
I got it, brother. You ain't got to feel this. This thing just makes you feel is what it does.
Rocky 3.
Bump, bump, bump.
The first time we would get Eye of the Tiger.
Man, I always think of this as like the first Rocky.
No.
It's not. It's not even remotely close.
Nope.
I feel terrible for thinking that way.
Yeah, that's right. The score from the first Rocky is very distinct and memorable. When you hear it, you can't mistake in it. But this became a pop culture song. You know, this was a big deal in the 80s. Eye of the Tiger.
Oh, you got that right, baby.
Eye of the Tiger. It's Carmen and Jurko. I hope everyone is having just a wonderful day. We are having fun. Glad to be with you until noon. Then it's Rich Eisen, Bleck and Abdalla, 2 to 3, uninterrupted. Then it's Waddle and Silvy. Sylvie's off today with the holidays, so Peggy is going to be hanging with Tommy Waddle. And then early off for the gang this afternoon because the White Sox are in the Bronx. So a 5:30 pregame with Jeff Meller for White Sox and Yankees. All right, let's get to the brunch rush. I will turn it over to the one and only.
Let's do it.
Adam Abdalla.
Speaking of brunch,
yes, I love brunch.
If anybody's in line listening to us at the Wiener Circle,
oh, that's a good call.
312-332-3776. Give us a phone call. I know it's
they open in about a half hour.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drizzle. So drizzling.
Is it drizzling?
Drizzling for the glizzies right now.
See, we can't see.
You guys are in like a cave.
When
right
we move
now,
to the new studio, we'll be able to see outside.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we used to be able to see, but the window is obviously blocked here with our beautiful ESPN Chicago backdrop.
We got to tour the new digs over at the Board of Trade building last week. You guys were not able to make it.
Yeah.
I saw it. I sent Bleck and Abdalla some pictures of the rooftop area, too. But the studio space itself going to be very nice. You guys are going to love it. And the studios are going to be open. Obviously, closed off in terms of soundproof glass and stuff, but mostly open. So that when you come into the new space and when you're milling about, or if we've got partners and stuff there or fans, you'll be able to see right into the studio all the time. Into the air studio, into the podcast, and play-by-play studio. It'll be better for video.
Good.
Oh, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to see out the windows, so we'll never wonder, is it raining or not? Because I didn't realize it was raining right now because, we have the backdrop.
Yeah,
of the
I just
cameras.
pulled up the Doppler radar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bit of a drizzle.
Wait till you guys see the new space, the new digs.
bit of a drizzle.
Ooh.
So if you're in
There's
line
gonna
and
be
you're listening,
something.
312-332-3776, give us a report.
Yeah, that's a good
I'm
call.
seeing
Give us
pictures.
a
There are
report.
people in line.
Oh, I would imagine.
There's a bunch of people in line right now.
And are they going to do it all day? All day till close?
I assume that they'll run out of hot dogs.
What's
at a certain
the limit here? You
point.
can't walk up and say, "Give me 6 free hot dogs."
I don't
right?
think so. I
Is
would
that everybody
imagine-
gets a free hot dog?
I don't.
Yeah, you get one.
Yeah, you get
what do you
one.
mean? What's the limit? It's one hot dog.
Well, that's what I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume if you put a mustache on and get back in line, if you fool them, maybe. But
Yeah, free
I
hot
would
dog.
imagine the line's pretty long. At
Free
a
hot
certain
dogs
point.
and Wiener Circle.
It's lunchtime.
Thanks to
soon.
Caleb
It's
throwing 4
brunch time
TDs.
right now.
Yes, it is.
All right, let's overreact. It's Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm going to say some things.
Say some things.
Here we go. If you look at the standings right now in the AFC North after last night, right now, the Cincinnati Bengals, without Joe Burrow, are 2-1. The Steelers are 2-1. The Ravens are 1-2. The Browns are 1-2. Right now, the Steelers being 2-1 will win the AFC North.
I say no way.
They are plus 550 right now.
I say no way.
Now remember, this is a team that got off to a 10-3 start, lost their last 4, finished 10-7.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were at one point 10-3 last year.
They are one of the worst teams in the NFL in net yards per play margin. One of the worst.
Offensively.
Yeah, in the NFL. Yeah. Well, that's their net yards versus what they allow.
Okay.
So the differential.
I got you, the differential.
They're one of the worst in the NFL. They're a minus in scoring differential. I am not buying the Pittsburgh Steelers one single bit. And if they make the Super Bowl, rack it, make fun of me, go ahead. I am not buying them even like a little bit. I'm just not. And Tomlin finds a way. I get it. I mean, they go look at that game in New England. You know how they won that game? That's New England giving them that game. New England turned the ball over 5 times. How do you give the ball to Ramondre Stevenson ever if you're Mike Vrabel? Ever. Like, seriously. How can you ever go back and give the ball to Ramondre Stevenson? I don't know how you do it.
Here's what happens. He trusts the kid and until the point that you can't trust him anymore.
Well, if that didn't happen this last Sunday.
How do you hand the ball off to Derrick Henry? I mean,
Touché.
according to your theory, how do I hand the ball to Derrick Henry?
Well, because Ramondre Stevenson is not as good as Derrick Henry.
I got you.
Henry. I mean, they turned it over 5 times, you guys. It's the only reason Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers won the game. 5 turnovers. They kept shooting themselves in the foot. The Pittsburgh Steelers were outgained, you ready? In New England by 166 yards. 166 yards.
Yeah.
But because they turned over 5 times, I am not buying the Steelers one bit. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the team with one of the worst net yardage differentials in the league and a negative point differential to 3 weeks, sorry. Don't buy it for a second.
Not 1 second.
No.
Yeah, I don't think Pittsburgh finishes on top. I think Baltimore does.
I think Baltimore ultimately will too.
Baltimore ultimately comes back and gets
They got to stop the knucklehead stuff themselves.
Yeah.
I get that, but they're a better football
Back
team.
to basics.
Yeah. All right, Adam, next.
All right, coming up next for the Lions, who beat the Ravens, are the Browns, who just upset the Packers. The Browns are plus 8.5. They will do the exact same thing that they did to the Packers, and they will beat the Lions this weekend.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to say
because
no.
they have the warning that's already been put out there. They have seen what happened to a team that takes them lightly.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I'm with Yerk, but I'll tell you this. I wouldn't mind grabbing those points with that defense, though. Anytime you get more than a touchdown like that with that D, that's one thing I think might be for real. I think that Browns defense, as long as they stay healthy, I think that Browns defense is pretty good. Mason Graham's starting to get into it a little bit, Yerk, and obviously Garrett's Garrett. I mean, he's wrecking dudes again. He's doing what Myles Garrett has done throughout the course of his career, but young Mason Graham is starting to pop, and Malik Collins and Grant Delpit and some of their secondary pieces, and I think that's pretty good defense. So I'm with Yerk. I think the Lions will be prepared. I know it's a short week. I think Dan Campbell's pretty good at getting them focused week to week, and I think the Lions will win this week. But I would take the Browns in the points if you're asking, because you need a pen.
I mean, I know
I'll take that many points.
I
with
know
the
how
defense
you
like that.
love the points too. I mean, you'll take those kinds of points.
Well, with a defense like that,
Right.
I would tend to.
Not only that, the crazy thing, like what happened yesterday, is you get the late meaningless touchdown that they're happy to give up, right?
That could be.
And if they don't
When
go
you're
for
laying
two,
that many,
yes. You know what I'm saying? 8.5.
Yeah.
You go from a 14-point game to all of a sudden an 8-point game, and you got your cover.
Yeah.
Because you try for 2, you miss your 2, and there you go.
Yeah. I'd probably not. Yeah.
So it's easy to take a team with points. Like even the 15.5 that is being laid out there in the Buffalo game.
Buffalo, yeah.
I'll take 15.5, 21-point game with a late touchdown.
It's a lot of points.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden it's a 15-point game.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot of points for an NFL team.
15.5, you got to stay on it, and it's got to be 42-10 for me to even feel confidence.
Yeah. All right, what else, Adam?
The Texans are 0-3. They're averaging 12.7 points per game.
Oof.
C.J. Stroud, that rookie season is the anomaly, and he will never regain that form.
I still want to hold off on that.
I think it's a little harsh. I mean, once the guy has played to a certain level, he can get back to that certain level. And why he's struggling, they've got to figure it out.
Their O-line stinks.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of it. And I think they've been kind of predictable in the way Nick Cawley's called the offense so far. But at some point, you got to start doing it again, CJ. For those of us that kept saying, hey, I'll buy the stock. Like, that sample's getting pretty big here, fellas. And it's a far cry right now from what we saw as a rookie. How many games is it? Is it about 30? He's got to be at about 30 something, right? He's at 35 career games now. So that sample's starting to build.
Yeah.
And after that brilliant rookie year where he went 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, ever since then, so his last 20 games, 22 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, you guys. And a quarterback rating of about 85. What is that? Hold on. What's that quarterback rating? Yeah, 85.6. That's a 20-game sample. So I get back to it here, CJ, for those of us that wanted to keep believing. But I think they got some other offensive issues that plague that team, especially their O-line. But I keep wanting to punt on or hold off on that one, Adam, but getting close.
Getting late early.
Yeah, getting late early.
I got
getting
two more
late.
for you.
Getting
two
early
more
late.
for you. I asked you this same one last week after this week's performance by Browning. I'll ask you again. The Bengals need to call Kirk Cousins.
Boy, the Falcons might need to.
The Falcons could call him too.
Call him and say, "Are you ready?"
Kirk Cousins needs to pick up his phone. Needs to keep his phone open
because make sure he's up in the meetings.
Yeah. Take that phone off of vibrate.
I mean, would they really do that knowing that Burrow's going to be back though at some point this year? And can Jake Browning can't possibly be that bad, right? Again,
he might.
Isn't
be.
that the theory?
He might be.
If you're the Bengals, they play at the Broncos. I mean, they play a defense on Monday night, guys. They play a defense.
I think everybody plays defense.
Well, they play a real good one. That's what I mean.
They're going to get after there.
Some not so much. The Cowboys, that's not a defense. I don't know what you call that. The Broncos will get after it. I'll say no on that. I'll say you ride with Browning. I don't think it could possibly be as bad as it was last week. I think they'll settle in a little. They got another hostile environment. They played in one in Minnesota. You got another hostile one in Monday night in a primetime game against a great D. But I think he'll settle down. And knowing Burrow's coming back, I think they stand pat. But I guess that could change too.
They stand pat with the quarterback they have?
I think so.
Yeah. But they're in trouble.
And I think it's probably their best bet.
Week. Yeah.
I think it's their best bet. All right, what else? Last one.
All right, last one. Given the way the Bears played, the Bears offense played on Sunday, and the way the defense played, and what we know about the Burrow injury, and the way that we saw Derrick Henry has turned over the ball 3 times in 3 games, and how bad the Baltimore defense is, the Bears could beat Vegas. They could reset at the bye. They could beat Washington. They could beat the Saints. They could beat Baltimore.
God.
They could beat the Bengals. And they could beat New York. They could win 7 games in a row.
Bears, you got a big cat thing going on.
Yeah, I mean, you really, wow.
They
I mean,
could
you're
win
saying
7
they could.
games
There's a
in a row.
possibility. It's a 3.5 to 4% possibility that
The
happens.
path is there for 7
there's a
and
path.
2. Before you have to face Minnesota again.
I could meet Ava Mendez and she goes, wow, you're really hot. Yeah. But the chances of that happening are very low, like 1%. So you're telling me there's a chance. Yeah. So I think it'd be like Ava Mendez being like, oh, I have to have you. That's what I think.
3.5 to 4%. That's it.
Wow.
That's right there.
They beat Vegas. Jane Daniels is day-to-day. New Orleans is trash. Baltimore can't stop anybody. Jake Browning is trash. New York is awful. And guess what? J.J. McCarthy can't play right now. He's hurt.
The Bears have got to do it against a better ranked defense than just the 31st ranked defense.
I agree.
So we're hoping they build more confidence and build more confidence. By the time they end up playing some of these teams, they're feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah.
Everybody has grown with each other.
That'd be amazing. I don't anticipate anything close to that
wonderful.
happening. Yeah. Going into Baltimore,
I'd love that.
It's still going to be tough.
Personally, I'd love that.
Going into Cincinnati, even without Burrow, I mean, I don't know. Cincinnati's they were a disgrace on Sunday, quite frankly. But they can't possibly be that bad. I guess
it was disgraceful.
It was a disgrace. Waddle and Silvy will be on that trip. That's the Bud Light Flyway trip. Waddle's going back home.
It's a homecoming.
In week 9. Yeah, Sunday, November 6th.
Kind of like when I went back to Green Bay for the draft, even though I'd been back to Green Bay like 30 other times.
Right.
We'll call it a homecoming.
Why not, Yurko? Don't call it a comeback. You've been here for years.
Yeah.
Why can't you just play along? Why do you got to be a stick in the mud?
I mean, what do you mean play along?
Just play along.
Homecoming means
Did you just do a research project? Do you want to share it coming up?
I do.
Right,
I do.
Is your computer still purple?
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, it's pink, I think. It's not even
We don't
purple.
know what Yurko did to his
Pink.
computer.
Yeah, I went to grab the read. I pressed the button, and the thing went.
He did something to the brightness, I think.
I don't know what the hell happened.
The
color.
rest of us have to use
It's got to
that
be the
computer.
color. I got to use it too, Jackaloon. I didn't do it intentional. I went to grab a sheet of paper, press the button, and it went haywire.
Boy, you guys are so old.
I don't know. Adam couldn't figure it out either.
I know. I couldn't either.
No, you couldn't figure it out. You
I
walked
couldn't.
in
Did you
here
just
with
fart
your
on
little
me?
magic fingers.
Did you just fart on me?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Jeez. All right, Yurko's got a research project coming up next. Tom Thayer at 11. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Coming up on lunch here in just a little bit, and go grab yourself the best damn chicken sandwich money can buy. Head to Fry the Coop. They've got 6 different levels of heat for every taste bud, and let me tell you this. Yesterday, I had the 6th level of heat, and let me tell you, that is spicy. I'm still feeling that 6th level of heat. That insanity, it will put you out. But if you love heat, it's delicious. It's great. It's not like a painful level of heat. It's got flavor. It's great. And if you don't like heat, they've got those other 5 levels for you. You can go with the country, you can go with the mild, you can go with the medium, you can go with the hot, or you can go with the crazy. Whatever you want, it's there. And they've got Vienna beef pickles that make everything taste better. They fry everything in beef fat. It makes it that much better, and it's nutritious. It's better than all those seed oils for you. They've got nuggets. They've got tenders. So if you're picking up something for yourself or for the kids on your way home for dinner, 10 Chicagoland locations with their newest in Joliet. Head to frythecoop.com to find the closest one near you and grab the best damn chicken sandwich money can buy today.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun as well. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
So, you think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Plane Pull. Join Special Olympics Illinois Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare for the ultimate tug of war against a 95,000-pound United Airlines jet, all to benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign your team up now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, kid, I'm ready.
All right, your man's got his research project. What'd you do?
What if I was to tell you?
I mean,
this is how it happens. This is how your numbers kind of can be. You talked about yard differential.
Yes. Yard per play differential, yeah.
I played a game where we controlled the ball for 41 minutes and change. That means the other team only had it for 18 and change. The other team was outgained by 327 yards.
Wow.
539 yards to 212 yards total on the other side. We lost the football game.
I'm going to guess you turned it over too much.
Five times, to be exact. One of those returned for a touchdown.
So it's like the Steelers-Patriots game.
Right.
Yeah.
So my point to you is, though we had positive yardage gained on our side of it, when you look at it over the course of the season, when you could look over three, that's why the statistics can fool you
early on.
And the specifics of games matter more than anything. That's why I can look at a game and say, oh, look at that, look at that. Well, that's an outlier, and that one's going to kind of skew your stats as you move forward.
Right.
Over 17,
they normalize.
It averages out, and it normalizes, and then the divisor's big, and it's out there. But I've played in them goofy games.
Who was that game against?
This is St. Louis Rams.
Boy.
And Jacksonville Jaguars in 96. In St. Louis.
In St. Louis.
Tony Banks was the quarterback for the other football team. Remember Tony
I
Banks?
do remember Tony Banks. Yes,
and
indeed.
it was 3 years before they won the Super Bowl.
Yes, it was.
Right? It was 96, 97, 98. 99 is they had that team that ended up going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And the coach of that St. Louis team, do you remember?
Hold on, because that wasn't Vermeil?
No.
Could it have been like...
No, it was before Vermeil. It's the guy they fired before they hired Vermeil.
Hold on. St. Louis...
Former Oregon coach.
Former Oregon coach.
Former Oregon football coach.
Gosh darn it, Carmen. How could,
I got it for you.
What are the
initials? Are RB.
RB. Why can't I think of who this would be? It's...
I got it for you if you need it. Just say, Jurko, give it to me.
Why can't I think of who this is?
Because he had one stint in the NFL, and that was his stint.
All right, who is it?
Rich Brooks.
Rich Brooks.
Do you remember the
That
name
would have
now?
been tough. Yeah.
Rich Brooks.
That would have been tough.
He did not have a storied NFL career, but he had the career that was at whatchamacallit.
But you remember that game.
Yeah, I remember it because we kicked the living crap out of that team, and we still lost the game. That's why I remember it.
He was only a head coach for 2 years,
Yep.
Eric. You're right.
Yep.
It was 95 and 96.
Yes.
That was it.
And then they replaced him, and they went a different direction.
Mm-hmm. You know, he went on to Kentucky. I think maybe that's why I remember the name.
Yeah, I think he coached Couch.
I think he...
Tim Couch, I think. Maybe? No?
I think he was at Kentucky later.
No,
he was at
on.
Kentucky later, yeah.
Yeah, he was with the Falcons as a coordinator.
I remember him from Kentucky.
There you
like
go.
Before, I don't know, like Stoops or Hal Mummy or somebody.
Sure.
Hal
Mummy.
Right?
Yeah.
I think Hal was at Kentucky maybe for a little while.
old
Hal
Hal
Mummy
Mummy.
might have been before him. Oh, there you go, down memory lane.
Well, I
Coaches
love
for
going
1,000.
down there,
I love
but
that.
I
though.
love going
But
down
you're right,
memory
and it
lane
does-
because it gives you a story and gives you some context.
When you're very
of
right.
stuff that you're talking about.
We're still pretty early on where the sample
Right.
needs to build so things normalize a little.
Right.
Things can get skewed very easily this time of year.
Right.
You're 100% right about
And
that.
here's the other thing. Remember the Cubs early on, how they had the biggest run differential in the league? They were number one. At some point, that normalized, and
They're about fifth, I think.
But they're 125. They're the same they were when
Yes.
they kind of reached their high water mark.
Yeah.
They haven't scored more or less, and they've probably played 500 baseball since a certain point in June or July.
That's right. Probably very much stabilized in the run differential.
They've
tell you
played
that.
500 baseball, but they had that one run, which is what I always ask for in baseball. Give me that one run that a team goes on. And if you can go on a 21-5 run, those are the 16 games that you're going to be able to have a cushion for the rest of the year as you play 500 baseball. And that's exactly what happened to the Chicago Cubs.
The Mets are doing the opposite. They've gone the other way
Yeah.
with one of those bad runs, and they're here in Chicago for the next
Oh,
three.
boy. The time when I had some bad runs, oh, man. Underwear got sacrificed, guys.
We got a lot to talk about with Tom Thayer coming up next. He'll recap a little bit of the big win against the Cowboys and look ahead at the Raider game. We'll talk to Tommy Thayer when we come back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Week 3 in the books. We turn our attention to week 4. Bears at Vegas as a very short favorite with a pretty hefty total in the game. These two defenses have struggled, so you're looking at 48.5. Maybe trending upwards towards 50. Todd Furman's our guest every Friday at this time, and he's going to join us live in Vegas because we're going to be out there. Poolside at Mandalay. Can't wait to see Todd in person. But, more on that later. We'll get to that later in the week. Right now, it's time for Tom Thayer. He joins us every Tuesday, part of our great network team with Jeff Joniak and Jason McKee. Tom Thayer is brought to you by Humana, committed to putting health first, making it easier for people to get the care and support they need when they need it most. To learn more, visit localhumana.com. Tom joins us on the Yuengling guest hotline. Mr. Thayer, how are you?
Carm, Yurko, good to talk to you guys. Rich Brooks or Chick
Chip Kelly. Which ex-Oregon head coach had a worse stint in the NFL?
Probably, boy, that's a toss-up, isn't it? They were both terrible.
Well, I mean, he had
I'd
a
say
2-year stint there, but Chip Kelly just failed.
It was
like
pretty
in
ugly.
flames.
Yeah, it was probably Chip Kelly.
Yeah,
because there was so much fanfare.
Yeah, and he's the offensive coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders.
He
That's why
is.
you kind of think of his up-tempo style of play.
Yep.
That they thought that was going to transfer from Oregon to Philly. And I remember the Bears went out there to play Philly when Chip was the head coach, and Philly scored a ton of points quickly, and the Bears took it on the chin. But for some reason, that program, a lot like the Mouse Davises of NFL history, didn't work out for their specific style
That's
of play.
a great call. And then there was a debacle of a year in San Fran, remember, with Chip Kelly. He was one and done in San Francisco. It was pretty ugly.
And UCLA, he went there for a roll of paper towels.
Not long.
Yeah.
He's bounced around a lot, that's for sure. All right, there's a lot to talk about. And before we look ahead to the Raiders, let's just recap a little bit and your big takeaways from the offensive performance, albeit against the Cowboys. You kind of did what you were supposed to do, though, against a team up against the ropes a little bit. You put them away, you hit them pretty good, and you kept hitting them. So what were your big takeaways, maybe from offensively speaking, from what the Bears did on Sunday, Tom?
Thank God for that moving fumble by Tyreek Stevenson, because if you look at what Dallas was doing initially, if it would have been 7-0 Dallas, then maybe their defensive attack scheme would have been a little bit different than when they came on the field and they were down 7-0. So I don't think that play can be understated because of its role in the outcome of the game, but what it meant at that very specific moment. And then I think the offensive line did what they needed to do against predominantly a 4-man front. And if you're going to have 5 offensive linemen blocking 4 defensive linemen, then you should be able to provide the protection for Caleb that's needed in order to run this offense efficiently. They came out and they had a big play to Rome. They had the big flea flicker to Burden. Then they kind of they got it a little bit on a roll, and then that 19-play drive with the 11 straight runs. If they wouldn't have capitalized and scored at the end of that drive, it would have been a lot like last night when Baltimore had the 18-play drive and didn't score.
Yeah.
So the psychological effects of some of the plays in the course of that game, when a team needed it so badly, it really did factor in the performance, the outcome, and the ultimate win.
What do you think of Caleb in the last 2 weeks in terms of the coaching that's happening? And I think Caleb taking some of that coaching, because he looks like a more willing participant in terms of, Caleb, do whatever you can to stay in that pocket. Reset it subtly if you have to, but we got to stop the ejecting stuff. That's got to be last-ditch effort. Does he look like a quarterback that's become more willing to say, I need to play from the pocket more?
Yeah, I do think that's a point of emphasis by the offensive quarterback coaches on this team, and I think the stressed importance of it by Ben. I also think that the offensive line is becoming more familiar with the rhythm of his cadence, so these guys can provide a little bit more of a pocket protection, so allow Caleb to have a little bit of sustained time inside that pocket. First play of the game, they go for them 18-yard out to Colston Loveland. Even though it was an incomplete, they showed you right there that, okay, these guys are going to be more of a part of the passing game. I know they've been part of the blocking game, and they've been doing a good job the first couple of weeks, but get the ball out of your hands, and then, okay, it's not only emphasizing the wide receiver position. We're going to get the tight ends involved a little bit more early, but I think this week is going to tell a lot of story of last week. Last week you're at home, you got a silent crowd, you got the rhythm of the cadence, the offensive line is getting off the ball together, they got the protection of either the backs picking up blitzers, tight ends chipping before they went out, but the offensive line being able to sustain at the line of scrimmage against 4 rushers. And now if you can get the same thing, because I think it's going to be a real favorable Bear crowd in Las Vegas, and I don't think your back's going to be up against the wall with crowd noise like in Detroit. So I think if we see that same type of performance both out of the offensive line and being complemented by Caleb, we're going to see those signs of growth that we all wanted to see when Ben became the head coach and the transformation of Caleb.
I heard you say last night on Bears Weekly with Jeff Joniak that you've been very impressed with sort of Ben Johnson's presentation at the podium, speaking of the head coach. And aside from maybe just what you see in his scheme and things like that, what gives you confidence when you hear him talk that he's the right man for this job?
Because he's no bullcrap. He's not pulling punches. You know, when he went up there a week ago and said we got to practice better, we have to have these guys more in tune, better effort at practice that filters onto the game field. And then you talked about it, you heard about having a defensive players only meeting. I'm not a big fan of those meetings, but I think if they say, okay, Ben is saying this at the podium, and Ben even said last night, I'm not necessarily talking to players when I'm up at the podium. I'm talking to the media members. But obviously the message got out there that Ben wants these guys to practice harder, and maybe that he delivered that message in the team meeting himself. But when he talks about the different, types of improvements that he needs to see out of the offense, the improvements that he needs to see out of the defensive players, and the variety of players that Dennis Allen has the ability to play, especially up front. And I just think that they realize that Ben is a no-nonsense guy. And even I asked, Jeff and I having a chance to ask him questions, and I asked him about the tight end involvement. And he even got kind of a little mad at me because I was just going, hey, man, I'm just talking about the passing game. They've been doing a great job in the blocking game, no doubt about it. Listen, I just think Ben gets his message out there, and he knows exactly what he's saying when he answers these questions, and I appreciate that because in recent history we got a bunch of baloney answers out of the head coach, and it was frustrating to sit there and listen to.
It was great to see Tremaine Edmonds show up here in 2025. I'm still waiting for the 2024 campaign. What does he have to do to maintain that level of excellence that we saw in the last game?
You talk about Tremaine specifically?
Oh, yes, him specifically. The one person, the guy that gets paid a lot of money and didn't show up last year.
Yeah, well, your defensive tackle protection. And I know that Dennis Allen's not big on that, where he's not a big two-gapper style of defense where they hold off offensive linemen from getting to the second level. But it's about read and react. And I'll tell you what, when you look at a couple of plays made by Noah Sewell, I know the drop tackle on CeeDee Lamb, he was able to take a lateral approach, and he's got good speed, and he's able to catch it. There's a couple times that they tried to fool him out of position with play action and running the tight end across his face, and he stayed there disciplined. But that's Tremaine. He's got to start capitalizing on his athleticism because he is a big guy. He is a good athlete. He's able to flow into place and help make some tackles, but it's some of the same tackles that he had difficulty with in Detroit. He was able to make this week, and now it's the same thing. When Ashton Jeanty, he's averaging 3.1 yards a carry. He can't block to save his life. You got to take him out. So are you a guy that would you like to see more first and second down run blitzes when Ashton Jeanty is in the game to try to capitalize on, okay, now you're either going to have to audible into a pass or else you're going to have to audible into a different style of run. And then, again, I think there's an upgrade in the talent level that he wasn't, he's seeing for the first time in his life, but I don't want guys to do what they want to do. And Jeanty wants to run the ball. Max Crosby wants to rush the quarterback. I'm not going to let either of these guys do what they want to do in the game.
That's a good point about Jeanty. I mean, first of all, I told Jurko, he's getting bottled up at or behind the line of scrimmage. The few opportunities you've seen him to make guys miss, he's done a good job of that. You see his talent. And I think he's top 10 in the league actually in forced missed tackles. The problem is he's just been swarmed and consumed around the line of scrimmage. They've had almost no push whatsoever from their O-line. So I like the idea of maybe some of those early run blitzes just to kind of take them out of what they want to do. And you're right about the pass blocking. They barely had him in there in third down situations in Washington, Tommy. I mean, I mean barely. I think after what they saw the first 2 weeks, they just don't trust him in pass pro.
Yeah, Brock Bowers got a bad leg.
Yes.
Genty can't really block any type of blitz or, hold up significantly if he has to have a combo blitz pickup with an offensive lineman. And that's one thing that DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai,
yes,
those guys are willing to stick their face right in the chest of a defensive lineman or a linebacker. And that's kind of saved Caleb a couple times in DeAndre picking up blitzes. And if they can continue to do that, and they can provide that, 3/4 of an extra protected second for Caleb that he needs, then hopefully Ben can create that into more completions, more big plays, and keep that creativity going that you keep these guys off balance.
I'm glad you brought up that aspect of Swift's game. We're talking to Tom Thayer. I think he got the message, right? He's already back with the coach that didn't necessarily love him when they were together in Detroit. They traded him after that first year when Ben Johnson was calling plays. I think he was out to prove something, and I think he's proving it. And I know the numbers are gaudy, and he's not perfect, and he's flawed, and he's not Saquon, yada, 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 whatever. The Bears need to upgrade it. To me, he seems like a guy that got the message. Be more physical. Run harder. Finish runs. I think he's done all that. And then what you just said about the pass pro, I mean, am I crazy, or is it a lot better than, and is he much more willing than what we saw at different stages of his career before this year? Certainly last year, right?
Two things. From the very first day that Ben Johnson got hired, they asked him about the running back position, and he says, I need a guy that's going to be willing to get the dirty yards. And that dirty yards is whether it's 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, short yardage situation where you're willing to lower your shoulder and take on maybe an unblocked tackler and still be able to, create that extra yard you need. But the blitz pickup and his willingness to stand in there, and sometimes, running back picking up a blitzer is not always going to be Walter Payton-like. Sometimes you are going to get run over, and I've seen Monangai get run over. However, they didn't make the tackle, and that's the key. That's the key right there. It doesn't have to look good as long as your guy is not sitting on the quarterback while he's on the ground. It's all good.
Why do you think Roschon doesn't have much of a role in this offense, Tom?
I just think that he was injured for such a significant amount of time in training camp that he didn't get the, dozens or hundreds of reps that he needed to prove to Bieniemy and the coach that he is that. He's got a reputation of being a really good blocker. And I don't think you want to make him one-dimensional where the opponent knows exactly what you're doing if he's in the game. However, I think it'll be a fill-in-the-gap type of a year where you throw him a couple screens, you get him out there in outlet passes, you have him in there in a blitz pickup scenario so he can start putting his value on display. And I think Ben is a type of let me get you healthy, let me feed you some reps like Monangai. Last week they started to feed some reps to Shamar Turner.
Yep.
And he's a guy that on the defensive line, I would feed him even more reps and see if he can get comfortable anticipating the snap count, use that fast twitch type of play he has, and start turning it into penetration, tackles for loss, and maybe even some sack opportunities.
Yeah, he had 20-something snaps finally on the field this week as he was active. All right, so the one thing they can't do is go to Vegas and lay an egg. Build on this momentum. Very winnable game. How do you feel about this weekend?
I feel really good about it, but I feel so good about it that if they can go there and they can support the crowd and you can kind of hear of a Bears crowd inside that stadium, it's going to be able to tell you good things. I think if you go out there and you don't have the success that everybody thinks the Bears can have, this win last week is almost for nothing.
Yep.
And so they can really pile on and go into that bye week with some really good mojo, or else it could be back to the drawing board, and then you got maybe 3 days of practice during the bye week that you got to still put some education time in.
Yeah. Tom, thanks, buddy. Safe travels out there. Hopefully we'll catch up this weekend in Vegas, all right?
All right, have fun, you guys.
See you, buddy.
Guys.
There's Tom Thayer, brought to you by Humana, committed to putting health first, making it easier for people to get the care and support they need when they need it most. To learn more, visit localhumana.com. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
New friends and old favorites, time for this month's Whiskey U. It is tonight. Don't miss it. We're taking a lesson with Brother Justice, an American single malt making its Whiskey U debut. We're going to be at Sovereign in Plainfield. Great place, right downtown Plainfield. I will see you there tonight, 6:30 to 8:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. It is going to be a fabulous night for a Whiskey University. So come on by and take part in the fun with me and a bunch of great fans and some great whiskey from Brother Justice. We'll see you at Sovereign tonight. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Wide receiver news around the NFL. You knew CeeDee Lamb was hurt pretty good with that ankle injury. That's going to cost him some time. And same goes for Mike Evans. He kind of saw it in his face when he was walking off the field in the win. They had a big lead. They blew it, and they had to come back and win. That's been the Bucs season. But you saw that Mike Evans was visibly frustrated. He's out about a month as well. It's good for my Emeka Egbuka ticket. That kid looks like a stud. I mean, that catch he made, and that was with, I think Sauce Gardner was in coverage. Yeah. I mean, that was great coverage. It was a great throw by Baker, too, but that one-handed catch down the right sideline, Egbuka is really, he has been very impressive. I'll tell you, the young receivers, Tet McMillan has been impressive. Yeah. Agbuka's been very impressive. I don't know if I'm missing somebody else.
Is that the guy from Carolina, Trattorio?
Yes, Trattorio McMillan.
Yeah.
Been very impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Ty Warren has been impressive. Not as
slow game last week.
Not as big of a game in week 3, but
yeah.
Amongst the tight ends, the wide receivers, the pass catchers, there's a few of them that have really popped here in the early going, and they've been good. I need Cam Warren to struggle, selfishly, to win my bet.
Do you?
Because it is a quarterback award.
Sure.
You know, and if Cam Ward gets it going at some point, they win some games. He's got somewhat gaudy passing stats. These are still mostly, when you talk of offense these days, these are mostly quarterback awards.
It seems that way.
In the NFL, you know? So they need something else. Going to need him to struggle, hopefully, and Genti to struggle. See if Agbuka can win that award. That'd be a nice little hit. Our buddy Mark in Lincoln Park is over at Wiener Circle. We were asking, is anybody in line? I mean, the news just had it on. There's a lot of people in line. Now, it is raining.
Yeah, well, people love free wieners.
Yeah, I guess. People love anything free.
Any chance to get a wiener in their mouth, and boom, they'll do it.
Mark in Lincoln Park, you're waiting in line at Wiener Circle?
No, guys, it's chaos there. No, I bailed out to Collectivo. It is an absolute zoo. I got my hair cut up here. And yeah, it's crazy.
So you didn't, I got you. You didn't go to wait in line.
I'm not going to stand in that line. Hell no.
Yeah.
No. It's a zoo. So go get your free hot dog.
How many people would you say? Like if you had to guesstimate it when you drove, when you drove by?
Dude, it was impossible just to drive by it. I have no concept of, I just wanted out as fast as I could. So
what
sorry.
time was
I'll
this?
I'll go back and get you guys an update. Let me finish this. I'll call you back.
All right, finish and call us back. Yeah. So I was going to say, Mark's a big time pilot. He's going to stand online for a free hot dog.
Yeah, he's online.
I mean, you know,
waiting to see the Godfather.
But he's getting his hair. Yeah, right. Yeah. You're waiting in the lobby. He's going to get a haircut. That's what he said. His barber's up there. Haircut.
Yeah, he said he was up there to get a haircut, and then he walked by. And he was like, "Yeah, I'll give you guys an update." And I was like, "Okay." And he's like, "I'll call you back."
Yeah, he goes, "I'll call you back."
Wasn't much of an update.
It wasn't much of other than it's a zoo. He did say it's a zoo.
It's a zoo.
Love Mark, but
I don't
didn't
know,
really paint a picture
I don't know
for
what
us.
Kind of an update that was. All I know is it's raining.
Pilots deal in a lot of direct stuff right away. Just facts.
I saw.
That's true.
Look,
We didn't get a lot of them.
I love hot dogs.
Yeah.
We had a great hot dog day. Shout out to the people from Vienna Beef for hooking us up with the hot dogs. I ain't standing in the line in the rain for a hot dog.
I don't think
I'm not standing in the line in the rain. I've stood in line in the rain for stuff. I've stood in line for a lot of stuff. I'm not standing in line in the rain for a $4 hot dog.
There's not much I would stand in line for in the rain anymore. I mean, I used to be a pretty regular patron of the world famous hot dogs, which is no longer around, which is too
Hot
bad.
dogs.
But hot dogs was the best.
Hot dogs.
The best ever.
Yeah.
And I used to live in that. I used to live very close by. I mean,
Right.
walking distance.
Sure.
And so I would go over there a lot. And sometimes I would wait an obnoxiously long amount of time.
For the Doug Fett
And
fries.
I'm like, man, it's just a sausage sandwich.
What is that?
The longest I probably ever waited, Adam, was
hour and 20 minutes.
Roughly an hour, I'd say. And I used to be able to know based on where it was along the brick wall. If people can remember, Hot Dogs was on California and Roscoe. And the line, Yurko, would wrap down the wall on Roscoe going west of California.
Sure.
And I used to
It's
be
a Cafe Tola now.
What's it now, Chris?
It's a Cafe Tola.
Cafe Tola. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
So, and you guys, Chris and Adam know, I used to be pretty good at just seeing how far down the wall the line was and knowing yay or nay.
Right.
Like, oh, yeah,
right.
that'll be about 40 minutes. I'll wait. That'll be about 20 minutes. Yeah, absolutely. Very rarely did you walk up and there were only like 10 people in line. Every once in a while, you might get lucky upon open. But if I knew, if it stretched back towards like where the alley started, I was like, nope, it's too long. It's going to be over an hour.
Yeah.
I'm not waiting. But
staying out of that.
You know, so I kind of living in the neighborhood, you kind of knew when to go, when to pick your time. It's like in the heyday of, and I guess it's still pretty freaking popular, but I mean in the real heyday of Ashaval. Yurko and I used to be on 10 to 2 back in the old days.
Right.
For a little while. And we had it down, we had it clocked cold.
Perfect.
When we got out of here, and, you know, we'd wrap up with, like, the teas for the next day and post-meeting, and then we'd get on the road, and we could get to Ashaval, which is pretty close to where we are at 190 North State, at about 2:40-ish.
Right.
The kitchen used to shut down between 3 and 5.
3 and 5.
And Yurko and I would walk in, and sure enough, boom, we'd get a seat.
Right there at the bar.
It's the hardest seat in town to get.
Yeah.
And, like, we had it clocked perfect. We're like, should we go get a burger today?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go get a burger. And we knew we weren't going to wait because the way it worked out. Like,
yeah.
I used to kind of have that with hot dogs. But to wait in line, free or not, for a hot dog for over an hour in
That's
the rain,
tough. That's tough.
It's a tough ask.
Yeah.
I said to Adam earlier, is no offense to any specific hot dogger that's out there, but this is like the one place where almost anywhere you go, you can get a great hot dog.
In Chicago, yes.
So so like to go stand in line for one, it's wild to me because like you can really
go to Gene and Jude's.
You can get a great hot dog anywhere in this city.
Go to Paradise Pub. I mean,
go Portillo's,
Bona. Go to Bona.
Like,
yeah,
you pretty much go anywhere.
Go to John,
this
Johnny's.
is the one place on earth,
that
you don't have to wait in line for one.
It is true. And as much as I loved hot dogs, it was the same approach. I was like, it's going to be an hour. I'm not going to wait today. I'll come back.
And the Wiener Circle's great.
And Wiener Circle is great. But
Jurko ordered the double chocolate shake while he's there. It's great.
Delicious.
It is great.
Get yelled at.
I'm not going to wait in line.
Are they yelling at people today even worse?
Oh, I'm
than
sure
they
they
are?
are. Oh, I'm sure. I even saw the news was interviewing some kids. You pulled the kids out of school to get a free hot dog?
You have to.
That doesn't make any sense.
You're almost obligated.
No, DCFS. I'm calling DCFS.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Call DCFS.
That's terrible. DCFS on those parents.
Although I suppose it is a holiday today. It is a Jewish holiday. Could they be out of school maybe? But is that what you're supposed to be doing?
You're not eating hot dogs.
But is that what you're supposed to be doing on a Jewish holiday?
No, they are Vienna beef.
Those are beef. Yeah, those
They
are
are beef hot dogs.
I got you.
But aren't you supposed to be praying today? I mean,
I don't know what they do.
Which is the more religious one? Is it Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur? I think Yom Kippur is the more religious one. Zetterman will let us know if he's listening. Can you imagine if we
I don't
looked
think
up?
he can use technology today.
He's been texting.
He texted him.
Oh, has
well,
he?
Don't
Yeah,
out
he's
him.
been texting you guys.
Don't out him if he's supposed to.
I know who he doesn't text.
So
me.
So inside joke, but it's a good one. It's a real good one considering the events of
All right,
the
we're
day.
going to save Yurko from himself here for a
That's
second.
a real good
there
joke.
We go.
It's breaking news brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
There is breaking news brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. What is the breaking news, boys?
The breaking news is that in Week 10, Sunday, November 9th, I assume, the Bears will face the New York Giants, and quarterbacking them should be Jackson Dart because the New York Giants have made a quarterback change.
Yes, I guess not surprising after listening to Brian Daboll yesterday.
Jackson Dart.
So Dart starts this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, bring your darts.
With that offensive line, you guys, it might be back to Russell Wilson by the time the Bears play him in Week 10. And I guess that would be the counter to the very natural fan reaction that a lot of us have had. Like, what is Brian Daboll doing? Just start Jackson Dart. You draft him in the first round. The counter would be, right, you're the organization looking at the big picture going, we don't want to ruin him.
Let's develop
And we don't want to get him killed.
Yeah.
We don't mind if Russell Wilson, I mean, he's terrible at this
gets
point.
killed.
You know, and of course, we don't mean that literally. Like, that's part of the calculus, I'm sure, within that organization. Like, do we really want to do this? Our O-line's not that good. But Andrew Thomas is back. That'll help. But, man, oh, man, I don't know how you can keep trotting out Russell Wilson. It's brutal.
They're not.
So they're not. They're turning to Jackson Dart.
That they are.
And who knows? By the time they roll into town, Adam's right. That is the weekend of November 5th.
November 9th.
I'm sorry, November 9th. Excuse me. Thank you, Adam. And that is Week 10. The Bears will be playing at noon at Soldier against what is in all likelihood going to be a Jackson Dart-led New York Giants team. All right, Mark in Lincoln Park is back with a report. Are boots on the ground here? Are you like right outside Wiener Circle?
I'm texting you and Yurko a picture of it right now.
Okay.
It's in the air.
All right.
It's I don't know. So there's two media vans. There's an ABC truck. There's somebody else. They're all set up. You know, I got buses and everything. So the line goes from Wiener Circle north. You know where they put that Target in that old folks home?
You kind of. I haven't been up there in a while. I didn't even know there was a Target up there.
That's like 2 blocks.
Yeah.
No, it's a block. It's a block, but it wraps around. They're all just standing
100
peacefully.
people. 100 people.
What do you think? About 100 people? Maybe more?
Yeah, maybe more. You know, I know I'm not going to stand in line for a damn dog.
No, of
I was
course
at Collectivo eating. I needed to eat. But I'm not going to stand in line for that.
Oh, you were going to Collectivo? Is that what you said?
That's
Tito's.
where I called you from. Yeah, but I got my free haircut from the Waddle and Silvy show.
Yeah.
At Great Clips.
Right.
Nice.
Tito's is where he's going.
He's not at Tito's.
Yeah, Josip
No,
Broz Tito's house.
Collectivo.
You mean the coffee place?
Yes, they serve food there. Yes.
Oh, all right.
I
So,
needed a coffee.
so you went and you got a free haircut.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
amazing.
For
Silvy's
Tito's.
thing, Waddle's thing. Great Clips.
Great clip. So you got a free haircut, and then you went to
Wait a
Collectivo
minute.
to get a coffee and a sandwich.
You didn't go to White Buffalo.
Well, he doesn't live by
No.
White Buffalo. Oh, my God.
Yurko, I think you were thinking of Circus, which is on the Strip. Circa is up in Fremont, North Town.
Yeah, it's
I
on
got
Fremont
you.
Street.
I got
That's
you.
downtown.
Right by the highways.
All right, so is it still raining up there or no?
No, the rain is gone.
Okay.
Everything is peaceful. Lots of police presence.
Can you see clearly
Media.
now?
Okay.
I can see clearly now.
Try to
Going
walk
to the
up-
Cubs game tonight.
Oh, have fun.
Congratulations.
Try to walk up to the front of the line and see if they're swearing at everybody. Just check it out, all right? Let us know.
Ask for a chocolate shake.
I'm not doing the bit.
Sis.
I'll be like, hey, dude, stop following me.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell
See
me
you,
you want a
Marky.
fresh wiener.
There's Mark in Lincoln Park. So he said there's about he's guesstimating about 100 people in line and a heavy police and news presence.
Not surprised.
As the police keep order, he said everybody, there is no disorder right now. Things are good. Free hot dogs for everybody at Wiener Circle all day. And you can thank Caleb Williams.
Beautiful. Thank you,
And
Caleb.
the Bears offense.
Disorder in the house.
Yes.
That's what we got.
It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, $2.6 million Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right, the Veroliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they're going to help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out their members, like Gold Partner Michael Herron from Herron Construction Company. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the Legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Think you've got what it takes to pull a plane? The Illinois Plane Pull is back September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 go head-to-head towing a 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Register now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Rich Eisen's up at noon, and he'll be with you until 2 o'clock. Then Chris and Adam, Bleck and Abdalla back with you talking Bears NFL. They're with you live and local every day, uninterrupted 2 until 3. Waddle and Silvy at 3. Peggy's in for Silvy today. Silvy will be back tomorrow. And then White Sox baseball at 5:30, White Sox and Yankees. Jesse Rogers is going to join us tomorrow. He's gone to Cleveland because, if you can believe it, the Guardians have made up. I mean, they were 10 out on September 3rd, you guys. 10 out. They're a game out.
So they were 9-1 in their last 10, and Detroit was 1-9. They made up 8 games.
Bang.
In 10 days or 10 games, they made up 8 games.
So Jesse's in Cleveland for that. He'll join us tomorrow. I saw a crazy stat. You know who sent this? A friend of the show.
What did you see?
A friend of the show, Reed Rooney from Bleacher Nation.
Rooney.
He sent me this. Now, he had seen one of the guys he follows, but he goes, "Can you believe this stat? This is York, if you had to say who's the most underrated player in baseball, who comes to mind? I don't even know if you think of this guy.
Most underrated player in baseball.
You might think of it because the team we're talking about right now, but because even you know who this guy is.
I'm sure I do. And you're talking.
Who's the best player on Cleveland, York?
Best player on Cleveland? Oh, good boy.
I know you know who it is.
One of the Alomars, obviously. Is it Travis Fryman?
You're going back to when you played in Cleveland.
Yeah, is it Travis Fryman?
It's not Travis
Richie
Fryman.
Sexton?
It's not Richie Sexton. Oh, you know who it is. Jose Ramirez.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely. What a bat on him.
Right.
Jose Ramirez, yes. What a bat.
Did you know that he has accounted for 49% of Cleveland's position player WAR? 50%. Now, that says more probably about what they don't have and how good he is.
Yeah.
But just for a comparison's sake, Aaron Judge, Yurko. Aaron Judge, who's got 9 wins, accounts for 29% of the Yankees' position WAR.
I got you.
Now, they've got Bellinger and other very good players. They're the Yankees. Cal Raleigh, 35% of the Mariners' position player WAR. 49% from one guy. Again, it probably speaks more to just how good he is and how little he's got around him. But somehow Cleveland keeps winning, Yerk, and they're in a position again to go back to the playoffs. I've always used them as one of the examples of if you're not going to spend, at least do it right. And every year on a small payroll, on a nickel and dime budget, they do it.
Yeah.
They're always in contention. They're always frisky. They're in the playoffs a lot. Jose Ramirez has back-to-back 30-40 seasons. How many guys have done that?
That's 30
home runs, 40 stolen bases.
Okay, 30-40 stolen bases.
He's got back-to-back 30 home run, 40 stolen base seasons, and nobody talks about him.
What's his OPS plus?
This year, it's 136. Last year, it was 145. Okay. For his career, it's 131.
Yeah. It's a good player.
He's so good.
Yeah. And what did you say his WAR was?
5.6.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's a solid player right
back.
there.
How many guys have it back-to-back?
Young player Ramirez?
No, at this point, he's 32. He's still got his legs. He still runs. Still a good base runner. He's got 31 doubles, 30 home runs, 40 stolen bases.
They weren't sellers at the deadline, were they?
No,
they
weren't.
Some guys?
I don't think so.
Is Arizona still part of this?
They fell back a little. Here, I'll get you the latest.
They fell off.
Hold on.
All right.
And we'll talk more about this with Jesse tomorrow, but I don't mean to deviate too much.
Oh, no, I love baseball.
I know you do. So they're, hold on, Yerk. So Arizona is still only a game. So they have won 2 in a row. They might have played last night and won, I think, now that I think about it. They are one game behind the Mets and Reds, who are tied. So they're still in it. Yeah, and Arizona sold at the deadline. They're another franchise.
They got 6 games left.
Yeah, I picked them to go to the playoffs. I'm going to be wrong, it looks like, on that one, but they still have a chance. They're only a game out. I think the Reds might make it after all this. The Cubs can do the reverse to the Mets from 69. You got to be a little old maybe to remember about the old what happened to the Cubs in 69.
Do you think?
I mean, not that I was even alive, but as a kid, you heard it a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You heard about it a lot.
Right, but you're at least 50,
Oh, yeah, you got to be.
You're at least 50.
Yeah. You'd be a little bit older, but they could pay it back, I guess.
You'd have been 6, and then you started hearing about it.
You started hearing about it, absolutely.
69 Cubs?
The
What?
69, yeah. Well, you heard about it a lot as a kid. The black cat, yeah.
3 black cats in a hat at Sarajevo.
Yeah.
You ever hear it? Listen to that album?
No, but I've heard
man.
of it.
Good cutting-edge stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, but the 69 Mets rallied to overtake the Cubs. The Cubs had a big division lead, in mid-August that year.
Mm-hmm.
Had a very sizable division lead, and Santo did the whole, the black cat walked in front of Santo or something when he was in the on-deck circle. That's the famous. If it wasn't a Billy Goat, it was a black cat.
It was something crazy.
They bucked it all. You won the World Series.
They won it, 2016.
You won your World Series.
Got it. I was there.
Did I see they're doing another Red Sox, reverse the curse thing? I mean, can you keep doing that? They've won
3
4
World Series, right? Was it
I just
3 or
saw
4?
a promo for it. They've won 4.
What are they arguing about?
I don't know. I mean,
is it 4 since 04 or 4 total?
4 since they broke through in 2004.
Okay.
Yeah. And I saw some trailer with all the same guys, Dennis Leary and Affleck. I'm like, wait a minute, you're making maybe
Enough
I saw
already,
it wrong.
Any of those guys going to die soon?
Oh, stop it, Yurko. I was thinking to myself, maybe I saw it wrong or I misunderstood what they're going for. But I'm like, I heard him talking about what it was like to be a Red Sox fan. And I'm like, the curse? They've won 4 World Series in the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's no curse. If you're a kid, you could be 20 in Boston. Curse. And they're probably they're going to make the playoffs this year, too. They give themselves a chance. Boys, we got to pick a team. We got to do that in the closing days here.
It's upon us.
Are you talking about
what was it, Adam?
Red Sox?
What did I see? Did I misunderstand the trailer?
Well, no, there's something on Netflix called The Clubhouse, a year with the 2024 Red Sox.
No, that's different. I think that's different. I could have swore I saw some trailer.
Oh, ESPN announces new Red Sox documentary series.
Is that what it is?
Produced by Ben Affleck.
Yeah, and is it about?
It's called Believers.
Believers?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, well, so maybe it is. Maybe it's like, okay, we've
is.
gone from the curse to now we've been really good. Is that what it's about?
It's it will explore the Red Sox haunted past as the team went 86 years between championships from 1918 to 2004.
What?
And fate's role in guiding a city, franchise, and fan base in the process.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
Just make the town again.
Really, the 80s.
Christ.
You're talking about we're going to go back and watch the ball go through Buckner's legs? What?
Again?
I mean, right. We've done that. Been there, done that. And if you still hadn't won, I get it. They've won 4 World Series. What are we doing here?
I don't get it.
This is like making superhero movies. It's the same thing. You don't have anything new? Let's just make another documentary about the curse of the Red Sox. What curse?
Some people love it, Carm.
See, Sylvie's going to laugh. He's going to say, that's the kind of stuff that drives Carmen crazy. That's insane. And maybe it's because my team is so bad. The curse of the Red Sox. We're reliving the curse of the Red Sox and what it's like for a fan base to rally around. Are you kidding?
Ben Affleck. Oh, here you go. Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, Bill Burr, Donnie Wahlberg.
It's all the same guys. We've done it.
Hold on. Let me finish. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. Well, I don't understand what we're talking about.
Why Neil deGrasse? Hold on.
They've won 4
Why
World
Neil deGrasse
Series.
Tyson? Why? What does Neil deGrasse Tyson
Something about the cosmos
have anything to do with this?
Talks about the science of it all.
Meantime, nobody makes a documentary about my White Sox. And anytime the best teams of the century are brought up, nobody even remembers them.
You know what they should make a documentary about?
They say ESPN on draft night this year had the 2005 Astros as the winners of the World Series. Now, I'm convinced they're just trolling us at this point, but they literally had a graphic up displaying Chris Burke's credentials as a draft analyst, former big leaguer, champion with the 2005 Astros. What? In a different universe? Not this one. And they won't even make a documentary about that. We're making more Red Sox curse documentaries?
Yes.
This can't possibly be
There's
true.
a demand, Carm.
You want to get even more mad?
Oh, my God.
Want to get even more mad? They didn't hit the attendance threshold this year, so Jerry skips out again.
Can somebody make a documentary about that? Maybe I should be in charge.
Yeah.
Can we get some filmmakers together and do something about what it's like to be a White Sox fan?
Wait, what are you in charge of? Filmmaking?
I don't know.
Documentaries worldwide?
Who's going to be in charge?
All documentaries have to pass through Carmen's desk.
Well, no, I want to be in charge of the White Sox, what I'm saying.
I know.
I want to.
But
Chris,
Can't Ishbia just take over now?
I know, please.
But
let's do that
out,
documentary.
hold on now. To figure that out, what truly needs to happen is the Illinois Sports Authority negotiated that deal with Jerry Reinsdorf, and part of that was obviously Big Jim Thompson.
Right.
So you will have to go to the grave to get comment.
Well,
to see if he could tell you what was
That's
happening
not gonna
during
happen.
the negotiation. Yeah.
You
You might get something spiritual happening while you're there.
My team gets bupkissed. They're making more Red Sox. I get it. They got Ben Affleck's a fan. They can make movies. Isn't there any White Sox fan?
There was a good White Sox. The White Sox put out one this year that was pretty good. The one on YouTube was good that they made.
Was it?
Yeah, the one that the White Sox made this year that coincided with.
Did it not pass through your desk for approval?
I didn't mean that, Chris. I meant like I'll be in charge of making the Sox
I like the idea of
documentary.
every documentary filmmaker in the country coming to this office
No, I
to
just
say,
want to
yes,
find
no.
one. Like, who can help me make it? We need to make one about the White Sox. I don't want to sit through another Red Sox curse documentary. I've watched them win 4 freaking World Series.
Some poor war-torn country is coming to Carmen before the Oscars. We need this approved.
Like, what is the world coming to? I couldn't believe it. And it's Dennis Leary, Bill Burr, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. We've done this, guys. We've seen it. Yeah, you were cursed. Nobody remembers the curse anymore. Everybody's dead.
They're dead.
Or they're happy. All the young kids know nothing about the curse of the Bambino.
And they've won Super Bowls, like coming out of their ears over there.
They've won everything.
They've won an NHL championship. That was in 13 or something like that.
11, I think.
Yeah,
right?
It could be.
Yeah, 2011.
They've won
Celtics.
themselves some NBA championships. What are they crying about?
Come to
Did
Chicago.
the New England Revolution do something? I'm sure they did.
Make the documentary about what it's like for us to be sports fans in this town. Make that documentary.
I want a documentary on how we lost the Olympics.
You know what we celebrate? 4 touchdowns.
Right, yeah.
We
For
got
3 hot dogs.
500 people lined up outside of a hot dog place.
Not a division title, not a Super Bowl. 4 touchdowns in a game. A 4,000-yard passer. My God. Get William Peterson and Joe Montana and anybody else from and David
I love
Mamet,
Joe Montana.
And make that documentary, what it's like to be a Chicago
What
sports
if I
fan.
told you about a game where a quarterback threw for not 1,
No, not 2.
not 2, not 3, but 4 touchdowns.
What if I told
and
you?
a city
Wow.
united for free hot dogs.
Lining up for free wieners. For free encased meat.
That's the name. Free Wieners.
Free wieners, yeah. Another Red Sox documentary. The curse of the Red Sox. Please. All right, I'm sorry. That's crazy.
You know what you'll call it? Full circle. First full circle, the Wiener story.
That's funny. That's
Full
funny.
circle.
That's pretty funny. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 8 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Postman Law is used to winning. That's why with every home win by the White Sox, they're adding $100 to the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship Fund. More wins, more scholarship money. Because at Postman Law, they win more for you. Visit postmanlaw.com/scholarship to see how much your city has earned and apply today. After an injury, you could use a win. Call Postman Law today. This is attorney advertising.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty, and when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local, veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000. This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Well, there is more breaking news. This is college football related, and the run is over in Stillwater. Mike Gundy has been fired by Oklahoma State. He did so much for that program through the teens, really. The last handful of years have been a struggle, though. Only 2 seasons with more than 8 wins the last 7 years. Off to a 1-2 start this year. So maybe trending for another one of those seasons. And Mike Gundy is out. He's been on the job there since 2005. The 18-year anniversary of this famous rant was yesterday.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me or our coaches. Don't write about a kid that does everything right, that's heart's broken, and then say that the coaches said he was scared. That ain't true.
We say it all the time. Waddle loves that too. That ain't true. Mike Gundy, almost 20 years ago. Mike Gundy is out at Oklahoma State. All right, Rich Eisen's coming up. Bleck and Abdalla are back with you at 2. Thank you to Chris and Adam for producing today. Thanks to Tom Thayer. Jesse Rogers will join us to talk some baseball tomorrow. Courtney Cronin on a back-to-work Wednesday at Hallis tomorrow as well. Enjoy the rest of the day. If you're up on the north side, go get a free wiener at Wiener Circle. Give us an update tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Rich Eisen is next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheap, or builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Hi, my name is
Dan Campbell. Not surprised. He's got big onions.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Touchdown, Detroit Lions! Demo to the house!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
This is the type of game that was needed.
Earlier on the show, Bills running back James Cook. Coming up, actor and host Rob Lowe. 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Just had a nice chat in our green room with a frequent guest back here on the program, one of the best storytellers we've had on this program. Rob Lowe, everybody, is going to be here in support of another season of The Floor on Fox. He's up for talking baseball.
Oh.
Because in that respect, playoffs around the corner.
Yes, sir.
And I do believe he'd like to talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers, just like Mike Del Tufo.
Oh, yes, another Dodger fan.
I think Rob is a bit more steeped in the history.
I mean,
of being a Dodger fan.
Diehards.
Although, if I'm not mistaken, Rob is from the state of Ohio.
Right.
And might have some red leg history. And maybe we'll talk about that with my Met friend over there, who's feeling the heat. Yeah, that object is as close in the rearview mirror. It's not even in the rearview mirror anymore. Standing right there.
Isn't Rob a Colts fan from Peyton Manning back in the day?
Rob's an NFL fan. You saw that. He loved Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but he's an NFL fan. Good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll talk about baseball with him.
Love it.
And it was funny, the other day we were talking in our family, believe it or not, the whole family talking about this. And Zan checked out because, Terry Francona was never in a Taylor Swift video like Ethan Hawke was yesterday. But Francona's a Hall of Famer right now, correct? Correct?
Yeah.
Correct?
For sure.
If he takes the Reds even further, that just cements it. Correct? Right?
I believe so, but of course I'm biased.
I mean, broke the Red Sox curse.
Yeah.
Damn near won it with Cleveland. And now he's just amazing. He comes back and the Reds might make the playoffs. He is awesome. He was one of our favorite summer interviews as well.
Yes, sir.
With Terry Francona. At any rate, we'll talk baseball with Rob Lowe shortly. The Baltimore Ravens. Chris, I'll give you the option here. Because I'm always a glass half full guy. But there are some negatives to discuss.
I would say there's several.
Do you want the reasons for concern or the reasons to not be concerned?
Oh, come on. Bad news first, obviously.
Bad news first. They got dominated on the line of scrimmage. That just doesn't happen. They gave up 224 rushing yards. That doesn't happen. They gave up multiple touchdown drives of over 95 yards. That's never happened in the Ravens' history. Never. First time since at least 2001 they allowed even a single touchdown drive of that length at home. They just don't do it. The last running back to run for over 70 yards on one single carry was Miles Sanders of the Eagles.
Whoa.
Wow. Okay, so we're not even the Carolina Miles Sanders. They just don't do. They don't do what we just saw. They have given up 96 points through the first 3 games this season. That is the most in the history of the franchise. And the 2021 team gave up 85 points. That's the record that this team just broke for its franchise. They went 8-9, missed the playoffs. In 2015, they gave up 84 points in the first 3 games of the season. And they went 5-11 and missed the playoffs. On the other side, they normally, remember they ran it for a gajillion games in a row for 100 yards rushing. They just had back-to-back games where they didn't run it for 100 yards. And it's the first time since doing it in 3 consecutive games in 2018. Only 2 games with fewer than 100 rush yards in the previous 3 seasons combined, and they just did it in the first 3 games this year. And the same thing goes with Derrick Henry in terms of fumbling the football. These things don't happen for them. You just don't. 3 fumbles for Derrick Henry in 3 games? So, yeah, they can't stop it and they can't run it through the first 3 games of this season. But there's one particular, aspect of it that, as you're watching Lamar sacked 7 times, John Harbaugh brought up at the in the post-game podium.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give you the biggest problem. The biggest problem is we didn't play good run defense. We didn't, as a defense complete, we didn't do it. And that's not going to be good enough. There's nobody in that locker room that thinks that's good enough. That's disappointing. That's bad run defense. And that's not who we are. It cannot be who we are. It's not going to be good enough. It's not going to be acceptable. And it's got to be better.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. The Derrick Henry thing I can't get. In the last 2 years, 2023 and 2024, 3 fumbles on 652 touches. This year, 3 fumbles on 43 touches, including 2 in the fourth quarter. That's never happened to him in the same season. And it's already happened in the first 3 games.
Thanks.
Fumbles in the fourth quarter. He was beside himself. I remember once upon a time when I covered the Rose Bowl in my senior year, Bo Schembechler, and his last game as head coach of the University of Michigan Wolverines, faked a punt in the Rose Bowl with 3 minutes and change to go, I think. And it worked. And then it got called back on a holding penalty. And he got so pissed, he took his headset off and threw it down on the ground and got 15 yards for it. He threw it down so hard he nearly fell over. And Derrick Henry, when he took his helmet off last night, slammed it on the bench to put it up, and he nearly fell over. And he's beside himself. So he's nearly falling over himself, and then after the game, he is beside himself.
Yeah, man, I'm my worst critic, so I'm going to watch the film. I continue to watch it. I know we got a short week, but it's just crazy. Man. 3 fumbles straight. Trying every day to fix a problem. Just keeps occurring, so I'm trying to work on it, man. I'm my worst critic, so I'm not going to try to beat myself up too much, but it's hard not to when it's consecutive and consistent me doing the same thing.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
3 straight games of the fumble is tied for the longest streak of his career. He's the only running back in the NFL to fumble in all 3 games of 2025. It's crazy what's happening there. Zay Flowers got wiped out by the Lions last night. If you had Zay Flowers in fantasy and needed him to do something last night, you lost. That sounds very Warner Wolf-like.
Yes.
That's the bad.
It's not like the Derrick Henry fumbles are like Ramondre Stevenson, where he's just like, blah, 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 blah. Like, these are legit amazing defensive plays to knock the ball loose from this guy.
Aiden Hutchinson last night came from behind him. So.
And I'm not too worried about Derrick Henry, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm not. Now here comes the glass half full.
Okay, good.
Okay. Well, Ravens fans, this segment's for you. Well, this portion of the segment.
First half of the segment, maybe not so much.
Now let's fill the glass up, right? Yep. I'm not going to go high register here. The 1-2 start, same as last year.
Oh.
You don't have them last year. 12-5 won the division. You take a look. The Steelers are not beating the world right now. The Browns' defense is doing well, but I don't think they're a threat. And the Bengals, even though I believe Jake Browning is going to be okay so far, my take, it's still my first take, okay? It may have cost me future appearances on First Take if I'm bringing such takes to the program.
Last take.
I was like, hey, it's not my last take. How dare you? You be quiet. Just telling my sound engineer to shut up. But you're not, I mean, you concerned about the Ravens still not being the best team in the division? Not me. Certainly not when they've got Lamar Jackson. 9 passing touchdowns and 0 interceptions in the first 3 games of this season. And he's the 6th quarterback to do that in the first 3 games of a season. All time. All time. And he's got 2 or more passing touchdowns and a 90 or better passer rating in 11 straight games, including the playoffs. He's 1 behind Tom Brady, 2 behind Peyton and Phillip Rivers, and 3 behind Aaron Rodgers for the most in the history of the NFL. He's going to have this record so going away, it's not even funny. He's still Lamar Jackson, man.
Not bad for a guy who some thought should be playing wide receiver, huh?
No doubt. Just one of the dumbest moments in the history of the Combine. Just surpassing my idea of maybe I should run a 40-yard dash.
Well, yours turned out to be fantastic.
Well, lucrative for a charitable.
That's great.
21 of 27 for 288 yards and 3 touchdowns and a passer rating of 148.1 in the loss. I mean, it's his 9th career game with that passer rating that high and 3 or more passing touchdowns. He's remarkable. I'm not worried about that. And the defense at some point is going to have to tighten up.
Especially up the middle.
I got it.
They were just getting served.
They were missing Matabike last night. They're missing Kyle Van Noy as well.
True.
And they took on a team that's fully equipped to exploit it.
And they did.
Yeah. And this is a crazy stat. This one is nuts. Because of the losing and being 1-2. There's been 47 quarterbacks. Okay, 47 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL with 140 or more passer rating through the first 3 games and have a losing record. Lamar has 2 losses. The other 46 quarterbacks, just the 1 loss. That's it. You believe that? Most losses in a season with 140 or more passer rating. 47 quarterbacks. All right? Lost once in that category. Lamar's now lost twice. Look at that. Lamar's got 2 losses in a season with that passer rating. And the 46 other quarterbacks have just the 1 since 1950, which again means people are compiling stats saying we're not going back any further.
We're just stopping.
We're made a point here. Think about that.
Wow.
Now, this sets up quite the week 4 contest. Remember last year? Ravens were in Arrowhead.
We were there.
Chiefs raised the banner. Mm-hmm. The Ravens are feeling great about themselves. The Chiefs are feeling great about themselves. They played one for the ages where Isaiah Likely's foot was too big. And now comes the rematch in Arrowhead, and the loser goes 1-3. The loser between, let me repeat this, the loser between the Ravens and the Chiefs go 1-3. And then the Ravens come home, take on Houston. Good luck figuring out them, right? I mean, C.J. Stroud
no idea.
is the avatar for the word regressed right now, and the offensive line and the lack of a running game should have a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
Then they got the Rams at home. And look up the history of the Rams going to Baltimore. They do well there. They put up points there. So, reasons for concern, and then there's 8. There's number 8, and then there's number 22, who's going to hold on to it more. There's number 4, who's really good. DeAndre Hopkins is making some plays as well. Yep. Mark Andrews showed up.
Mark Andrews, big game.
Okay.
Huge game.
They're just not used to being dominated on the line in the trenches. That you're not used to seeing. But the rest of the division, there's nobody 3-0 there that's killing it. And the only team that's above 500 in the division is Pittsburgh, who, I mean, are you writing home about them? Is it getting said to head to Ireland?
No.
Okay. And what about the Bengals? Everybody sits there and thinks the season's over, except this guy sitting here. This is a hill I am standing on. All right, we take a break here on the Rich Eisen Show. Rob Lowe is here, baby. This is one of my favorite guests in the history of this program. And Rob is coming out to talk about the floor. The ceiling's very high for this segment as well. Coming up.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Chiro One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Chiro1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Schaumburg East, West Addison, and Des Plaines. That's Chiro1.com, and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true. And if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey! Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe in the old adage, if we've been doing it for this long, we must be doing something right. Being one of Chicago's oldest law firms, the Verdoliak Law Group was with you during the Civil Rights Movement, the Moon Landing, and through 10 U.S. presidents. We've been fighting for the injured since before cell phones and home computers. When we started, gas was 29 cents, the average house cost just under $19,000, and the average income was under $5,000. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we've withstood the test of time by honoring our commitment to put our clients' interests first. That's why most of our clients over the last 50 years have found us through word of mouth from other satisfied clients. In the last half a century, thousands of law firms have come and gone, while the Verdoliak Law Group has cemented itself as a Chicago legal landmark, and we look forward to our next 50 years of serving you. If you want a law firm that has stood the test of time and will fight for you, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Bears and Raiders. Joniak and Thayer call the game. Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Smoke detection. Kidda helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidda 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show, ESPN Radio Network, presented by Progressive Insurance. Rob Lowe is here in support of the floor and everything else that you do. It's so great to see you back here on the program. All right, now let's jump into your Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yes.
Getting set to defend its crown.
I saw this week. I've been watching baseball my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
It's and I've seen a lot. I've seen Kirk Gibson's home run. I saw the Big Red Machine in person.
Oh my God!
I've been really lucky and I've seen a lot. But I cannot believe that I witnessed a man pitch 5 no-hit innings using only about 58 pitches, and then the same man hit his 50th home run of the year. It's like you just can't believe that is possible.
Rob, we talked about that the next day on this program, and the manner in which we talked about it is that people take it for granted now from him, that this is a unicorn. He threw 5 no-hit innings.
He threw 100 miles an hour.
Stays in the game, and then pokes his 50th home run out of the yard. And it's just like, oh, okay, that's Shohei Ohtani.
And a moonshot.
It's unreal.
Anybody will tell you, the sound of his bat is unlike anybody that you've ever heard. And it's true. The first time I went and saw him live, that's what I was struck by. And I talked to Dave Roberts afterward. I go, is it just me? He goes, no, I've never heard anything like it.
Well, in the night where, last Friday night when Kershaw had his last regular season start there, Ohtani comes up after Kershaw leaves the game. Next half inning, he's up. Robbie Ray's on the mound. He's a Cy Young Award winner of his own right. And he threw something, like, was it 95, 96?
Inside and up.
And he poked it down the left field line for a 3-run jack. And then Mookie Betts comes up the next at bat. And then, by the way, later in the game, Freeman knocks in Ohtani and doubles and gets Betts to third. And I was looking at it. I mean, is that $500 million on the base paths?
Yeah,
right there.
By the way, do you remember when the ownership signed Ohtani? Everybody was like clutching their pearls about it. They've made that they made the investment back, I believe, within 4 months, just in terms of the new revenue from advertisers.
Sure. Well, they're not paying him till I think 21.
Yeah, that'll be studied. That'll be studied forever.
He's like, yeah, give it to me in a 401k. You know what I mean? Like it's unlike anything. But who's relieving? Would you want Ohtani to come out of the pen, Rob Lowe? Look at me giving you a specific baseball question
you can't have him come out of the pen because he'd have to be in the bullpen, being ready, and he's going to be batting. So just that alone you can't do.
I guess you'd have to warm him up after could he homer? How about this?
I'd rather see.
This would be great in a baseball playoff game.
Right.
Ohtani homers. Chris, back me up. I don't think we've ever seen this, TJ, right?
I don't think it's ever existed. Homers.
He homers, and as he rounds home plate, he then runs to the bullpen
to warm
up to save the game he just gave the Dodgers to a lead.
That could happen.
Let's do it.
Wouldn't that be a first? Because he's just like, hey, I'm not up for another 8 batters.
No, if he's not up for another 8 batters.
And he just homers to give him the lead.
Okay.
Goes around home plate and then runs, doesn't go to the dugout. Or he does the dugout. He'll high-five everybody. Yeah. Then hop out of the other end and run out to the bullpen. What do you think?
I think that's a possibility.
Let's do it. Make it happen.
That's so fun.
It's stupid. Yeah. But we cannot sit here and say that is out of the realm of possibility.
It's not out of the realm. It's not.
Non-zero chance.
Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be so fun.
God, how amazing would that be?
Cannot wait.
Unless you're the Padres. You know what I mean? Or you're one of those teams that would be on the business end of something like that.
Yeah, the Padres clinched last night. They're in.
They're in. Okay, the Phillies are pretty damn good. The Brewers are pretty good.
Phillies are good. The Brewer. I like the Brew Crew. I'm a big Brew Crew fan.
Are you really? What, because you're from Gorman Thomas days or something like that?
Gorman Thomas.
How about that name? I just went old school.
You just wake up and he'd be leading the leagues of home run. You'd be like, who?
I know.
You toiled in. How about these guys that toil in obscurity? Do you know what I mean? They're like. And by the way, Mike Trout. I feel so bad for Mike Trout.
We were talking about that just yesterday. His 400th home run nearly hits everybody here in Los Angeles in the back of the head.
Yeah.
And then and he's not going to play in the postseason again. But did you see what he did with the guy who caught the baseball?
No. What did he do?
You're gonna, so cool. Mike Hoskins, can you call this up? Because we put this on the air. It's going to take a minute. But you know how in this day and age where a fan catches a very valuable baseball.
Yes.
And, says, okay, let's go to some auction house, right?
Right. Right.
This guy, all he wanted from Mike Trout was to have a catch. And Mike Trout said, okay. And after the game, had a catch with the guy.
That's amazing.
Dude, this sounds like it's straight out of Field of Dreams, right?
It's really great. How about a catch?
How about just have a right? And then,
So good.
It's exactly what happened. Yeah, they grabbed the glove. Here it is. There's a video right there.
With no glove.
He's got no glove, and the fan is just like, okay.
Oh, man.
Right? dude, like this actually happened with Trout. And then he gave him all these bats, and his kids were there too.
It's so great.
Did you ever do a sports movie, or ever in line to do a sports movie?
I did a hockey movie, Youngblood.
Youngblood, yeah.
Did a hockey movie.
With Swayze.
Okay.
That's kind of, there aren't that many hockey movies, so it kind of remains up there. It's not Slapshot.
Right. There's Slapshot, right? There's the Mighty Ducks.
There's Miracle. Miracle's great. To me, it's Slapshot, Miracle, Youngblood.
And so it was you and Swayze? Okay, you laced him up? What?
We trained hard. I trained really hard for that. I trained so hard that I've never put on skates again. That's how hard I trained. I don't like sports where you're sweating after putting on the equipment.
And it's 20 degrees on the ice or something like that?
And when you're shooting it, it's Toronto in the summer.
Oh,
so it's 95 degrees with 90% humidity. Yeah. You go into an ice rink. Yeah. You're all so sick. So sick.
Were you really?
Yeah, because you're going 190, 100. But it was fun. It was super fun.
Dude.
Yeah. People think I'm way better than I am because I was Youngblood. I can still skate, but you don't want to give me a puck.
What was Swayze like?
He's a beast. He was a beast.
Yeah.
He was good at everything.
Now, you knew him from...
Outsiders.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
He was good at everything. He was a physical specimen. He could write songs. He was just he was a true Renaissance man.
Yeah, you knew him from... dude, you're I guess,
old
roots.
Is the word?
No,
you're old.
Roots.
You can say it. You're old.
No, I'm not saying that. Your roots in this world are so deep. I mean, did you... screw it. I'm going to take a shot here.
Take a shot.
Robert Redford, did you ever meet him, know him, work with him? Rob Lowe.
He was one of my idols. He's one of the reasons I ever wanted to be an actor. I remember seeing 3 Days of the Condor and All the President's Men. I had an All the President's Men poster in my bedroom.
I don't mean to laugh, but really?
Yes, really.
That was your post? Like
yes. Every had Farrah Fawcett May. I also had Farrah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I had Farrah. But Farrah was next to All the President's Men.
That's quite a two-poster combination.
It kind of tells you really all you need to know about me. I had never met him. All these years, I'd never met him, and only about 7 years ago, at the Golden Globes, we were both there, and he was doing the press line, and I just went over and waited till he was done, and introduced myself, and was able to. And I'm so glad because eventually the day comes, as it did, where he's gone.
Right.
And I was able to tell him how much he's meant to me, and how important he was in my life and my career. And I don't even know if he knew who the hell I was.
I'm sure he did.
I made him take a selfie, and it was
Did you really?
Yeah, hell yes.
Definitely. You have to do stuff like that.
You got to. Listen, the day you stop being a fan is the day you should retire.
Huh.
Really.
And so I guess All the President's Men, part of your DNA, working on the West Wing.
Then go to West Wing. Yeah, it's really true.
No kidding.
Yeah, all of that is.
So that's where I guess some of the basis of my interest.
Yeah, in that kind of watching the Watergate hearings when I was a kid.
I'm gonna go here on this front. Screw it. The Watergate hearing. One of my first childhood memories were those hearings.
Same.
Okay, and I just remember the thing I couldn't get over were the number of microphones that would be
right
they were like 30 of them.
Yeah. And then look at you. What are you behind? You're behind a microphone.
Oh my God, my head is now exploding.
See? Now you're behind a microphone.
But my brother and I, what we used to do in Staten Island, New York, where we grew up, we went to a diner. And what we would do is we would get all the straws from the diner and stick them in our glasses. So we would play Watergate, where we'd talk into the straws. That actually happened.
Milkshake Watergate.
That's what.
It's amazing.
By the way, write that down. That sounds like a great fantasy name. Milkshake Watergate. Or is that a band? Is that a cover band?
Put your hands together for Milkshake Watergate.
That's it. Or like, hey man, come out, my cover band. We're all playing on Friday night. You want to come in and see it's Milkshake Watergate?
Who do they cover? Who does Milkshake Watergate?
It could also be a dance, a TikTok dance.
Oh, look at you going, Carmen.
Milkshake Watergate.
Okay.
I don't know what it would be like.
We're just riffing right now.
Next thing you know, Robbie will have kids pour milkshakes on their heads.
That's what we don't need.
That's for that.
We don't need that. But that's what I did in a diner. We used to just lean in and just talk into the straws.
It's amazing. Yeah.
What's your favorite let's go there. What's your favorite West Wing, I guess, soliloquy or anything like that for you?
For sure, it's It's the episode that I think probably that was the episode that got me nominated for Miami. Was it's called "Someone's Going to Emergency because Someone's Going to Jail," and Sam gives a speech about the country was founded on an ideal, and that's for sure But I was like, I had a lot of great soliloquies. There's one about why we went to space. I love. There's one about that schools should be cathedrals. I mean, it goes on and on.
Well, I mean, and there's a guy that you knew as a kid, right?
Yeah.
You know, like Martin Sheen. Again, you're
I look like a baby.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a long time ago.
I know. It's 25 years ago.
But weren't you like, when did you first meet Martin Sheen, though? Like, as a kid, correct?
I met Martin Sheen I remember I was on Halloween. It was, he was a very mysterious character because he was an actor. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to be an actor. I just arrived from Ohio, and I was like, an actor lives there. But he was never around. We never met him because he was away doing a movie called Apocalypse Now. Wow. And it was going to be a really gnarly movie. And then, so, in that neighborhood, Halloween, we were hoodlums. We egg people with eggs. We'd shaving cream. All we wanted to do was cause trouble. And Martin was a big, Law and Order guy, and so Martin was marching around with a baseball bat and fatigues.
What?
And that's how he came out of a bush and was like, "Son, what do you got in there? Let me see what you got in your, my little pillowcase."
Yeah.
"Just candy, Mr. Sheen." Let me look at it.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's the first time.
So, were you trick or treating with Charlie and Emilio?
I don't even think I was with Charlie, but I was near his house, so he was protecting the property.
He was. A bat,
baseball bat.
So fatigues from Apocalypse Now.
I don't know if they were from Apocalypse, but he was ready.
Wow. Dude,
isn't that great? Yeah, isn't that funny? True story.
That's how you met Martin Sheen.
Yes, that's how.
And now you're. Did you bring that up to him at any point in time while you were on the set of West Wing?
I don't think I ever did. I mean, we were neighbors for 9, 10 years. Our families were close and. Yeah, well, that's a great photo.
What do you think of when you see this photograph?
I mean, I just think of how lucky we were to be able to be a part of something like that, and that those opportunities come around so infrequently. It was really a special moment for sure.
What did you say? Say out loud, Chris, what you just said in my ear about this.
I was just looking up when West Wing aired, the dates, and it premiered September 22nd, 1999, yesterday.
Happy anniversary.
Wow.
Look at that. Did you not know?
I remember that day very, very well.
You do?
Yeah, because it's going to sound insane because we've since had Veep and 24 and House of Cards. But then a political show was ratings poison. They were not done. It was a surefire way to repel a viewer. So we thought we were going to be making one of those beloved 6 episodes canceled before their time.
No kidding.
Shows. We knew the show was really good.
Even with Sorkin involved?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah, I mean, Sorkin had done one movie and Sports Night he did, which was, people loved, but didn't set the world on fire.
Yeah.
And then I got a call. I remember my phone rang at 5 in the morning, 20, however many years ago.
Yeah.
And it was the president of the network saying the show's a hit. And that was surprising.
And you were like, no kidding, huh?
I was like, we didn't know. We knew it'd be good, but good doesn't mean hit. And by the way, hit doesn't mean good.
Was a Few Good Men had already been out though, right?
Yeah, for sure. And all American President.
American President. Okay.
Well, yeah.
So and everyone's like, oh, let's check out the American President guys cooking up for serious business.
Yeah.
Dude. Unbelievable. Yeah. Pretty cool. The Floor on Fox. You always grow up watching game shows and stuff like that?
I was on the $10,000 pyramid.
With Dick Clark?
As a 15-year-old.
Come on. Dude. Are you serious? Can we find this somewhere?
You can find it on YouTube.
Is it out there?
Yeah, it's out there. It's embarrassing because speaking of Farrah Fawcett Majors, I had her poster on my wall. I also had her hair on my head. When you see it, it's super embarrassing.
How did a 15-year-old wind up on the? By the way, talk about different times. $10,000 pyramid.
$10,000 pyramid. Huge.
There's now another zero with Strahan.
Yeah.
You know,
it was 10,000. You can relate to it. I had my first TV series.
Mm-hmm.
I was the teenage kid. It was on ABC. It was called A New Kind of Family. It was terrible. It got canceled almost immediately. But they sent me to New York to do a network celebrity version of the pyramid, and I went to the pyramid, the circle, whatever the hell it was.
Oh, yeah, the winner's circle.
I went to the winner's circle every time and won.
Dude.
I murdered Tony Danza. Murdered him. Murdered him.
Who's the boss now? Who's the boss?
Murdered him. Clinicked.
You clinicked
Danza? And Dick Clark was such a stud.
Of course.
Dick Clark was a stud, but it took him 5 times to do my name. I remember.
What?
I remember. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, starring in A New Kind of Family, Rob Loan.
Loan.
And I would walk out and go, I'm so sorry. We did. Rob Loeb. Dick Clark. It took him like 5 times. And he was just great every time. He was so smooth. No matter how badly he messed it up, he just went down with the ship.
That's a pro.
He was such a pro.
Because you got to commit, right?
He committed to the bit.
Do you think he was trying to, make sure nobody caught the mistake? He just kept going with it or something like that? Or he just...
No, you would hear the guy and the producer in there going, slow. Let's go. Let's go again.
Dude, you won that, huh?
I did.
Oh, my God. And just screw it. I'm just going to keep going because I love your stories and I know your history and we've talked about it. And I also loved your book.
Thank you.
Your first one, I think, right?
I have stories I only tell my friends, and then the second book is Love Life.
Okay, yeah, your first one that I recall, reading for one of the many times you've been here before. So when you were on this as a 15-year-old, was this the after-school special that started your career, or this was after the after-school special?
I got the after-school special after my show had been summarily canceled.
Because I remember where you watched this show.
In Cary Grant's bedroom.
Okay, this is just, please tell this story one more time. It's a new audience right here. Watch their after-school special.
I understand, Rich. Most people don't go to Cary Grant's bedroom and watch
apparently not
TV shows.
But you had a good reason for being there.
I did have a good reason for being there. His daughter is an amazingly wonderful woman now and was an incredibly beautiful 15-year-old, and I was 15 and a half. Mm-hmm. And she was not interested in whatever I was selling her. She was not having it. And so when the after-school special rolled around, I go, this is my moment. Mm-hmm. I was like, hey, I have a after-school special on Wednesday. Maybe you and I... And she was like, Jennifer, she was like, well, sure. I guess you'd come to my dad's and watch it with me. He's in show business. And I was like, sure. I had no idea who her dad was. No. No idea. No idea.
Okay.
And I show up with my learner's permit. I didn't even have my license to drive. And I show up to my first Beverly Hills mansion I've ever been to. And Cary Grant answers the door in a white bathrobe. And I'm like, I know I should know this guy. I'm like, Cary Grant, like Cary Granite from the Flintstones?
Nice.
I knew Cary Granite from the Flintstones.
Wow.
But not quite sure I knew Cary Grant. Mm-hmm. And he's like, Jennifer's she's waiting for you. I thought we would watch in the bedroom. And we watched it. We watched my show, and he was great. He was like, you remind me of a young Warren Beatty. And I was
okay,
like,
now you got that reference.
Now I was like, yeah, this old guy, he knows what the hell's what.
What did he give you at the end of this?
So he was one of the first sort of celebrity ambassadors, mm-hmm. and was actually on the board of Fabergé, mm-hmm. which made colognes and, skincare products. And as I was driving away, I look in the rearview mirror and he's running down the driveway mm-hmm. in his robe. And with an armful of products. Mm-hmm. The young man, I thought you'd like these. And so I had soap on a rope in the shape of a microphone of Cary Grant for years in my show until it just withered away.
Your first ever parting gifts.
Swag.
Would be that.
Swag, yeah, swag.
There were no parting gifts on the $10,000 pyramid. You walked away with a check, sir.
That's right.
Fantastic. You did.
Yeah.
And now you're giving away cash and prizes right now.
Changing people's lives. It's a lot. We're like, we do $40,000 just for like one answer on an episode, and then at the end of the year it's $250. It's a lot better than 10.
And you're just meeting everyday Americans. It's
so fun. I love banter and the interaction with the players, because it gives me a chance to be. It's like being the host of The Floor is like one part stand-up comedian. It's one part air traffic controller, because you're running the game and you're getting information in your ear. It's one part being a producer and knowing, okay, I got to lean into the reality and the drama. This is about to change this person's life. Or am I going to go comedy and do it all live by yourself alone? Is live to tape is super exciting. That's why I'm still doing it. I'm so surprised at how fun and invigorating it is.
Yeah, season 4 of The Floor, again, premieres tomorrow on Fox at 8 Eastern Time, and I guess we'll have to tune in to find out if the Brat Pack question was answered correctly.
Well, you have a clue in that I'm here promoting The Floor.
Okay.
If the first picture had been Andrew McCarthy or Anthony Michael Hall, I might not be here now. Because I have a healthy ego, okay? I'm just saying.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest.
We don't make it to these microphones.
Yeah.
We don't make it away from Milkshake Watergate. Without an ego.
Watergate is 100% a fantasy team name for sure.
That is great. So good.
For sure, and we drink it up.
And the logo on the side of the helmet is a huge milkshake with the multiple straws coming out.
That's it, the multiple straws. Yeah,
I like that.
Absolutely. And I just could not. I can't believe you had Dustin Hoffman, Robert Redford, Farrah Fawcett, Major Wall in your room.
Kind of the holy trinity of the 70s.
It is, in fact. Like throwing a Cary Grant soap on a rope, and you are locked in.
Yes, that's right.
Season 4 of The Floor again premieres tomorrow, Wednesday at 8 Eastern on Fox. I love when you come on, man.
So fun always.
Right back at you. Great to see you. Best to your family as well.
Thanks, brother.
That's Rob Lowe, everybody. Check him out on all forms of social media at Rob Loaf. Wait a minute.
Rob Lowe.
Oh, Rob Lowe. Okay.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
I said, no, he's an elite quarterback. He deserves to be paid. Does he? I just want y'all to say, you know what? Canning was right.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
They say on Family Feud. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. What makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Maybe it's the capability to go off-road. This one definitely checks a box. Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Just think about that.
That is awesome.
I mean, Parker Posey could drive it all the way to Thailand.
And she still wouldn't know who's in her car.
I know.
Pepper, no.
The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. It's the only thing it doesn't do is make one of those shakes.
Well, make sure you take that fruit out of it.
All right. Yeah. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603. I don't know if Hyundai wanted us to go the full White Lotus on the Palisade read there, but okay.
More importantly, Rich, the James cookies have arrived.
Yeah. Trying it right now for the
I'm actually almost already done mine.
And
they are very delicious.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. My mic, though.
They are very good. They're soft, which is important. And they have the blue and red sprinkles baked in. It's like a fun. It's almost like a funfetti cookie.
You getting those before I do would be like Andrew McCarthy being the answer to a Brat Pack question on the floor. Outrageous.
The box is out. Snoozy woos.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
I need legal counsel, so let's go to Terzo in Iowa. He's dialed 844-204-RICH, one of our favorites. What's up, Terzo?
What's up, fellas? You know, Rich, I had a great weekend. Got to see the Niners pull out that victory for my birthday. You know, but I wake up this morning and it's at my actual birthday, and Bose is out for the year with a torn ACL.
Sorry, sir.
Happy birthday.
Sorry, buddy.
It's just unfortunate, you know. And I was right. You know, I was about five rows back off the Niners bench there, and as soon as he come off the field, you know, he just falls down on the ground there, and they're checking him out. And I knew at that point that he was probably done for the year.
They're like the knight from Monty Python right now. You know, they're just getting all of these limbs cut, and they're still fighting though. They're 3-0. You are what you are in this league, brother. And you got Jacksonville coming into your house. They're 2-1, but 3-0. You could be 4-0, and then Purdy's coming back. You got a Thursday night game here in Los Angeles. That'll be a big kickoff to Week 5, and then at Tampa, maybe Kittle's back for that. I go high register. I mean, and then Ayuk starts to return. Get healthier.
And like you said, we just gotta weather the storm. But a question for you: how long and how many games do the Bengals need to keep losing before the Niners get on the phone to try and make a trade for
who?
Trey Hendrickson. I think the calls have already started.
You think so, huh?
Got to.
Terzo, why would you lead me down the path of me saying that the Bengal season is not over?
Yeah, you know how he is right now, Terzo.
Rich, sometimes it just kind of happens pretty quick.
I don't know.
Like you said, you are who you are in the league.
The Bengals would have to lose.
0-3.
Put up the Bengals schedule. Thanks for the call, Terzo. I'm going to entertain this for you.
Rich, I wonder if Terzo was the person that Bosa was signaling to.
It could have been that.
It might have been Terzo. He was looking, and then he gave him.
I don't know. So at Denver versus Detroit, at Green Bay, home for Pittsburgh. If they run that table in the manner that the rest of our friends at ESPN feel Jake Browning will run, and I'm sitting here saying no, sort of like Braveheart holding, then that's right around where the trade deadline hits on Week 9. They'd have to go. They'd have to be
November 4th trade deadline.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So that's 6 games to the trade deadline. They go 2-4 in those 6 games. Then they're 4-5, and they're not trading them. I'm telling you, they'd have to fall off the cliff. Thank you. So
but that's only if you think
have to fall off the cliff.
Joe's coming back. And remember, it's 3 months at the earliest.
I understand. Which, by the way, would be Week 15 against Baltimore. So, if it's 3 months at the earliest, that would be Week 15 against Baltimore. Again, they would have to fall off the cliff to say, we're done here. Trey Hendrickson's a 49er.
Did you watch them play on Sunday?
Okay, stop it. Stop it. I did watch them play, and I was texting you throughout the game to say this isn't good for me, and by that manner, us. It's not good for us.
It was a rhetorical me asking if you watched.
No, a rhetorical
you. The thing about us, though, is it's about us.
Yeah, don't forget it.
Well, he just got benched, so.
That's true.
Not the best.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law is attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6-million.
Howard Aiken is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
There's still time to save big on your landscaping project at Menards. Whether you're creating a new patio or installing a retaining wall, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete blocks ready to take home today. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy design and buy program in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all landscape blocks and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Days at the Red Sox. Coverage begins tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Hi, my name is Dan Campbell. Not surprised. He's got big onions.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Demo to the house.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
This is the type of game that was needed.
Earlier on the show, Bills running back James Cook, actor and host Rob Lowe. Coming up, 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Rob Lowe just left our studios. What a delightful, as always, funny, engaging appearance with the host of The Floor on Fox. Season 4 debuts tomorrow night at 8 Eastern Time, and we kick off hour number 3. That also includes our Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday segment, as well as your phone calls, as well as, TJ, Steal Yourself.
Okay.
Jerry Jones's latest from his 105.3 The Fan in the Metroplex appearance.
Get ready.
Maca.
That's who he's talking about.
Is he going to say something like we're still in playoff hunt or something? Because I don't think I can take it.
No, I don't know. You'll just be on the edge of your seat.
Just sit tight.
But
I don't have patience to jack with you today.
There's lots of ways that Jerry Jones chat can go.
I just want to get another drop.
By the way, I am just a couple of bites into the James cookie.
It's delicious, bro.
Yes.
My God.
Yeah, Hoskins wants one in the back. Will somebody get Mike one in the back?
If you,
I'll go take him one.
John and
I'll
Mike.
take one right now.
Bring him a box.
Hoskins and John both are asking.
While I chat with our next guest back here on the Rich Eisen Show, the host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast, and fresh off of calling Raiders Commanders on Fox, is our friend Mark Schlereth. Good to see you, Mark. How are you?
I am doing great. I've never had the chance to meet Rob Lowe, but my college buddies still call me Big Fat Rob. Oh, so yeah, that was my nickname in college. Was Big Fat Rob. I had back in the day. You know, I had this mullet, and I was pretty fit and ripped, and so they used to call me Big Fat Rob Lowe. And so anyhow, I've never had the chance to meet him. Always wanted to because of the moniker that was bestowed upon me, but I never had that opportunity.
I would imagine being called any size of Rob Lowe is good. You know what I mean? Like if any hearkening to his looks, you'll take big, fat, little. You know what I mean? Like all of it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Right.
You know what I mean? As long as it ends with Rob Lowe, then you're good.
I never had an issue. Big Bob. They call me Big Bob Lucky, Big Fat Rob, Big whatever it was. I'm like, I'm in. That's awesome.
Mark Schlereth here. All right, let's just jump right into it, Mark. Your level of concern for Ashton Genty, having seen what you saw, having talked to the staff, as I'm sure you did leading up to the broadcast of Raiders and Commanders, what is your concern level for Ashton Genty, even though it's just 3 games for him?
My concern level for him as a player, when I hear people say, oh, he doesn't have it or he's not the guy, that's foolishness.
Okay.
That kid is, I think I've heard you say it before in regards to Mo Jones-Drew, a bowling ball of butcher knives. Like, he is going to be a really good player. I think one of the things you have to understand is for running backs, and I watched in my career, playing with Terrell Davis as a rookie go for 1,100, and then as a second-year player go for 1,400, and then as a third-year player goes for 1,700, and then as a fourth-year player go for 2,000. And part of that understanding is it's more than just knowing what you're supposed to do. It's knowing what the defense is doing. What is the strength of the defense? What is the weakness of the defense? And how do I adjust based on those things pre-snap? So let me give you a for instance. All of a sudden you're playing what we call a 25 front, meaning the Will Backer is off the ball, the Mike is off the ball, but the Sam is lined up on the edge, outside eye of the tight end. Well, when you get that, if you're calling that, let's call it strong right, and that Sam linebacker is lined up on the line of scrimmage, outside eye of the tight end, that guy's job is to set the edge. So as you press that, you want to get the backers running, but at the same time, hey, man, there's probably almost 100% certainty I'm going to cut back on this. And so you have to understand, kind of based on that defensive front, what my responsibility is and what the likelihood of me being able to take that ball outside or having to cut back. And you've got to learn those things. Part of it's trial and error. Part of it's just having a better understanding, a better feel for what's going on. Now, the concern is the Raiders couldn't block their way out of a wet pepper sack. And like I've got a couple of guys on there. Daron Payne for Washington's a really good player. And I think they've got a bunch of really good players. But they don't have anybody other than Daron Payne, who's an absolute war daddy on that line of scrimmage. And their offensive line was awful. It was purely awful in this. So the combination of not being able to block anybody and then Ashton learning exactly what he is supposed to do, that's a bad combination right off the start. And I thought the right side of their offensive line with their right tackle and their right guard was just subpar at best. I mean, that's probably an insult to subpar things, but they were subpar at best.
Wow. That's saying a lot. So it's like you're not concerned about the kid's ability. He's just got some stuff to learn about playing running back in this league. And, that kind of tracks with him coming off the field on third down and not being part of 2-minute drills as well, Mark. Or when talking to the coaches, did you pick up on that?
Yeah, I think, talking to both coaches with young running backs, it's not so much when they have the ball in their hands. They'll figure out what to do with the ball in their hands. It's how do you affect the game when the ball is not in your hands? How are you in blitz pickup? How are you with spatial awareness when you're running routes? Do you set guys up? When you find man versus zone, can you find a soft spot in the zone? Can you, run away from guys that are playing you in man? It's learning how to play the game without the ball in your hands. And you think about it, as a college player, when you're that gifted as a running back, you don't ever have to worry about not having the ball in your hands. You're always the primary. You're always involved. In the pro game, it's a little bit different. It's like that third receiver that you ask to run, routes that we call them for the love of the game routes. Your job is to run that route at full speed, even though you're number 3 or 4 in the progression. You're probably not touching the ball, but you're running that full route speed, or that route at full speed, and you drawing coverage and you holding coverage so we can get something behind you. Those things are dramatic. They're dramatic and they're so important. And I think that the average fan just doesn't understand the value you have in doing the dirty work so other people can succeed. It's one of the things I love about football, Rich, is that it is the ultimate team game. And if you've got selfish guys who are running half-assed routes because, I'm not getting the ball and I'm going to pout, well, then everybody fails on the offensive side of the ball.
Mark Schlereth here from Fox Sports, just called Raiders Commanders. You have Patriots and Panthers this week right here on the Rich Eisen Show. The Stinking Truth is his podcast. What'd you make of the Lions win on Monday Night Football, Mark?
Man, they are so talented, especially offensively. And that first week of the season, we talked about the lack of continuity, new coordinators, all those different things. And, it looked to be what happened week 1. But since that point, man, they have been on point offensively. And, just a tip of the cap to Jared Goff. And I've done so many Detroit games over the years and had such a relationship with not only Ben Johnson, but, obviously Dan Campbell, their head coach, and talked to Jared Goff many, many times. Jared Goff, when you talk to the powers that be in Detroit, they rave about his accuracy and just his toughness in the pocket. And there's a guy that can't run away from anybody, right? But can slide in the pocket, manipulate, and how he throws the ball into traffic as good as any quarterback in football. And if we're breaking down top 10 quarterbacks in the league, I don't know that he makes the top 5, but he's somewhere between 6 and 8, 6 and 9. He is that damn good at what he does, and they've surrounded him with great players. But his ability to operate that offense, be accurate with the football. Yesterday, it was the run game that really set them apart. And, as much as we talk about Detroit, you look at what's going on with the Baltimore Ravens here, lost that game to the Bills where they gave up over 40 in week 1. And then here again, close to 40, 38 points they gave up again just 3 weeks or in week 3. So, the Ravens were a team that I think we all thought, hey, man, this is a Super Bowl contender. And you don't figure out what's going on the defensive side of the ball. And 2 really good opponents, to be sure. But, the Baltimore Ravens right now, you're kind of wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, 96 points they've allowed through 3 games. That's the most in franchise history through the first 3 games of the season. Now it's the Chiefs they're visiting. The Chiefs come off of that win against the Giants. We'll talk about them and their decision that was announced moments ago, or at least reported moments ago, about Jackson Dart. But it's Chiefs-Ravens in Week 4, Bud, and that's for the loser goes 1-3. And I'm wondering which one would you be concerned about going 1-3 the most, Mark?
I'd be the Chiefs. And, offensively, we've seen what they've been able to do. They've been a juggernaut for the last, 7-8 years. I mean, they've been incredible. They're not incredible. And if you ask me to point one thing out offensively they've done well, I can't give you one thing that they've done well.
Right.
They haven't blocked anybody well. They don't run the ball well. I mean, going into last weekend, Patrick Mahomes was their leading rusher, so they don't really block anybody. Andy Reid has never really wanted to win by running the football. That's never been his thing. You saw the blow up on the sideline with Travis Kelce and Andy Reid, and Travis just does not look like he's got the same burst at the top of his route. That hasn't gone well, and you don't have a go-to. You don't have a go-to guy. You don't have one thing that you do. And I always say this, just throughout my own career of playing offense, it's important to have one thing that you can hang your hat on. People always say, well, how do you fix this team's running game or this, whatever? And I go, find one thing. It's like Curly from City Slickers. Remember Curly from City Slickers? He goes, the key to life is one thing. And then he drops dead, right? Well, for me, football, the key to life is one thing. Find me one thing that we do well. And then we can change it up with formations and motions and shifts. But we just run that one thing. Make it look like 6 things to the defense. But give me that one thing. Let me build my identity in that. And then all of a sudden I say, hey, man, let's run some play action off that. Let's learn play pass off that, run action, play action, whatever. But all of a sudden I can start building on something that I can hang my hat on. A tenant that I can hang my hat on. And right now I look at the Kansas City Chiefs. I go, there is not one thing I can point to that I say, hey, man, they're really good at this.
Well, 2 things. First of all, of course, I remember Curly from City Slickers, the actor Jack Palance. He won the Oscar for that role. And by the way, spoiler alert, give somebody a heads up if you're going to talk about somebody saying a line and then dropping dead, Mark. I mean, I understand we're talking football here, but still, I mean, you gotta have your head on a swivel here if you're listening to Mark Schlereth. My gosh.
Right.
So you're concerned about the Chiefs more than the Ravens. I would get that too, especially because the Chargers are sitting there 3-0, having beaten every single team in the division. And now here comes the Chargers going east. I'm surprised the Giants say, let's hit the Jackson Dart button now. I know 0-3 doesn't look good, didn't look good in weeks 1 and 3. You could chalk up week 2 looking the way it looked for us because the Dallas defense is less than. But, I mean, to say to the kid, all right, go get him, and that Chargers defense is on the other side, that's a tall order, Mark. I'm wondering what your thought is on the Giants' decision here to start Jackson Dart in week 4.
Well, I said it probably on the Stink Truth podcast. I said it probably 10, 12 weeks ago. I'd have benched and cut Russ and started Jackson Dart right off the bat. And one, I don't think the Giants are a really good football team. And I'm looking at the future, and the future is not Russell Wilson. The future is Jackson Dart. So I don't blame them. And I look back to Sunday Night Football, and you get 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. And in several consecutive plays, you throw an incomplete ball that you threw so far out of bounds. I think you got an intentional grounding call on that to make it 2nd and goal from the 14. You close your eyes and you bury your head in the middle line of scrimmage on a designed QB run, and you get 4 yards. And then you throw 2 more balls 8 yards out of bounds. And I'm sitting there going, at some point, you got to quit worrying about your legacy. And, hey, I've already thrown 2 interceptions. I'm going to throw another one. At some point, you got to put it on a receiver. You got to throw it into traffic, and you got to give yourself a chance to score. At that point, it was 22-9. I mean, that in and of itself, to me, was a benchable offense of your quarterback. That's a quarterback that's what are you doing throwing the ball out of bounds in those 3 situations? On 4th down and goal, you threw it out of bounds 8 yards deep, 8 yards over the head of anybody else on 4th and goal. You tell me what you're doing. Other than saying, hey, man, I don't want to have, a legacy breaker by throwing 1 more pick. I mean, for crying out loud, I've already thrown 2. What are we doing? What are we doing? So that to me is the ultimate selfishness.
No, I understand.
That's selfishness.
Mark, I understand what you're saying, but this is still the future, and you got to give the kid a chance. And he might come out and look great, and this could be a cold take, right? But you've seen the Chargers defense. There's some grown ass men, and they were the top scoring defense in the NFL last year. They look just as good this year, and I mean to basically say go get them. I understand it's a benchable offense from Russ. You got the Saints the next week. I don't know. I guess this way you get 2 starts on your belt, 1 on the road, 1 at home before you take on the Eagles twice in 3 weeks. And then the Broncos are in the middle of that.
Yeah,
And you know how good that defense is as well, Mark. So
yeah, there was no easy situation, and that's one of the reasons I said I'd start from day one, because their schedule is brutal. It's absolutely brutal, and so everybody had talked about that New Orleans game maybe being that as the headliner, but maybe you go get a feel for this against the Chargers, and then you've got an opportunity to win at New Orleans, but it's not going to be easy. And then you mentioned it. You got San Francisco, you got Philly twice, you got the Packers, who up until last weekend were the best team in football, in my opinion. And then, Chicago and hey, Matt Eberflus, by the way, finally figured out how to get the best of Caleb Williams, didn't he?
Wow.
Congratulations. He finally figured out. It took him all last year. He never quite got it. But hey, listen, man. Now he finally got it. Congratulations to Matt Eberflus and Caleb Williams for figuring it out together, man. What a unbelievable opportunity and what a unbelievable showing from the quarterback.
Now, Mark, I called a game last year in which Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes against the Jaguars for Matt Eberflus. So,
okay,
but I know what you're saying.
It's the second time. It's the second time Matt has had him play well.
That hurts.
Okay.
That hurts.
All right, but so that is the one thing, and then I'll get close to letting you go here, Mark Schlereth. The Cowboys' back end of the defense, without Micah on the front end of the defense, is a bad recipe right now. And with CeeDee Lamb being out, I am genuinely concerned for the Cowboys. Tell me if I'm right or wrong here, Mark.
Yeah, no, you've got every right to be. And ultimately, the Cowboys defense has given up explosive plays on the defensive side of the ball like it's their job. It's one after the other. It's a 20-yard gain. It's a 40-yard gain. It reminded me, watching that tape, it reminded me of one of those Christmas shows that Oprah Winfrey, like, you get 40, you get 20, you get a 20-yard gain, you get a 20-yard gain, you get a 40-yard gain, you get a touchdown, you get a touchdown. It's just been it's been mind-boggling, the amount of breakdowns they've had, the amount of missed assignments they have, and then ultimately you look at a guy like Diggs who just isn't right. You can tell that he's not 100% coming off the ACL. He's been getting. They just run by him like. It's just unbelievable to watch that stuff. So their defense is struggling. They're giving up all kinds of big plays. And I'm with you, man. I'm really concerned about the Dallas Cowboys, because I thought with Dak back, if they had that defense squared away, a little bit better running game, they'd be okay. But Dak's not going to be able to overcome 8, 10, 12 big plays a game, explosive plays a game.
All right, before I let you go, Eagles, Bills, Chargers, Colts, Bucks, Niners. I believe I'm getting all the 3-0 teams right here. There's some 2-1 teams like the Rams, who almost made sure the Eagles weren't on that undefeated list. And you got, again, the Lions we saw last night, 2-1. There's another handful of 2-1 teams that I'm not talking about right here, I'm sure. Which is the best team in the NFL through 3 weeks now, do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I would probably pick the Bills for what they've done. The Eagles right there. The Eagles were so impressive because they really didn't look very good for 3 quarters. And then it was like, we know how to win. We know what we're doing. Let's flip the switch and let's go quit, messing around. And that's an impressive victory over the Rams. But I'd probably give it to the Bills, number 1, probably Eagles, number 2.
Okay. And what do you think of when you see Jordan Davis at 336 pounds do what he did as a big man, Mark? What are you thinking?
I think, thank goodness I don't play this game anymore.
Come on now. Look at a big man with football. 4th heaviest man in the history of the National Football League to have a thick 6 of 50 or more yards, period.
Can you imagine being that big and fast and strong?
I can. You scooped it too.
You can't imagine that, but I can, because I was that big, fast, and strong. I actually covered kickoffs as a rookie for the Washington Redskins. R1, running down, busting wedges at 285. I was only 285. I was a skinny guy back then.
Nice. The man, the myth, the legend. Stinking Truth Podcast with Mark Schlereth. Thank you. Or big fat Rob Lowe.
Big fat Rob Lowe.
I believe Smitch is. Look at that, dude.
Look at that guy.
Who would be
Hello, sexy.
What a unit.
That's you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
big fat. That's I don't. Who calls you big fat when you're looking like that? This is from Idaho. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right?
that was in high school. I was 17, right there.
You were in high school?
At about 220.
Damn.
That doesn't even seem fair.
Yeah.
Another 17.
Yeah, it wasn't fair.
That's not fair.
It wasn't. It's not fair.
Okay.
No.
All right, big fat Rob Lowe. I will have to push back on that.
0% fat Rob Lowe is what that is.
Right? Okay.
Shredded
All right,
Rob
Mark.
Lowe.
Great to chat with you, man. You be well.
You too. Take care.
There he is. There he goes. Check him out on Fox for Patriots and Panthers. Panthers coming in with some momentum off of that one.
I feel bad that Mark has to watch that game.
And the Stinkin' Truth podcast. All right. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. They offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance. Visit progressive.com. When we come back, guess what? Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. And Jerry Jones talks Cowboys with his local radio show audience.
Oh, boy.
And it's Micah Week as well.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with PrizePicks, where it's good to be right.
Download the PrizePicks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Hey, bro. Weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
On average, over 3,700 people are killed in trucking accidents in America each year. In comparison, Reuters recently published that in 2017, not one person was killed in a commercial airplane crash in the entire world. Why are there so many people killed in truck accidents? Two reasons. First, according to the American Trucking Association, there has been a shortage of drivers for the past 15 years. It's estimated that 1 million more are needed to meet today's demands. As a result of this shortage, many companies are hiring unqualified drivers. Second, even qualified drivers can suffer from fatigue. They are under intense pressure to meet challenging deadlines. And although there are industry regulations which limit hours behind the wheel, they are often overlooked. Drivers are pressured into driving long hours on little to no sleep. After all, if the wheels aren't spinning, the trucking company isn't making money. So imagine if the trucking and airline statistics were switched and 10 people died every day as a result of plane crashes. You wouldn't step foot on an airplane, would you? If you need a law firm that's handled trucking cases for over 55 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Dear rocky roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everyone, big news, exciting news. The Carmen and Jurko show is now going to be on from 9 until noon.
Weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kit 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We're back on the air. Here we go. Ready, TJ Jefferson? Are you ready?
I'm not. We're going to play it anyway.
It's Tuesday. It's a Tuesday, and it's Jerry Jones appearing, and it's Packers week, and Micah Parsons is coming to town.
We'll get the kendo stick.
Jerry on 105.3 The Fan. Any competitive drive, Jerry, to beat the Packers with Micah Parsons coming to your house this week? Your answer, please.
Gary, do you feel any extra competitive drive to win this week with Micah Parsons coming back?
Yes, I do. Have said this time and time again. I think the world of Micah, and as an individual, and of course know him well. And I might say I wish him well, except it's obvious I don't this weekend in terms of Green Bay winning the ball game. And so it makes for an exciting time, and I'm anxious to see if over the years when I saw Michael's mitigated, when I saw teams playing pretty well, which he's going to make some plays no matter how you play. But when I saw people play us well with Micah in the game, and it did happen, then obviously we'll be looking to try to run those kinds of plays.
Micah. Well, what did he just say?
Micah what he basically said is that when Micah was in there in the past, and we had difficulty stopping the team that was playing against us and Micah, we're going to be looking at those plays and basically doing the same thing. That's what I gathered right there. So, hey, somebody's going to go to Micah in Wisconsin and basically go, so there were some plays that Jerry was saying that you were in on, and the defense didn't do well, and they're going to try and replicate that. Your thoughts?
Micah.
I'm telling you, TJ Jefferson.
Okay, can I stop you before you say it? Because I know what you're going to say. You say week 4, we're going to turn the page. Not going to happen, Rich.
When this week is over, there will be less conversation on this subject matter week after week after week, unless the Packers go deep into the Super Bowl playoff run. And if they make the Super Bowl in San Francisco, the media session that for Micah is going to be half about this. And each and every day, it'll be more and more and more. And on NFL Game Day morning on NFL Network, when we're doing a pregame show that starts in 5 minutes, it will be a large part of the conversation. That's the way it's going to play out. But we're not there yet. And in that regard, on 105.3, the Fan of the Metroplex, Jerry was asked about why not make the trade sooner.
Yeah.
Because if you did it before the draft and you basically left Micah in Green Bay where the draft was, could have had some draft choices to utilize right now. Certainly on, I'm assuming, the back end of the defense, front of the, yada, yada, yada. Hit it.
Looking back, doing it over again, would you have traded him earlier in the offseason?
No, not at all. Not at all. We needed this timing. We needed to be right here at the beginning of the season, in my mind, to get the highest value. I heard people talking about, well, why didn't you trade him back before the draft? Because draft picks become the most valuable timing-wise. You can have them in the offseason before the draft. That's when the pick becomes much more valuable and the player becomes less valuable if you're trading a player for potential picks. So I knew the time to get the picks was while this season was available to whoever got Mike. Having said that, the timing was right when it should have been.
That doesn't make any sense.
I want to say something, but I can't into the mic because Burke is here. But like, what does he do? Like, what is he talking about? That doesn't even make sense to me.
Doesn't make.
By the way, great fantasy team name is Name Checking Management. Write that down. Name Checking Management. Dude, the answer to that question is, if you're taking in the entire timeline of events, at that point in time in April, they had already had conversations in the office about extending him and talking about his leadership role needing to be strengthened. And the Cowboys were ready to do it. If Micah said yes to the deal that I guess they discussed in his office, instead he put a hold on it by saying, talk to my agent, which started this whole process. Like that's why they didn't trade him before the draft, is they thought they had a deal. And they thought that the deal could somehow get made still, which is why when the training camp season started, he told you as a Cowboy fan not to lose sleep over it. And then things just turned completely sideways. Completely sideways in a way that is just still mind-blowing to me. If it really was all about, why didn't this kid just take the deal that was offered to him? And then when he said, it's not good enough, I improved it. We took a handshake agreement, and then the agent came in and started screwing it up, and I'm not talking to the agent. Like, if that's truly the way it went, that's why a trade didn't go down before the draft, because there was still enough time to get a deal done.
Yeah.
Not like this business of, well, it's better to get the picks before the season. It's not. Certainly if you're trading it to a team that was already a playoff team from last year that you could potentially supercharge into a Super Bowl team, that's as close to a second-round draft choice as you're going to get. Or you trade him to Green Bay before the draft, that's who you're going to trade him to, and you get a higher pick than the one that you're going to get potentially next year by improving the team, by sending him to the team that they're sending him to right before the season. You're potentially getting a lower draft choice than the one that you would definitely know is already a fixed position right before the draft. Makes no sense. But that's just the way the Cowboys do business, and it's part and parcel of it, quite honestly. All right. Since you're name-checking people who are sitting here, I might as well just, take the entire cover off and just ask my coordinating producer straight through the camera. Do you want to take a break now or take a phone call, or do we want to do Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday after the break? What should I do? Yeah, we're going to do it. We'll do it when? What do you think? No, do it after the break. How about I take a phone call and we'll take a break? Oh, Dallas is on the line. Is Albert on the line? Is that what we got right here? Okay. Al, what's up, sir? What do you think about what do you think? Al, did you see that apparently the back page headline of today's New York Post was Jackson's start? Did you see that?
Yeah.
That's tremendous.
Okay. So I guess
I'm a voracious reader of the New York Post.
I guess, well, I mean, if you want to tell me who's wearing it better in page 6, you could do that too. But in all honesty, that just goes to show you how there was some sort of pressure being built, I guess, locally. What's your 2 cents on your Giants starting Jackson Dart?
Listen, no pun intended here, but Dayball's about to be in the jackpot. You know what I mean? Like
this is it. No, this is it. You're right. This is it.
I mean, it's got to be the the Jackson and Cam show. I mean, it just because you know what you remember what they said to Ralph Kiner, right? You know, you hit 50 home runs. We finished in last place with you. We'll finish in last place without you. I mean, this. I didn't want this to go down this way. I thought Russell would have played better, but like they're taking water. They're taking in water, and they got to score. This is an offensive league. Most defenses stink, right?
Not the one he's starting against this week, Al. They don't give up points. They 17.7 points per game on average last year for the Chargers, and they're better this year.
Well,
better.
What are we going to do? You know, let's go. You know, I mean, I wanted to, the thing is that I was a huge Herbert fan, wanted him, didn't get him. Now we got to place him with Jackson Dart, and I love it. Listen, if we're going to lose, I might as well lose and be entertained. We're not entertained. That was awful. That was awful. The Cowboy game, look, an aberration. The Cowboys stink. We all know that, right? Hey. So, no offense, TJ, which, by the way, your Mets stink, too, by the way.
Hey, Al's pissed. Al's in the mood. Yeah. Al's in the mood.
This is awful. This is awful. The Mets, play day. But, listen, it is what it is. But, like, I didn't want it. You know, I came in with this bravado prediction, which is probably the worst of all time that I've ever done on the show with you guys and with the Giants record. But we got to do something, man. We can't have it. I got a place to send Russell Wilson, by the way. How about the Cincinnati?
Ooh. No, stop. You know what, man? This whole business with everybody thinking that Jake Browning's no good. I mean, let's stop that nonsense.
I just want to get rid of my guy. I don't care who's got where he goes. It's one mouth.
Brother, they might just cut him. They may just cut him. I don't know what they're going to do with Russ. I have no idea. That's to be discussed, but thanks for the call, Al. Appreciate it, man.
Boys.
That's Alan Dallas, literally one of our longest callers into this program, 10 plus years. We'll take a break. Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Maybe we sneak in another phone call right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout. When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop. Born Original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
What if a quarterback completed 4 out of his 5 passes, or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots from behind the arc? Well, now when you're hiring, you can play at that level because 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter's technology hustles to find skilled people for your job, and you can invite your top picks to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Bears and Raiders. Joniak and Thayer call the game. Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Pub on 4th Street. This ain't Ernestine's Pub.
The Paul Feinbaum Show. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
What's your problem? Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, one big happy simulcast family on Disney Plus, and also ESPN the app and ESPN Radio. Just want to ask you one more time the rhetorical question of what makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade an incredible SUV. There's a spacious interior. You can go off-road in it, and you get up to 600-plus miles of range. Could also be the driver behind the wheel. It's all of those and more. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Fun show so far here. Rob Lowe in hour 2. James Cook in hour number 1. He's sent to James cookies to our studio. We're all getting fat on him. And then a guy said he was nicknamed Big Fat Rob Lowe in college. Mark Schlereth. If you missed all that, there's our podcast version wherever you get your podcasts through the ESPN Pod Center and all of our friends at ESPN. And Overreaction Monday still sitting there. No Contest Wrestling. You and O'Shea Jackson Jr.
We recorded late last night.
Came back from WrestlePalooza where you hosted the
The
PLE event show.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a mouthful, but Road to WrestlePalooza did very well on their YouTube and Facebook pages of ESPN. I'm saying all of that to say that if you don't get our podcast, how dare you? This is a segment version. Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction Mondays. Monday. On a Tuesday.
Christopher, well, let's start it.
Everybody good?
We're
Good to see you guys. We got James Cookies. Couldn't feel any better. I love it.
It's a waste of 10 seconds.
Oh, how can you say that?
What else?
You know who feels really good today?
Who does?
Not me.
Man Campbell and the Detroit Lions.
Yes.
They're the best team in the NFC.
I'll go with. I said they're making the Super Bowl.
Week 1 was essentially a preseason game, right? And if you look at
the,
who cares? They're playing so terrible. They're uninteresting. They're boring. I saw Drew Brees on First Take today said Jalen Hurts isn't even one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
Now that's kind of nutty.
Kind of agree with him through 3 weeks. The Lions give you everything you want.
Chris.
Everything you want.
Chris, there was a Christmas tree lit by Jalen Hurts in the second half of that game. That's quite a hot take.
I mean, that's more of a
turning into
that's
a
more
hot
of
taker.
a Eagles win, Rams lose. That's more of a Rams lost that game in my opinion.
You could make this case. It's not an overreaction. I don't think. I mean, I chose them to go to the Super Bowl, so how can I sit here and say no to that? But the Eagles are 3-0 and the Bucks are 3-0.
Well, the Bucks could be 0-3. Like, let's be honest.
Or they're 3-0 because that's like the same way. You know what? I would have won that poker hand if it wasn't for the river. The river is one of the cards you have to count.
Yeah, but mathematically speaking,
last 5 minutes of a game,
you were ahead the whole time.
Right,
I mean,
so
they
what?
literally won the game on the last play each of the previous 3 weeks.
You could say that they sucked out on all the teams, but you know who doesn't suck is Baker Mayfield, and that's why you're 3-0. Come on now. The Bucks play the Eagles this week. Can't wait for that. The Bucks play the Lions the week after. We're going to get an answer, aren't we? And the Packers might win the next 2 weeks and be better than all of them. So
Lions.
All right. Not an overreaction, but I'm still pointing out the others. What else you got, Chris?
Well, you're going to love this one.
Oh, boy.
I want to look ahead to week 4. Only a few days away. But you think about these two teams. We talked about it earlier. One of them played last night. We watched them play in week 1 last year, a year ago. These teams have Super Bowl aspirations. The loser of Chiefs-Ravens this week.
Don't say he's out.
Is going to miss the playoffs.
First of all, no way.
1-3.
I know that.
The loser of this game.
I understand that. How many games are left for them? How many games are left for
just
them?
like quick math.
13.
After next week, there'll be 13.
A Baker's dozen. Get out of here with this nonsense. Overreaction.
What about the Ravens gives you, hey, they're going to turn this around?
Can I ask you
They've
this
given
question?
up as many points as the
Great.
Dolphins.
Let's say the Chiefs beat them. Let me ask you this
I would be
question.
shocked because that would mean they'd have to score more than 20 points a game, which they don't do.
Let's say the Chiefs beat them. Okay? Is it possible Minnesota beats Pittsburgh in Ireland?
Yeah, for sure. I would expect
Is it possible the Broncos on ESPN Monday Night Football beat the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions, you just say, is the best team in the
Best
NFC.
team in the NFC.
Beat the Cleveland Browns, right?
For sure.
Okay. Then the Ravens would be 1 game out of first place at 1-3. That's it. And if the Chiefs lose this game at 1-3, it's a taller order for them to actually win their own division. A much taller order. But for them to be 1-3, they're not out of the realm for a playoff spot. Rasheed Rice coming back, Xavier Worthy getting healthy. Next question. What else you got over there? Come on now.
Just a flat-out dismissal.
A flat-out dismissal. Like it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon at a New York City public school.
I might do this on Overreaction Tuesday every single week just to see what you'll say.
Yes, sir.
The 1 seed in the AFC is going to be either the Bills or the Chargers. Book it.
Oh, I don't think that's an overreaction. Other than the fact of being disrespectful to Danny Diamonds. But I'm with you. I'm with you. They're the best team through the first 3 weeks in the AFC. Best teams in the AFC. 100%. And they don't play each other in the regular season. I love it. I love it. I'm with you. What's next?
This is for all those people in the comments yesterday who were like, oh, Panthers win 30-0 and nothing about them.
Why do you make them sound like that?
That is how they all sound.
Okay.
Anyone in a comment sounds like that. The Panthers are going to finish second in the NFC South.
That's not an overreaction. I had the Panthers beating the Falcons. I lone wolfed it on NFL game day morning. I lone wolfed 4 of them. I got 2 of them right, 2 of them wrong. I chose your Patriots. I lone wolfed the Patriots at home.
Wow.
Look good for a while. Oh, but Pittsburgh won it at the end.
We're going to go 1-16. We're terrible.
I don't stop it. That's not an overreaction at all. It's not going to be the Saints, and I think they're already one up on the Falcons. What else? How is that? Okay, I'm with you. They could beat if your Patriots go 1-16, that means the Panthers go 2-2. I'm with you. I lone wolf the Panthers this week. Thank you.
They're coming around. They're not as bad
What
as
else
they
you
looked in the
got?
first couple weeks.
Look at you. We're on a roll right here.
We're on a roll. If the Texans finish 3rd or worse in the AFC South,
get rid of Stroud? Is that where you're going?
They should wait on giving C.J. Stroud an extension. We are entering that territory right now.
He's kind of not getting the protection up front, and with all due respect to Nick Chubb, which now allows me to be disrespectful, they better hope that Joe Mixon comes back healthy, and I'm hearing that is not going to be the case anytime soon. The run game isn't threatening, the offensive line isn't protecting, and I think Stroud is getting worse for it. So
it's been
not giving him an extension is a tall order. I mean, they're going to pick up a 5th-year option. So,
but this is the time. After year 3, it's let's reload, and you got to wait on that. Pump the brakes. You're going to give him $55 million a year after the way he's looked?
No. I would take $55 million and give it to an offensive lineman. That's what I would do.
And make him play out year 4?
That's a tough. Yeah, make him play out year 4.
Ooh. But Tua and Trevor Lawrence get their money when they've done jack.
You know how I go about this, Chris. It's their time. But Nick Caserio comes from your end of the business in New England, where
right.
there's not a lot of kumbayas and warm fuzzies about the past. It's about future. But Nick needs to address that offensive line first and see what Stroud. Let's not forget Stroud made the Final Four last 2 years, man. He's won playoff games in his first 2 seasons, but it's looked pretty terrible.
It's looked rough. All right, last one.
Okay.
I'm looking at.
Give me.
I don't want it.
I want the drop.
You think
we need one more?
Okay.
All right, we'll get one more.
Yeah, one more. I did not. I didn't want any of the drops.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's George Clooney and my son Cooper.
Come on, we love those.
Go ahead.
I need another cookie. Two of these, I'm talking about divisions here, the NFC West and the AFC East. One is great and one is terrible. The NFC West is going to have twice as many wins this year as the AFC East.
I don't think that's an overreaction.
Right now it's 9-4.
9-4. Hey, man. But they haven't played each other yet except Arizona and Seattle. I mean, Arizona and San Francisco.
Nobody has less than
Seattle.
2 wins in the NFC West.
I know.
And the Bills have 3 of the 4 wins.
I don't think this is. I don't think this is an overreaction. You're talking about the Jets are winless and the Dolphins are winless and the Patriots have just 1 win.
It's rough.
Yeah, I mean the Bills should start printing playoff tickets already. I don't think that's an overreaction either. See, and we got one more drops, including George Clooney and my boy Coop.
That's 30 seconds we'll never get back.
Oh God!
But heaven forbid! I say hello to everyone.
How's everyone here? Everybody all set?
Heaven forbid.
Guys, no, you're breaking us up.
Micah.
Or you got
Macca. Oh,
okay. So now we got who says it better?
Oh,
Rich, so you're saying
that's the real McCoy?
You're saying after week 4 we don't have to hear this anymore?
Oh no, we're going to keep hearing the drop.
Callahan knows this better.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Rich. It's Bleck Abdalla live in Chicago. And how about this? In 5 minutes, Abdalla, not only are we in the afterglow of a big Bears win from Sunday, but hot dogs for all here in the city.
Yeah, hot dogs for everybody that went up to the Wiener Circle.
Seems to be the leading story today in Chicago sports.
Stood in line, got their glizzies, and they're moist from those glizzies.
Okay.
Come on, it was raining outside.
We will also talk some Bears football with Jason McKee. He joins us each and every Tuesday. We'll have a song of the night. We have a lot to get to coming up at 2. Bleck Abdalla in 5 minutes.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. Oh, yeah. Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite. Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us tonight at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly. Whiskey me? No, Whiskey you!
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Yurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
I wish I had Morgan Freeman in my life just to narrate me through situations.
Impressionist and comedian Frank Caliendo.
Because my wife will ask me, do I look fat in these jeans? Well, that's when Frank realized he'd be sleeping on the couch for a while.
At the Paramount Theater in Aurora, one night only, Saturday, October 25th.
You could not play Scrabble with Charles Barkley.
Hundreds of voices from one mind.
What are you going to do, challenge him when he puts this down? TRBL.
Frank Caliendo.
What's that? Terrible.
October 25th. Get tickets now at ParamountAurora.com. Every White Sox win just got more meaningful. Postman Law is turning game day victories into real opportunities with the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship, adding $100 to the scholarship fund every time the White Sox win at home. Postman Law is proud to support students in our community. And now every cheer from the stands brings them closer to a brighter future. See how much your city has earned and apply now at postmanlaw.com/scholarship. Postman Law, your hometown personal injury team. This is attorney advertising.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Bleck Abdalla, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome in to Bleck and Abdalla. I'm Chris Bleck along with Adam Abdalla. We are on the air until 3 o'clock today, and then we hand it off to the Waddle and Silvy show. Peggy in for Silvy today. We are uninterrupted for the next hour. And if you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Bleck and Abdalla brought to you by Yuengling. As we talk Bears football with you today, we will chat with Jason McKee at 2:30 each and every Tuesday here on the show. Jason McKee, J-Mac, he joins the Bleck and Abdalla show. So we will talk to our favorite fullback coming up at 2:30 and talk about a win, because I'm still riding high over what took place on Sunday. The Bears played very well offensively, jumped out to that lead. The defense held on. They made plays late. And really, it's nice to be in this spot on a Tuesday where the Bears are off today. Nothing's going on up at Hallis Hall. But now we can kind of set our sights on Week 4, the Las Vegas Raiders. A tough road trip here for the Bears, trying to string 2 games in a row and get back to even on the season at 2-2.
It is a tough road trip, but I think it's a very winnable game. You know, you see the way the Raiders have been playing, but I think that the fans are going to travel well to Vegas. I think it's going to be somewhat of a home atmosphere for the Bears, and I think the way that they played, if the defense can travel, if you can get to the quarterback, if you can get to Geno Smith, if you can get the takeaways that you were able to generate, and I think that the offense is going in, especially the offensive line, after that drive, the 10-minute drive, is going in with some confidence, and you can continue to run the football, and you can keep the ball out of Geno Smith's hands, and you can, muster up some form of pass rush, like I said, then that's a recipe to win. And I think you can carry that into the bye. That's a great way to go into the bye at 2-2, and then you can carry that into Monday Night Football against the Commanders. That's a great way to go into that bye, and coming out of that bye, a big spot again. Once again, the Bears in a big spot. Once again, Monday Night Football. But again, this is a very, very winnable game. We are riding high now. You've got, a lot of stuff going on. The city's riding high. Everybody's getting free hot dogs today from the Wiener Circle. Everybody's standing, the half of Chicago is standing outside Wiener Circle right now getting free hot dogs and chocolate shakes. Everybody's getting free chocolate shakes too.
Can't wait.
You ask for a chocolate shake, they don't cost anything. You just got to ask for it. Just make sure you ask for it.
You got to ask for it if you're there. You have to ask for it. We will have a full report in about 5 minutes from the Wiener Circle, from the location coming up. But as we kind of sit here and we start to dissect this upcoming weekend, it may sound simple or too simple to kind of think of it this way, but as you were talking, it really comes down to, if the offensive line can protect Caleb Williams and give him time in the pocket, the offense is going to be successful. And if the defense can disrupt the opponent's quarterback, this Bears defense has a chance to be okay. I don't think they're going to be really good this season defensively, but they have a chance to keep this team in games and allow them to win like they did last week against the Cowboys. So it sounds very simple, but on Sunday against the Raiders, if you get after Geno Smith defensively and Caleb has a clean pocket, the Bears will win the football game. I think that's going to go for many games this season. To me, that seems like that's going to be the way this team has to win. Defense kind of pulls out a play or two, but mainly if you can keep Caleb upright, he'll continue to develop, they'll continue to score points, and the offense is going to lead the way for this team.
Geno Smith's already taken 12 sacks in 3 games, so you can get to him. He's given up himself to the rush a lot, and he's already thrown 4 interceptions, so he can turn over the football. Also, Ashton Genty hasn't really had that breakout game yet that we kind of expected him to have, mostly because of the offensive line. And it's also true for Geno Smith with those sack numbers as well. I get it, sacks or a quarterback sack. He needs to get rid of the football, but also he doesn't have a lot of time back there. He's been throwing for a decent amount of yards. He's got 830 yards so far, but they really haven't been able to move the football. They haven't been able to score a lot. It is a home game for them, so that's going to be tough for the Bears to go there. But this, to me, is a very winnable game. If the Bears go in there and have that same recipe, but I said that before, too, with going into this Cowboys game. The same way that I said that for the first 3 quarters of the Vikings game. The Bears were able to replicate that. You can't let the Raiders hang around the way you let the Vikings hang around.
No.
You have to put them away the way you did the Cowboys. And if you can do that with, I don't expect them to have a 10-minute drive every single game. That's not, replicable every single game, but you can manage the time of possession. And I think that you can go in against a Vegas Raiders team and beat this game. Now, you've got a very experienced head coach in Pete Carroll. He's going to be able to have, a coaching advantage, and he's going to know how to get this team up and ready for a game against the Bears. He's not going to have this team unprepared for this football game. But I do think the Bears are the better football team.
Yeah, and we can lay it up all out and expect this, that, or the other. And there's very few easy road games in the NFL. So even though on paper it would appear like Las Vegas is not very good, they're still at home. And home teams in the NFL find a way to bring a little extra juice sometimes. I know that the crowd's going to be very heavy Chicago favored this weekend. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on this, and we'll talk to Jason McKee at 2:30 to preview the Bears-Raiders and look back at the Bears beating the Cowboys on Sunday. We have a song of the night tonight that if you're a old-timey baseball reporter, you will love this song of the night. This song of the night tonight, right before the end of our show, right before 3 o'clock, it is right in the wheelhouse for old-timey baseball reporters.
I feel like...
Do you co-sign?
I think that we're starting to see a shift, though, in the old-timey baseball reporter as some guys are starting to retire, and now the new old-timey baseball reporter are now just becoming baseball reporters, and now a new band is starting to take over. A new guard is starting to take over
all right, well,
in the baseball reporter. There's a new band, a new a torch passing is taking place between an old guard and a new guard.
And then also today, we have a food-heavy show.
It is.
We're going to get a report live from the Wiener Circle in a few minutes. But yesterday, Abdalla and I, after the show, we got a chance to go to our great friends over at Fry the Coop. Joe, Aaron, Becky, we got a chance to record some videos. You'll see that content on social media at a later date and time. But yesterday, Abdalla and I tried a tender challenge.
Yeah.
Kind of like the hot ones, right? So we tried every single flavor that Fry the Coop offers. And we were at the Westtown location. They have a full bar at the Westtown location. So the flavors that we tried, and we went through one by one, Abdalla and I, and this is on camera, so you'll be able to see this at some point. I was brought to tears because of the hottest level. It took me out.
Yeah, and
so
and
Fry
you
the
put
Coop,
sauce on it first too. You sauced it up a little bit too.
Yeah. I didn't raw dog it. I gave it a little sauce.
I went raw dog.
So here are the levels. There are 6 levels to the Fry the Coop chicken spice level.
Yeah.
So there's country, that's no heat.
No heat.
Mild, taste the flavor. Then you get medium, feel the heat.
That's the one I usually go with. When I order Fry the Coop, I go medium.
Medium's my favorite option.
I usually go medium on the sandwich, on the tenders, whatever I go with, I go medium.
Next up, hot. That's feel the burn.
Yeah, that one was
a little toasty.
You felt it. You
a little
felt
toasty.
it. That's it. You feel the burn? You felt a little bit of burn.
They have 2 more levels of heat. Crazy, which the description says call 911.
It was hot.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't like I'm not going to eat a whole, 3-piece tender. Okay? Now, these are big tenders. We're not talking like little nugs here. We're talking big, juicy tenders.
Yes.
Okay? I'm not going to eat a whole 3-piece tender of crazy, but I probably could have eaten the whole single tender of crazy. The jump from hot to crazy was not as bad as the jump from crazy to insanity.
Yeah, their hottest level, their 6th level of heat, insanity. Rest in peace is the description there. And it is so hot.
Bruh.
I took a bite,
bro,
and I swallowed after chewing the bite, and it went down, and immediately my lips were on fire. I had snot starting to come out of my nose. My eyes immediately started to water, and I was sitting there crying. And it wasn't even like type of crying.
Burn.
It was like liquids were just coming out of my face.
Yeah.
It was that hot. Now, I was like fine. I was like physically just sitting there, no problem. Sometimes you see people like when they're on the hot ones or whatever, they're like flipping out when they're doing it. Like, it was fine.
It's not that level of heat.
Boy, was that hot.
It's hot. Like, I was sweating.
Hot.
I was sweating. I was not crying. There were no tears on my part, but I was definitely sweating.
There was a liquid discharge coming from my eyes.
Yeah, there wasn't like the coughing or that kind of stuff like you do see on hot ones, but I had the burning on the lips, lasted a good half an hour. I definitely could not eat that entire tender.
No.
I had a couple bites, and you could definitely, that one was something. I believe there are 5 different kinds of peppers involved in the insanity, and that was wow. If you like heat, that one is something. And we were told that there are people that order that on the reg, and that guys,
it's wild.
Good, like, credit to you. That is something.
Because the hot level, they're like third hottest one is all ghost pepper that brings the heat, right?
Yeah.
And like that to me was hot.
Yeah.
But the insanity level was awesome. So we shot some videos. That'll be out shortly. And it was a great time over at Fry in the Coop yesterday. Shout out to Joe. We were able to hang out with him yesterday afternoon. And the tender challenge, I thought we made a good effort. We both participated for the full challenge. You know, sometimes people tap out. I think you thought I was going to tap.
I mean, no. I knew you would at least take the bites.
They call me Jimmy Ballgame.
They call you Jimmy Ballgame.
I'm always Ballgame. I'm ready to go. Put me in, coach.
Nope. No one has ever called you Jimmy Ballgame.
You thought I was going to tap out. That it was going to be too hot. No. And I would say, I can't do this.
I mean,
and I was there. I was game. Very proud of myself.
You put the sauce on.
What's wrong with a little honey mustard sauce?
The sauce
honey
is fine.
mustard.
I mean,
I always have honey mustard on a tender.
Raw dog.
Well,
raw dog.
That's why you have a kid.
Raw dog.
Bleck Abdalla here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. Take your phone calls at 312-332-3776. So today is also a huge day in the city of Chicago because Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes on Sunday against the Cowboys. And the Wiener Circle before the game said that if Caleb did that, they would give free hot dogs out to the people of Chicago. So people have been going nuts that there's free hot dogs being handed out at the Wiener Circle. Wiener Circle, great establishment.
Oh, yeah.
Been around for a long time.
Chicago staple.
You go there after midnight, after a night of great drinking, and you see some things.
You see a couple things.
It's always a good time.
Yeah, they they're known for their berating of the patrons there. If you don't have your order ready, if you show up a little inebriated, and you don't know what you want, you better have your order ready, or else they will go after you. It's kind of let's say an NC-17 Ed DeBevics, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, is that a good way to describe it?
That's a very good way to describe it.
Okay, NC-17 Ed DeBevics, for those of you familiar with that establishment. And yeah, like, they were giving away the free hot dogs today. People were lined up pretty early. I think they opened up around 11 o'clock. And, we saw videos on social media. People were lined up going north down the block up until, if you're familiar, about 2 blocks north. And around the corner, I heard from Mark and Lincoln Park called Carmen and Jurko and said that there were he estimated around between 400 and 500 people in line for free hot dogs at around, they were on till around noon today. So till around noon, right at lunchtime.
That's when the Carmen and Jurko show ends.
No, but I'm saying, I was thinking, so like right at the peak of lunchtime. Yeah. Yes. So I'm wondering how many people are in line right now still for free hot dogs.
We will get a live report in just a moment. But here on the Bleck Abdalla Show, if this is the first time you're listening to this show, welcome. Weekdays 2 to 3, uninterrupted right here on ESPN Chicago. We also used to be the night show, 6:30 to 8 previously. Here on the show, when we celebrate hot dogs, we absolutely have to call back to a couple of pieces of audio that we've found over the years. First of all, it was last year, Tom Brady during a game. He was commentating on Fox, and this took place.
So A.J. Brown, well, we're figuring that out. He, he's a little frustrated. Obviously, he hasn't seen too many balls today. He's going to read a little passage here.
I haven't seen too many people read books, but I've seen a quarterback eat a hot dog.
So there you go, Tom Brady. He's seen a quarterback eat a hot dog.
But I've seen a quarterback eat a hot dog.
Yes, on the sidelines. He was talking about Mark Sanchez, I believe. But that's not the first time that in NFL history
But I've seen a quarterback eat a hot dog.
that a quarterback was eating a hot dog. If we go back to Pat Summerall and John Madden back in the day, old school NFL film style. This is a preseason game. I believe it was San Francisco and Seattle.
Okay.
Back in the day. Madden, Summerall.
There's some chewing tobacco in that towel.
Whatever it was, he just jettisoned.
No, but I still think there's a bag of chewing tobacco in that towel.
A bag?
Yeah, it was a bag. It was the kind that, like a pouch bag.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that wasn't
hot dog.
That's a hot dog.
Yeah.
Cortez Kennedy got that hot dog someplace, and he gave it to Rick Meyer. I thought it was chewing tobacco. That was a big old hot dog. And they don't have anything to wash it down with.
They can find something. That's a big hot dog.
I think they just opened another one. They have more than one down there. Cortez Kennedy's final numbers: 2 tackles, 3 batted balls, and at least 2 hot dogs. Wait until John Freeze sees this. I mean, Freeze is out there playing quarterback. The guys are rushing him. He's getting a pass rush. The guy that he helps, Rick Myers, over there laughing and eating hot dogs.
This must be some kind of banquet or something.
Ken Behring, the Seattle Seahawk owners here, he's probably up in the box and telling those, probably saw those guys eating and saying, hey, look, I pay you enough to pay attention to the game. Here's how they smuggle it in right there. There's a hot dog in that helmet. This is how they do it.
10-7. And 2 hot dogs.
It's a tight game.
Well, it wasn't
a blowout.
It was a preseason game, though. So all the
Yeah.
starters are on the sidelines.
Yeah.
It's from 1995, Seahawks and 49ers. Yeah, it was a tight ball game. Yes.
But it's a preseason
10-7. And 2 hot dogs.
Yes, but there was
I thought it was chewing tobacco. That was a big old hot dog.
big old hot dog.
Yeah.
John Madden's the best. Summerall's great, too.
So great.
Back in the day, Fox, early days of Fox, 1995, during the NFL.
Here's how they smuggle it in right
In
there.
the
There's
helmet.
a hot dog in that helmet. This is how they do it.
So they smuggled the hot dogs in with the helmet. It's Bleck Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. So the Wiener Circle handing out the hot dogs. Let's go to one of our new producers. What a great assignment. One of the first days on the job for Alex Leon. Alex, you're up there at the Wiener Circle. Tell us what you see.
Guys, it's great over here. It was around the block earlier when I got here. It's not quite like that right now.
Okay.
But I just saw Stanley, the Bear, holding a hot dog in front of the sign. It was amazing. And he's here right now taking pictures, too. There's a lot of people out here right now.
Is there a limit to how many hot dogs you can get? Is it 1 per person?
I don't know. I may have seen someone go in twice, someone in line while they were eating a hot dog, but I still have yet to get a hot dog, but I might have to wait in line for this. Everyone's saying it's great.
Alex, so how long is the line?
It's not around the block, but it's close to it. Like
Okay.
when I got here first, it was 100% around the block.
Try to get in line right now, and let's see if you can get the hot dog before we're off the air at 3 o'clock.
Okay, I'll get in line right now.
Do
and then
us
if
a
I get
favor,
hot dog, I'll let you know.
Alex, when you order the hot dog, order a chocolate shake while you're doing it.
And make sure you tip.
And see what you get.
Is that on the ESPN card or?
Yeah,
is that
Zetterman will
on
take
you?
care of it.
Yeah,
Zetterman will take care of it. Yeah.
Yes. We don't have authority to do
No,
that, but
Zetterman
sure.
will-
Zetterman's
Zetterman will
all
take
about
care
it.
of it. Yeah,
So
Zetterman
get,
will take
get
care
in
of it.
line and see if you can order a chocolate shake with your hot dog, and then see if you can call us back before 3. We'll check in before 3.
Have you seen Caleb? Because I know his dog. The Bears put out a picture of his dog being there.
Oh, does he have the bulldog?
Yeah, his bulldog is there.
His bulldog. I took videos of his bulldog. He's here with the jersey on.
Okay, but no
Yeah.
Caleb.
No Caleb,
All right.
unfortunately.
Okay.
If I see him, I will let you know 100%.
Okay. All right, Alex. Good work. We'll talk to you soon,
All right.
okay?
I'll talk to you soon. Bye, guys.
There he is, Alex Leon. He's out there outside the Wiener Circle. He's going to get in line.
Yeah.
Not sure if he knows what he's in for with the chocolate shake.
He doesn't
but,
know that the chocolate shake is free.
But yeah, he doesn't have to spend any money on that.
Well, you got to put a couple dollars in the tip cup.
Of course. You have to tip when you're at the Wiener Circle.
I don't think he is. I mean, he's a kid. He doesn't have cash.
Well, of course not. Well, do they have a Venmo sticker
For the tips?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All restaurants have the Venmo
For the
if you
tips?
need
Yeah,
to leave a
probably.
tip.
Probably, yeah.
That happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I mean, that is probably the most Chicago-esque story when nothing is going on, but everything is going on, where everyone is at the Wiener Circle today watching the free hot dogs be handed out. Bleck Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. So at the end of the week on Thursday night, all of our shows here at the radio station, we're flying out to Las Vegas. The Bears play the Raiders on Sunday, 3:25 kick. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. On Friday, on Saturday, and on Sunday, we have full broadcasts live from Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. All of our shows will be there on Friday, broadcasting live poolside. Saturday, we have special programming as well. Shay and Tyler will be there. Peggy and Dion will have a special show as well, poolside, and we'll all be there at Mandalay Bay. And then Sunday, we have all the game coverage. The pregame show with Bleck Abdalla will be there, poolside, getting ready for Bears and Raiders. The network pregame show, everything's taking place from the same location, poolside at Mandalay Bay. We cannot wait to get to Las Vegas this Thursday night.
I'm excited. I'm ready to go.
With that said, Abdalla, I thought that we could, since we're a couple days away, why don't we look at some Vegas prop bets for all of us going?
Oh, some early lines
on this trip.
Okay.
Yeah, a little, some prop bets.
I like it
for all of us going. So, all the shows. So we have Kap and J Hood.
All right.
We have Bleck and Abdalla.
We do.
Carmen and Jurko.
Yes.
Waddle and Silvy.
Yeah.
Peggy and Dion.
Yeah.
We have Shay.
Yep.
Tyler. Chardog. We're all going.
Charlie's going.
Danny Zerman's there, director of content.
Okay.
Keith Williams will be with us.
Well, he's got to bring the card.
The big boss.
Someone's got to bring the card. It's
Here at
got to
the
go to
radio
Wiener Circle
station.
first, and then it's got to come here.
All right, here we go. Here are some Vegas prop
All
bets
right.
for the crew.
Here we go.
All right, so
No, can I get these at a book?
No, this is only here on the Bleck and Abdalla show.
All right. I can't get these at Mandalay?
Nope.
You're sure?
Yes.
All right. Well.
Now, Charlie Bevins, his nickname is Chardog.
Chardog. Much like the Chardogs you can get at the Wiener Circle today.
We will roughly be in Vegas for about 72 hours.
Ish, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So over under the amount of hours that Charlie is lost on this trip, I'm setting the over under at 18 and a half hours.
Okay.
We're going to be there for 72.
Hold on.
Will Charlie
I'm
go
not good at
over
math.
or under 18 and a half missing hours in Vegas while we're there?
So that's rough. That's exactly a quarter of the trip. Okay?
Yes.
That's literally 25% of the trip. I am going to go...
Over under 18 and a half.
I'm going to go under because he does have some responsibilities. So I think that he's going to... The fact that he has some responsibilities, he's going to, set alarms and whatnot. So I'm going to go slightly under. Slightly under, though.
Okay, slightly under.
Slightly under.
Okay, that's the first prop bet
I
for
do think
Vegas.
he's going to have to be like, guys, I'm dropping a pin. Come find me.
Yeah. That's expected.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes.
that's the first prop bet
Slightly
for all of
under,
us
though.
here at ESPN Chicago, traveling to Vegas for this weekend.
Slightly under.
It's the first prop bet. Next prop.
Okay.
Who is the most likely to be sent to their room for a timeout?
Ooh, okay. So this would involve being overserved, too drunk at the pool. Thank you for fixing the TV, by the way. I appreciate that. It's been bothering me for the last 20 minutes.
You're welcome. For those who don't know, I just got up and
we're uninterrupted.
Yes.
So usually that's something we would take care of during the break is we've got a quad box of stuff going on the TV.
Here, we'll cut this part in post. So let's try it again.
Okay.
Who is most likely to be sent on a timeout while we're there? So being sent to their room
overserved
for a timeout.
Falls out of the chair at a blackjack table because they're overserved. Maybe we're out at a bar at night, overserved. Has to go back to their room.
Oh, maybe it's overserved and you're not necessarily causing a commotion.
Now,
but you're falling asleep. You're the nerd in the club falling asleep. What
I will
if you're
say
that?
this. How about this? Now this happened to me. I went with Waddle and Silvy to Vegas a few years ago. I had to go back to my room because I ate something that had been sitting out for way too long, and I missed dinner.
Shrimp?
It wasn't shrimp. Not because I was drunk or anything, but because I needed to be close to a home base. If you
I
catch
get
my
that.
drift.
Yeah.
So I was sent.
Sometimes the bottom falls out and there's nothing you can do about it.
I sent myself to my room and texted them and was like, guys, I'm not going to make dinner. I'm really sorry. So I sent myself to my room, so that doesn't count. This isn't over-serving. Okay, I'm going to say...
Like, someone else has to tell the individual, you got to go take a timeout.
Yeah, this is going to be... This is going to be a Carmen. This is a Carmen.
Wow,
This
Carmen.
is a Carmen DeFalco.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Carmen.
He's going to get rambunctious at the pool.
Yeah, this is
and you're
going to
send him up for an afternoon nap.
Yeah, this is going to be, he's going to be having an old-fashioned at like 11 a.m. And we're going to be like,
Carm.
dude, this is fast.
Okay,
This is
Carmen.
fast. I'm sorry. 11 a.m. is too early for an old-fashioned.
Okay, next prop bet in Vegas. Who is most likely to lose all of their money on the first night gambling in Vegas?
Okay, so...
who's most likely to lose all of their money and not like, all the money that they brought with them to Vegas?
Yeah, Waddle's got a lot of money, so that's impossible. Yeah. So full disclosure, Charlie was looking up rules of blackjack before the show on his phone. So it's got to be.
What do you mean rule? He doesn't know how to play blackjack?
He was looking up like when to double down and like what you can split. And he's like, you can split face cards, right? And I'm like, if you want to get punched in the face.
If someone at the table is not going to punch you.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm like, I can do that because that's my move. But if you want to get punched in the mouth. So I'm going to say... I'm going to have to say Charlie again for this one.
Wow, Charlie Bevins.
Yeah,
the charm
I'm
dog.
sorry, Charlie, but I feel like
Who's
he's either
most
going
likely to lose
he's either
all
going to
their
lose
money?
all of his money or make like $5,000 and come back on a heater. You know what I mean?
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
There's only one of two ways. He's not going to be like, I came back even.
All right, Vegas prop bets. Number 4. Who is most likely to name drop in Vegas to try and get something?
Kap.
Hannah says Kap.
Hannah from
way downtown Bang.
from the top rope.
I'm just
Okay.
observing, but that was like that was an easy one.
Okay, all right.
Hannah from the top
There you
rope.
go. Kap, don't come after me for that.
Or me.
Hannah said it.
No, that was low hanging.
You said it first.
I know. That was low hanging.
It's the only reason I said it.
That was low hanging fruit. I'm sorry.
Here's a positive. Well, I feel like some of these have been kind of negative.
Yeah,
it's
that
Vegas.
was. I mean, that
Prop
was
bets.
obviously that was going to be the funny one. That was the funny one.
Number 5. Who is most likely to win the most? Who's most likely to win the most in Vegas?
To win the most.
Yeah.
To win the most.
Gambling. Having fun.
Jurko.
No, honestly, Waddle.
I can see Waddle.
Waddle is like very. If you can be good at roulette, he's like, yeah, you too. Well, you don't play a lot of blackjack, so you don't.
But you have seen me.
I know.
Crush it on the roulette table before.
You were Waddle. You don't piss away a lot of your money at blackjack, so I would say you were Waddle. I'm gonna go you or Waddle.
Oh, I would love to play roulette with. I know Yurko's going to play roulette with me.
Okay, so it's one of the three of you because I don't know how much blackjack or cards Yurko plays, but I know that Waddle does play blackjack, but you're the one that doesn't play a lot. So I'm gonna have to
play.
say,
Let's play.
Okay,
I'll play.
Okay,
I'll be a dude.
I'll be.
You want to be a dude? I'll
You're
be a dude.
until you lose a couple, and then you're like, no more dude.
I'm going to go do something else.
Yeah.
I'm going to go take a lap.
Yeah.
Love the lap. Number 6. Who's most likely to get in somewhere where they're not supposed to be?
Okay, this is gonna sound bad, but it's not because I've heard him say this before. Okay?
I feel like you're couching a lot of this.
The answer is Jonathan Hood. And because he's often mistaken for former players. The answer is Jonathan Hood because people are
People are gonna think he
are like, you
played for the
played,
team.
didn't you?
Yes, he does
Or people
get
are
that.
like, you play. You're
Yeah.
a Bear. Or
Come
you're
on
a
into this exclusive party.
You're a former Bear. Come
there's
on
gonna
into
be,
our club.
There's going to be a velvet rope, and they're
Absolutely.
gonna open up the rope,
100%.
and Jonathan's going to walk straight in.
He's at how many times have we been at training
Okay,
camp where
yeah.
he told the story at training camp where people think he's a former player?
It's true.
And so obviously it's going to be him because people think he's a former player.
Yeah,
it's Jonathan Hood.
That could be.
Of course it
for sure.
is.
2 more Vegas prop bets for all of us going out there this weekend. Number 7. who's most likely to send something back at the team dinner? We have a team dinner. Who's most likely to send something back at that dinner?
Daniel Zetterman. Danny Zetterman.
Wow, you're saying Danny
Zetterman. Yeah, because he's the one that has the most restrictions on what he eats. It's going to have a sauce on it, or it's not going to be cooked it's going to have a weird oil on it or something. It's going to be Danny. Sorry, Danny, but you're the one that only eats meat and a broccoli. It's Danny. Okay. You know that's right.
Right. And our last one, who is most likely to miss a show while we're in Vegas?
Shay Norling.
He's going to be hammered.
Yeah, it's Shay. It's either going to be Shay or he's going to be showing up with, like, putting a shoe on or, like, putting one pant leg in.
Their first show, the Kap J Hood show,
it's the earliest.
On Friday is at 4 a.m. local time in Vegas for a 6 a.m. Central Time start here on ESPN Chicago.
He has the earliest show on Friday. He has the earliest show on Saturday, and he has the earliest show on Sunday. He has the earliest shows. It's Shay.
That means Bleck Abdalla will be offering shots late at night to keep them up. Keep them going.
It is Shay Norling.
All right, those are our Vegas prop bets. It's Bleck Abdalla here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. Let's go on out to the Yuengling guest hotline, and let's talk to Jason McKee, former Bears fullback, and he works for the Bears Radio Network right here at ESPN Chicago on the sidelines for each and every Bears game this week. Bears-Raiders, 3:25 in Vegas. Jason, it's great to talk to you after a Bears win. That offensive output on Sunday was outstanding. Caleb looked really good on Sunday.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, it was great to see a team that actually rebounded from adversity. We know what they faced in Detroit the previous week, and went back to the drawing board. Obviously, went back to practice. Coach Johnson called them out about practice habits not being at an elite level or a championship level, and it seems like they responded. All three phases played well. They played complementary football in which you see the defense got a bunch of takeaways, which set the offense up in position, but the offense also, gave the defense time, the guys to come off the field, get a drink of Gatorade with long sustained drives, and they were able to put points on the board. And then special teams-wise, you were able to limit a really explosive and dynamic returner in Kavontae Turpin. So it was good. It was good. It was good football. It was what us as fans and analysts, hope to see more of in the future in terms of Bears football.
J-Mac, as a fullback, that drive, and you know what drive I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I know it was hot out there.
Oh, yeah.
But how much did that warm your heart? Like, how good did that feel as a former player and as a fullback just to watch that play out in real time as the 10 minutes are ticking off the clock, just run after run after run after run?
Yeah, it was awesome. And we talked about it on the live call as well after that drive. We talked about it pretty much the rest of the game after that drive took place. And the good thing is, yes, I was excited about the called runs, the 11 consecutive runs on that 19-play drive. But the thing that I was really excited about was how the Bears came out in the second half, right? We saw the previous 2 weeks, the Bears, their first possession on offense coming out at the half has been non-existent, right? Well, I talked to Coach Johnson at the half, and he said that, hey, as explosive as they were that first half, with all the explosive plays and all the points they put on the board, he said he wanted to run the football more, and he did that, 11 straight runs. And I know he said he didn't even realize he called that many runs during the game, but it was exciting to see. It was exciting to see the guys respond to that. It was exciting to see the offensive line come off the ball and really take charge of the line of scrimmage. And it was good to see both backs, DeAndre Swift and Carmen Jurko, get opportunity to really put a stamp on the game, but it also allowed our offense to establish a precedent of a physicality.
And look, we've criticized the offensive line a lot, and rightfully so. How much can a drive like that really boost the confidence of the line with the younger guys and obviously the veterans like Joe Thuney and Drew Dahlman? How much can that boost the confidence of those guys moving forward into the rest of the season with only being 3 games in?
Yeah, definitely is going to boost the confidence. I think just that drive in the overall performance of the offense, right? And we can say what we want to say, right? Of course, people are going to say, hey, well, the Cowboys were horrible. Look at Russell Wilson put up 450 against them the previous week. He's not even going to start this week. Yes, I understand that. We understand that. Dallas' defense is pretty much, it's trash juice. It's the juice in the bottom of the trash. It's not even trash. It's below that. So I say all that to say this, right? Sometimes you have to have a get-right game, and that's exactly what this was, right? Yes, the Bears offense, they should have gone out and dominated this game. But what have we seen from this Bears offense all season, right? We've seen a Bears offense that has been inconsistent. We've seen a Bears offense that has been plagued by penalties. They had 12 in the first 2 weeks, which was tied for the league lead with the New England Patriots. They had some this past Sunday, but not as many, which enabled them to get on track. But it could also be a catalyst for this team to say, hey, you know what? Now we're confident in what we're doing. We're confident in the process. And we know if we go out there each and every week and prepare at an elite level, we can get the results that we want. So this can be a boost for not just the offense, but this team as a whole.
Yeah, something that I took away from training camp from Ben Johnson was that he said that he didn't know what type of offense this would be and that he was starting from the ground level, building this entire offense up. And J-Mac, when I see something like that on that drive with the 11 straight runs and essentially kind of taking your opponent that you're up big in the game and you're essentially eliminating any chance for them to come back and you're doing it with toughness, like that to me is trying to establish that this team is a tough football team and this team will not get like pushed around often. And if they do, they will bounce back. And it just felt like it was something more than just the plays on the field. It was trying to establish an identity that this team, the Chicago Bears, will be a tough football team. And since you've been here for so long, since you were here in 2003 for the first time, and you've been in this city ever since, like that's not usually the case with the recent Bears teams that we've seen as of late. It's like, usually it's kind of the other way. It's not a tough-nosed team that we've seen in the last, 5-7 years.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's been, like you said, in the past, we've had a team in which, coaches have gone up there at the podium and say, we're going to be a physical football team. That's our identity. We're going to get off the bus running.
Yeah.
And then you go into the game, you're like, first, you didn't run the football. Two, you couldn't even run the football because you weren't physical enough to control the line of scrimmage up front. The backs weren't hitting the hole with physicality, right, and being a plus in that run, right? If the run was blocked for 3 yards, well, an elite running back is going to get you 7. We didn't have we been those type of backs, and have we performed at that level? No, not consistently. So it was good to actually see that, right, that it wasn't just coach speak. It was good to see it in action, and it was good to see this offense and that offensive line respond to it.
On the other side of the ball, guys that were not necessarily called out by the coach, but by us here by name, Tyreek Stevenson, Tremaine Edmonds, guys that needed to step up and actually make some plays, they stepped up. Can that continue to carry over to the next game and the next game? How do these guys continue to generate those kind of turnovers?
Yeah, I think, it's just being in the right positions. Obviously, the coaches, they saw a lot of things on film, and we knew that Dallas was an offense that was going to give you opportunities to make plays, especially in the passing game with the weapons that they have, with Dak Prescott putting the ball in there as much as he does. And you just got to make the most of those opportunities when they present itself, right? So there's plays to be made, but you have to make the play. And so many times in the past we've seen guys in position to get a takeaway or to get an interception, and it doesn't happen. And, for this reason, you look at Tyreek. I mean, it was a drive in which the Cowboys had already generated some explosive plays. You look at Javonte Williams. I mean, that was an explosive run, and Tyreek just literally took that ball away. So a lot of it's being a position, but it's also the will, right? The will of the defense to make those plays, to feed off the energy of the crowd, to feed off, just to go and hone in on your preparation and just understand that, hey, there will be plays to make, but we have to make them when those opportunities present themselves.
What did you make of how Caleb handled the process of the offense and the getting the call in to the rest of the team in the huddle, and then his ability to stand in the pocket, make the throws? How have you viewed it from the sidelines now, 3 games into the season, and the improvement that we've seen from each game to the next?
Yeah, it's been great improvement, especially this past week, and not just because, yes, I'm not going to be like everybody else that says, Caleb improved because he threw 4 touchdowns. No, right? Let's really talk about quarterback play, right? Everybody's going to talk about numbers, but when you really understand football and you understand quarterback play, so where did he improve, right? You saw Caleb out there checking protections, making sure that him and the offensive line were in unison, making sure they had the right protection call. If there was protection called in the huddle and it wasn't what they saw out there in terms of the structure of the defense and what it presented, then he audibled and made a check to get him in the right protection, right? You also saw him sitting in the pocket, like you mentioned, going through his reads, going through his progressions. And in particular, the DJ Moore touchdown, I think it was 4th down and on that particular play, DJ Moore wasn't the first read. So if you actually go back and watch the film, Caleb starts left. He goes through his reads. I think DJ Moore was the third or fourth in the progression, but he also stood in the pocket, manipulated the pocket, scrambled a little bit to his right to give him room, and then threw the ball across his body to find a DJ Moore in the back of the end zone. You know, that's quarterback play, right? When you're actually able to come to the line of scrimmage, check the protection, or check the play if you have two plays. If you got to kill one play, go to the next play. If you're going to throw one play in the can, that's why you call it can, and then go to the next play, right? And you're not up there doing it from a quarterback standpoint because it's cool. Oh, it's cool. Let me just can this play. No, you're doing it because there's a process behind it, because you recognize the structure of the defense and what it's presenting you. And that's what I saw from Caleb this past Sunday.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. In the first 2 weeks, it felt like that process in the offensive line felt jittery. Like the offensive linemen were like nervous, and that's why we had so many false start penalties. But on Sunday against the Cowboys, that offensive line was sturdy. They waited, and they were ready to go. Like, there were no mistakes while Caleb was at the line looking at the protections, and it felt like, okay, this is actually a unit that's coming together.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's just time on task. And, you know, everybody, we call it coach speak, but it's very true. And it's coach speak, but it's the process that you have to go through as a football player, right? You've got to go through, you know, the repetition, right? That's the father of learning. So you're going to work on protections. You're going to watch film. You're going to go through the same blitzes, right? You're going to just continue to go out there and practice and hone in on the details. So that way, you know, when those opportunities come about in the game, in which they will, you're ready for it. But also, there's going to be situations in terms of, you know, game situations on all three phases. There's going to be things that you haven't been able to practice or that you haven't seen throughout your preparation or your film study. And what happens is the rules that you apply to that situation, you got to stick to your rules and be able to overcome it. And then, yeah, you know, those rules may help you overcome those situations you may encounter, but you got to have the talent and elite players that can transcend a call or transcend a play. And I think that's what we have, and that's what, you know, I saw from Caleb as well. You saw a lot of times where, hey, you know what, it may have not been the greatest of calls from Coach Johnson, and the Dallas defense may have had an advantage, but because Caleb is so adept and so elite at scrambling and extending plays, and he's got a whip of an arm to where he can just throw that ball across his body and accurately and do things that not a lot of quarterbacks can do, well, he transcended that call and made a play.
Braxton Jones did get a little bit of a call out from Ben Johnson in the media. He responded, didn't allow a single pressure. Is that him answering the call, or is that more of the trash juice that is the Dallas Cowboys?
You know what? I think it's a little bit of both. I think Dallas didn't really, you know, they don't have like an elite defensive line.
They used to. They could have used one, but you know.
Yeah, that's true.
They traded him away.
Right. I think, you know what, but I'm not going to take anything away from Braxton, right? It's just getting better, right? And you'll never, like I've been saying all along, right? This team is still trying to find its identity. This team, especially his offensive line, they're still trying to build chemistry together, because let's keep it real. How many reps did these guys get together during preseason? Not a lot. So, I mean, you think about it, it's the third game. I mean, they didn't really play, a full game. You know what I mean? So they're still trying to fill each other out. The chemistry's still building. We still don't really know what the true identity of this team is. Yes, Caleb came out and, you know, lit the Cowboys up in the passing game, but are we, you know, we don't know what this team is. We don't know what our identity will be moving forward. You know, and that could change throughout the season. You can start off being a physical and elite, physically dominant team, right? But then that can change as it gets later on in the season. So it's still a process. But the good thing is the Bears finally got on the board in the W column.
Is there someone on the team that you've noticed that perhaps is being overshadowed while you're covering the team, and you're noticing during the games, like, this guy is doing everything right, but no one's really talking about it? Who comes to mind for you in that situation?
That's a great question. I think a lot of guys are doing some things really well. I think Javon Dexter, he may not have had a sack last week, but his presence was felt on the interior of that defensive line. In the run game, you know, denting the middle of that pocket, getting pressure up the middle, you know, making Dak get off his spot. I saw that. That was evident throughout the game. And, you know, I think DeAndre Swift, too. I know a lot of people are on DeAndre Swift. Oh, he's not hitting the hole. And yes, he's not, you know, a top five back, so to speak, you know, that many people may not view him as. But I feel like, hey, you know what? If you look at that game, look at the first Rome Odunze touchdown. great pass protection by DeAndre Swift. And I saw great pass protection from DeAndre Swift the entire game, right? Something that a lot of people called him out on last year, in which his pass protection, I'm sure he would even say it wasn't great. It wasn't where he needed to be. And I've seen progress and development in that aspect of his game throughout the first few weeks of the season. And that's very important, especially when we have, a struggling offensive line in protection. Well, your back and your offensive line, they got to be on one accord in pass protection. And I've seen DeAndre Swift take a step in that aspect of his game.
We know that Caleb and Rome Odunze have formed it seems like Rome has turned into the number one. It doesn't seem like DJ Moore has truly found his role on this offense yet. Do you get that sense, or am I just being a little crazy here?
I just think that with the amount of weapons that the Bears have, right, I think it could be a different guy each and every week. I know, yes, Rome has started out on fire, and he's got a majority of the targets, but, I think, 1 week it could be Rome, 1 week it could be DJ. Once we get the tight ends going and Colston, which we did, and we saw some Cole Kmet got that touchdown as well. Luther Burden was a spark as well. I think having so many weapons, on this offense, I think it could be either one of them guys week to week, depending on who the defense is trying to take away and who ends up having that opportunity from not having all that attention placed on them.
As we start to focus in on the upcoming game against the Las Vegas Raiders, what's something that you think Bears fans should be aware of as we start to preview Bears-Raiders on Sunday?
Yeah, I'm going to go back and watch some of the Raiders film, especially from last game. And I know Ashton Genty hasn't made the headlines, so to speak, as many thought he would, being an elite back coming out this past year. But one thing, I think is going to be a challenge, obviously, for the Bears is Max Crosby. You better find out when you're watching the film from an offensive standpoint, you're looking at their defense. Everything starts with him. So there's going to be a challenge for both those tackles, Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones. I'm pretty sure they're going to, I'm not sure if they do have to go back and watch the film, but I'm pretty sure they'd be moving him all over that defensive line to gain an advantage. So it's going to be interesting to see, what Coach Johnson and Coach Doyle drum up to make sure that he's accounted for in protection.
Thank you, J-Mag. We appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
All right, thanks, guys. You have a good day.
There he is, Jason McKee, former Bears fullback and also sideline reporter for the Bears Radio Network right here on ESPN Chicago. He joins Bleck and Abdalla each and every Tuesday at 2:30 here on ESPN Chicago, and he joined us on the Yuengling guest hotline. Bleck and Abdalla on the air, uninterrupted until 3 o'clock here on ESPN 1000, and then Peggy and Waddle will take over right here on ESPN 1000. We have a song of the night coming up, Abdalla, that is, I think it's a good song of the night. It's worthy of being selected. Yeah. I think old-timey baseball fans will appreciate the selection.
I think so, too.
I think they'll really get it. When we look at this Raiders matchup, Max Crosby, obviously, if he's going to be in the backfield for most of the day, then Caleb's not going to look like he did against the Cowboys. You have to recognize that the Cowboys defense, like Jason was saying, they're trash. They're the juice at the bottom of the trash bag. I get it. And there's a lot of people out there who are in media who are pointing out how bad the Cowboys defense is, so you cannot give credit to the Bears offense. I look at it the other way. At least the Bears offense went out there and performed the way they were supposed to. That's something that if we look at confidence-boosting games, hopefully Caleb now realizes, this is what I can do to accomplish what we need to do to put points on the board.
Well, yeah, look, the offensive game plan is going to be a little bit different. You continue to run the football. You got to get the ball out a little bit faster than you did this week. You're going to have to use the tight ends. Maybe they don't get, they didn't get very many targets, Loveland had 3 targets. Kmet had 1 target. That was it. There's 4 targets still. People are talking about how they use the tight ends a bunch. Well, yeah, they were still blocking a lot. So you're still going to have to do that a lot when you've got a guy like Max Crosby on there. The Cowboys don't have a guy like that. They used to. They don't anymore. The Raiders do. But you're still going to have to win this game with your defense by limiting what Geno Smith can do. And then also, this is going to be a much tougher game for Braxton Jones and for Darnell White to keep Max Crosby at bay. And hopefully they can and keep Caleb upright. He had no sacks last game. First game with no sacks. Try to replicate that if you can.
Yeah, and then that's going to be the key. And I think that's really going to be the key for most games. If the Bears offense can protect Caleb, I think the sky's the limit. Mm-hmm. And I think it doesn't matter how good the secondary, I think Ben Johnson will scheme up the plays, and the quarterback just has to make those plays. And then the first couple weeks of the season, people were upset that Caleb was missing open receivers.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
Top-level quarterbacks don't miss those throws. We ran through some of the conversation yesterday of all the different quarterbacks on Sunday that were missing open throws, especially like all-time greats like Patrick Mahomes doing it. So as we continue to preview Bears and Raiders throughout the week here on Bleck and Abdalla, it's a big day here in the city with the Wiener Circle handing out the hot dogs.
Wieners.
Alex Leone, a new producer here at the station, he went on out. It's one of his first assignments here at the radio station.
Big assignment.
We sent him to the Wiener Circle earlier. We told him he checked in. He said there was a line almost down the block. We told him to get in line, get a hot dog, and order a chocolate shake. We now go to Alex to find out how that went. Hello, Alex.
Hey guys. So what is it with this chocolate shake? Apparently, it wasn't even on the menu.
That's.
What did they say to you when you
asked
ordered
for a
it?
chocolate shake? What happened?
I said, "Hey, could I have a chocolate shake?" And they said, "Well, you look like you can't afford it. Get out of our store." And so, I don't think the chocolate shake exists.
Were there kids in the store?
There were kids in the store.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's probably why.
Why. Yep, that's probably why you didn't get a chocolate
Alex,
shake today, Alex.
If you go after midnight,
if you go at night,
they'll probably
they're
get you that
give you a chocolate shake. Yep. Did you get a hot dog?
Okay, yeah, I did get the hot dog. Yeah, and I asked for another one for Hannah, and they started yelling at me, so I had to leave.
Yeah, it was one. You can only
get one. You don't get
Sorry,
hot dogs
I
to
asked
go.
him to. I didn't know.
You get hot dogs to go. How many people are still in line since you left?
When I left, it was still down the block. It was crazy.
Still down the block.
But you talked to us at about 2:15, and you're getting your hot dog now. So you only waited in line for about what, roughly like 30 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Just a 30 minutes.
Okay.
I listened to Bleck and Abdalla while I was in line. It was
Thank
great.
you. Appreciate that.
Subpar show, correct?
Yeah, pretty subpar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna fit right in here, Alex. You're gonna fit right in. Welcome aboard.
No. I didn't say that.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Appreciate it. Give him the music.
Yeah, there he is, Alex Leone. He's out there at the Wiener Circle. See, I was pretty positive they would not give him a chocolate
of course
shake.
They wouldn't. There were
especially
kids
if
there,
there's kids
man.
around.
There's kids there.
If you know, you know.
They're not pulling those out.
If you've been to the Wiener Circle late at night,
you know,
and you've seen what happens there, you know what we're talking about.
Of course you do.
If you don't know what we're talking about, go sometime.
At night, when there's no kids.
I didn't think they would actually give him one.
No, of course not.
Get out of my store.
That's great.
I'm listening to this radio show. It's not very good. It's Bleck and Abdalla. It's from 2 to 3 every weekday. Here since we've been allowed to be on at this time, 2 to 3 weekdays, we have yet to get some zoo news.
We've only done it once.
Yeah, we really have been lacking with the zoo news because of all the Chicago Bears content.
The actual
that has
real
been,
news, yeah.
Listen, this is not the night show anymore. This is the Power Hour.
Well, we should be bringing more zoo news.
2 to 3. Well, we got a lot of Bears talk.
All right.
Abdalla, do you have any zoo news?
I do have zoo news.
Hello, Mr. Lion. Here's the latest edition of the Zoo News.
What do you have?
I have 2 zoo news stories.
Okay.
Since they're both local. Well, congratulations to the Lincoln Park Zoo and Kapuki. Yesterday was World Rhino Day, and Kapuki, a 20-year-old female eastern black rhino, she is pregnant. The calf expected did you know that baby rhinos are called calves?
Yeah,
the
of
calf
course.
Expected. No, you didn't know that.
Elephants, rhinos, hippos, cows, they're all calves.
Expected in early spring 2026 will be her 3rd at the Lincoln Park Zoo, and the first with 21-year-old male Utenzi. So congratulations to Kapuki and Utenzi.
Pook Pook for short.
Yeah, that they don't call her that. It's Kapu for short. They have a 16-month.
Okay, so congratulations.
16 months gestation period. All right, our next story, we go to the Brookfield.
I wonder what's new at the zoo, baby.
The Brookfield Zoo is asking the public to help them name their newest axolotl. Do you know what an axolotl is?
I actually saw a news report for this the other night in the late local news. It looks like a little...
it's a little water lizard.
It's like a transparent... kind of salamander-looking water creature.
Yep, an axolotl. That's important because the names you can choose from are Bubblegum, Moki, Poseidon, and Sir Mix-a-Lotl.
All right, Sir Mix-a-Lotl is the name.
Sir Mix-a-Lotl has to be
You got to
the
go
name.
with that for the name.
Yeah, the newest axolotl at the Brookfield Zoo arrived this spring after being rescued from O'Hare International Airport. You can go to the Brookfield Zoo's website. Yeah,
Wait,
someone
the
was
axolotl was just traveling?
No, someone was trying to sneak it around.
Of course, but it's funnier to think that this little thing is just traveling on its own without a chaperone.
Like the little Geico lizard.
All right, so that's
and
what's
that,
new.
Chris, is what's new at the zoo.
That's
what is new at the zoo.
Thank you to Hannah Lamata for producing today's show. Bleck and Abdalla will be back tomorrow, 2 to 3, right here on ESPN 1000. Time for the song of the night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck and Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
Tonight's song. We're going to Bruce Springsteen, Night, from 1975. It's your song of the night with Bleck and Abdalla.
Chris and Waddle, why are we listening tonight by Bruce Springsteen off the album Born to Run?
We give a helmet sticker to all those who celebrate Bruce's catalog because born on this date, September 23rd, 1949, the boss was born.
Happy birthday,
Today is
Bruce.
his birthday. He's 76 years old today.
And this album turns 50 this year in August. Born to Run will turn 50, and it will be celebrated, or Bruce will be celebrated, because is it biopic or biopic? How do you say it?
I think it's a biopic.
Is it a biopic?
Yeah.
There's a biopic?
There's biopsies. I think it's a biopic.
Well, Jeremy Allen White is going to be playing Bruce Springsteen, and I'm very excited to see that movie.
You're excited for this, huh?
I think that we went from a point of them being crap to them being really good.
What was the last one that just came out? I didn't see it.
The one that was about Bob Dylan.
Oh, yeah, Bob Dylan with
and it was
Timothy
really good.
Chalamet.
Yes, and the one about
I
Freddie
still get to
Mercury
see that.
was really good. And I think we've turned a corner, and they're very good.
Okay. All right.
Jeremy Allen White's a good actor.
But let me ask you this. Like, what's the, thing? What's the catch?
There is no
it's
catch.
about him recording the album Nebraska, right?
Yeah.
Cool, okay.
So don't watch it. No one's asking you to.
Don't get mad at me. I'm just asking, what's the
No one's
hook?
asking you to go see a Star Wars then, okay?
I watched Superman the other night.
Good for you.
It's
We're talking
okay.
about Bruce. It's his birthday. You said something about old baseball writers. Here's the thing.
Old baseball writers love Bruce.
No, they're on the way out.
Springsteen.
Pearl Jam in.
No, it's still Bruce.
No, it's
baseball
Pearl Jam
writers
now.
love Bruce Springsteen.
And Pearl Jam.
Bruce Springsteen. It's his birthday.
Happy
He's
birthday,
76. Bruce Springsteen, Night, 1975. It's your song of the night.
Get it? Night? Song of the night? We need more saxophone in our
Don't
lives.
touch that
I agree.
dial because it's time for...
Jack Antonoff is trying to bring it back.
Not from him.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just an...
Hey.
Never mind. Crank the volume because
What
it's
do you
time
care,
for
Charlie?
Bleck and Abdalla's
Charlie, when did you get
Song
here?
of the Night.
Jack Antonoff.
Yo, later.
The Waddle and Silvy Show coming up next.
Bleck and Abdalla, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Waddle.
That was everything there. That was a heck of a throw by Harbaugh, a heck of a catch by Waddle.
I had a hot dog at the Sox game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in in onions.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Silvy.
He is the guy that we've always wanted to crown, who is young, who we've always wanted to become that next great guy, but has just always fallen short.
Bring gas.
Hello, Andrew.
This is
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Silvy.
Love these guys.
Oh, this show has already started off on the right foot. Albeit off the air. Peggy's in for Silvy today. He's off for the Jewish New Year. Peg, we've got some football conversation.
Yes, we do.
We've got an abbreviated show as well because the Sox are in New York to take on the Yankees. I believe that's where they're at, which also means Jeff Meller is going to be here at the station, and we're going to have him in for his waiver wire at about 4:45. I'm going to... What would the word be? I'm going to offer some of my Waddle's World time to Jeff Meller so he can give us his waiver wire suggestions. He is the king of fantasy football. So how are you anyway? I haven't seen you.
I actually,
Vegas, baby, Vegas.
Speaking of Vegas, betting, I love Vegas. I do love Vegas. But I would like to thank Silvy for reaching out to invite Dion and me to dinner. Because we've been pretty much left out of all the plans.
Really?
Outside of
in what way?
The big team dinner on Saturday.
Do you always use that microphone cover right there?
No. Do you like the flesh-colored microphone cover that I got?
Tell me, this
he doesn't
looks weird,
like it.
doesn't it?
He doesn't like it.
Weird.
He says
Didn't notice that.
I didn't say anything. I said nothing.
No, you said it's a little small. And
looks like a doll head.
It is definitely too small. First of all, the fact that we buy our own equipment like
right
this.
Here.
So no, those are nasty, dirty. That's why I was trying.
Pat Boyle. That's PB. Pat Boyle. He's very clean young man. I have my own. I take with me every night.
Where
when
did
I
you get yours?
I asked for one, and they provided me for one. Yeah,
I'm going to ask for one.
Yeah, they'll give you one.
They're like $6. They're going off Amazon.
Yeah,
but okay. So what size are those?
Charlie bought a used one.
Charlie, I went on Amazon.
I got mine from Goodwill.
Oh, that is so.
No,
that is so nasty.
Yeah.
That is so nasty.
Anyway, I broke your train of thought. I apologize.
You don't like this because it's flesh colored.
No, it looked a little different. It's the first time I've ever seen one that wasn't, that didn't look like standard.
So when I was putting it on, it ripped. So you can hear me like doing that.
That means it's not going to be safe.
No, it's kind of like a condom. You don't want the condom to rip.
That was my point.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
It's not going to be safe.
I know.
Where were we at? Oh, we were at Vegas.
Oh, Vegas. So,
leaving on Thursday.
We were hearing on the shows, the young guys are making their plans. And,
yeah, there's a young guy dinner, and then there's an older person dinner.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with either of them.
Well, we just wanted to thank Silvy for including us because I was like, well, who am I going to hang with?
With us. Unless you want to hang out with Charlie and Abdalla and Bleck and all the young guys.
I don't care who I hang with, but I just want someone to hang with.
Well, that crew's all getting tattoos, team tattoos. Are you going for the team tattoo event?
Dion and I started the tattoo train.
Yeah.
And I said no, but she will be there.
Also, she's going to get another tattoo.
She's got like 4 of them already. Yeah.
I don't have one, and I'm not anti-tattoo. I'm not going to be part of the tattoo crew.
Tommy, I am at a stage where a tattoo on me is only going to look worse each year.
I'm with you. I'm in the same position.
I mean, give me an idea what you think, what would a tattoo that I should get?
I don't know. Maybe your kid's initials or something like that.
Okay,
something meaningful.
S and S.
Yeah. Mine would be Gail, Georgia, Angela, Leah, and Emerson. So I can't do their initials.
So
mine
I
would just have the name Gail on my arm, and there's nobody in my family named Gail. So
SJS would be the initials of my kids. As you get older and you wrinkle, that's going to move together, and it's going to look like 2 boobs and a
hook.
And a hook.
Yeah,
Thank
2
you.
boobs and a hook.
Yes. So, like, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that because the wrinkles are just going to squeeze everything together, and it's going to just look.
Yeah, so I'm not going to be there doing that as well. Plus, I want to be completely and totally lucid and clear thinking as we prepare for Bears and Raiders because this, to me, is an enormous game. Enormous.
Yeah.
I mean, you can debate the level of enormity, but look, I said to you when we were talking before the show, this past Sunday was fantastic on so many fronts. You know, message delivered by the coaching staff, message received. Guys went out there, played hard with more intensity. They delivered. But it's all for naught if you go to Vegas and you pee down your leg. You have to go to Vegas and build on what you created on the lakefront on Sunday. So I'm coming out there with football on my brain as well as, a good time.
I just told Keith Williams, our senior VP, market manager, that, I said, yeah, it's a work trip. It's a work trip. He's like, are you ready for your little vacation? I'm like, that's not a vacation.
No.
As you get closer to the weekend,
you get more serious.
The game.
Yeah.
So we have our show on Saturday. We have the game, and the post game on Sunday. So I said, Thursday and Fridays are like my homework days.
What are you expecting to see from them? Not, I'm not asking you for a score on Tuesday, but I'm saying after the improvement we saw, very difficult. How they lost, I said this yesterday, how they lost in weeks 1 and 2 was more disappointing than the 0-2 start. I understand that you were playing a Dallas team that was defensively challenged. They lost CeeDee Lamb in their second drive. I get all of that stuff, but how they beat the Cowboys left me feeling very good about what I saw on Sunday. I'm not projecting any outrageous stuff, but this game in Las Vegas to me is really because you're going to go to the bye either feeling better about yourself at 2-2, or you're going to revert back to feeling the way you felt prior to the win against Dallas.
All right, number one, can you stack good performances from Caleb Williams?
Offensive line,
offense. Listen, the defense gave up a lot of yards, but they made plays. Can you prove that you can win on the road?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That to me, that's big. Listen, Russell Wilson put up huge numbers against the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
A week later, he's benched. So I'm not saying that Caleb Williams is going to get benched. He's not going to get benched. But my point is, the Dallas Cowboys can make you look like that, right? But he did. You watched the tape. He did look good.
Yes, he did.
He was making good decisions.
Some dynamic throws. He looked comfortable. He was in control.
Reading the defense.
Yeah.
He was reading. He saw his receivers. Yeah. He saw the defenders slip with Rome being in man coverage. And that's what you want.
And that in itself, Peg, that's growth because we saw a similar situation with DJ Moore against the Vikings, and everyone tried to describe it away as, well, that's difficult for the. No. That's what happens in the NFL. You get behind a cornerback in a dramatic fashion. You throw up your arm like a mailbox flag. That means throw it to me. Find a way as a quarterback in the NFL to deliver the football. He threw it 10 feet over DJ's head, 100 miles an hour. What happened on Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys? I forget the cornerback's name. Trevon Diggs tried to jack him up. He slipped him. He got behind him. He throws the arm up like the mailbox. And what happened this time? Caleb threw him a catchable ball. It's a touchdown.
A dime.
That is tangible, visible proof of improvement.
But not to mention, not just seeing Diggs slip, which Caleb acknowledged he did see it, but also to recognize against a team like the Dallas Cowboys and Matt Eberflus cover 2 defense that is zone. You recognize that you've got man coverage right now with a guy who just came back from an ankle injury.
Yeah, you like the matchup.
Yes,
you like the matchup.
Like that to me was like number one. I see it. Number two, he slipped. You know,
it's so interesting and so spot on that you acknowledge matchups because there was a play against the Lions the week before, and it seems very simple, but it was Cole Kmet shifted to the wide right, almost at the boundary with a cornerback over him, and he has a hitch route. So Caleb drops back 1, 2, 3. all Cole has to do is make body contact, create separation, and it's an easy 7-yard game, and that's exactly what they do. So Caleb comes to the line of scrimmage. I got 2 split out wide. I got 2 split out left. He recognizes that Cole is closest to the boundary with a cornerback on him, not a safety or a linebacker that he can body, and he goes to him immediately.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of recognition to me that shows the growth that you're talking about.
And that is what I liked to see. Listen, now you should win this game in Las Vegas. You got to prove you can win on the road. You got to prove you can stack good performances, and you got to go into the bye on a positive note. At 500 with a 2-game win streak in your pocket. The coaches are going to sit down and take a look at everything that's happened and see what kind of team this is, and have they or are they closer to establishing an identity? We need to see it more than one game.
Absolutely.
That's what I want to see.
You know, my first 2 thoughts coming out, I had several thoughts coming out of the win on Sunday. The first was, again, that the coaching staff told you that they weren't happy with practice habits and the effort they were seeing. And what did they do? They connected with this team because you went out and you watched that team perform, and they played with a higher level of intensity. The effort was there, and when the effort is there, guess what? You're around the football. You take it away 4 times on the defense. Offensively, they had a quote-unquote signature type of game in the early Ben Johnson regime, something to build on. So I think the message was, like I said, was delivered, and it was well received. I also thought that Caleb did a really nice job just controlling things, from getting out of the huddle on time. There were no pre-snap penalties. There was no sacks, which is the first time that's happened since he became a pro, and there were no turnovers, which tells you they were playing clean. So you saw that kind of progress that was necessary. But again, now it all becomes, I won't say meaningless, but less meaningful if you go to Vegas and you don't build on it.
Exactly.
And that's what we're expecting from a Ben Johnson, Dennis Allen coached football team, is one that is going to be able to take what they learned last week. I thought Courtney had the best kind of description of it. And I think Courtney's going to join us today.
Yes, she is. 5 o'clock.
So she, in her article on ESPN.com, she said, like, this was a proof of concept moment, that all of these things that the coaching staff is asking you to do, and the game plan they're asking you to run, and the plays that they're calling, if you trust us, good things will happen. Well, you saw that happen both on offense and defense. Dennis Allen made a lot of adjustments. They played a lot of too high. They tried to keep everything in front of them. It was proof of concept. You follow what we're asking you to do, and you play at a level of intensity that is unmatched, and good things will happen. And I thought Courtney was spot on with it. It's like, that's what this team needed. Like last year, they talked about being held accountable and wanted to be coached harder. There was no results to reinforce whatever they were being told. Well, now you went out there, you performed well at home, you won a home game for the first time in almost a year.
Yeah.
And it was a proof of concept that, hey, we're asking you to do the right things, we're coaching you in the right way. Now can you duplicate that on the road against a Raiders team that I think, they're very well coached with Pete Carroll. They'll be more ready to play at home than they were in Washington last week. But you've got to find a way. This, like you said, is a very beatable team.
So when do you watch the All-22?
Usually first thing in the morning on Monday.
Okay, so when Declan Doyle and Ben Johnson last week were complaining about on offense that guys away from the ball, when the play is not called your way, they were not happy at all with what they were seeing. And that those guys need to clean it up. They need to get with the program. And the importance of still selling the play 10 and 15 yards downfield is so important to whatever the outcome of the play is. I first thought, are they talking about the offensive linemen? Because when DeAndre Swift had his fumble, there was no one there to try to recover it. So where were the offensive linemen? That was my first. But after watching the film, I thought, well, gosh, I wonder, is Luther Burden not being that involved in the offense because he's refusing to do the little things? But you said, oh, no, contraire.
No.
All contraire. What did you see on the film that may have been different this week that you did not see the first 2
When
weeks?
I watched the film the first time last Monday, and I'm a glutton for punishment to actually watch that film of the Lions game more than once, I was looking for execution. I was looking for the play of the quarterback, and I thought Caleb made progress, especially in the first half of that game against the Lions. So I was looking at how they executed things and how they ran their plays and play concepts and stuff like that. When I heard what Ben Johnson had to say in the middle of the week, and then Dennis Allen, and then you got this feeling that the coaches weren't happy, that they didn't see, and I think as Ben described, we're not practicing at a championship level, and the overall effort isn't the way it should be, especially compared to the Lions. I went back and I wanted to see. And I could see a stark difference between how the Lions swarm to the football defensively.
Yeah.
How they get there and they gang tackle and they don't stop driving. I could see the difference between the Detroit Lions wide receivers blocking downfield and what our guys were doing. I could just see the overall level of intensity that the Lions brought to the game was significantly higher than what you saw from the Bears. Now, the Lions are a complete team. They won 15 games last year. They've won the division each of the last 2 years. But they play at an intensity level that was significantly different than what I saw the Bears play at. And again, the Bears aren't there yet. They're not where the Lions are. But the one thing that you can't control as an athlete is effort. And while you may lack the overall talent or being in the system as long as your opponent, it doesn't mean you can't work as hard as they do. So not only were the Lions more talented, and obviously they've been doing this longer in their system, their effort level I thought, was significantly higher. And don't take it from me, take it from the coach. He's the one that said it.
Right.
So when I watched the tape, I watched most of it this morning, I see a different level, especially on defense. I saw a group that was swarming the football. One guy was there, here comes 2 or 3 other guys. I just saw a noticeable difference in the level of intensity across the board. I did see some pickup in terms of the wide receivers blocking. There's room for improvement there as well.
All right, so that's what I want to ask you about. So not just selling the play, but what's the importance of the wide receivers blocking downfield when the play is 10 yards behind them? Because
But you don't know if the ball carrier is going to get to you.
That's my question to you.
Yes.
Is because you don't know. Because you could be still blocking or drawing a defender away, and if that running back breaks loose, that's the difference between a 10-yard gain and it could be a 20-yard gain.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Or a 6-yard gain and a 12-yard gain.
Caleb, on the 19-play drive, Caleb
Yes.
had a keeper to the Bears sideline.
Yes.
If DJ actually gets to the second level and gets to the safety with intent, it's a touchdown. But because it looked like either there was some confusion, he didn't know where he was going to go, or he didn't expect Caleb to be there, the player in front of him ends up making the tackle. So the point is my guess would be, and I'm speculating, that if Ben is sitting down watching film with these guys, he's going to tell you, you never know where the ball carrier is going to be tackled. The ball carrier may be tackled in the backfield. He may be tackled 5 yards downfield.
Right.
Or he may be climbing up your backside because he's made it all the way there.
Yep.
Don't be the reason why that play doesn't maximize its potential.
Yeah.
So whether the play's on the other side of the field or you don't think they're going to get to you, it doesn't matter. You have one job, and your job is to get out there and move the guy across from you down the field. Don't be the reason why that play is stopped.
See, I never thought of it that way. I thought of it more as you're selling the play, even though you're not involved in it. But after looking at a couple of clips that you showed me, it's like, whoa, that's the difference of what could have been
Yes.
a touchdown, a breakaway,
Yes.
a bigger gain.
And you know who does that? The Lions do that. And I showed you some
Yeah,
clips
that
of
was
Amon-Ra
very
St. Brown and some of the other wide receivers blocking and how. But it's a mentality and it's a way of playing. And I think that that's what Ben Johnson was getting to last week in his press conference, that, look, we are not practicing at the level we need to practice at. And when it comes to effort, he said, it isn't good enough. I mean, he's the one who said it. So it's not me calling people out.
Yeah.
I'm taking what the coach is saying and trying to do some investigative reporting and and you put on the tape, and if that's your intent of looking at it, you see the difference. And I think that's where I said message delivered, message received. Because whether it was Tremaine Edmonds, who was flying all over the field making plays, 15 tackles, he makes the interception because guys are hustling to the ball. The first interception, because the ball, actually, it's a drop pass by George Pickens.
Right, goes
but
off
he's
his
where
hands.
he needs to be, and he's busting his ass. If you're busting your ass, you have a chance to win. If you're not busting your ass, you don't have a chance to win. I saw just a greater level of intensity from the Bears, and they played cleaner. Their execution was better. But what was most encouraging to me is it looked like a team that wanted to be out there playing hard.
Yeah.
And it looked like to me, although they were playing the Cowboys, they closed the gap from what I saw as a huge difference between the Lions and the Bears in terms of the intensity. And I think, and again, this is not a Lions pregame show, but I think you saw some of that on display last night if you watched Monday Night Football as well. They went on the road to Baltimore and beat the crap out of the Ravens. And it's all about that mentality. They're a finished product. They're excellent. But if you watch how they play the game with such intensity across the board, and I think that's what they're trying to instill up at Hallis Hall. And what's encouraging to me is, Peg, I think I saw some flashes of that.
Yeah.
And it's not something I saw very frequently last year. So that's got me as optimistic as other things. But again, don't ruin this feeling. Don't ruin this one-game momentum that you've created by going to the Raiders and resting on your laurels of one win.
Yeah.
So that's why I think
build off of it.
You've got to feel good about this, be confident, feel good about the win, go back to work, and make sure you go to Las Vegas and come out with the same level of intensity that you played against the Cowboys with.
Still issues when it comes to the defense with the number of yards they gave up, stopping the run. Yeah. But, if you're playing too high, like you said last week, then that explains why Nahshon Wright, his coverage looked so soft.
Yes.
He was giving everything up.
You want to keep everything in front of you.
And keep it all in front of you.
Well, it also affects you. The Cowboys ran for 6 yards per carry. So when you play a light box, meaning your safeties, instead of dropping a safety in and helping out with run support, he's dropping back and you've got two safeties in the middle of the field on either hash. They're trying to protect from giving up the big play.
Right.
You're going to give up some rush yards.
Yep.
So it's like Dennis Allen had to choose. What do I want to give up? I'm going to have to protect myself from the big play. Now, when CeeDee Lamb goes out, that is huge advantage Bears. But
Yep.
I thought Dennis Allen made a great adjustment, playing a lot of too high safety, trying to force them to drive the length of the field and beat you by controlling
Exactly.
and what
Yep.
ended up happening, and make them kick field goals and not touchdowns.
Field goal. Exactly.
That's right. So, and I think that's basically what they did, wasn't it? They kicked 3 field goals
did.
and scored 1 touchdown.
Yes.
So it was a really good game plan with that in mind from Dennis Allen, and I thought it was executed quite well by this Bears team. And that's where the proof of concept that Courtney was talking about in her article comes from, or that's the result of it. Hey, what are we doing? We just switched up. Instead of playing, single high safety, we're playing a lot of 2-man or just cover 2.
Yeah.
We're doing it because we don't have the horses.
Exactly.
So-
right. He can't play the defense he wants to play.
Right.
Because he doesn't have the personnel to.
That's right.
So you have to adjust.
Yes.
And what are you giving up? You're going to give up some yards.
Yes, you are.
You're going to give up some yards, but bend, don't break.
You force them to kick 3 field goals. They
Exactly.
scored 1 touchdown.
Yeah.
So, again, message delivered, message received, and they played with some intensity that we hadn't seen in previous week. Doesn't mean everything is fixed. No, you still have to get to the quarterback more frequently, and hopefully they'll get to Geno Smith a little bit more than they did. They get to Dak Prescott. That offensive line for the Raiders is not very good. You're going to have to be more secure against the run. On the other side of the ball, you're going to have to continue to protect. You're going to have to run the ball better yourself over the course of time because they're still only averaging about 3.5 yards per carry. But, you head to Las Vegas, play your tails off, get a win. Then you get the bye. Then you can make some adjustments and some changes. You come out of the bye feeling good about yourself.
Yeah, there's continued room for improvement, even from the backup guys. So, it'll be interesting. I know we have to take a break. So much more to talk about. I would love to watch film with you because, just in literal like 1 or 2 minutes in the pre-show, I like just seeing what you saw. I was like, okay, tell me what you're looking at. Where am I looking? Look at the 2 wide receivers. Let's look and see what they're doing. I mean, that was.
I will always say this as well. I say it with a disclaimer. I don't know what they're being coached to do. So there is a certain amount of assumption that plays into this.
Well, we can make some pretty good ideas knowing what the Lions have done in the past and what it is that Ben Johnson likes to do.
Yes.
So, I mean, you
have a pretty good feel for what's being taught and what is being expected. But, you also want to be careful and say, hey, look, I'm not in their meeting room, so I don't know exactly what's being taught.
Absolutely, that's fair.
So some of it is an assumption.
That's fair.
But you don't have to, you don't have to be in the lab to point out effort and intensity.
Yeah.
And I saw a hell of a lot more of that against the Cowboys than I did against the Lions, which was totally an optimistic, thing for me.
312-332-3776. Waddle and Silvy. Peggy sitting in. More when we come back.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Every season brings change. One year it's a rookie making headlines. The next year it's a whole new coaching staff. Even the rules of the game keep evolving. But here's the thing. You don't want that kind of change showing up on your internet bill. And with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about it. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. That means while football keeps shifting, and life does too, your internet price stays locked. No surprises, no hikes, just a reliable price for a reliable connection. And Xfinity goes all in. Unlimited data, the best Wi-Fi equipment included. It's like signing your star quarterback to a 5-year deal. You know what you got. You know it's reliable, and you know it's going to perform on game day. So while teams retool and the league evolves, your internet stays rock solid. To get started, call them. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change.
There's crash bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo, and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite. Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us tonight at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me?
No, Whiskey you.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Ben's bag of fun.
Ben's bag of tricks.
Which do you prefer? I personally, and I said this yesterday loudly, I am a huge fan of Ben's bag of fun.
Ben's bag of fun.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Instead of Ben's bag of tricks.
Ben's bag of tricks.
Yeah, I think fun is probably better, but like I caught myself in my notes writing bag of tricks, bag o tricks.
Ben's bag of tricks.
But
But bag of fun is more like
when it's coming out of Joniak's mouth as well, to hear him say Ben's bag of fun.
Ben's bag of fun.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. And then did you hear how he told JJ and Tom Thayer in the postgame show that they actually had more in the game plan that they didn't get to?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there was another trick play in the second half that kind of went sideways because of
Is that
some
the direct
pressure.
snap?
Yeah, and then it was flipped back to Caleb. He ended up, I think, scrambling and getting a few yards.
They were doing that when they were up like 20, too.
Yeah.
They're trying to stretch their legs a little bit.
Yeah, they...
Well, listen, that will always be a Ben Johnson. Like, he has never been known to, like, I'm going to take it easy. Last year, that's what they love to just run up the score.
Well, that's, and as Ben said last week against the Lions, when somebody asked, did you think Dan Campbell was running it up on you? He goes, look, what do you want them to do?
Yeah.
They don't kick field goals. They didn't kick field goals when Ben was there. That's how they play. If you want to keep them out of the end zone, keep them out of the end zone. Don't ask them to keep themselves out of the end zone. Last night was a fun watch, too, watching that Lions team. Like, I think I've undervalued just, as strangely as this sounds, how much that Dan Campbell means to that team. And I know he's the head coach and he gives them their identity, but, the last 2 weeks, they have not skipped a beat offensively or defensively. They went into Baltimore and physically got the best of the Ravens. They sacked Lamar 7 times. They ran the ball down their throat. I know the Ravens were missing how do you pronounce his name? Matabike and Kyle Van Noy. That's almost 20 sacks from last year. But that team was running a couple of trick plays as well. That little, handoff and then pitch. It's fun, and I think they're good days ahead with Ben Johnson's offense. Now, will it look like what the Lions have done the last 3 years? Maybe not yet, but, it's why I said to, Peg, you and I kind of argued about, are they going to win 8 games or win 9 games? I heard a lot of people say, you got to be patient. Okay, I'm going to be patient, but I know the offense works, so I want to see them not look like crap in the first month of the season because I know that it works. And I gave these stats yesterday. It hasn't been perfect, but do you realize in the first 3 weeks, the offense is averaging 361 yards and 23 points per game. They're converting 46% of their third downs. They're 6 of 7 in red zone efficiency, scoring touchdowns when they get to the red zone. They've only turned it over 3 times, and the sacks are down to 6 over the first 3 games. So, is that what the Lions did in the first 3 weeks when Ben Johnson took over their offense back in 2022? No, not that explosive, but it's not the crap we saw from this offense last year in the first month.
Right.
So I'm just saying, the offense works. Are they a finished product? No. But they got to run the football better. They're going to be tested protecting their quarterback. You're not always going to, give up 0 sacks, but this system will work.
Oh, I loved that.
I'd never heard it.
Oh, I was all over that. As soon as we listened to it, I thought, oh my gosh, I really love that. It was good, better, best. Never let it rest until the good gets better, and you better get best.
I thought Tyler made a good point yesterday. He said if we would have heard that from Flus after a win, we would have killed him. We would have been all over him. But because we're enamored with Ben, and it's coming after a win.
Well, there was also a big difference, though. Here's the difference. When Flus would walk around the guys when they're stretching and he's doing all the nicknames, it just came off really hokey. All right? When you saw Ben Johnson get sandwiched by the players after the game when they gave him the game ball, it looked genuine.
Yeah.
It looked genuine. It didn't look hokey.
Dragon Slayer.
It wasn't contrived. I'm with you. I just, like, some people eat that up. You chant whatever you want. Just keep taking the ball away 4 times and keep protecting your quarterback and not giving up any sacks. And you guys can chant whatever chant you want to make at the end of the game in your locker room celebrating a victory. I'm all for it. I had never heard it.
No, I think that was the first time we all heard it.
Weren't you guys talking about it? What did Yerk say? Did he say something? Or was he talking about that with Carr maybe yesterday? But
Yerk doesn't
Yerk was talking about cottage cheese.
Was he?
A little too much.
Yeah, that was
Speedos and cottage cheese.
Yeah, what he's going to be wearing at the pool. Yeah,
he's all talk with that. He's not going to wear Speedos.
That's hard to believe.
Let me tell you something. If I need to bring a razor because he's going to be wearing a Speedo at the pool, I better get a chainsaw.
Yeah, a weed whacker.
Totally.
I don't think didn't he ultimately come to the conclusion that no, or he's not going to wear Speedo? It's not for him.
I'm not a clothes guy.
But I think that there was some sort of push with Abdalla and Bleck and Carm about team Speedo. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of team thoughts about this trip to Vegas, like team tattoos.
There is
team
a lot of
Speedos.
yeah.
Guys go on a trip with each other, and all of a sudden, all they can think about is wearing Speedos.
Yeah, and getting tattoos. Like, I'm not sure I get it.
I don't.
There will be no Speedo wearing, I would assume, from
Listen,
Good Kid. I'm not wearing a Speedo.
I didn't even think twice about, I said to Dion, are you bringing a bathing suit? She's like, hell no. I go, it's going to be like 90 degrees.
Yeah.
We have like all day. I mean, I'm there all day Friday. We're there all day Saturday after the show.
What are you going to do?
Well, I can't hang out inside the casinos.
Las Vegas. What do you mean, what are you going to do?
I'm asking Peg what she's going to
do.
I was like, I just wanted to make sure that the reason we were not being included in some of these plans was because they included some trips to the strip clubs. Because I've been to the strip clubs. I don't mind. Like, just,
Is that on your itinerary for this trip?
No, but I was wondering, let's not put the girls on the text thread just in case, we all decide to go.
Listen, I don't think there is a text thread. I have not received any itinerary stuff on a text thread.
All right.
I think it's every person for themselves. But
who do you think I should hang with?
Hang with us.
Yeah, I do too.
Me and Sylvie, because everybody else, others will be... They will be going out in groups. I will not be staying out late. I can tell you that.
I won't either. I like to drift. Like, sometimes I'll go walk off alone, go find a slot machine or a table or roulette. Sometimes I'll just
I may go to the lounge, have a scotch, and be in bed by 11 o'clock.
That is also a very high probability for me, too.
Listen, this is an important game for me on Sunday, people. If they lose this game, I'm going to be upset. Okay? This is a game they got to win. You got to go to Vegas and build on what you did at home against the Cowboys. It's not going to keep me from having fun, but this is a business trip.
Exactly.
I'm tired of the hand-holding. Yes, that's right.
Who do you think we're going to have the most stories about by the end?
It's not going to be the good kid. It's not going to be Yerk.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie, is it going to be you? Do you?
I love Vegas.
I do too, but do you have big plans for going a little crazy?
He's already talking about like wearing different clothing and doing different things at a blackjack table that would get the normal person kicked out in 5 minutes.
What do you mean?
Well, I was going to get some eye black.
Yeah. And then
Right, John 316 on there. I was going to wear, like a quarterback throwing sleeve.
Why?
He's going to get a towel.
Because he's Charlie.
Because I'm all about ball.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring a Nerf ball. We're going to run some high point drills in the casino.
Do you travel with a football?
I golf with a football.
Takes a football with him to a golf course.
Busy day. Got to run some routes. Pass the time.
It's going to be fun. But again, it's going to be highlighted by a good performance by our football team. And if not, all these wonderful feelings that I have coursing through my football veins, they're just going to go away.
Yeah.
And again,
because in the end, it is a business trip.
Yes, and by the way, I don't think that, I don't think the Raiders are the best team you're going to face, but they have a borderline Hall of Fame caliber coach. They're coming off just a butt kicking in Washington. They're going to be on their home field, although there will be great representation from Bears fans.
Oh my gosh.
But
I mean, we have 280 alone.
Yeah. I mean, just think about it, though. This was our MO over the last couple of years is we would win a game and then not build anything from there.
Right.
Like, that's why Ben Johnson and his staff are here. That's why you've invested all this money on your defensive line and upgrading your offensive line and adding weapons to your offensive huddle, so that we can stack some W's. So, this is a really important game from my perspective. You're going to go into the bye either feeling like crap or feeling good about things. So what's it going to be? What's it going to be?
Go Bears!
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I need. And I want to see Charlie out there in Vegas, bringing the heat. Bringing the enthusiasm.
Bring the heat, Waddle. Don't you worry about that.
Okay.
Jesse?
What are your Charlie? What are your go-tos? What are you planning? Does anyone want to go to the old part of Vegas, the old downtown?
I stayed at downtown. I stayed at the Nugget one time.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the highest odds for winning. Is
Why?
when you go.
Is there I don't know the ins and outs of gambling. Is there not as many shoes, or what do they call it? Or
I don't
decks?
I don't
There's
do
not
the
as many
tables
decks?
as much. I did a little homework on the machines, which everyone would laugh at. But
So wait a second. You have done homework on Vegas gambling?
Yes, on machines.
I've been practicing blackjack.
I'm breaking down film of the Raiders' front, offensive and defensive, and Peggy's breaking down the machines.
No, look, I got my Bears notes also.
I know you do.
I got my Bears notes also, but I have to go. Last time I was in Boston, and they have an MGM in Boston. My daughter was at a conference, and I won some good money.
Did you?
Yeah, so I won a couple thousand.
Slot machines?
Yes. And so it got me to thinking, does that mean I'll never, win that money again? I should step away. I'm not going to. No, I need to have a more strategic approach. And so
you have a game plan.
So I looked at the odds day versus night. When's the best time? When do most machines hit? And did you know that the machines actually, they can tell you which ones have a higher, I think it's our rate per, what is it called? Where it's
win per.
It's the buyout. It's the payback to the player. Here, let me look at it real quick. RTP, rate to pay. So there are actual games that have the highest RTPs.
And that is in Old Vegas, downtown Vegas, or anywhere?
Anywhere that you might find these machines. None of them are 100%, quite obviously. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, I mean.
Volatility can differ day to day because if 10,000 Bears fans are all in the same casino and they're playing the machines, obviously it's going to go faster. You're going to hit the odds a little bit quicker. Your volatility is going to be different.
How do they determine when, you're going to pull 3 bars or whatever it is? Whatever the winning combination is.
So you have a higher chance of winning at the games that have, what is that called with the machines? Bonus rounds. the ones that have free spins, you have a higher chance of winning those games.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've
And
got
do you
a
know
system.
the $20 rule?
I don't know.
Okay.
What's
Do you
the
know the $20 rule, Charlie?
All I know is there's no rules in Las Vegas.
Oh my God.
No, I'm talking a big game about myself. I'm honestly probably just going to park myself at a sports book all day on Saturday and watch college football.
I may be with you.
Well, there's a $20 trick. Not that kind of
Excuse
trick.
me? It is
Not
Vegas.
that kind of trick. But, well, yeah, just imagine what you get for that.
Probably nothing in 2025.
You're going to get something. It just may not be what you expect. Trip to the doctor.
Yeah.
But it is when you place a $20 bill between your ID and your credit card when you're checking in at the hotel and ask if there's any upgrades available. Now, it is often up to the front desk personnel to give upgrades at their convenience.
Don't you think 20 is a little light for an upgrade? It should probably be a hundo.
Well, how many do you think people are doing this?
I don't know.
It's on the internet, so I think a lot of people try it.
I don't think a 20's moving anybody's meter these days, is it?
Oh, I don't. If you get 5 people that do that to you as a front desk person, you just made $100.
Yeah, but if you actually give out all of the upgrades and then you get
Then it
somebody
is,
that
then you're
comes
done.
in and then
They've
wants
got
to
the
give you a
100,
hundo.
but then you get to keep the 100.
Johnny
That's
the
what they
good
said.
kid walks in.
But that's what they said. Then that's up to you to give that money up. You may not get it back.
Speaking of winning, and it sounds like you've got a plan for winning. We are going to qualify someone with Waddle Trivia.
Oh, good.
Our trip back to Cincinnati.
All right.
Do we have the trivia question? Do you want me to give it out now? And
Yeah,
then-
why don't you go ahead and give it out, and we'll come back with it after the break.
Okay, 312-332-3776. This is the trivia question for the day. If you get it right, you will qualify. You'll go into the hopper for a chance to take a trip to us with us to Cincinnati as we endure the Windy City Takeover. November 2nd, we'll be doing trivia every day for the next 3 weeks. If you get the question right on the air, you're going to qualify for a chance to join us. Winner and a guest will receive round-trip airfare between O'Hare and Northern Kentucky International Airport. That's in Covington, Kentucky. Hotel accommodations, VIP seats for our remote on Friday before the game, and tickets to the game. It's all brought to you by Bud Light. Okay, I'm going to ask the question, okay? I went to high school with 2 Major League Baseball MVPs who ultimately are now in Cooperstown as well. Okay? I went to high school. I was at Moeller High School while there were 2 Major League Baseball guys that ended up becoming Major League Baseball MVPs and Major League Baseball Hall of Fame.
Legends walk those halls.
Who are those 2 guys? Who are those 2 studs, those Hall of Famers? 312-332-3776. The first correct answer will qualify. And we'll continue our Bears conversation with Peg in for Sylvia at ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Football season is glorious, and the game day buffets are fantastic. And one of my guilty pleasures during the football season is those game day feasts with dips, with chips and wings and veggies, all while watching the big games. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. They're as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you're going to find right there in your own kitchen. So do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger. I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So fellas, when it's your time to perform, Don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Save big money on your interior stains and finishes now at Menards. Provide exceptional color to your staining project with Minwax Color Series. It applies evenly and dries fast with just one coat. Get a quart of Minwax Color Series wood stain in over 240 colors on sale now through September 28th. Save big on Minwax wood stains. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
New Beyond Raw Lit V2 pre-workout. GNC's #1 pre-workout. Now with harder hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance support. This isn't just pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. Turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You look at him and he's not very big. He's not very strong. He's not very fast.
but he's one of those guys that just catch anything that is thrown at him, and he gets open.
Thank you, John Madden. I think he was mistaken, though, because I was actually, for my size, fairly strong. You wouldn't know that right now, but...
Also pretty tall. I'll tell you, like 6'2"?
6'1".
6'6"? 6'7"?
6'1". 6'1" with a buzz cut is what it is. All right, trivia question. If you qualify, we throw you in the hopper. And if you are the lucky recipient of Charlie's cool draw, are you going to pull it out of a hat at some point after everyone...
Frozen envelope?
Yeah.
Get a little Ewing thing going?
You'll take a bribe, won't you, Charlie?
Of course I'll take a bribe.
But again, let me remind you, you got to listen every day for a chance to win a trip to go to Cincinnati with us. It's a little homecoming for me. And the Bears will be in the Queen City to take on the Bengals November 2nd. So we're going to do trivia based on my boring life. And if you get the question right on the air with us, you're going to qualify for a chance to join us, okay? It's all brought to you by Bud Light. Believe, Hannah, you said it didn't take very long for somebody to have the correct answer. It's Chris and Joliet, correct? Chris?
Hi, how you doing?
We're doing well. I was fortunate. I went to high school, Moeller High School, and during my time there, the 4 years I was there, I actually crossed paths with two young superstars that ultimately became Major League Baseball MVPs and are now in Cooperstown. Can you name those two former Moeller High School classmates of mine?
Yeah. So they both played for the Reds as well.
That is correct.
And they had the honor to go to high school with Tom Waddle.
Amen.
And they are Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Larkin.
That is correct. Well done. You qualify, Chris. You qualify for the trip to Cincinnati. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Oh, he just got clipped. Yes, I was a freshman when Barry was a senior. My brother was classmates with him, played in the same secondary in football. Barry was also an all-stage safety for us. But Barry Larkin was a senior when I was a freshman. When I was a senior, Ken Griffey Jr. was a sophomore. So I crossed paths. I don't know if there's another high school that has had two guys who were MVPs and also ended up in Cooperstown. That may be unique to Moeller High School. I know
of
Harvard,
the same team too.
Well, no, they were all they never.
Oh,
crossed
that's true.
paths.
Yeah, yeah.
Harvard Westlake out in California has had guys.
There's some schools these days that like IMG is like it's literally just to play football.
Yeah, but yeah. So Chris qualifies. We'll be doing this for another. What is it, Charlie? Another couple of weeks. So
I believe so.
We'll ask you trivia questions. You get it right, you qualify for the trip to Cincinnati. Go with us. All right, when we come back, we still got a lot to do. We've got Aki's A-List, or with Tyler out today, Hannah's in for Tyler. It'll be Charlie, so Charlie's chucking around. We'll do some Waddle's World at 4:30. Then Jeff Meller, our buddy, will join us at 4:45 for a little waiver wire. And then Courtney Cronin will join us at 5 o'clock. So a lot to get to before we get out of here at 5:30. You got the White Sox at New York to take on the Yankees, so we've got an abbreviated show. Pegs in for Silvy. We'll be back here on ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
You know, I'm not exactly the biggest tech guy. I know that's obvious to most. I can read a defense for sure, but half the time I can't figure out my own phone. That is not a surprise. But here's what I do know. If you're running a business, you can't take chances with cybersecurity, and that's why I recommend trusting our partners at Trend Micro. They're the best in the business. For over 35 years, Trend Micro has been protecting companies from ransomware, phishing, and threats you don't even see coming. And with AI-powered proactive security, they stop attacks before they ever reach you. Visit trendmicro.com today and see why smart businesses put their trust in Trend Micro.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust, molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
And Aki's A-List brought to you by WindowWorks. WindowWorks is the company your neighbors trust. Tyler's out today. Heather's in for Tyler, and Charlie's with us. So let's chuck it around instead. What do you say, Charlie?
Why not? I love chucking it around.
Yeah?
We chucking the rock around in Vegas a little bit.
Are you really bringing a football to Vegas?
I might buy a Nerf ball, but I don't know.
What do you think a Nerf ball costs you at the pool in Vegas? Probably $30?
Yeah, probably something like that. Probably won't be from the pool in Vegas. I don't know. There's a Salvation Army near me. I'll stop there at some point. Probably
and you're gonna get a Nerf ball at a Salvation. Why would a Salvation
Army
have a
styrofoam football?
I bet I have. They have
You're gonna pack a Nerf ball?
We
Yeah.
still, our whole garage is filled with that stuff still. I'm going to make a note, Charlie. I'm going to make a note and look for one for you.
Charlie's going to be chucking it off people's head in a pool because he's going to be overserved.
Yeah, we're going to play 500, all of us.
What's 500?
You never played 500 where, like,
What?
you throw the ball up in the air and then you say 200 and you have to catch it?
And if you catch, you get 200, and there's like a mystery box. If you catch, then maybe it's glue, and then you can't move.
No, I never.
You never heard of that,
Man,
Waddle?
no, I haven't. Hannah, have you played?
Of course,
500?
I played 500.
I've never
with
heard of it.
baseballs and stuff too. It's
That
not
was
just
like
football.
the pool game that you would play for like hockey tournaments when you'd stay at a hotel.
Okay.
Everybody would be playing 500 in the pool.
And the yard.
heard
it's a yard game too. Like if you have a big backyard with
Yeah.
a baseball, you just do it with a baseball.
I have never heard of it.
I was at a pool party one time, and I was asked to stop throwing the ball because I was playing 500 with like 3 people in a pool full of like 20 people.
You were probably chucking it at a high rate
I was
of
throwing
speed.
it pretty hard, yeah.
Okay. All right, what do you got for us?
All right, so we are all still basking in the week 3, in the glow of the week 3 win. And by the way, all wins are brought to you by Wallner. Wins with Wallner, brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. Call 312-8-million. Wallner Law. Win with Wallner. When is the last time you have felt this way about the Bears? Now, I don't know how good you feel about them, but where you are at and how you feel about the Bears, when was the last time you were feeling this way about them?
I don't want to
What about the 4-2? Was it 4-2 start last year?
Is that what it was?
I mean, there were back-to-back games last year where Caleb had 300-yard games,
yeah, you
right?
had the Carolina game that they won at home, followed by the game they played in Jacksonville in London.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I thought at the time that's one of the best games I've ever seen a Bears quarterback play. Caleb's performance in Jacksonville. They were after that win in London. They were 4-2. So they went into the bye 4-2, coming off one of the best games I've seen a Bears quarterback play. And the bye week occurred, and then they went to Washington, and then that disaster, occurred, and then you got boat raced at Arizona. You came home and just were dreadful in a loss to the Patriots, and then you went on to lose, 10 straight? So, look, I'm not going to get out over my skis. It's one win. They're 1-2. I feel better about what I saw. As I said, Charlie, the 0-2 record was disappointing, but how they lost is what was sticking with me. They coughed one up against the Vikings after playing well for 45 minutes, especially on defense. They got boat raced by the Lions, wondering how they were going to respond to the adversity that they'd brought on themselves. Liked what I saw on all, in all aspects, but I'll feel much better if they go to Vegas and take care of business and beat a Raiders team that they should beat.
And then you go into the bye, too.
Yeah.
Get ready for Washington after that.
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, my optimism is a 6. It's just I haven't seen enough of it.
Right. And that's exactly what the issue is. Okay, now we saw what you're capable of doing under Ben Johnson. Now let's see you do it more often.
Repetitively.
I'll get a little bit more excited. I mean, this was good. They looked like an NFL football team.
Yes.
But I would like them to get past the 2-game win streak. I'd like to see them stack these wins now.
Yeah, I mean, you've already lost a game you should have won, and that was against the Vikings. Okay, so this is another game that I expect them to win. Is that being arrogant about who they are and what they're capable of? Some may look at it that way, but again, with all the money they have spent and all the different things they have added, the different draft picks, currency. Yeah, I expect them to win this game, Charlie. So I'm not coming in overly optimistic, but I do expect. I told you, Peg, at the start of this season wasn't about optimism or pessimism. For me, it's about expectations. You've spent a ton of money. You brought in the coach I wanted you to bring in and gave him $13 million. You've used high draft picks to make yourself a better football team. At some point, it's got to result in wins.
I want to see not only a win on Sunday against the Raiders, they go into the bye. You're feeling good, just like last year. And then you face the Commanders, who once again could burst your bubble.
Bring you back to earth.
Yes.
And that is a Commander's team that is very good at the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
So you're going to have to protect your ass off.
I'm holding it to that. The game, the Monday Night Football game after the bye. I want to see, I'm going to, listen, they win this Sunday? Okay. All right. This is good. You're stacking some together now. Okay. That's going to be
That'll
more
be the
of a
pass
litmus.
or fail.
That'll be a litmus
Okay.
test.
I like that. Again, because that's a good Commanders team that can bring the heat and can protect. And those are two areas where this Bears team is challenged. Whether or not they can continue to protect their quarterback, because the Commanders can rush the passer. And on the other side of the ball, we struggle to get to opposing quarterbacks, and the Commanders are very good up front.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tremendous test. I'm with you. Again, I expect you to beat the Vegas Raiders on Sunday. I'm not telling you it's a layup, but I think you're a better team. I think you'll ride a little bit of that momentum. You should get the W, but I'm with you. We'll find out just kind of how much they've grown against the Commanders.
Yeah.
The following week or
Totally.
after the bye.
Totally.
Is that fair, Charlie?
I think that's fair.
Baby.
Where are you
The Bears are back, baby.
I'm not quite with Kevin Burkhardt in that preseason game
Nor
when
am
he
I.
said the Bears are back, but
The Bears are back, baby.
I do think like this is what you wanted to see against Dallas. Like we can't criticize them for doing exactly what we wanted them to do.
Exactly.
But we can put everything into context and say, hey, this is kind of a dearth in their schedule, right, between Dallas and Vegas. I really don't think this Vegas team is particularly good, and I actually think that what they're bad at bodes well for what the Bears at least showed that they're good at. So
it's a good matchup for the Bears.
yeah,
I believe.
and to me, it's the operational stuff that I think that like that doesn't change. It changes home in a way, but that stuff doesn't change based on who you're playing against. That is all stuff you can control, and the stuff that they can control, I think they did do a good job of handling that yesterday. I actually have a question related to that. They checked a lot of boxes on Sunday. No pre-snap penalties, no sacks allowed. They got some pressure. They forced a bunch of takeaways. Other than more of these things and doing those things more consistently, what other boxes do you need to see the Bears check off over the next couple weeks?
Well, look, I don't think they're going to consistently hold the opposing pass rush completely at bay. I need to see them continue to be better as a group of five on the offensive line. I don't know if Colston Loveland's going to play this week, but I want to see more of him. Luther Burden, had a 100-yard receiving game, so continuing to see, him increase his snap count. And look, I mean, you've got to get to quarterbacks somehow, some way. You've paid a king's ransom in draft picks and money and free agency money with this defensive line. They got to find a way to get home more regularly. So
I need to see their run game improve. Yeah. I would like to see that really be established to the point that you can't have what did DeAndre Swift end up with for his yards?
3.5 yards per carry is basically standard for him and most of the running backs.
Yeah.
So.
Well, last week against the Cowboys, it was 2.5.
Yeah. But I mean, overall, I believe.
Overall, it's 3.
Yeah.
For the entire group, it's 3 yards per carry. But for DeAndre Swift, 2.5. That's not. And Monungai's at 2.7.
Yeah, that was nobody averaged 3 yards per carry.
And Kenny Clark was out for most of that game, too.
You can't. That's a great point.
Yeah.
And not only Kenny Clark, but they also don't have Micah Parsons. So you have to get the run game going. Yeah. It has to be more of an attack.
For the year, DeAndre Swift is averaging 3.5 yards per carry. Kyle Monangai is averaging 3.4 yards per carry. The rushing totals are enhanced by Caleb Williams rushing for 6.1 yard per carry. And Zacchaeus has had 2 carries for 21 yards. He's averaging 10.5 yards per carry. So strictly the production from their running backs has been listless.
And the DJ Moore out of the backfield, it's like a 1 yard gain. And I get it. Sometimes those are important.
What they're trying to do, too, Peg, is they're trying to use, jet screens or jet sweeps, and wide receiver screens. They're trying to do whatever they can to improve their running game. But so far, it's not just about putting your hand in the dirt and firing out and creating space. They haven't been able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would like to see.
Okay, Ben Johnson was meeting the media yesterday, and he was asked a little bit about Caleb's mobility and just sort of the different quarterback that Caleb Williams is compared to some others he's worked with. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, it's fun. I think I don't have to be perfect as a play caller, and I've always tried to be that to where you get the primary receiver open the majority of the time, and I don't feel that necessity anymore. It's just he has a way of, if number one's open, he'll take it, and we're getting to where he's progressing to 2 and 3. But if we need to escape or extend, it's his natural playmaking, and that's the balance that we want to strike, and that changes every week what that balance looks like. But I think we're really finding out a lot about each other because he's learning what my expectation is as well. But I think he's doing a good job understanding when it breaks down a little bit what he can do to ad lib.
I kind of want to paint with the broad brush here, like intentionally. When you hear him say, I don't have to always be perfect as a play caller, and I try to dial it up for 1, but he can get to 2, and he can play off. Like, what do you make of a quote like that, of him saying, I don't need to be perfect with Caleb Williams?
Well, Caleb can make something out of nothing. But I think the balance for the coach and the quarterback is the following. You need him to play in structure and on time. But you also don't want to completely ignore his ridiculous ability to make something out of nothing and his ability to make plays out on the edge. So I think in a lot of ways, I think we saw some of this last week. You saw some quarterback keepers, whether he was rolling to his right or rolling to his left. I think you saw some boot action. I think you want to get him out on the perimeter and let him kind of create so he can get out there and either find a receiver downfield or if he wants to tuck and run for 5, 7, 9, 12 yards, whatever the case may be. I think that is when to improvise and when not to improvise and play within the structure of the offense. I think that's the conundrum that they both face because, let's face it, Caleb's never played in structure his entire career.
Right. So what do we make of it? We make of it that it's another toy in his toolbox that he did not get in Detroit.
Right.
So
Ben's bag of fun.
Seriously. Yes. I mean, he didn't.
Big bag of fun.
He could never call for Jared to take off, right?
Yes.
What I really liked was on the 4th and 4 from the goal line, 4th and goal, wherever they were, the 4-yard line, when he found DJ Moore, Caleb could have taken off.
Yeah.
He stopped himself and he turned and hit DJ. So I thought that was growth right there. Yeah. Not just that he saw DJ, but that he wasn't just relying on himself to just take off and run. And he caught himself, he bought himself some time, bought himself some space, and he was still looking downfield. I liked that, but what does it mean for, you hear Ben Johnson say that? I think it just simply means that he's got a toy in his toy box that he never had before.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think a lot of times, there have been moments earlier, like last year with Caleb, that he would eject the pocket too quick, and then would keep his eyes down and not look to open receivers downfield and just tuck and run instead of looking to make plays downfield. And I think you're right, Peg. He's made growth on that front where there are moments when the pocket breaks down that he will get to the edge and eject the pocket, but he's still looking downfield with his eyes up to try to make a play downfield. So, we see a lot of quarterbacks do that. We see Lamar do that. We see Josh Allen do that. We see Mahomes do that. When you can throw from the move and out on the edge, you want to use that as a weapon in your arsenal. So
quick as a hiccup. How about that?
Okay. Thanks, Jeff Joniak.
That was actually pretty funny. He couldn't come up with the word, and it came up with quick as a hiccup.
Joniak has so many great ones.
That's Joniak's big bag of fun right there.
Yeah. Ben's bag of fun. Ben's bag of tricks.
Okay.
And which do you like better? Do you like
bag of fun for sure?
Bag of tricks.
You like bag of tricks instead of big bag of fun?
Yeah, it just sounds better. I don't know. Okay. I think maybe the enthusiasm
do you think
level.
That Ben's big bag of fun sounds kind of creepy?
Well, I wasn't thinking that far, but I just think fun is boring word. I feel like tricks is more of a.
But I feel
Tricks
like
is
I was
mischievous.
with you. I was definitely in the beginning thinking, oh, I like bag of tricks. That's what I was writing in my notes. But when it comes to football, do you want to be known as a guy that has trick plays or a guy that has come up with fun plays?
I want to be the fun guy.
Yeah.
I always want to be the fun guy.
No, I think it's fun. I think you get
You want
more
to be the
respect.
tricky person?
Well, yeah, I think it's cool and like original. There's not many like coaches out there you could say can come up with those kind of trick plays. It's kind of like a brand, like it's kind of his brand, right? You know, everybody can be fun, but like if you're the
Do you want
trick
people
play
to
guy.
Do you want people to refer to you as tricky?
Right.
Or
Yeah,
fun?
what if-
Yeah, tricky. I think
Tricky
that's
instead of
better.
fun?
Yeah. I don't
What if
know.
like you were having a party and I was like, oh, can I bring my friend over? He's not fun, but he is tricky.
Tricky.
Yes,
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
like interesting.
That's
to
kind
me.
of a tough
No,
sell.
I would say keep
No.
your tricky friend at home.
Exactly.
You know, I got enough problems with the crew that
Exactly.
I'm hanging with.
I don't know. That
There's a little
seems
bit
intriguing.
There's a little bit of it's not. You don't get as much respect when it's described as trick.
That's
you get
true.
more respect when it's like now they're having fun. Look at them having fun.
Yeah,
you know?
I can see that. That's a good point. I'm still sticking.
You stick
my
with the
tricks.
trick.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It just sounds better.
Okay.
Better flow in words.
But I agree with Charlie when it comes to a party. Are you
Yeah,
rather have
oh,
somebody who's
no.
fun or somebody who's
Somebody
tricky?
who is tricky.
No.
I-
Really?
that
No one
intrigues
wants
me.
the
As
tricky
long as
guy
it's
in a
not my
party.
house.
Yeah.
If it's not my house, then that's fine. But tricky sounds more intriguing.
Do you know what for Halloween this year? I'm going to say trick or fun instead of or fun or treats.
Close.
What am I going to do? Trick or treat? I'm going to go fun or treat instead.
You know, treat or fun,
Yeah.
trick or fun.
Yeah, I
But
don't
be
want
careful.
the trick.
Be
There's-
careful when
yeah.
you say
I
that
was
real
gonna say,
fast.
that doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, it's starting not to sound right.
All right, what else you have,
All
Charlie?
right, speaking of fun trick plays, the Lions took it to the Baltimore Ravens last night, 38-30, even though that final score is not really indicative of how that game went or how that game felt. Their offense seems to have picked up right where it was after a pretty bad week one against the Green Bay Packers and a lot of consternation. Oh, is this thing already over? After last night, and maybe you were already in this spot, but after last night, are you officially ready to say that everything the Lions have done, it's not just the coordinators he hired. This is a Dan Campbell creation, what he has built in Detroit.
I think I have to. And I always appreciated Dan Campbell, but I also thought that a lot of their success was due to the creativity of Ben Johnson, the creativity on defense of Aaron Glenn, and certainly Brad Holmes' ability to find talented players. I think I admitted that earlier. I think I probably have been underselling how important Dan Campbell has been. I think you're right, Charlie. I think he's got an eye for coaches, assistant coaches. And maybe, Johnny Morton is just using the offense that Ben Johnson had installed. But at least he's not strangling it. You know what I mean? He's letting it grow and breathe.
The fact that he went out and got him instead of just promoting the guy from within, the guy, I know he has a history with him, but the fact that he went out, seeked out this offensive coordinator, got him instead of just, Tanner Angstron's the quarterback's coach. Now he's the offensive coordinator.
Where was Johnny Morton?
I think he was Sean Payton's OC.
Oh, he was in Denver.
Either that
That's
or
right.
the passing game coordinator.
Passing game coordinator in Denver.
Something like that, yeah. But I think most coaches are probably just like, let's not rock the boat here. Let's just next man up this. That's not what he did. He went out and he got John Morton, and it's 38 and 52 points.
You know what, too, though? Brad Holmes has done such a great job putting that team together.
Yeah.
I thought that offensive line was going to definitely miss Ragnow. And I didn't know, are you going to the guys that you're going to replace in the interior of that offensive line? Are they going to work? That offensive line owned the line of scrimmage last night.
Well, if you remember, that's what they talked about going into the Bears game, that they were really struggling to get into a rhythm, to get to know each other, guys playing new positions.
And they got mauled by the Packers up in Green Bay in week one.
The thing I like about what Dan Campbell is doing in Detroit is they have a system and they plug and play. They're not recreating, even bringing in new coordinators. You saw those plays last night.
Yeah.
Those were all the same plays that they ran under Ben Johnson. So they have a system and they run it. They're not trying to start anything new, bring in any big changes, even with new coordinators. And I think that is really the benefit, and probably the biggest thing that Dan Campbell has done was kept with the system, because that's what they got the players they have there for, was the system that they had in place a year ago. Don't need to recreate everything.
Yeah, the Lions rushed for 224 yards last night, and they sacked Lamar Jackson 7 times and held the Baltimore rushing attack to just 85 yards. And they forced a fumble from Derrick Henry. So both coordinators have stepped in and done a tremendous job replacing guys that moved on and became head coaches in the league. So I think I undersold the Lions after watching them struggle in Green Bay. I thought that they were going to have a little bit of an identity crisis for some time, and that got kicked to the curb really quick.
I think the thing that I probably should have, we all have such short-term memories because remember the Lions before Dan Campbell got there?
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the biggest turnarounds in sports. And, yeah, it's not just him. They had an ownership shakeup. They had Brad Holmes come in there. But, like, on the field, the buck stops with him. And he let go of Anthony Lynn, and he called plays at the end of that season when we first started being like, oh, look at the Lions. Like, he's not just Tony Robbins with the play sheet,
You're right. An angry Tony Robbins. No, he's good. And that team the last 2 weeks has been as impressive as anybody in the National Football League. Obviously, offensively, they put it on the Bears, 511 yards and 52 points. And last night, again, the Ravens were without 2 Pro Bowl defensive linemen, but I'm not going to hold that against them. Like, they ran the ball down the throat of the Baltimore.
And they got to Lamar
7
times.
Yeah, crazy. Anything else quickly?
That's the A-list.
All right, Beautiful. That's it. When we come back, we'll do a little something we call Waddle's World. And I think we'll spend a little bit of time on the back end of Waddle's World with our good friend Jeff Meller, and he'll give you some fantasy football tips. That's coming up.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears and Raiders. Joniak and Thayer call the game. Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears. Pick up ESPN Chicago.
Every season brings change. 1 year it's a rookie making headlines, and next year it's a whole new coaching staff. We know how that is. Even the rules of the game keep evolving. But here's the thing. You don't want that kind of change showing up on your internet bill. And with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about it. One price, 5 years guaranteed. That means while football keeps shifting, and life does as well, your internet price stays locked. No surprises, no hikes, just a reliable price for a reliable connection. And Xfinity goes all in. Unlimited data, the best Wi-Fi equipment included. It's like signing your star quarterback to a 5-year deal. You know what you've got, you know it's reliable, and you know it's going to perform on game day. So while teams retool and the league evolves, your internet stays rock solid. To get started, call them, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut in the squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite. Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us tonight at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me?
No, Whiskey U.
Save big money on everything you need for your next project at Menards. Add energy efficiency to your home with Johns Manville foil-faced foam board insulation. These reflective panels add a continuous layer of insulation to your exterior walls to save on your energy bill. Save big on Johns Manville foam board insulation. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything. Unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
Yeah, why not? Let's get weird. Waddle's World is brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wintrust Community Banks. They are Chicago's banks. To find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank, visit wintrust.com/find us. Member FDIC, a little baseball for you, Peg. The Cubs host the Mets tonight up on the north side. They've lost 4 in a row at the hands of the Cincinnati Reds. Thank you for laying down, Cubs players. Cade Horton takes the baseball tonight for the first time in a while. Would you like to know what the Cubs lineup looks like?
Sure.
Nico Horner will lead off and play second. Ian Happ will bat second and play left. Seiya Suzuki is in right field and will bat third. Carson Kelly's your catcher. He will bat fourth. Santana's playing first base, batting fifth. Swanson is playing shortstop, batting sixth. Turner batting seventh as your DH. Matt Shaw batting eighth as your third baseman. And PCA is hitting out of the 9-hole tonight. They're facing David Peterson, who is a lefty for the Mets. But
what's your impressions about that?
Well, it just shows you that, PCA has struggled mightily against lefties, and obviously Craig Counsell has decided that moving him down in the order is the right thing to do at this point. He really has struggled. And if they're going to do anything in the postseason, we need to see, and maybe not, not the guy we saw 2 months ago for a long stretch, but at least a glimmer of that guy. So.
I think they need the guy from 2 months ago, unfortunately.
I just don't. Of course, Charlie, they need him, but I don't think he's coming back.
Yeah.
I think maybe a guy who is half of that, I think they would settle for at this point.
I know Bush is a lot better now than he was playing when PCA was so hot, but when the Cubs were really rolling, that offense was powered by 2 guys, neither of whom you can really rely on.
I need your Cubs to come out and play, Charlie, because I need the Mets to lose as many as possible, as the Cincinnati Reds currently have the 3rd wild card spot, tied with the Mets for overall record at 80 and 76. but the Reds own the tiebreaker.
Doesn't it suck having a rooting interest in the Cubs for the past month?
I don't mind it because I don't mind the Cubs.
No, but I know, but like your emotional hopes being tied to that team.
Yes.
They're very frustrating.
That's true. But it is very interesting. There's no doubt about it. There's some college football news for you. Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer is undergoing hand surgery. I think, Charlie, you mentioned that. Shea has a ticket on him for Heisman.
Indeed, he does.
Is he crying on Twitter yet?
I think he's more worried about Detroit tonight. But
they start a 3-game set with Cleveland, is it?
Yeah. This is the biggest series of the year, basically.
Boy, that is a total collapse, isn't it?
This would be one of the most historic collapses ever because they were down 15 and at 1.15 games in the division. So if they were to come back, if the Guardians were to come back, it would be one of the worst collapses any sport has ever seen.
That is unbelievable. I mean,
terrible.
would it be the? I mean,
I think it's the most a team would come back to win a division. Like how many games back? They were 15 and a half back, I believe, and it would be the worst ever if they came back and won it. But they're still getting back. So, I mean, either way, it's just a terrible collapse.
It is.
The 1914 Boston Braves erased a 15-game deficit to win the NL pennant.
So
right around there.
Wow. That's crazy, though. It's been interesting for sure. Oklahoma State has fired longtime coach Mike Gundy. Tyler was telling us that was going to happen. Gundy was a star quarterback for them, same age as me. We graduated the same year, and then I believe he was their coach for, 21 years, I think?
Wow.
But he's been fired.
Come after me!
I'm a man.
I'm a man! I'm 40!
That is one of
I'm not a kid!
one of my
Write something
favorite
about
rants
me.
of all time.
Or our coach. We'll write about a kid that does everything right, that's heart's broken, and then say that the coaches said he was scared? That ain't true!
Love it.
You know who is the longest now tenured coach?
Kirk Ferentz, right?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I'm reading it right now. I'm going to be honest with you.
Me too, actually.
It says it was in his 21st season leading the Cowboys, trailing only Kirk Ferentz. Gundy's exit comes 4 days after Oklahoma State fell to 1-2. They lost 19-12 to Tulsa last Friday. And less than 24 hours after Gundy on Monday coached practice and publicly stated his 100% intention is to remain with the program beyond the 2025 season.
That's a Flus quote. Remember, that's exactly what Flus was asked after the Thanksgiving game.
Yeah.
That he had every intention of coaching the
Poorly,
game
coaching
that
poorly.
week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have every intention of coaching poorly. Sylvie thinks that Flus is going to be one and done as the DC at the Cowboys.
If you read what's going on, and Schottenheimer loves him. Loves him.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's a great defensive coordinator, but, my assumption is he was expecting Micah Parsons to be coming off the edge for him and Duran planned to be available for him.
Well, that's why he's got a little safety net, because he can say to them, hey, you guys are the ones that traded Micah Parsons.
Got to say, though, there are a lot of holes in that zone defense.
Jerry doesn't like paying coaches that don't work for him. That could be the other thing that's keeping him afloat.
That's fair. Giants are benching Russell Wilson and starting Jackson Dart. See that one coming?
Look against who?
The Chargers.
Yes.
I think they play the Eagles in 2 weeks too, or something like that.
Get out there and do your best.
Exactly.
This is why you shouldn't. I mean, look, we've seen this movie a million times here, where you let the coach on the hot seat draft a quarterback, and then he doesn't care when. He doesn't care what the long-term outlook is. He's trying to save his ass. He's just going to start him as soon as the seat gets hot.
What was the rationale behind signing James Winston?
That told me they had no intent on starting Jackson Dart, and then he played well enough in the preseason that they had to be like, all right, well, we gotta have this ready. This is our number 2 now.
I said that was until they got rid of Tommy Cutlets. I thought that they should have had their own quarterback meeting room television show. Can you imagine Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart with his perm, and Tommy Cutlets?
I think we see plenty of Tommy Cutlets with that Allstate commercial.
Yeah, I see that way too often. Major League Baseball has approved robot umpires for 2026 as part of the challenge system. implement a challenge system for balls and strikes in the 2026 season after the league competition committee voted today to usher in the era of robot umpiring. How do we feel about that? I think if you've got the technology and it's reliable, I'm fine with it.
I like the fact that when you call for the replay with this to challenge, the hitter can do it, the pitcher can do it, the catcher can do it, and all they tap their head, they go, you're going to be able to watch it on the screen. A lot of leagues don't want the fans seeing what the review is. So a lot of times you don't get to see what the challenge is.
I don't know, how are you going to be able to adjust the strike zone with every batter? And what if I get 2 strikes and I decide to crouch down a little bit? Now I have a different strike zone. I mean, how are you going to figure that out?
Unpopular opinion, I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No, I don't like it. I think that there's been so many rule changes recently to the game, and the pitch clock had done well for them, but I just think it takes away the authenticity of baseball and the fact that sometimes, depending on the ump and stuff, there's going to be different calls, and I don't know, I don't like it. It feels the concept of robot umps being a thing.
I have to challenge something you just said. Did you just say
what?
Then a batter could just crouch?
Yeah, what if I do this?
You
think they haven't thought of that?
No, the strike zone doesn't change because you crouch.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Sometimes.
No, you guys.
How can the strike zone be the same for Altuve versus somebody who was 6'7"?
It's based on your normal stance. It is not based on your crouch. It's based on your normal stance. So you want to crouch a little bit more? Go at it. That ball comes up higher.
Go at it?
That ball comes up higher.
It looks like it's all about your natural stance. So
it is.
if you're normally
okay, you guys want to say okay, thanks, Peggy, instead of
Soriano was always crouched over, but because he's always crouched over, he can get away.
What did you want? You wanted some recognition.
Yeah,
for
you guys
what?
were like, no, that's not true. I'm like,
I
yes,
just
it
said,
is true.
What if I when I get 2 strikes on me, I get down a little bit lower. So I still have to live by the strike zone?
Yes, you're just trying to mess with the pitcher mentally. It doesn't change your strike zone.
Okay.
Whatever your normal stance is.
I just hope that we have the technological ability.
When you said that, I was like, did Tommy really
to
say that?
actually get it right. I will say this, though, if you're a fan of tennis, what is it, Hawkeye? Is that what they use?
Yeah.
It's really good, and it's really efficient. If you can do that with baseball, have at it. But, Hannah, I'm tired of watching guys, consistently miss calls behind the plate.
I guess I agree. I just think that if they fully go to robot umps for every single pitch and then they don't have a umpire behind the plate anymore in the future, that's when I would have a problem with it. Because how do you not have that? If you just fully go to robot umps, depending on how it does, I don't know.
Then they have some issues, and they say the ABS system uses similar technology to the line calling system in tennis, with 12 cameras in each ballpark tracking the ball with a margin of error around 1/6 of an inch. Okay, if you can show me that you can do it accurately, I'm all for it. Why not use technology?
Well, the problem with when they tested it in the All-Star game is I think it was Randy Rosarino was up or somebody was up, and the ball was 90% out of the strike zone and 10% in the strike zone. And then when they reviewed it, he got called out on the strike, and it's majority of it is out of the strike zone. I feel like that shouldn't be a strike. I know that it is because it's the same as if any of it is on the line.
Right.
It's the strike, but it's dang, that really looked outside, and it basically was. But
that's why you paint the corners.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. It's going to be
get good.
Different.
All right. It's a good.
You know what?
This
is going to be a good convo. That's going to be a really good convo next
It's
year.
going to get us through May.
NFL Week 4 power rankings are out. Has anybody checked this out?
No, where's that?
Everybody, we're on the honor system. Have you looked at it?
I started to, and then I remember we're probably going to do this, so I did not.
Hannah?
Have not.
Okay, so Charlie, you started, but you didn't see where the Bears are.
Correct. I stopped at Tampa Bay at 7.
Okay, so you're going to guess last. Peg, where do you think they have?
Where do I think
Week 4 NFL power rankings. Where do the Chicago Bears find themselves?
21.
21, says Peg. By the way, the people voting on this are the NFL Nation reporters. Hannah, what do you have?
I'm going to go with 18.
18. I got a 21 and an 18. Charlie.
I was thinking 18, so I'll split the difference and go 19 because I think a lot of teams plummeted probably this weekend.
You are all way too optimistic. They come in at number 23.
Wow.
Number 23.
That's not so bad.
Just behind the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Oh, boy. So people are not convinced. These writers are not convinced yet.
It's like the old 8 people.
Kind of like what we said.
That's fine.
Kind of like what we said.
Yeah.
Let's see it stack them.
Speaking of that, did you notice that one of the first things that Ben Johnson mentioned yesterday when he met the media right out of the gate was that the Bears are underdogs in Las Vegas?
No, I did not hear that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. And how do you feel about that? Like, I'm fine with it. Like,
And listen, it's welcome to 2025.
But
Maybe
like
he'll
he
see this.
obviously is using this as, hey, Lovey made a career out of this. You know that, Peg.
He made videos.
Yes.
He had the video crew do montages of the morning
People
show,
picking against them.
ESPN and the picks, and it was always against the Bears.
Yes.
And then the Fox crew and their picks, and it was against the Bears. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought that he's speaking their language now.
Play whatever card you need to play to get your team ready to go. But okay, does everybody want to guess top five? Top five. Who's number one?
Buffalo.
Nope.
Ooh.
No?
Still Green Bay?
No.
No, because they lost Cleveland.
Come on. The defending NFL
The
champions.
Eagles?
The Eagles are
No,
one.
I'm not convinced on that.
They're number one. Number two?
Buffalo.
Bills.
Buffalo's two. Number three?
Packers?
The Lions.
No,
Lions.
yeah.
And I got no problem with that based on how they've played the last 2 weeks. Number four. I love it.
Packers.
Nope. Chargers.
No. I was going to say it's going to be
Chargers.
Chargers, yeah.
An alpha male?
Number five.
Not going to say the Packers.
Well, you should.
Of course. Of course. The
Number
Packers.
five is the Packers. Number six. Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Number
Really?
seven. Number seven will be a bit of a surprise considering their record and how they played last night.
The Ravens. I was going to say the
Ravens.
Ravens before you said last night.
Wow.
Number eight.
Commanders?
Rams. Commanders is a good call, though. The number nine, another 1-2 team, perennial Pro Bowl or Super Bowl participant.
Chiefs.
Number 9, and number 10, Pegs Commanders. So that's your top 10. Bears find themselves at number 23.
All right.
Oh boy,
That's
All
right.
right. When we come back, is Meller here?
I believe so. I'm going to text him.
Our good friend Jeff Meller's going to join us and bring you his very famous waiver wire. That's next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Guys, what's up? Big news from my favorite furniture store. Steinhoffel's is now open in Maryville Plaza. It's their 7th superstore, and it's right here in Chicagoland in the NWI. You've got to check it out. They've got all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, and prices that actually fit your budget. It's the only place we shop for our furniture. Steinhoffel's has been helping families like mine furnish their dream homes for over 90 years, and now they're bringing that experience right to Northwest Indiana. So swing by and see what the Steinhoffel's difference is all about. Now open in Maryville. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
Hawk
financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Fry the Coop got itself into a pickle. And when I say pickle, I mean a Vienna beef pickle. Yeah, that's right. Vienna beef sells pickles. Now on the best chicken sandwiches in Chicago. Fry the Coop. Available at all locations.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Oh, look at this smiling face. It's Jeff Meller.
Hello, Tom Waddle.
How are you, Jeff Meller?
I'm doing fantastic,
Stay
Tom Waddle. Peggy Kaczynski.
Too, will ya?
Yeah, he the first thing he did was go right in my. What gentleman looks in a lady's purse?
That guy right there.
And goes right in and grabs a bag out and says, "Just need any more pills, Peg?"
First of all, I didn't really look in your bag. It was wide open. First thing I walk in, I see a huge bag of narcotics in my face.
Well, they all have my name on them.
Well,
you are he's like, I won't be taking medicine when I get older. I'll be able to control it by diet.
You know what we call that? Peg's big bag of fun.
And that's
what we call that.
I don't know. It looks like a bag of tricks to me.
Ben's bag of fun.
Is that fun or tricks?
It's a little bit of both. A little bit of column A. Listen, you've got enough pills in there. You've got fun and tricks in there.
Ben's bag of
You
tricks.
are I cannot believe that he is questioning.
I'm not questioning.
My need to
for pharmaceuticals.
Yes, to have to
medicate.
supplement
your income.
He's coming in on
I love you,
fire,
Peg. I love you, Peg.
You know what he is? He's
we have
so
that
excited.
type of relationship, though. That's why I can just go ahead and
partake in your pills.
You guys cross paths in the post game show.
Of course.
Yes,
Actually,
of course we do.
I watched the second half with Peggy and Yurko in the
it's very quiet,
conference
isn't
room.
It? It's very quiet.
Peggy's got. I told her it's like she's in a college. Like a 200 level course. She's got all these highlighters, all these things sprinkled about.
I do.
Oh, yeah. Well,
meanwhile, Yurko's, he's fighting his eyelids.
Orange means it's something I need to take note of,
Okay.
a bear note. And the blue was for the Cowboys.
Look at that. You are such a pro.
She was locked in, and I felt bad. I felt inadequate.
No.
I was like,
No.
I'm just trying to keep.
I've said this before. I tried to not watch football this way when I retired from NBC, and I was not covering games. And when you've done it for 25 years a certain way, you just can't change it.
You're a pro.
I just can't change the way I watch the games. So
speaking of pros, Jeff Meller is a fantasy football pro, and Meller's weekly waiver wire is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey.
Tullamore Dew.
Celebrate your team's Tully touchdown with Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. When it's game time, it's Tully time. Now it's Meller time.
You're damn right. It's Tully time. How about, speaking of Irish whiskey, it's we got an Ireland game this week.
I know. It's
Tullamore Dew.
Perfect way to start out your Sunday morning with a little bit of Irish whiskey as you watch the game in Ireland. Minnesota and Pittsburgh, right? All right, so let's quickly get to the information. All right. It's all about 2 trays. Wow.
Okay.
Not 3 trays.
No.
But just 2 this week.
Are we talking about the wide receiver from the Las Vegas Raiders?
We are. He's one of the trays. He's one of the 2 trays. And then there's also Trey Benson, who I think is the more important ad because James Conner done for the year with the injury. So Trey Benson steps in. He already was taking a little bit of the attempts in Arizona. So he's somebody who, if he's available on your waiver wire, about 20%, so probably more shallow leagues, but he's a guy who you go ahead and empty the fab for. He's going to be a starter for the rest of the season as long as he's healthy. Trey Tucker, you brought him up, Waddle. I'm not necessarily in love with him. He had a huge day, 3 touchdowns last week. A lot of that, though, in mop-up time. Yeah. He's a big play receiver, but he's small. I don't necessarily think he's somebody I want to start, but of course, if you want him, you're going to have to grab him this week. But I'll caution people out there. And this is a good matchup against the Bears secondary. But at the same time, I would be reluctant to start him. But go ahead and add him and throw him on your bench. See if this is something that Geno Smith can continue for a few weeks. But I think, Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers are the more consistent options in that passing game.
Okay. Wan'Dale Robinson is a big name that a lot of people did not pick, but people are saying, oh, definitely go. With a change at quarterbacks with the Giants, is that a good or a bad
So, Wan'Dale Robinson, he's this is kind of like the nature of fantasy football, Peg. If you're starting him, he's probably like a 3rd wide receiver or a flex option, and he can have those big weeks every once in a while, but Malik Neighbors is the guy you want in that passing offense. And, of course, Waddle loves himself a good dart every now and then. So
why not? Yeah.
Jackson Dart in New York, I think, makes them a more appealing option as an entire offense. And Cam Scatteraboo, he's clearly...
that is unbelievable. Like, the people that got him?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, Tracy's going to be out. Tyrone Tracy's going to be out for 2 to 4 weeks, it looks like. So Scatteraboo time. It is here earlier probably than most people expected. You can go ahead and start him because he's going to be...
Scatteraboo time.
Because he's going to be a good play for you. Mike Evans, he's down for a couple of weeks with the hamstring injury. Looks like his 1,000-yard consecutive seasons is in jeopardy now. Terry McLaurin, his status is uncertain with that quad injury for the Commanders. We know that CeeDee Lamb's going to miss at least 2 weeks. I would bet probably at least 4 with that ankle injury that we saw. If you want a couple of wide receivers to help you out, I like Tyquan Thornton more than Trey Tucker because in Kansas City, as long as Rashee Rice is out and suspended for 3 more weeks, I think Thornton has an opportunity here to be somebody who can be, interesting.
Kind of resurrected his career after coming from New England,
sure,
right?
And Mahomes needs an option to catch the ball, and right now Kelsey looks like he's on the back 9. So Tyquan Thornton is somebody who I'm interested in. And then finally, if you want some running backs, these are not guys you want to start this week, but kind of in the same manner that Trey Benson steps in and is all of a sudden a starter. Blake Corum looks good for the Rams. If anything should happen to Kyron Williams, I think Blake Corum would step in and immediately be a top 12 fantasy running back. Ray Davis, similar in Buffalo. If anything happens to James Cook, he probably steps in and he's very, very capable. Tyler Algier, Of course, that Falcons offense was abysmal, but if anything happens to Bijan Robinson, Algiers the next guy up. And then finally, Ollie Gordon II for the Dolphins. He looks like he could be a play, too, just for deeper leagues. Flex option, goal line back for them. So Ollie Gordon II would be the guy who steps in if anything happens to Devon H.
And that's Meller's waiver wire. And we'll hear you at the bottom of the hour, right, as you get set for White Sox and Yankees?
Yes, I thought I was sticking around to talk about some baseball with you guys, no?
We've got Courtney Jones.
All right, then we'll talk.
Your ass to the other
look at the
studio.
time. Look at the time. You want some pills?
We'll talk some
I'll
baseball
give you some pills.
at 5:30. How about that?
All right, that's Jeff Meller. Thank you, Jeff. We will see you shortly. We'll hear you shortly. When we come back, as I mentioned, Courtney Cronin will join us at ESPN 1000, he said.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, during the football season, the game day feast is something that is very, very important. And one of my guilty pleasures during the football season is that game day feast with dips, with chips and wings and veggies, all while watching my favorite team play. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you're going to find right there in your own kitchen. So do what we do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck. Please have him call me.
My guy. Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6-million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Playing Pool this Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 take on the ultimate challenge, moving a 95,000-pound United Airlines 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign up now at IllinoisPlayingPool.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Courtney Cronin,
This is not somebody who's going to let any details slide, and he said that.
NFL Nation Bears insider.
He's got to show that he is talented enough and that he's capable of taking what the Bears have given him and making the most out of it.
Takes you inside Hallis Hall.
I want to thank everybody who helped me get here, including my haters, because you motivated me.
On Waddle and Silvy.
And Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4-million for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers. Courtney, before we get to Bears football, I would like to congratulate you on your Indiana Hoosiers thrashing of the Fighting Illini.
Thank you. Saturday was fun. Now we just got to make sure that Kap pays up on his end of the bargain since he wagered me lunch, and I gave him my terms. Clearly tweeted them out the other night, Chicago cut in a Riverside table, but I was told Taco Bell yesterday is my future.
No. That doesn't work.
I agree. I was very clear. I have very high standards here. Yeah. I was very clear about what I wanted. And he's the one who suggested the wager. But nonetheless, I am excited. I do kind of wish my head coach down there would stop talking because now that he's puffing his chest out a little bit, the comments that he made about Iowa and them being a much harder team that they'll have to prepare for than the team last week. Let's just keep this thing rolling without the side comments that continue to come out of Kurt Signetti. Can we do that for a week or two?
That would sound very good. I think it would be a good option for the Bears up at Hallis Hall as well. Feel good about what you did against the Dallas Cowboys, but make sure you go to Las Vegas and you're ready to take care of business.
Yeah, I think that's the right approach because, not that, not for nothing, they're not saying anything of the sort. I think that Ben Johnson made it very clear with how quickly he was ready to move on from that after the game, saying, yeah, we'll celebrate tonight, but we're behind the 8 ball. Because they are. They don't want to be 1-3 coming out of this, going into the bye. You're not going to feel great if that's the case. But if you're 2-2 and have stuff to build on, have some tangible things you can change in week 5 when you've got a couple days next week when guys are in the building and then you break for the bye, then you're in a much better spot going into the back end of your schedule, which I know starts so much earlier for them because they go to Washington on Monday Night Football in week 6, but they'd be in a good spot if they can make all those things happen and come away with a second straight dub.
It was interesting watching the team celebrate after Ben Johnson was given the game ball. And we were having the conversation. If Flus had done that chant, then everyone would have rolled their eyes. But I said the difference, though, is that like Flus was always doing some really very corny things, whereas typically we see Ben Johnson pretty intense. And I think that's what the players see as well. So the fact that they were able to loosen him up, I think showed a different kind of, all right, we just might be believing what you're selling.
That was authentic to who he is because, he runs red hot at times. We saw it from the beginning in OTAs when he's calling players out for lining up wrong in 7-on-7 drills to that moment right there. And even moments in the game, I know that the broadcast would show him on the sideline. I think it was either Jeff Darlington or Tom Rinaldi after the game asking Caleb Arome, like, we didn't see your head coach smile much and you were up by 31-14 at one point. that's who he is. And I think the reason they can buy into it is because they haven't seen him switch up. They haven't seen him have different personalities, so to speak. Like, who he is who he's been since he got here. And that's much easier to buy into when you're confident in that. Like, Matt Eberflus is really tepid in his approach. He didn't want to say the wrong thing. He didn't want to say anything at all a lot of times. And I think that players, weren't exactly sure who to follow if your head coach can't have an identity that breeds confidence in the rest of the team. What Ben is doing is showing these players, you guys follow me. I know that I'm going to be on you, and it's going to work. And I know they keep saying this, but the proof of concept was there the other day, and that's important for players to see. What are we buying into? Is it actually showing up in games? Because the proof of concept with Eberflus was supposed to be this hits principle. Yeah. Did that ever show up where guys were like, oh no, hits, hustle, intensity, the ball, S, whatever S stood for.
We know what S stood for. Yeah.
It's just it's stuff like that you never, if you didn't see, I'm buying into this, here's a direct result, it's hard to get behind that for 17 games. I think with Ben Johnson, you saw the intensity of him breaking down the huddle, of the good, better, best thing, that it seems to be a rallying cry for them. That's something that these players bought into, and I looked at them all rally around him, kind of mosh him in a little bit of a semicircle the other day. You didn't see that with Matt Eberflus. And another thing I'll mention, too, is that when I go down there after the game, usually for a win, you're waiting outside the locker room a little bit longer. You'll hear music. You'll hear, just take a little bit longer, and it's loud. I didn't hear any of that. And it's not to say that they weren't celebrating in the locker room. Very clearly they were in that video with the game ball situation. But they also know that they are 1-2 right now. They're behind the 8 ball, as Ben said post-game. And I think that the players, if the coach is preaching that, the players are going to buy into that, and that's how they're going to carry themselves into the next week.
Yeah, it's such a good point. Courtney, Ben mentioned quickly when he met the media yesterday, made us all aware, and we all knew that his team they were underdogs in Vegas on Sunday. Is that on point for Ben Johnson? Is that just kind of who he is?
Well, I think they opened, correct me if I'm wrong here, either opened as a pick'em or they opened as, I think the line might have shifted a little bit. They're 1.5-point underdogs right now on the road. And that's him saying it like that. Once again, we're going on the road to a place where we are not favored. And they were not favored by, I think it was 6 or 7 in Detroit. We saw what that game became. It's just a way to prove, to your team, you can't get comfortable. You won one game against a Dallas team that isn't very good on defense. And that's not to take away from what Caleb Williams showed, what Ben Johnson showed as a play caller, being able to distribute the ball to a lot of different playmakers. But I think he says stuff like that to show that it's going to be an uphill battle, that they can't let their foot off the gas in any way. And there's a lot to fix. You come away from a run, a rushing performance that yielded 3.7 yards a carry outside of the 19-yard drive where they had 11 straight runs. That wasn't very good. You come away with your defense on the back end looking like it could adjust, but certainly your pass rush doesn't come alive. There's all of those things that I think Ben Johnson is using to show you have so much more to accomplish, and don't get comfortable yet, because you are going to be underdogs in a lot of these games. People aren't going to buy into what we're selling yet until they can start doing it time and time again. But even at that point, I don't think he's going to be the head coach who rides on. He may come across as highly confident, borderline cocky, but I don't think for this team, until they get to a point where they can play with the sort of swagger that a Detroit team was playing with last night, he's going to have that same message.
This is another opportunity for Ben Johnson's coaching staff to get these guys ready for a game in which their opponent is going to be really fired up. In Vegas, they're talking about, is this rock bottom? Has this team hit rock bottom? When you start hearing that team can either go two ways. They can get their what together and come out and hit you like the Lions were.
And they're very well coached with Pete Carroll, too.
Just like the Lions came back and took it to the Bears. This is another opportunity, look outside of just the Bears building on it. But did they learn from the last time when they were not ready for a game in which their opponent was going to come out with something to prove?
I think that, where the Raiders are right now, there was a lot of talk. Ashton Genty's going to be the guy, and he's going to get a lot of touches, and he's going to be the focal point of their offense. He's not right now. Is he getting a lot of touches? Yeah, he got 17 carries, and he had the 18-yard run, but he's not generating a ton of production. They're trying to show that the way that they built this roster, the way that they play football works, and it hasn't so far. The score was not indicative in Washington of how not close that game was. So I'd imagine they've got a lot that they're trying to bring in here to a team that they probably feel really evenly matched with. I mean, I know the Bears just won a game, but there's a lot of things that have to be fixed, and they probably are more on par with a team like Vegas, certainly than a team like Minnesota or like the Lions. And that's a good measuring stick to show the growth process of the teams that you can beat, the teams that you match up well with, and how that, can carry throughout the season to where you can keep upping your level of competition as you go about. So I'd imagine it's week 4. The Raiders aren't just going to roll over and die and let the Bears, walk in there and walk away with a win without putting up a fight for it. I mean, that's a talented coaching staff. And right now the Chargers game, that goes down on Geno Smith because of the multiple interceptions and some frankly stupid decisions that he put the ball into. And beyond that, the Patriots game, what happened this past week, like they're still trying to figure it out, but it's not to say that they're poorly coached or, that they're not, capable of beating this Bears team. They absolutely feel like they are. And that's not a place of hubris to think that, I would not say.
Courtney, we saw Luther Burden become an even larger portion of the game plan, and it's not humongous. I still think he's 25-30% snaps he's getting. Do you expect that number to go up as he has continued to perform?
Yeah, and I expect the defensive attention now that he broke out in that game. He's only the second receiver from this rookie class to have a 100-yard game, him and Ted McMillan in Carolina. Now they're going to have to start accounting for him because of what he showed in those 3 catches and in going over 100 yards and the flea flicker and the touchdown and all of that. Like that's a performance that puts the rest of the league, I wouldn't say on notice, but it turns heads. Like, oh, wait, this is the guy that they drafted 39th overall that they barely used the first 2 weeks. He can play. Not that we had any question that he could, but trying to find the role for him in this offense. It's not going to look like this every single week where the ball distribution is spread around as much as it is. They capitalized on a weak secondary that played a ton of zone, and there was no pass rush to speak of. So what happens when that's not the case? When and I think that the Raiders can rush the passer far better than what the Cowboys were able to show. I mean, Max Crosby alone is their version of, that'd be their version of Micah Parsons if Micah Parsons was still in Dallas, and that's a different challenge. So when Luther Burden comes into the game plan this week, he's shown he has the trust of Caleb Williams and the trust of the head coach to put him in those situations where he's not going to outrun Caleb Williams on the flea flicker. Caleb said after the game that during practice he kept underthrowing him during the week. But like knowing that and then knowing how that play turned out, that's even more trust that you put in your rookie receiver. He was able to adjust on the fly no matter what was going to happen there based on how they had practiced it and still produce. And he's a playmaker. He wants the ball, and he's got a swagger about him that I think is a really good thing for that receiver room that's highly competitive, loaded with their top 3 guys, and they're going to be fighting for the ball, and he's certainly now in the mix where he is deserving to be in that conversation as somebody you can trust on offense.
You mentioned it with Max Crosby, and they have more of a pass rush than the Cowboys did. So is the offensive line, could it possibly be that they are gelling and they're starting to come together 4 weeks into the season? Or is it as simple as they really weren't threatened much by the Cowboys?
Probably a little bit of both. I do think that Braxton Jones not giving up a pressure after 12 the first 2 games, which was the high along the offensive line, that's a good start to see. Like, we're 2 weeks away from the bye. Do they make a change at left tackle during the bye? That was the question coming out of the Detroit game with how we saw Theo Benedette in there late in the game. It wasn't to protect Braxton Jones or the offensive line. That was, hey, we're going to put him out here because these could be some meaningful snaps at the end of the day. But I would you like to think 3 weeks in that they're gelling? Sure. But you even heard Drew Dahlman talk about it yesterday that, they handled things better, some of the games up front, not allowing guys to be in as many one-on-one situations, helping each other out there, but they still got a lot of work to do. And for as good as for as good as the pass protection was on Sunday, and Ben Johnson said the reason that Caleb gets 0 sacks is because of how good the pass protection was, and he's right. It still wasn't perfect. Like, they had a 65% pass block win rate. That's middle of the pack for offensive line performances in Caleb's 20 starts. I think he made them right in some instances, and Drew Dahlman kind of alluded to that too, where there'd be some moments that Caleb could bail the offensive line out of him taking a sack. And that's growth on the quarterback. That's a good thing, but I thought the offensive line played better. They certainly 11 straight runs. When you're just putting your nose in the ground and grinding it forward and run blocking, like, you get in a rhythm there. So that certainly helps what your line's doing up front and their continuity and being able to play off of one another. But I still think there's a ways to go once we see them play against some better pass rushers.
Was this as in control as you've seen Caleb as a Bears quarterback, whether it's getting out of the huddle in the appropriate amount of time, getting to the line and able to shift and motion and pointing out the mic and pointing to potential blitzers and maybe even setting some protections? Is this as kind of in control and calm as you've seen him look, Courtney?
Yeah, and I think that was even more so than, I know his numbers, like touchdown-wise, passing yards, look similar to what happened last year when they beat the Jaguars in London and they're riding into their bye week. Feeling pretty good. I get why fans want to compare those two performances, but what I noticed is what you said, Waddle, right away. Like, he was getting out. He was at the line of scrimmage with like 12, 13 seconds, and I think Ben Johnson pointed that out, that their operation of getting the play call, getting in and out of the huddle was so much better than it was, the first 2 weeks of the season where the clock was winding down, and you're trying to you're trying to get to it like quicker. Yeah. And like that game in Jacksonville, they scored in the 2-minute drill. Like, there was like 17 seconds left or something when he hit Kmet for that touchdown against the Jaguars. So yes, there were some similarities from his last best performance, highest touchdown day, to where he was now. I think he looked more comfortable, though, operating from the pocket. To me, that was as big of a takeaway as any number he could have put up, that he was comfortable when he was being asked to play within structure, which was a big portion of the day. And that's what they've been coaching him to do. That's what they want him to do. So more than anything, the yards per attempt, the QBR, the touchdowns that he threw while, staying inside the pocket, I think that was just as important as anything else that we saw from Caleb Williams. And that, to me, when I look at like the overall body of work and the comfort of the quarterback, that was the most impressive part.
Yeah. Boy, that Lions team looked great last night. I know you keep your eye on the entire NFL, not just the Bears, but boy, they have made a statement in each of the last 2 weeks, have they not?
Isn't it a little funny? And maybe I'm not the only one who thought this. So the Bears' third quarter drive that eats up 9 minutes, 54 seconds of clock, 19 plays, 76 yards. It's like, all right, we saw you do that. Yep. Hold our beer. Yep. Here's a 98-yard drive. Yep. In 10-something minutes, and how efficient they were, how well they ran the ball. Like, the Lions obviously are in a different class than a lot of teams. That win to me last night, the win that they had over the Bears, 90 points in their last 2 games. The pass rush yesterday, 7 different times they sacked Lamar Jackson. That stuff is so impressive, and it shows you that they're still very much on par with Philly, on par with Green Bay. Hell, maybe they're even a step ahead of Green Bay, because I don't think Jared Goff throws an interception in the situation that Jordan Love did with 3-something left in the game. That's about as dominant as it gets. And it feels like they took that one personally.
Yeah,
3 4th downs they went for, running the freaking triple option last night. You think Ben Johnson saw that? It's like, hey, I had that on my play sheet at one point. Now I'm going to have to wait to run that so people don't think I'm copying the Lions. All jokes aside, the creativity out there on offense was to see them do that against a Baltimore defense that was down. Madubuike, Kyle Van Noy wasn't playing, Jair Alexander wasn't playing. They're down bad on defense, but that was still a really dominant performance for the Lions that makes you think, okay, the pecking order in the NFC right now, Eagles, Lions, Green Bay, maybe you then draw a line with like the other teams that are 3-0, but you still have some questions on the San Francisco 49ers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But man, that was That was as dominant as it gets.
Yeah, there's some red asses up in Detroit. They want to make sure everyone realizes, hey, we lost our coordinators, but we are a talented team, and Dan Campbell's in charge, and he can identify guys that can fill the roles of Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Just been really impressive. It's been fun to watch. I hate to see it because they're in our division, but wow, a couple of statement wins for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, that was such a fun game. Like, it's 21-21 in the fourth quarter, and it's certainly not fun if you're a Ravens fan when you see all of a sudden Derrick Henry has this case of fumbleitis, which, like, the stat that I found so staggering was in 136 games before the first 3 that we've seen this season, he had 2 fourth-quarter fumbles that he lost. In the first 3 games, he's had 2 fourth-quarter fumbles that he's lost. The one last night wasn't as bad as what happened against Buffalo when that one leads to a field goal and the Buffalo one led to a touchdown. But, watching these two teams beat up on each other and, what it plays into in week 4, somebody's going to have a 1-3 record between the Ravens and the Chiefs. And that 1-3 record, the Bears obviously hope to be 2-2, could very well be the record that Chicago has going into the bye. So, like, the balance of power right now in the early season slate that we have to pick through here in the NFL is not what a lot of people would have expected.
You're right. Courtney, great stuff as always.
Thanks
so
Courtney.
much. Thanks so much for joining
Thanks, guys.
us.
Take care.
Peg, that's it for us. We got White Sox
Dang.
baseball around the corner. Absolutely. You
Fun.
can hash it out with Jeff Meller if you'd like.
Yeah, well,
but,
I'm going to go drop some pills on his lap.
Thank you to Courtney for joining us. Thank you to Meller for bringing us his waiver wire. Thank you to Hannah and to Charlie as well. And thank you, Peg, for sitting in for
Anytime.
Sylvie today. I will see you
In Vegas.
While we get ready for some Bears football and we handle ourselves in a very mature fashion because that's what you and I do.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll leave
it's
the
a work
nonsense
trip.
to people like Charlie.
The rookies.
That's right.
The amateurs.
That's right. White Sox and Yankees coming up next. Jeff Meller has your pregame. It's ESPN 1000.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smile.